Chapter 91. Everyone in the group uses their real names, which is convenient for addressing and contacting. Ali also quickly changed the group name. Su Xiaola. Chen Xiaoqing? Su Xiaola, these two names are really similar. Lin Xiao muttered. Lin Xiao, read the group rules carefully, report the situation in the group every day, and tell everyone if there are any doubts. This.jpg. Su Xiaola. This.jpg. Lin Xiao met Zhang Zhenyun as soon as he returned to the police station. The other party had just returned from outside. Lin Xiao silently put the phone back into his trouser pocket. Captain. Zhang Zhenyun, I went to the hospital to see Su Mingming. Although he didn't speak, I felt that his condition had improved. He should be able to talk in a few days. Su Mingming must have seen something to be so scared. He is the only person who has come into contact with the murderer so far, and must be protected. Zhang Zhengyun said, you go to the hospital with 2 colleagues to watch over Su Mingming at night, and you must protect him well. Lin Xiao also wanted to contact Su Mingming and get clues from him. But Zhang Zhengyun had not let him go to the hospital. There were other police NPCs guarding the hospital, and he did not dare to go rashly. Now he finally had a chance. Chu Su's cooking skills were really good. Wula didn't feel hungry at first, but after taking a bite of the smooth meat made by Chu Su, her appetite suddenly opened up. Wula ate with big mouthfuls. Chu Su put food in her bowl, and her face became paler and paler, and even her hands were shaking. Wula kept her head down to eat, and didn't seem to notice. After dinner, Wula took the initiative to clean up the dishes. When she came out of the kitchen, she saw Chu Su changed into a gray sweater, obviously going out. Lulu, don't walk around at night, I have something to do. Chu Su put on the mask and turned to go out. Wula thought about it and followed him. Fortunately, he followed him. Chu Su fell down just after entering the elevator. Chu Su sat down with the help of the elevator. His face was pale. His hands were pressed on his chest, and he was breathing heavily. Wula hurried in to help him. You can tell me if you feel uncomfortable. I won't mind your trouble. She took out her phone to call a taxi. Chu Su refused. I will go to the hospital by myself. If you don't want me to listen to the doctor's diagnosis, I can stay outside all the time. Wula pressed the elevator to go downstairs and said with a smirk, if you die, I will live in someone else's house. Chu Su looked gloomy. I won't die yet. Wula added, when you die, I will go to someone else's house. Lulu, don't make me angry at this time. My heart hurts. Chu Su breathed heavily. His lips and nails were black, and it was obvious that the situation was not good. Okay, I won't say anything. Wula shut up obediently. Chu Su was not fat, but with such a tall man there, Wula had a hard time supporting him. Fortunately, Chu Su fainted not long after. Wula helped Chu Su walk easily, and a car was parked at the side door of the community. When Wula approached, the car door opened automatically, and there was no driver in the car. Along the way, this car did not obey traffic rules, and other cars would automatically avoid it. When they arrived at the hospital, a medical NPC immediately took Chu Su away. Wula did not follow them. She wandered around the hospital. She entered various places at will, and no one would stop her. This is her world, and all weirdness obeys her. Squeak squeak. The lights in the hospital corridor flickered, waking up Lin Xiao, who was sitting on a chair to rest. In the corridor of the inpatient department, there were only 3 policemen sitting here. There were sounds in the corridor before, but now, the nurses have finished their ward rounds, and the doors of the wards are all closed and quiet. Lin Xiao stood up, pounded his lower back, and moved his hands and feet, and then he was a little more awake. It's so cold, doesn't the hospital turn on the heating? Lin Xiao complained, and asked his NPC colleagues, I go get a cup of hot water, do you want it? He treated these NPCs as normal people, and there was no danger for police NPCs, unless the NPC was a murderer. Lin Xiao waited for a while, and didn't hear anyone respond. He turned around and found that his colleagues were leaning against the chairs and sleeping very deeply. Lin Xiao felt something was wrong, and his voice was a little louder. Hello? Are you working? He yelled, but the 2 policemen still didn't move. They were all dead. The chairs in the hospital are slippery, and they should not be able to sit steadily when they fall asleep, but the 2 NPCs sat steadily against the wall, and slept with their heads tilted back. Lin Xiao's face changed. This is really wrong. Su Mingming? Lin Xiao immediately pushed the door, and entered the ward. They arranged a single room for Su Mingming. As soon as he pushed the door, he saw a person curled up under a quilt. Lin Xiao walked over. Su Mingming, something seems wrong now. What did you see that night? Tell me quickly. We have to save ourselves. Those police NPCs are wrong. They can't find the murderer at all. We have to find it ourselves. The quilt on Su Mingming's head was pulled open, the lights in the corridor flickered, and the lights in the room seemed to dim. Su Mingming looked out the window reflexively. It was still bright outside. It's okay, it's okay. I didn't see anything. I don't know. The murderer is... Su Mingming was about to say it was a woman, but suddenly the corridor was dark, it was pitch black outside the door, and Su Mingming responded immediately, she's coming, she's coming. Lin Xiao also realized what Su Mingming said before, that no one could wake up without a light. Lin Xiao immediately went to lock the door. Su Mingming collapsed and said, she will open the door will open automatically, she is a monster, we can't fight it at all. And in this copy, they can't use props. From entering this copy, all players have been exploited into ordinary people. Originally thought that monsters would also be ordinary people, but Su Mingming found that except for those ordinary NPCs, who looked very ordinary, the murderer was still a monster, and still an irresistible existence. Su Mingming, we can't fight monsters, we can't catch her at all, so what are the conditions for leaving the copy? Lin Xiao locked the door, leaned his back against the door, and his brain worked quickly. General logic. General logic is to catch the murderer and let the police catch the murderer. But he himself is a police ID card, and there are 2 NPC police outside. What should be done? They haven't even seen the murderer's face. I was already scared like this. The corridor was tiled, and any sound of walking would be very obvious. There were footsteps outside, very steady, and it was the footsteps of a man. Su Mingming was scared when he heard the sound, and crawled directly under the bed. Lin Xiao leaned against the door, and took out the pepper water. I don't know if this thing is useful. Knock knock. Someone knocked on the door. Lin Xiao's expression suddenly tensed. Open the door, what's going on? Zhang Jingyun's voice came from outside. Lin Xiao's mind was blank for a moment, but he still didn't open the door easily. Why were the 2 NPCs asleep, but Zhang Jingyun was awake? Could it be that Zhang Jingyun was the murderer? Zhang Jingyun kicked the subordinates, who were sleeping at the door twice, and said to the inside, what's going on? Open the door? The 2 subordinates at the door woke up slowly. Their eyes were a little red. Zhang Jingyun asked them, how can you fall asleep on duty? Captain, we are too sleepy, sorry. I suddenly feel very sleepy. Where is Lin Xiao? Lin Xiao disappeared, and the door of the ward was still locked. Zhang Jingyun immediately became serious. He made a preparatory posture to knock on the door and warned, if you don't open the door, I will force it. The next second, there was a sound of unlocking from inside, and the door opened, and Lin Xiao, who looked nervous, was seen. Zhang Jingyun looked at him in confusion. What's going on? Why are you locking the door inside? Where's Su Mingming? The quilt on the bed was in a mess, and Su Mingming was missing. Lin Xiao saw Zhang Jingyun's face change, so he quickly explained. He hid under the bed, nothing happened. Zhang Jingyun looked under the bed, and saw Su Mingming shivering, and he breathed a sigh of relief. I thought the murderer had come to do something. What's going on? Explain it. Zhang Jingyun asked with his arms folded. Lin Xiao didn't know how to explain the horror copy and unnatural phenomena to an NPC. Lin Xiao could only say, they both fell asleep. Su Mingming was yelling inside. I went in to comfort him. He kept asking me to close the door, and said the murderer was coming. I had to close the door to comfort him. Zhang Jingyun was the captain of the criminal police team after all. He couldn't tell whether Lin Xiao was telling the truth, but he could also hear something weird, such as why the other 2 people were asleep, which was very strange. This floor is also very strange. Zhang Jingyun planned to come to the hospital after get off work. He entered the hospital gate normally and entered the inpatient department normally, but only this floor had no lights and was terribly quiet. You guys stay with Su Mingming, I go see why there are no lights on this floor. Zhang Jingyun turned and left. Zhang Jingyun used the flashlight on his mobile phone to illuminate the long corridor of the hospital. It was too quiet. Is the inpatient department so quiet at night? Zhang Jingyun wanted to push open a ward to see, but he saw a white figure not far away. Hey! Who's standing there? Zhang Jingyun shouted. The white figure was motionless. Zhang Jingyun took a step and ran over. As soon as he approached, the figure ran away, very fast. Zhang Jingyun chased directly to the next floor. The lights were bright here, and the doors of many wards were open. He could still hear people talking inside, and there were nurses walking in the corridor. This place is completely different from the upstairs. Zhang Jingyun grabbed the nurse and asked, Did you see anyone running down just now? The nurse was at a loss. No, I only saw you coming down. Zhang Jingyan felt something was wrong. He looked up and suddenly found that the corridor above was bright, and there were voices talking up there, which was completely different from the silence and darkness just now. Brother, the doctor said you need to be hospitalized. You should listen to the doctor. Wu Lu supported Chu Su and passed by Zhang Jingyun. Chapter 92. Zhang Jingyun felt that something was wrong with this hospital, as if some force was controlling it. He looked around at the people around him, but he couldn't see any difference. At this time, the phone in his trouser pocket vibrated wildly. Zhang Jingyun took out his phone, and saw that it was the police officer upstairs. Zhang Jingyun answered, "What's wrong?" "Captain, Su Mingming jumped off the building and committed suicide." "What?" Zhang Jingyun was shocked. Just before going downstairs, he glanced at Su Mingming hiding under the bed. The other party was obviously afraid and hid. How could he jump off the building and commit suicide? "Did you see Su Mingming jump down with your own eyes?" "No, but we were all guarding the door, and no one entered the ward." "Lin Xiao was also at the door?" "Lin Xiao chased you." "Captain, you suddenly ran forward, and Lin Xiao chased you while shouting. Didn't you hear it?" "No." Zhang Jingyun thought of something, hung up the phone directly, and then ran upstairs while calling Lin Xiao. After going up the stairs for less than half a minute, Zhang Jingyun did not meet Lin Xiao, and the phone was busy. Until Zhang Jingyun came to the ward, the two police officers were in the ward. One was lying by the window looking down, and the other was collecting evidence and taking photos in the room. When they saw Zhang Jingyun coming, their expressions were about to cry. We were standing at the door, and heard a scream from inside. When we came in, we saw no one. The window was wide open, and we looked down. Zhang Jingyun pushed them away, and he stood at the window and looked down. On the 6th floor of the inpatient department, Su Mingming fell accurately on the edge of the flower bed and smashed his head. At this time, the doctor also came and immediately rescued Su Mingming. Zhang Jingyun didn't even need to go down. He knew that the other party was dead just by looking at him. This is definitely not suicide. But how did the murderer kill Su Mingming in the ward with two policemen guarding outside? Zhang Jingyun racked his brains to figure it out. This is not a regular murder in a closed room. And Lin Xiao is missing and can't be contacted. Zhang Jingyun has a bad feeling. You have to take turns to call Lin Xiao. I'm going out for a while. Zhang Jingyun turned around and left. Zhang Jingyun walked in the corridor and kept observing the surroundings. He even pulled a nurse to ask, why did the power go out on the 6th floor just now? There was no power outage. It's impossible for our hospital to have a power outage, the nurse said. Zhang Jingyun's face was solemn. He was very sure that there was a power outage just now. There was no sound, and no light on this floor when he came up. No sound. Now the whole corridor can hear the conversations from different wards. How could there be no sound just now? It's really a ghost. Zhang Jingyun cursed angrily. The nurse looked at him in surprise. What are you talking about? Sorry, I'm not talking about you. Zhang Jingyun went downstairs along the original route, and then came up again, constantly going up and down in the corridor, but the 6th floor did not change. Zhang Jingyun leaned against the wall in frustration. What am I doing? He fell into doubt. What feudal superstition was he doing? At the same time, Lin Xiao was running for his life in the dark. Lin Xiao found that Zhang Jingyun seemed to be different from other police NPCs, and he seemed not to be controlled by strange forces. The police and the murderer are either the same, or Zhang Jingyun is the natural opposite of the murderer. With Zhang Jingyun, there must be a breakthrough, so Lin Xiao couldn't wait to chase him out, and when he saw Zhang Jingyun walking in the dark corridor and suddenly running forward, Lin Xiao chased him without thinking. As a result, he lost Zhang Jingyun. He was also trapped. Lin Xiao went downstairs. The 5th floor was also dark, silent, and all the ward doors were closed. Lin Xiao was scared. He knew he had been entangled. He had to either run out in one breath or wait for death. So Lin Xiao went downstairs all the way. The whole building was dark. He even ran out of the hospital, but there was no one in the outside world, no NPC, and no lights. Lin Xiao shouted, Is there anyone? Is there anyone? Except for his voice, no one responded to him. Suddenly, there was a dull bang behind him, the sound of flesh hitting the ground. Lin Xiao looked back and saw Su Mingming, who fell to death. He was about to run over to check, and suddenly a white shadow ran behind him. Someone. Su Mingming over there was obviously dead. Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to chase the white shadow. Who are you? Lin Xiao shouted to build up his courage. He kept seeing a white shadow, but he couldn't tell whether it was a man or a woman. Lin Xiao's mind was blank, and he didn't dare to stop. There was only darkness around him. He knew that the white shadow might be a monster, but he still chased it, as if he could survive this way. Chu-Su's heart disease became more serious, and he needed to be hospitalized. Wula sent him to the inpatient department, saying that he was going to pour hot water for Chu-Su. He didn't come back for a long time after leaving the ward. Chu-Su lay on the bed to rest, quietly waiting for her, but he waited for a commotion at the door. Someone jumped off the building, there was a lot of blood, and the brain was out. Oh my god, he died on the spot. Did you call the police? The police are in that ward. The nurse came in to give Chu-Su an injection. Chu-Su asked, "Have you seen my girlfriend?" The nurse was stunned for a moment and said, "She will be back soon, don't worry." "Thank you." Chu-Su's lips were black, he had no strength in his body, and he couldn't do anything. Chapter 93. Chu-Su was not in good health, but he never thought it was a big deal. But now, he hated the feeling of lying in bed, and being unable to do anything. Lei seemed obedient, but in fact, she never listened to him. She would leave at any time if she wanted to. Chu-Su hated this feeling. He had never seduced Lei to come to her side, but Lei took the initiative to find him. Because he had an effect on her, and now he was lying in bed, would she still think he had an effect? Will she leave and choose the next person? When you die, I will live in someone else's house. Chu-Su's face turned pale, and breathing became more difficult. The nurse saw his emotional changes and quickly comforted him. "Sir, lie down and have a good rest. Don't think about other things. Your girlfriend will be back soon, really." Chu-Su heard the nurse's words, and he panted and asked, "What did Lei tell you?" "She asked me to watch you, don't leave the ward, and wait for her to come back." "Okay." Chu-Su relaxed himself, lay down and stopped talking. The nurse gave him the injection and left. He was the only one left in the ward. After a few minutes, Chu-Su opened his eyes, pulled out the needle, and quietly left the ward. The hospital was very noisy now. There was a murder, and many people were watching the excitement. No one noticed Chu-Su sneaking away. Everyone went downstairs to see the suicide scene, only Chu-Su went upstairs. When he was checking in, he saw a policeman coming downstairs, so he went upstairs now. At the entrance of the stairs, he met the policeman. Zhang Jingyun was smoking at the ventilation window in the corridor. He needed to calm his mind before going to check the scene. Chu-Su walked past him, and suddenly, the police stopped him. "Hello, your hand seems to be bleeding." Zhang Jingyun put out the cigarette in his hand and reminded him. Chu-Su had just pulled out the needle from his hand, and he didn't press hard, and now the whole back of his hand was covered with blood. Chu-Su shook it off carelessly and said, "Thank you for reminding me." "Zhang Jingyun, which ward are you in? Go back to the ward as soon as possible, and don't walk around outside." Chu-Su nodded and went upstairs. Chu-Su looked for Wulu in a circle, but couldn't find anyone. He even secretly glanced at the ward with a cordon, and then he went downstairs, and went all the way downstairs. The body had been moved away, and the bloodstains on the ground were still there. Some police were taking pictures, and many patients and their families were watching. It was windy and cold at night. Chu-Su sat on a bench downstairs in the inpatient department, waiting quietly. Zhang Jingyun came down from upstairs with two policemen, looking very unhappy and in a hurry. "A child from Iju community is missing. Her name is Qin Xiaoqing. She didn't come back for dinner, and the phone can't be reached. Lin Xiao is dead. He had a car accident in front of the hospital." In just a few minutes, they received two calls. One is missing, the other is dead. Two people died in this hospital alone. Zhang Jingyun walked over anxiously with his men, and saw a man in a hospital gown sitting on a bench. He took a look and left. La la la. Wula came back humming a song, with brisk steps, and saw the lonely man sitting on the bench at a glance. Wu Li's smile collapsed, and she walked over seriously. "Who asked you to come down?" With this tone, she still cares about him. Chu-Su leaned back slightly on the chair, looking at her with displeasure. "Do you need to go downstairs to pour hot water? What did you do?" "I met an acquaintance, and went out for a while. I'm not coming back." "Why are you still angry?" Wula looked at him innocently. "Ahem." Chu-Su started to cough just as he was about to speak. His pale face turned red, and the corners of his eyes were also red, which looked very beautiful. Wula smiled and reached out to touch his head. "Chu-Su, don't be angry. Your health is the most important. I'm still waiting for you to be discharged from the hospital to cook for me. Take good care of yourself, and we go home early." She was attracted to his food? Chu-Su laughed at himself. Chu-Su calmed down and said, "I heard someone committed suicide by jumping off a building. You haven't come back yet, and I'm very worried. What are you worried about? I won't jump off a building to commit suicide. I'm worried that you be scared. Don't walk around at this time. Chu-Su reached out and pulled Lulu closer, hugging her waist. Lulu, let's stay together quietly. Don't leave all the time, okay? He needed her and longed for her to stay by his side. She took the initiative to find him, making him need her. She couldn't just leave suddenly like that. Chu-Su hugged Lulu tighter, and his passionate feelings made it hard for Lulu to not know. Lulu was relieved that his meal ticket became more qualified. Don't leave, I will accompany you, and you have to accompany me. Yes. Lulu took Chu-Su upstairs, and called the nurse to give Chu-Su an injection again. The bed in the single ward was not big, but both of them were thin, so it was no problem to squeeze into one bed. The two closed their eyes, and the whole world was quiet, and no one disturbed them. On the main road in front of the hospital, Lin Xiao died miserably. He was hit by an ambulance and his body was deformed under the car. Zhang Zhengyun couldn't believe that someone who was alive in the last second died so miserably in the next second. Judging from the surveillance video, the dashcam, and the traces at the scene, there was no homicide. But Zhang Zhengyun felt that there was something strange everywhere. Such a large ambulance was about to turn into the hospital, and the speed was not fast. How could it not see Lin Xiao, a living person on the road? And how could Lin Xiao not see the ambulance coming? It was obviously not fast, but it could hit people, as if both sides could not see each other. The driver stopped only after running over people, and feeling a foreign object under the car. Zhang Zhengyun suddenly couldn't help but say, "Are there really ghosts in this world?" "Captain, what did you say?" the police officer asked. "Captain, the person who reported the case in EG community is urging us. The girl went to a painting class in the afternoon, and didn't go home for dinner at night. Let's start with her classmates. Maybe she went to her classmate's house, and didn't tell her parents," Zhang Zhengyun said with energy. "Yes. Player survived, group chat. At night, everyone reported the situation in the group and came out to prove that they were still alive. Dozens of players in the group were spamming the screen one by one. When the time came, there were still a few people who didn't speak out. Chen Hui at Lin Xiao at Chen Xiaoqing at Su Xiola, where are you? Su Xiola, I'm still alive. Chen Hui, why is there no news about Brother Lin? It shouldn't be. Zhang Qing, Su Xiola, I remember that you were pulled in by Chen Xiaoqing. Go and chat with Chen Xiaoqing privately to see what's going on. Su Xiola, they are both dead." With these words, the group was silent for a few seconds. Then many people were shocked. "Chen Hui, what did you say? How do you know they are dead?" Su Xiola, I had a cold and was in the hospital for treatment. I saw Lin Xiao being crushed to death by a car with my own eyes. I saw the murderer. Chapter 94. Did you see the murderer? What does he look like? Is the murderer a man or a woman? Where is the murderer now? If we catch the murderer, maybe we can get out of the dungeon. Where are you now? The group suddenly became noisy. Before, when Lin Xiao and Chen Xiaoqing were said to be dead, there were still many people lurking. They didn't care about the lives of other players. But now when it comes to the murderer, many lurking players have all come out. Find the murderer and kill him, so no one will kill us. Yes, what the above said makes sense. Those NPCs look like ordinary people, and we are forbidden to use props, so the boss of this world must not be very powerful. He just hides in the dark, and we can't do anything to him. As long as we pull him out, we can get out of the dungeon. Yes, I think so too. Catch the murderer, kill the murderer, no one will kill them, and they can successfully leave the dungeon alive. Take the initiative. The group was very noisy, and everyone was tagging Su Xiola. And Su Xiola only said, "The murderer is a man. It's too dark. I can't see his face clearly." Some players rushed to the hospital late at night, but they didn't find the murderer after searching around. Several people were sneaking around the hospital, and Zhang Zhengyun saw them when he checked the surveillance at the hospital entrance. He saw that these people were not right at a glance, and quickly retrieved their information, and found that they were all from Iju community. Su Mingming, Wang Xiong, Chen Xiaoqing, all from that community. Chu-Su was hospitalized in the hospital. The weather has cooled down in the past few days, and Wula went back to the community to get a change of clothes. As soon as I arrived at the downstairs of the community, I met the neighbors coming downstairs. The couple on the 8th floor haven't quarreled for several days, and it's much quieter at night. I guess they left again. After every quarrel, the two of them go out to live their own lives, leaving the child at home. She's not a child anymore, she's a grown-up girl, but I haven't seen her these days. I just mentioned the girl on the 8th floor, but when I looked up, I saw her standing under the street light like a ghost. The neighbor was startled, and then hurriedly pulled his companion away. She is always gloomy, and looks really scary. Wula didn't pay attention to those people. She walked into the flower bed, and waited for a while. A little black cat came out of the bushes. Are you hungry, Xiaohei? Meow. Come on, I take you to eat meat. Meow. Wula carried the kitten upstairs, and came to the 8th floor. The door of her house was closed. She took out the key from her pocket, and opened the door. It was pitch black inside. She could faintly hear the girls sobbing. The door was closed, blocking all sounds. Qin Shaoqing was tied to a chair, and was terrified. She went home from the painting class and met NPC Lele, who stopped her and asked about the price of the painting interest class. Qin Shaoqing didn't care at the time and just said, "The interest class is very expensive. Don't you have no money?" As a result, Lele suddenly smiled strangely, grabbed Qin Shaoqing's hair, and dragged her into the corridor. No matter how Qin Shaoqing shouted, the people around couldn't hear or see her. By the time Qin Shaoqing realized that Lele had a trigger for death, it was too late. She was dragged to the 8th floor, but Lele didn't kill her immediately. He just tied her to a chair, and took her phone and left. Qin Shaoqing's mouth was not sealed, and she screamed desperately for several hours, but her voice could not be heard. At dinner time, the sounds of cooking and talking in the kitchen upstairs and downstairs could be heard, but no one heard her shouting for help. The whole living room was very cold, and Qin Shaoqing was desperate. Now she was back, Qin Shaoqing struggled in fear. Her hands were tied tightly behind the chair, and she couldn't break free. Please don't kill me, I can help you. Who do you want to kill? I can help you, as long as you don't kill me. Qin Shaoqing cried and begged for mercy. Wula didn't look at her, but just carried the black cat to a large cabinet covered with a large white cloth. The white cloth was lifted, and there was a large freezer underneath. Wula opened the refrigerator, and the black cat jumped in with his eyes shining. Qin Shaoqing heard the sound of the black cat eating. The food inside was frozen hard. The black cat had good teeth, and the bite sound of eating made Qin Shaoqing shudder. Wula smiled and looked into the freezer, saying, "Mom and Dad, I have a boyfriend. He treats me very well. He needs me very much. He loves me very much. He is completely different from you. I will not go home in the future. I will live with him." She shouted Mom and Dad to the freezer. Qin Shaoqing was so scared that tears fell. She bit her lips tightly for fear of making any sound. Wula did not look at Qin Shaoqing the whole time. She held the freezer and muttered to herself. It turns out that someone likes me and needs me. He prepared a room for me and made delicious meals for me. She was like a child who lacked love. Chusu's kindness to her made her feel happy, but Chusu's kindness to her was abnormal. He had psychological problems. After about 10 minutes, the black cat jumped out of the refrigerator and jumped onto Wu Li's shoulder. Meow. Let's go. Wu Li touched Xiaohei's head and left with the cat. The door was closed, and Qin Shaoqing breathed a sigh of relief. But Qin Shaoqing gradually felt that the room was getting colder and colder, and the lid of the large freezer in the corner was not closed. Qin Shaoqing stared at the freezer in fear. This was a horror copy, and in that freezer, the more you fear something, the easier it is to happen. The freezer trembled, making a harsh sound. Qin Shaoqing's eyes widened, her eyeballs were about to pop out, and tears of fear flew across her face. She opened her mouth to shout, but lost her voice. There was a foul smell at the tip of her nose, like the smell of a rotting corpse. The refrigerator was shaking more and more, and there was even a sound of something moving inside. Qin Shaoqing was going crazy. She tried to shout, "Help! Help! Ah!" The moonlight shone in from the window. Qin Shaoqing found that she couldn't see the buildings outside. Obviously, every building in the community was very close, and she could see the building opposite by opening the window, but now there was nothing outside. A frozen severed hand poked out of the refrigerator, followed by an arm, shoulder, and head. The chopped up people were now pieced together, and were still crawling out of the refrigerator. "No. Don't come over, woo-woo. Please, help." Qin Shaoqing shook the chair frantically. The chair tilted, and she fell to the ground with a bang. Two spliced bodies crawled out of the refrigerator, and slowly crawled towards her. At the same time, the recorder on the table suddenly sounded. "Where did you go today? Speak. I'm your father, and I can't control you anymore." The man's scolding voice came from the recorder. Then, there was the sound of the man beating the girl. "Ah! Ah!" Qin Shaoqing's screams overlapped with the screams of the girl in the recorder. Chapter 95. There were quarrels, and scolding sounds on the 8th floor again, which annoyed the neighbors. The tape recorder in the living room kept making noises, drowning out Qin Xiuqing's screams. Finally, she was dragged into the refrigerator by the two broken bodies, and the refrigerator was closed, and everything returned to peace. Wula took the little black cat downstairs, and there were footsteps. The little black cat immediately jumped off her and squatted beside her. You go upstairs and ask the neighbors around you about the child's recent situation, Zhang Zhengyun instructed. Okay, Captain, you won't come with us? I take a look around. The two police officers left, and Zhang Zhengyun took out a cigarette to smoke. Suddenly, he felt that someone was staring at him from a distance. He looked up and saw a girl wearing an apricot cardigan with a wound on her face, and a black cat squatting beside her. Zhang Zhengyun put the cigarette back into the cigarette box and walked over. Why are you here alone at night? My parents are arguing, so I went downstairs to relax, Wula said casually. It's better not to go downstairs alone at this time. It's not safe. What's wrong with your face? Zhang Zhengyun recalled carefully. Have I seen you somewhere? The police officer often comes to the community these days. Maybe we have passed by each other. Your face was injured by a beating. You can tell the police anything, Zhang Zhengyun said bluntly. I had a conflict with my family, but now we have reconciled. I'm fine, and someone at home is giving me medicine and caring about me. I'm fine now, Wula said with a smile. What she said was all true, but she was talking about two different families. Even a famous detective couldn't hear the hidden meaning. Zhang Zhengyun saw that she was happy and was really fine, so he didn't ask any more questions. He just said, go home, don't go downstairs alone at night. Well, I go home after I send the kitten back. Zhang Zhengyun glanced at the black cat that had been squatting on the ground obediently. Is this a stray cat in the community? Is this the only all-black stray cat in the community? I don't know about that. Zhang Zhengyun didn't say much, but thought of the missing Qin Xiuqing. Seeing that she seemed to be about the same age as Qin Xiuqing, he asked, Do you know Qin Xiuqing? Live in the same building as you. Yes, we have known each other since childhood, but we are not familiar with each other. Same age, lived in the same building since childhood, but not familiar with each other? Wula saw that Zhang Zhengyun was a little confused, and she said, I am 4 years older than her, and her family is well off. She often attends many interest classes, and is not often in the community, so we are not familiar with each other. Zhang Zhengyun frowned. If her family was better off, they would not live in the same building. The two families should be about the same. It's just that Qin Xiuqing's parents love her very much and are willing to spend money on her, and let her attend various interest classes. Qin Xiuqing has been dressed differently from other girls since she was young, so she looks down on many girls in the community. Especially the girl on the 8th floor who has never been to school and is always beaten by her parents. Zhang Zhengyun, have you seen her recently? Yes, I want to sign up for a painting class, and I asked her about it. When? This afternoon. Zhang Zhengyun's eyes lit up. What time did you talk to her? 5 o'clock? She just came back from get out of class. Wula answered frankly, with a puzzled expression. Officer, why are you asking these questions? What happened to Qin Xiuqing? Nothing. After you finished chatting, did Qin Xiuqing go upstairs? She went upstairs. Went upstairs, but didn't go home? Zhang Zhengyun took out the intercom. Send me the living information of the bachelors in the building. It's not that there are no such cases. The girl went home, but disappeared in the corridor. That was an acquaintance who targeted the girl from the beginning and dragged her to his home to kill her. Uncle Police, do you want to check the residence? Do you want to go to my house first? I live on the 8th floor, and my parents are upstairs. Wula took the initiative to say. The 8th floor, the girl with a wound on her face. Zhang Zhengyun had checked the residence of the entire building before, and he immediately matched the information now. Is this the poor girl mentioned by other residents? She just said that her parents were arguing, and she went downstairs to relax, and the whole family was there. This kind of family is not suspicious. It's important to save Qin Xiuqing. There are 3 golden hours, and time cannot be wasted. Zhang Zhengyun, I won't go to your house. You should go upstairs early. I'm busy now. There are many tenants in this building, all of whom work nearby. There are many men who live alone, and some even rent out large houses as partition rooms. The people are messy. Zhang Zhengyun led people to check one by one, and searched every corner. The search lasted until late at night, but they still couldn't find Qin Xiuqing. Qin Xiuqing's parents followed them all the time. At first they cried, but later the couple thought everyone they saw was the murderer, and they cursed at the male tenant directly. Where did you hide my daughter? You stared at her when you met her in the elevator. Don't spit blood on me. When did I see your daughter? The day before yesterday morning? I didn't see your daughter. Is it illegal for me to look forward with two eyes? They were too noisy, so Zhang Jingyan said loudly with a dark face. Shut up. You are obstructing law enforcement now. Qin Shuqing's parents were stunned for a second, and then her mother burst into tears. My daughter, where have you been? Woo woo. Zhang Jingyan frowned. This small room couldn't hide anyone at first glance. It wasn't this tenant. After checking all the bachelors, the other residents all had families. At this time, the whole family had dinner and watched TV together. How could there be a girl hiding at home? Captain, there is another single person on the top floor, but when we went to the door to inquire that day, his girlfriend came. Have you seen his girlfriend? No. Go to the top floor. The group went up to the top floor, found the family, and knocked on the door. The door was closed, and there was no sound after knocking for a long time. Captain, pick the lock? Zhang Zhengyan looked at the information on his mobile phone, entered a string of numbers, and the phone number was connected after a while. The man coughed weakly over there. Hello, who is this? This voice is a little familiar. Zhang Jingyan always felt that he had heard it before. Hello, Mr. Chu. I am a police officer in District C. Are you home now? I am in the hospital. Zhang Jingyan immediately thought of this. This is the man with bleeding hands that he met in the hospital corridor. He went to the hospital, has an alibi, and he saw it with his own eyes. But, what time did you go to the hospital? 6 o'clock. A resident reported that a thief broke into the building, and someone said that they saw a dark shadow climbing into your balcony. Can we go in and take a look? Zhang Zhengyan rubbed the door handle with his hand. Chapter 96. Chu Su's door can be entered by entering a password. The police said so he must have told the other party the password. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Jingyan entered the password and entered the house. Turn on the light. The house is well decorated, the furniture is neatly arranged, and the floor is spotlessly clean. Zhang Jingyan walked around the living room and saw some common medicines placed in the corner of the table. He picked them up and looked at them for a few times. Heart disease? The police officer looked around and said, Captain, there is nothing wrong. Zhang Jingyan went to the kitchen to take a look. The tableware placed in the transparent cabinet was all white, with only one pink bowl. There is a girlfriend. The boyfriend was hospitalized, and the girlfriend should have gone to the hospital to take care of him. Zhang Jingyan went to the bedroom to take a look. It was obvious that there was only one person's life in the master bedroom. It was lived by a man. The girlfriend came over, but did not sleep on a bed. It was pure love. Zhang Jingyan turned around and went to the second bedroom. There were very few things in the second bedroom. Except for the nightgown in the closet, there were no other clothes. Zhang Jingyan smelled a scent. It was the smell of shower gel, very fragrant. Zhang Jingyan pushed open the bathroom door, squatted down and looked at the ground, reached out and lifted the filter net of the leak, rubbed it with his fingers, and then put it to the tip of his nose to smell. Bring the luminol reagent. Zhang Jingyan shouted. The police officer outside heard it and came in immediately, took out the reagent from his bag, and asked in disbelief, Captain, how could there be blood here? Zhang Jingyan said nothing and sprayed the reagent. At first, there was nothing, the bathroom floor was clean, but when it was sprayed to the leak, the filter net, and the pipe a little lower appeared blue fluorescence. When luminol comes into contact with hemoglobin in the blood, it will produce a chemical reaction and emit a faint blue fluorescence. Even if the bloodstains have been cleaned, there will still be some residue. The floor is so clean, but there are bloodstains at the drain, which means that the person who cleaned it worked very hard, but there is always a mistake. There is really blood. The police officer was shocked and wondered, could this bloodstain be left by the resident's girlfriend when she was taking a bath during her period? Zhang Jingyan looked up. Then, there will not only be bloodstains at the drain, there should also be bloodstains in the gaps of the floor. Then this girlfriend. Both of them are suspects. Zhang Jingyan took a photo, and we have already alerted the enemy by entering this house. There have been too many murders recently, and a little bloodstain has attracted everyone's attention. Zhang Jingyan asked them to go to the hospital to keep an eye on Chu Su. He also took people to look for Qin Shaoqing, and check the community and nearby all night. It was dawn, and the golden 24 hours for saving people were about to be missed. In the morning, the residents woke up, and the police began to check from house to house. Meanwhile, Zhang Jingyan went to the 8th floor. Last night, he was in a hurry to find the missing Qin Shaoqing, and he didn't have time to talk more with the girl who was abused. Although she said that she was fine, and the conflict with her family had been resolved, Jang Jungyun still planned to visit her. When the residents talked about her, they said she was pitiful. Both of her parents played with each other and beat her at every turn. So it must not be a simple conflict, but a long-term family problem. He didn't know about this kind of thing before, but now he knew he had to go and see it. Chen Xiaoqing has not been found now. He didn't sleep all night and was haggard. Arriving at the corresponding house number, Zhang Zhengyun knocked on the door. About a minute later, the door opened, and Wu Lu, wearing a white nightgown, opened a small crack to look at him. When she saw Zhang Zhengyun, she was surprised. She probably hadn't gotten up yet, and there were red marks on her face from sleeping, her long hair was messy, and she looked very embarrassed. "Hello, I heard that your parents often beat you, so I came to visit your home. It's a little early, sorry to bother you." Zhang Zhengyun's voice was a little hoarse, and the burly man lowered his voice and spoke as gently as possible. Wu Lu opened the door and said, "My parents are not at home. They left after a quarrel last night. Now I'm the only one at home." Zhang Zhengyun glanced at the room. The room was very deserted. A piece of glass on the coffee table in the living room was broken, as if someone had fought. Wu Lu noticed his look and said, "My dad got drunk and smashed it. Give me your parents' phone number. I call them and tell them. Their phone numbers are not reachable." After every quarrel, they turn off their phones, and then leave for a while, each looking for their own lover, and they have a family outside. Wu Lu said calmly. Zhang Zhengyun has seen this kind of family before, where the couple is not harmonious, they play their own games outside, and quarrel and fight when they get home. But children in this kind of family usually grow up around the elderly. Although they don't have a father or a mother, they have grandparents. But this girl, she is very thin, and the ends of her hair are yellow. At first glance, it is obvious that she was not raised well since childhood, and she looks pitiful. "Zhang Zhengyun, write down my number, tell me when they come back, and I will help you educate them well." Wu Lu smiled indifferently, but still politely took out her phone and wrote down Zhang Zhengyun's number. "Uncle, please, have you had breakfast? Come in and sit for a while." Before she finished speaking, Wu Li's phone rang suddenly. Zhang Zhengyun saw the name on the phone. "Chu Su. Isn't this the male resident on the top floor?" What's even more strange is that Wu Li's expression suddenly turned pale, and her fingers were trembling. She hurriedly answered the phone, not daring to hesitate for a second. "Hello, brother. I didn't see you when I got up. I miss you very much. Lele, come to the hospital now." "Okay. I come over now, I bring you breakfast." She was very obedient, and even seemed a little scared. After hanging up the phone, Wu Lu looked at Zhang Zhengyun anxiously. "Uncle Police, I have something urgent to go out, so I won't invite you in." "Well?" The door was closed. A few minutes later, the door opened and no one was at the door. Wu Lu went out in a blue fleece sweater and jeans, in a hurry, as if she was afraid of being late. She left the community and got on a bus. After the bus, Zhang Zhengyun followed her in his private car all the way to the hospital. He saw her buy breakfast and go straight to the hospital building. Zhang Zhengyun suddenly remembered when he came down from the 6th floor of the hospital building last night. At that time, he was still in a trance, but there was a couple passing by him, and the girl's voice was the same as hers. Chu Su's girlfriend is a girl named Lele on the 8th floor. Both of them were in the hospital last night, and Chen Xiaoqing disappeared an hour before they went to the hospital. There was blood at home, but it was a pity that it was impossible to test whose blood it was. Zhang Zhengyun sent a message to his colleagues in the hospital building. "Keep an eye on Chu Su and that Lele. Captain, you haven't slept all night, go back and have some rest. Ask someone to send the police dog." Wu Lu has always known that someone is following. She hates this kind of opposite NPC, the NPC that she cannot control. Zhang Zhengyun has his independent consciousness of his identity card. He thinks he is really a policeman, this is really the real world, and he is trying very hard to catch the murderer. In addition to Zhang Zhengyun, Chu Su is the same. Chu Su thinks he is just a sick and lonely man. They know nothing. These two NPCs are not weird controlled by her. Wu Lu is in a bad mood, which directly brings the whole hospital to a standstill. The nurse stands weirdly by the window, the patient lies motionless on the bed, the corridor is dark, and the weird wind blows through the corridor. Chu Su, who is resting in the ward, noticed something strange. It was morning, but it was dark. Suddenly, a pair of cold hands pinched his neck. The hands were not big, like a child's hands, or more precisely, a girl's hands. His abdomen felt heavy. There was no one on him, but he felt like someone was sitting on his stomach. Wula pinched Chu Su's neck and sat on him with her legs apart, wanting to see a fearful expression on his face. She would be very happy to see a fearful expression on the face of a handsome man. Wu Li's eyes were crazy, and she looked at Chu Su expectantly. Chu Su just frowned and asked, "Who are you? What are you going to do?" Chapter 97. Who are you? There was no sound in the corridor. The lights in the ward flickered. The weight of his abdomen was obvious, and his throat felt suffocated. It was like sleep paralysis, but more terrifying than sleep paralysis because everything was real. A normal person would have been scared to death in such a situation, but Chu Su was very calm and didn't even struggle. No one responded to him, so he continued to ask, "Are you going to kill me?" Wula didn't intend to expose her weirdness, but she always did things as she thought. Chu Su and the policeman Zhang Zhengyun were both high-level NPCs. They were controlled by their current identity cards and thought they were people in the normal world. Wula now wanted to break Chu Su's world. What you see is all fake. There are more terrifying things. Wula leaned over behind him and slowly tightened his strength. Chu Su's face turned red, and he couldn't breathe. A feeling of suffocation, oppression, and a faint familiar fragrance, the smell of the shower gel he bought. Chu Su felt the approach of death. He did not resist, but he was a little reluctant. Because of a heart disease, he was abandoned shortly after he was born. He grew up in an orphanage, lonely and without friends. The orphanage would not raise people to adulthood, and he was kicked out at the age of 12. He struggled to feed himself and raised himself, but he was already terminally ill and did not have much time left. He did not want to live anymore. In the last moments, someone approached him and needed him. Lulu. Chu Su called out this name in a hoarse voice. Suddenly the force on his neck loosened. Under the flickering lights, Chu Su gradually saw the person sitting on him. The clothes she wore were bought by him. She smiled brightly. "Brother, why did you call my name? Do you love me?" Chu Su didn't understand love, but he knew he liked to be with her. If she killed him, Chu Su would be willing. Chu Su didn't care at all why this hospital suddenly became so weird, why Wulu appeared out of thin air. He just wanted to ask, "Are you going to kill me now?" "Yes." Chu Su closed his eyes. "You don't need me anymore, then kill me with your own hands." Wula didn't see the fear he expected, but only saw that he completely trusted her and wanted her to kill him. Wula didn't do what he wanted. She got up from his belly, lay beside him, snatched half of his pillow, and looked at him with her face on the side. Their faces were very close, and Chu Su also found that she was not breathing at the moment. He was sure that she was breathing before, but not now. She didn't kill him now. Chu Su still felt a little regretful. He struggled to lie on his side to face her, and the tips of their noses almost touched each other. "Lulu, are you a ghost?" "Yes, are you afraid?" "No, I'm not afraid of you no matter what you are." "Brother, you are so nice." Wula rubbed his nose. Chu Su lying on the bed looked more fragile than usual, especially after she pinched him. There were red finger marks on his neck, one by one on his skin. Wula reached out and touched those marks. Chu Su didn't hide, and even raised his chin to make it easier for her to see more clearly. "Brother, you can be better. I need you to help me. Only you are good to me. I only have you." Wula said the words she had planned, but her expression did not look like she was begging for help. She covered the red marks on his neck with her fingers and played with them, without even looking at his expression. Chu Su was very happy that he had attracted her, but she was still amused by her perfunctory attitude. Chu Su gathered his strength and hugged her directly and pressed her into his arms. "Lulu, if you want to lie to me, be serious. Spend more time on him, and look into his eyes more. He is a dying man, and he will do anything for her." Wulu was not serious because she knew that Chu Su, this pervert, liked her very much, and she no longer needed to bother pretending. Chu Su was not afraid of monsters, and was close to them. If she didn't like them, it would be something else, just like she liked beautiful things. Wula said in his ear, "I am a fierce ghost. I want to kill people. Please help me." "Okay," he agreed directly. Wulu was still waiting for his next words. From her understanding, Chu Su must have conditions. "Sure enough," Chu Su whispered, "I hope you can kill me with your own hands when I am about to die." "Okay." The perverted human NPC and the evil ghost reached a deal. Chu Su was discharged from the hospital that night. His heart disease could not be cured, and the result would be the same if he stayed. Late at night, on the dim roadside, a black cat rubbed Wu Li's ankle. She picked up the cat and looked at Chu Su with a smile. "Go, don't let me down." Since he was willing, she would not be polite. Chu Su lowered his head, asked for a small reward. Wu Le pressed the cat's paw pad on his face. Okay. Chu Su looked at the black cat with a little disdain, and looked at her with persistence. Wu Le, if I can't finish it, I find someone else and be their girlfriend. Ahem. Chu Su coughed when the wind blew. He put on the hood of his sweater and turned away. Meow the kitten licked his paws, then stared at Wu Le with a pair of black eyes. Wu Le blinked. I didn't threaten him. Didn't you see that he volunteered? Meow. He's quite obedient. I like him very much. Meow. I like you too, Xiao Hei. Wu Le followed Chu Su from a distance to see how he did it. Late at night, a low-key private car parked outside the community. The police dog didn't know what was going on, and he stayed in the car and didn't want to get out, and he didn't want to enter the community even if he was pulled down. And it wasn't just one dog like this. All the dogs that could be found were like this. It was too strange. Zhang Zhengyun had no choice but to ask someone to send the police dog back, and he would go to check it himself. My daughter is in love with the man on the roof. Do the parents know? I have to go to the 8th floor again. There must be something wrong on the 8th floor. Captain Zhang, go back and catch up on some sleep. You haven't slept for 30 hours. The trainer persuaded Zhang Zhengyun by pulling the leash. Zhang Zhengyun had bags under his eyes from all the hard work. He waved his hand and said, You drive this car back. My car is at the back door. I go to the car to catch up on some sleep. Okay. I bring you breakfast tomorrow morning. My wife made the buns. Don't eat the unclean things outside. He patted Zhang Zhengyun on the shoulder. Zhang Zhengyun smiled and nodded. Then I wait. After the others left, only Zhang Zhengyun was left. Zhang Zhengyun was very tired. He wanted to go back to his car to sleep. It was a long way from here to the back door around the periphery of the community. He knew that there were many small doors in the community. It would be closer to the back door if he went through the community. There was no one at the window of the security room in the community. A closer look revealed that the security uncle was snoring on the bed inside. Zhang Zhengyun went in speechlessly and kicked the guardrail, making a harsh sound. The security uncle inside was still snoring, without even turning over or moving. Walking along the small path, passing by the flower bed where the body was found last time, Zhang Zhengyun looked at the green bushes for a few more times, and he saw a pair of feet without shoes. Zhang Zhengyun instantly turned on the flashlight on his mobile phone and shone it over, and he saw a woman, to be precise, a woman who was strangled to death, with a telephone wire wrapped around her neck. Zhang Zhengyun walked into the flower bed and touched the body, which was still warm. The murderer had not gone far. Zhang Zhengyun looked around and saw a mobile phone on the ground. He just picked it up when a call came in. The name of the other party was a period. Zhang Zhengyun thought for a while and answered the call. A man's voice soon came from the other end. Chen Hui, why are you pretending to be so rude to me? Why haven't I seen you come over yet? You seduced me in the beginning, and you even told your husband that I harassed you, causing me to lose my job. As long as you come to see me, I won't bother with you about all this. Where have you been? Zhang Zhengyun, who are you? The man on the other end was stunned for a moment when he heard his voice, and then hung up immediately. Meow. Suddenly, a shrill cat cry sounded, and Zhang Zhengyun was so scared that his hair stood up. He turned around and saw a black shadow flash by and enter building 20. Don't run. Zhang Zhengyun ran after him. Chapter 98. Zhang Zhengyun chased the shadow upstairs, and the other party actually walked along the corridor. And the speed was extremely fast. This was no longer the speed of a human. Zhang Zhengyun remembered the strange things he encountered in the hospital. Is there really a ghost in this world? Is the ghost killing people? But many traces were obviously man-made, such as the woman in the flower bed downstairs, who was strangled to death. Although he only took a quick look, Zhang Zhengyun saw clearly that it was a man who strangled her. The strangulation marks on the neck were particularly heavy. A woman would not have such strength, and the strangulation marks were upwards, proving that the murderer was taller than the woman. The man hung up the phone with no name, although he talked for a while. But Zhang Zhengyun knew from the phone information that it was the man on the other end of the phone who asked the deceased out, and there was something shady between the man and the deceased. But the murderer was not that man, because the man did not know that she was dead. Zhang Zhengyun's mind was working fast, and his long legs climbed up 4 or 5 steps at a time. When he reached the 8th floor, he hesitated. In fact, he had long lost sight of the shadow, and had no idea which floor the shadow had gone to. But he still chose to stop on the 8th floor. He took out his gun and quietly approached a door. At this time, there was no need to knock politely. Zhang Zhengyun took out a small tool to pry the lock. The locksmith had to report to the Public Security Bureau. He was familiar with the registered master and learned a trick from him. It took less than 3 seconds to open the lock. Zhang Zhengyun was about to quietly push the door, but the door suddenly opened from the inside. There was nothing behind the door, but the door was pulled open with force. Zhang Zhengyun felt the danger and turned around to run, but it was too late. He was sucked into the house by a mysterious force, and the door slammed shut in front of him with a loud bang. The room was dark. Zhang Zhengyun held the gun tightly in both hands, and the only sound in the whole space was his breathing. Suddenly there was a movement in front, and Zhang Zhengyun pointed the gun at that side without hesitation. "Don't move." Snap. The lights in the room were all on. But it was not bright, but a dead gray light. And the place where he pointed the gun was the sofa, where a bald middle-aged man was sitting. He was smoking, and his feet were not wearing socks on the coffee table. "Don't move. What happened just now?" Zhang Zhengyun asked seriously. But the other party seemed to be unable to hear him. To be precise, the man seemed to be unable to see him at all. In order to verify his guess, Zhang Zhengyun took 2 steps forward and even put the gun against the man's temple. The man did not respond. He smoked with impatience on his face. At this moment, the kitchen suddenly made a piercing sound of broken dishes. The man immediately took a deep puff of his cigarette, stood up angrily, and went to the kitchen. "Can't we be quiet? It's so noisy." The woman's sharp voice also sounded, "I told you to hold a plate steadily. What's the point of raising you so big?" "I'm sorry, I will be more careful next time." The girl's timid voice came. Such a familiar voice. Zhang Zhengyun immediately went to the kitchen door and saw the familiar girl, with a wound on her face, pale lips, and old clothes on her body, beautiful and pitiful. She bent down to pick up the broken dishes on the ground and was about to clean up, but her father kicked her. "I'm annoyed when I see you. It's an eyesore." Zhang Zhengyun's first reaction was to rush over and push the man, but his hand went straight through the man's body. Zhang Zhengyun looked at his hand in shock and fear, then looked up at the family of 3. They were clearly right in front of him. Zhang Zhengyun pinched himself hard. It hurt. He was real, but what about the family of 3? He had no way to stop this domestic violence. He could only be a bystander. Zhang Zhengyun gradually understood that this seemed to be a replay of what had happened in this house. "I clean it up right away. Dad, don't hit me. Don't be angry." She begged for mercy obediently. But the more she begged for mercy, the more severe the beating she received. The mother ignored her father beating her daughter. The father beat people with his hands and feet, cursing and speaking without restraint. "Bastard. You are a bastard." When the word bastard came out, the expression on the mother's face collapsed. "What do you mean? We have done a paternity test. She is your daughter. You are not ashamed to call her a bastard?" The mother pushed the father away and questioned, "You have so many bastards outside. Do you beat them normally? You cheated when I was pregnant. Do you think I don't know? Fuck. I beat you too. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The couple started fighting, and no one cared about the girl lying on the ground. Zhang Zhengyun felt that everything was distorted. This was modern society, the real world. Why couldn't he touch them, and these people couldn't see him? Zhang Zhengyun even suspected that someone sprayed him with drugs when he entered the door. Hallucinogenic drugs. Now all this is an illusion. Gradually, the surroundings became dim, and the sounds of their fight became more and more blurred, but their voices were still very clear. The sounds of the couple scolding each other, the sounds of domestic violence, and the girl's painful begging for mercy. Especially clear, getting louder and louder. The surroundings were dark, and only the sounds of domestic violence existed. Zhang Zhengyun was shocked until he smelled a strong stench of corpses. His job often involves this smell, so he is very familiar with it. Zhang Zhengyun tried to hold the gun tightly in his hand, turned around, and saw the most horrifying scene in his life. A refrigerator, with 2 human figures piled up with body parts standing inside. The recorder on the table, the harsh and violent crying sound came from there. Chapter 99. In fact, not only Zhang Zhengyun saw it, but Chu Su, who had been standing next to the door, also saw it. He saw everything clearly, and he held the cold little hand tightly. "Lulu, it would have been great if we had met when we were young." Chu Su's voice was dry, and he felt sorry for her. He was an orphan, abandoned because of heart disease. She had parents, but neither of them loved her. If they had met when they were young, there might have been a different ending. He would still die of illness, but Lulu could live a good life, and he would take good care of her and love her. The two stood at the door, watching Zhang Zhengyun's fear. Zhang Zhengyun's faith completely collapsed, and he couldn't believe that this was a real scene. Zhang Zhengyun kept pinching himself, trying to use the pain to dispel the effect of the drug. That's right, he still suspected that he had been drugged by hallucinogenic drugs, and he didn't believe that such weirdness existed in reality. Zhang Zhengyun and Chu Su both thought that this was the real world, but after they came into contact with weirdness, their reactions were completely different. Zhang Zhengyun insisted on materialism, and Chu Su fell directly into darkness. Chu Su held Wu Li's hand tightly, afraid that she would disappear. Wu Li looked at the two corpses standing in the refrigerator and said, Mom and Dad were once in love. They were each other's first love, but both parents did not agree that they were together, so they eloped and completely cut off contact with their families. They came to this city. Life was difficult at first, but they lived happily. Later Mom became pregnant, and I was in her belly. Mom and Dad were looking forward to my birth. But just when I was about to be born, Mom found out that Dad had cheated on her, cheating during pregnancy. Dad said that he couldn't help it. This is a mistake that all men will make. Chu Su lowered her head. Lele was laughing. She seemed to be telling a story that had nothing to do with her. Chu Su squeezed her hand and pressed against her cold body. The body parts in the refrigerator were surging out. Zhang Zhengyun was shaking with a gun. He took out his mobile phone and wanted to make a call, but found that there was no signal at all. Damn it, it's really damned. Zhang Zhengyun was going crazy. Wu Li continued to tell, after giving birth to me, my mother also cheated on me. She was taking revenge on my father. When my father found out, he beat her. From then on, the two of them could never go back to the past. They often left me at home. They seemed to have a family outside. When I was a child, I always looked forward to their return, but every time they came back, they would only quarrel and beat me. So later I hoped they would not come back, or come back later. Every time they quarreled and fought, they shouted for divorce. I hoped they were telling the truth, but they always lied and never divorced. Chu Su probably understood that not divorcing was because they were unwilling to see the other party relieved and get rid of themselves and the mistress happily together. The two simply didn't divorce, and just stayed together, quarreling and beating each other. They wouldn't admit their mistakes, but they would feel guilty, so they released all these emotions on weaker family members. Lele, she was named in the hope that she would grow up happily, but in the end, she was never happy. I bought a pack of rat poison, and they ate it happily. I used a kitchen knife to chop them into pieces. I wanted to throw them away slowly, but I couldn't bear to do it. If I threw them away, I would have no parents, so I only threw a piece of meat for each person. The body parts that appeared in the flower bed of the community were her parents. Wu Li looked up. Brother, are you afraid of me? There was no fear in Chu Su's eyes, only heartache. He touched her cheek. No. Wu Li's eyes were full of madness. I hate children with happy families. I hate people who cheat. I hate people who can't see the wounds on my face. I hate those who deceive me. Chu Su, I hate those people too. Wu Li showed a satisfied look. Bang! A gunshot. Zhang Zhengyun couldn't hold on. Two corpses crawled towards Zhang Zhengyun. The stench of corpses filled the room. They grabbed the cold and stinging feeling on his body, which made Zhang Zhengyun have to admit that this was real. Zhang Zhengyun took a gun and shot at the body parts fiercely. The meat exploded. They didn't feel pain and continued to pull Zhang Zhengyun's legs and feet. The gun can't kill. What to do? The harsh sound in the recorder continued, the man's cursing voice, the woman screaming and the girls crying. Zhang Zhengyun's face turned pale. He kicked the body away and flew to the table. With trembling hands, he touched the switch and turned off the recorder. The moment the recorder was turned off, the world was quiet. The body seemed to have lost its support and scattered instantly, and the suffocating and cold air in the room also dissipated. Zhang Zhengyun also saw clearly the two figures standing at the door, one big and one small. It was the man on the top floor and the girl in this house. Chu Su Lele. Zhang Zhengyun knelt on the ground panting, holding the gun in his hand and raised it. What drug did you give me? He still believed in his materialism. Ha ha ha. Wu Li laughed non-stop. Chu Su accompanied her. As long as she was happy, he would be satisfied. Zhang Zhengyun stood up and held a gun and said, You two are murderers. You killed your parents and many people in the community. Why? No reason. I am a perverted murderer, and I am going to kill more people now. Wu Li took out his mobile phone and opened the player group. Let me see how many little mice there are. 1, 2, 3. Let them live a few more days. It's almost enough. Zhang Zhengyun was angry. How could a murderer be so arrogant? Don't move. Since I found you, I can't let you kill anyone again. Officer Zhang, try shooting at my chest. You can't kill me, and you can't stop me. Wu Li went up and pushed her chest against it. Zhang Zhengyun didn't retreat, but was also frightened by her action. Chu Su followed nervously. Wu Lu stuffed the phone into Chu Su's hand. Go, kill them, and I will kill you in the end. I will hold you and die together. This condition was a top temptation for Chu Su. Chu Su's eyes were deep. He kissed the back of Wu Li's hand, took the phone and turned away. Zhang Zhengyun quickly pointed the gun at his back. Chu Su, stop. If you move again, I will shoot. Chu Su opened the door and left as if he didn't hear his words. Zhang Zhengyun gritted his teeth and pulled the trigger at his shoulder. There was a gunshot, and Chu Su was unharmed because the bullet entered Wu Li's body. Chu Su turned around when he heard the sound, and his eyes trembled. Wu Lu tilted his head and smiled. Brother, have you forgotten what I am? She won't die. Chu Su was relieved. I will do it well. Go. Chu Su left, and the door was closed. Zhang Zhengyun looked at Wu Li's heart, a bloody hole, but she didn't show any pain at all. The dark room was filled with the smell of blood and corpses. Wu Lu looked at Zhang Zhengyun with a trace of pity, and she smiled and said, Are you a human? Are you a policeman? Ha ha ha. She was making fun of him. Actually, you are the same as me. There is no difference between us. Do you think the world is what you see? You will never know what this world is, and what you are. This is a horror copy. There is no difference between him and her. They are both monsters. Zhang Zhengyun took a human ID card and thought that was all. A monster without self-awareness, controlled by the ID card, pathetic. They will never know why. Zhang Zhengyun didn't understand what she was saying. He was going crazy, and his firm materialist was shattered at this moment. Chapter 100. Wu Lu did not kill Zhang Zhengyun, but just admired his collapsed expression. She would not tell him the truth, because he would not remember it even if she told him. It is not bad to be an NPC controlled by an identity card without a brain. When the dungeon is closed, he will not remember anything. It is unknown which dungeon he will go to next time, what identity card he will get, and what will happen. In this dungeon, he is a police NPC, and in the next dungeon, he may be a perverted murderer. Wu Lu sat on the sofa in a daze, waiting. If Chu Su did not come back at dawn, she would deal with the remaining players by herself. The players are all healthy humans. Chu Su's health is very poor, and he is likely to be killed. She is lazy and asks Chu Su to kill the players. Zhang Zhengyun sat on the floor next to the coffee table, his bloodshot eyes staring at the refrigerator full of corpse stench. I don't know what he is thinking, or he may be scared. Wu Lu took the recorder with a bad taste and turned on the sound. The sound of domestic violence quarrels sounded, harsh and terrifying. Zhang Zhengyun turned back to look at her reflexively, just staring at her. Why don't you kill me? Because I need you to give me an ending. What are you? I'm the same as you. I'm a human, you're not. Ha ha. Wu Lu found that it wasn't just human players who were fun to tease. Even monsters with human ID cards became fun. The recorder was Layla's screams, and in reality, it was Wu Li's laughter, mixed together. Zhang Zhengyun's scalp tingled. Zhang Zhengyun found that she really wouldn't kill him, but he didn't dare to take it lightly. After all, abnormal psychology can change at any time. He had been secretly using his mobile phone to contact his colleagues, but it was as if there was a signal jammer installed here, and he couldn't send any messages. The sound of the recorder was so loud, and the sound insulation of the community house was obviously very poor, but the neighbors couldn't hear it. This was like a separate time and space. It was pitch black outside the window, and the building opposite could not be seen. This place was like an isolated island. The sound of domestic violence continued, and the girl's crying was loud, but no one heard it, and no one helped her. For her, the world was an isolated island. She was locked on the island, and could not see anyone except her domestic violence parents. Time passed little by little, and the recorder ran out of power at some point. At this moment, the room was dead silent. The air was filled with the disgusting smell of corpses. Zhang Zhengyun had not slept for more than 40 hours, and his mind was fuzzy now. It seemed that she got up, and was ready to leave. Don't leave. I'm going to arrest you, Zhang Zhengyun said in a hoarse voice, and he staggered to get up and hold Wu Lu. Wu Lu dodged his hand by moving sideways, and then went to the door. Just as she was about to open the door and go out, there was a sound of unlocking outside the door. A smile appeared on Wu Li's face, and she returned to sit on the sofa the next second. No one else would open the door, only Chu Su would come. Chu Su came back, covered in blood. He was injured, but he came back with a smile on his face, and squatted down by the sofa. Lulu, I killed them. Wu Lu reached out to wipe the blood off his face. Brother, you are so awesome. You are the same as me now. We are both murderers. We are the same now. It feels great to be classified and recognized by her. Chu-Su had gone crazy a long time ago, and now he was very happy. Chu-Su took off all the bloodstained clothes on his upper body, revealing a very white skin with a little thin muscle. He leaned over and hugged her, who was curled up on the sofa. "What are we going to do next?" he asked expectantly. "We are going to die together next, are you afraid?" Wula leaned his head on him and touched his chest. His heartbeat was very bad, and he was about to collapse. Wula had never thought of inviting another NPC to join the ranks of killing players, but Chu-Su was willing. She was fulfilling him and maximizing his evil. "Lulu, give me a reward." Chu-Su's lips were still purple when he entered the door, but now they are white. Wula looked up at his eager eyes. She stood up and kissed his chin, but Chu-Su lowered his head without authorization. The two cold lips gently touched each other, and when Wulu was stunned, Chu-Su smiled, lowered his head, and kissed her chin, neck, and finally leaned on her. He had no strength. Wula held him, and when he was about to die, she raised her hand and strangled his neck. She agreed to kill him with her own hands. Her hands became stronger and stronger, and Chu-Su kept looking at her. He was smiling, as if trying to remember her. Wula liked his direct gaze of death, with a strong emotion that she didn't understand. She was very happy, and couldn't help but say, "Brother, in fact, you and I are the same kind. We are monsters. This is a copy of a horror game, a game level." Knowing that Chu-Su couldn't remember these, she still told him, so that he could get the truth for a short time. Zhang Zhengyun was still unconscious, and he didn't hear the truth that Wula said. She was being hypocritical. Meow. On the balcony, a completely black kitten jumped into the house and walked to Wula. Wula gently put Chu-Su on the sofa, and Xiaohei jumped onto the sofa, lowered his head, and sniffed Chu-Su's face, then opened his mouth. Wula covered its mouth with his hand. "You can't eat this." Xiaohei's big eyes rolled around. Wula picked it up. "Let's go." A few minutes later, a girl in a white nightgown jumped down from the roof of Building 20. It was dawn. In the room on the 8th floor, the phone in the hand of the unconscious Zhang Zhengyun flashed wildly, and all the messages he had edited and accumulated all night were sent out. There were frightened calls from downstairs, and some people shouted to call the police, and 120. In less than half an hour, police cars and ambulances gathered downstairs. Someone went up to the 8th floor. The corridor was full of stench. The door of a room was wide open. The police rushed in and saw Zhang Zhengyun, who was unconscious. "Captain Zhang, Captain Zhang." "Ugh, the refrigerator is full of body fragments. Too scary. The copy data is being cleared. In the urban serial murder copy, no player survived. The copy is about to be closed." In the hospital, Zhang Zhengyun woke up with a dizzy head. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw his good brothers from the police team sitting by the bed. "Zhengyun, you finally woke up. You are so good at this case. It's too dangerous. You are alone. Although the opponent is a woman and a sickly person, there are risks. Hey, the murderer is dead, and no one will be harmed anymore, but I still feel depressed after hearing the case." Who said it wasn't? Obviously everything could have been prevented. They were talking at once, and Zhang Zhengyun was confused. "What are you talking about? What's the case?" "It's a serial murder case. You solved it yourself. Why are you pretending?" The friend punched Zhang Zhengyun. Zhang Zhengyun's mind was not clear. He said, "I have a headache, you tell me in detail." They just thought Zhang Zhengyun was showing off. But this big case. One person found evidence, although the murderer committed suicide in the end. But who doesn't want to show off after solving such a big case? This tragedy actually started from a tragic family, domestic violence parents, crazy daughter. The daughter killed her parents, and threw the body parts in the flower bed. She kept hiding it under the pretext that her parents were not at home, and used a recorder to play the voices of her parents before they died, so that the neighbors would not be suspicious. She was crazy from killing her parents. She took killing as fun. The man on the top floor was also a pervert. Knowing that she killed people and helped her, he was dying, so he was so crazy. The parents died. No one paid the electricity bill. She didn't go home for several days, and the man who lived on the top floor didn't notice that the pieces in the refrigerator were smelly. You discovered their crimes, and these two people committed suicide out of fear of crime. All things are connected in series, a perfect chain of criminal evidence. But Zhang Zhengyun couldn't reconcile himself. He saw a moving corpse and a dark hospital. "Zhengyun, why are you in a daze? What are you thinking about?" "Thinking about." Zhang Zhengyun was about to speak, but found that there was a dark behind his friend. The darkness spread, and the two good friends were stuck. Yes, they were stuck like a paused video screen. The next second, he couldn't move himself, and his brain began to lose its function. In the last second of his consciousness, he seemed to hear an electronic sound. Urban serial murder case. The copy has reached the ending. The light of righteousness. The copy is closed. Chapter 101. The Mountain Village wedding instance is open. In the misty mountain village, a huge house is located in the mountains, forming a sharp contrast with other dilapidated small earth houses. 2 white lanterns are hung at the gate of the house, and crying sounds are occasionally heard from the inner house. A mountain breeze blows, and white paper money floats in the air. A group of villagers in cloth clothes carry a coffin in through the small door on the side. A man came out of the house to meet him. He looked at the coffin and asked, "Have you seen it?" The man carrying the coffin said, "I have seen it. It's very fresh. She is so beautiful. It's a pity that she is so young." "What's a pity?" "Don't talk nonsense. It will be a wedding in a few days." "Hey, yes, I can't speak." "Carry it in." The eaves are covered with moss, and a black cat sits on the wall licking its paws. Welcome to the Mountain Village wedding instance. You are a tourist passing through the mountain village. There will be a wedding in the village in a few days, and you are invited to stay for a banquet. Dungeon mission, banquet, wedding night. The dungeon system sounded. On the mountain road, 2 women and 3 men were a little dizzy. They had just entered the dungeon, and had not yet adapted. A man stretched his body and said in a rough voice, "It sounds lively to have a banquet and a wedding night. There should be many low-level NPCs. Old players call NPCs, who have no lethality, and can only follow the plot. Low-level NPCs. The man is tall and strong, which makes people feel safe. Song Jiayu and Sun Chung hold hands. They are a couple. They entered the horror game together. They have passed a dungeon hand in hand. This is their second dungeon. Sun Chung led Song Jiayu to the tall and strong man. "Brother, what's your name?" "Wang Chonggang." "Man, tell me your name." "My name is Sun Chung, and this is my girlfriend Song Jiayu." The couple also told their names. The 3 looked at the remaining man and woman. A pretty girl with a high ponytail said, "My name is Li Shanxi." Only the last young man was left. He seemed to be about to cry, blurting out, "Where is this? I was sleeping at home. Why did I run to the mountains? What's the point of drinking wedding wine and making trouble in the bridal chamber?" The 4 people understood, this is a newcomer. Wang Chonggang kindly gave him a simple popular science, horror game, horror copy. Finally he said, "Don't think about why you came here, think about how to survive." Old player Wang Chonggang, couple Sun Chung and Song Jiayu, high ponytail girl Li Shanxi, new player Wang Ming. Just when they thought there were only so many players, a voice suddenly came from above their heads. Wu Lei, an old player. The voice startled them. They looked up and saw a very beautiful girl sitting on a big branch. She was about 20 years old, wearing a black dress, with long hair tied in a low ponytail, and a white flower hairpin on her head. Song Jiayu muttered, "She is so beautiful." Sun Chung pulled Song Jiayu's hand. "You are more beautiful." Song Jiayu was shy, "You are so annoying." Wang Chonggang was very happy to hear that the other party was an old player. It must be very strange to hold a wedding in a mountain village. We must help each other, and work together to have a greater chance of getting a copy, Wang Chonggang said. Wula jumped down from the tree and jumped directly into the middle of them, agile. Wula looked around at them, and said with disdain, "You all look weak. It's common for old players to look down on new players. But being looked down upon directly will make most people feel unhappy." Wang Chonggang's face darkened, and he said in a rough voice, "There are always times when you can use friends in the dungeon, so don't say anything that hurts your relationship." Friends? There are never real friends in the dungeon. If you have friends, you have to be careful of being backstabbed, hee. Wula smiled and walked out from among them, then walked away. On the mountain road, she was wearing a black dress and a white flower hairpin, and her back was beautiful. Wang Ming didn't understand the situation. We are all players, from the same camp. Why does she have to go alone? As a newcomer, Wang Ming thought that horror dungeon games were 2 camps of players and monsters fighting each other, and all the players were teammates. He didn't understand why Wu Lei left the team. Li Shanxi spoke up and reminded Wang Ming, "Don't trust people too easily in the dungeon. Wu Lei is probably used to being alone." Sun Chung, "She is so arrogant." "Is she strong?" Song Jiayu echoed, "Real veteran players won't be like this. Strong players should be very low-key." The episode of Wu Lei's appearance made them a little embarrassed. The group of people didn't say much. They went down the mountain along the mountain path. The small mountain village is located halfway up the mountain. It may have rained before. The mountain is hazy with rain and fog, and the houses with earthen walls and black tiles are looming. The mountain road is muddy. All the way down, their feet are stuck with mud. It's so dirty. Song Jiayu was disgusted. Sun Chung comforted her. You should have a chance to take a shower. Don't worry. Wang Ming had good eyesight and immediately saw the children playing on the village road. There are children there, and it seems there are adults too. Wang Chonggang grabbed Wang Ming. These are all NPCs, not real people. Except for players, any living creatures you see are monsters. Wang Ming got scared when he heard they were monsters. Then let's not go over there. It's impossible not to contact them, because we are tourists living in the village, and we have to have a banquet in a few days. After the banquet and the wedding night, they can leave the dungeon. Li Shanxi said, we must first find out which family is holding the wedding and who the bride and groom are. Wang Chaogang nodded. Yes, sister, you are very experienced. How many dungeons have you passed? He came over, and Li Shanxi dodged without leaving a trace and walked straight forward. Go ask those children. These should be low-level NPCs. They won't hurt people, and you can get clues from them. Let's go! Sun Chung followed with his girlfriend. Several children sat on the ground throwing stones and playing, smiling. As you get closer, you can hear children singing. Don't beep, don't beep. Get in the sedan chair obediently. There are gongs and drums. There are bridal sedans. There are flower shoes. There are new hats, and there is a groom to accompany you. Note 1. Don't beep, don't beep. Get in the sedan chair obediently. There are gongs and drums. There are bridal sedans. There are flower shoes. It can be heard that it is a nursery rhyme singing about getting married, but for some reason, the children sing it in a slow tone and sound very sad. When they heard it for the second time, the players began to get goosebumps. What song are you singing? Li Shanxi asked. The children turned around, and their faces were all livid, not like living people. Wang Ming took 2 steps back in fear. Wang Chaogang rolled his eyes at him. What are you afraid of? They didn't rush over. The children suddenly stood up and pointed at Song Jiayu and said, Bride. Bride? Song Jiayu was suddenly startled by being pointed at, and she was scared. Sun Chung protected him and yelled at the children. What nonsense are you talking about? This is my girlfriend, not the bride. The children were stunned for a moment. So cute. Do you want some wedding candy? A voice came from behind Song Jiayu. Ah! Song Jiayu screamed in fear. They all turned around and saw Wu Lele, who was smiling and holding a handful of candy in her hand. Wu Lele tilted her head and asked, Do you want some wedding candy? Chapter 102. The children's eyes lit up when they saw the wedding candies, and they raised their hands to ask for candies. Wu Le handed the candies in her hand to them one by one. Wang Ming was very confused. Where did you get the candies? Wu Lu, when someone is having a wedding, there will be candies naturally. She didn't say where she got them specifically. She was very mysterious. The child unwrapped the candy wrapper, put the candy in his mouth, then looked around at them and said, Aren't you guests who came to the village yesterday? It's going to rain again soon. Why don't you go back to Uncle Lin's house? The copy reminded that they were tourists who came to travel and collect folk songs, because there was a wedding in the village soon, and the villagers warmly invited them to a banquet. This Uncle Lin must be the person who entertained them and their residents. Li Shanxi lowered his head and said gently, There are too many small roads in this village. We got lost. Can you take us back to Uncle Lin's house? Ah, you can get lost even here. You are so stupid. The child teased them with an innocent voice. Uncle Lin's house is the biggest house in the village. You can see it at a glance. The child complained while leading them. After walking for a while, they saw a mud house in the distance. The houses in the village are all made of mud, with clay and straw-rammed walls, earthy yellow walls, and black tiles on the roof, layered. The other houses are not big, only the house in the distance is the biggest, like a landlord's house. That's Uncle Lin's house. His family is the richest in the village. He will have a wedding in a few days, and there must be a lot of preserved fruits and candies. The child pointed to the big house and said. Before reaching the door of the house, the children stopped. You guys go by yourself, we're going home. Wula reached out and touched the child's head. You're so good. Thank you. Wang Ming said to the child. The child suddenly turned his head to his back and smiled and said to him, You're welcome. Wang Ming had never seen such a terrifying scene before. He was so scared that he fainted. Song Jiayu threw herself into Sun Cheng's arms and didn't dare to look up. Sun Cheng was also gulping in fear. Although they only passed one copy, experience told them that as long as the NPC showed weirdness, it might kill the player. The child's head turned over, and his face was now on his back. He followed his friends, walked forward with his body, but his face was facing the players, staring at them with a smile, until he walked away and disappeared on the village road. Wang Ming fainted and lay on the ground covered with mud. Only Sun Chung and Wang Chonggang could carry him forward. In broad daylight, the door of the big house was closed, and 2 red lanterns were hung at the door. Through the crack in the door, you can vaguely see the red silk under the eaves inside. Do you want to knock? Sun Chung asked Wang Chonggang. Wang Chonggang nodded. If we don't knock, we will have no place to stay at night. Wang Chonggang raised his hand and knocked on the door. After knocking for a long time, an NPC finally came to open the door. An old man over 50 years old, wearing a blue coarse cloth with buttons, smiled and said with a bald head, "Several guests are back. It's rainy season now. You should avoid going up the mountain these days. It's not safe." The old man saw the unconscious Wang Ming and asked worriedly, "What happened to this guest? Did he fall on the road? Do you want me to find a lame doctor in the village to come and see him?" "It's okay, he has an old problem. He will wake up in a while." Wang Chonggang fooled it. Wu Lu walked past them and said, "Uncle Zhang, where are we staying tonight? You came last night at a whim, so you can only stay in the front lobby. Today I've cleaned up a few rooms for you. I take you to see them." Old man Zhang smiled and led the way. Everything seemed normal, so they followed the old man. There were 2 red lanterns hanging at each door, and red silk cloth hung under the eaves. Raindrops splashed on the cloth, and the watermarks were red and black. The earthen house was very big. After entering 2 doors, there was a large hall with a pool in the middle of the hall. Tick-tock. Raindrops fell from the eaves into the pool. They looked up and saw that the middle of the hall was open to the sky, with a square eaves, a main door in front, and 2 small side doors at the back. There were several doors on both sides, which should be rooms. The hall was covered with red cloth all around. The wind blew down from the open air in the middle, and the silk cloth fluttered, and the red lanterns on the 4 corners also swayed. The wind was wet and cold, and it gave them goosebumps. There were 2 small side doors at the back door, and in the middle was a large wooden board, on which hung a picture of Guanyin giving birth, which was covered with dust and even torn in some places. Under the picture was an altar, and there were 2 armchairs on the left and right. There were tables and chairs in the open space in front, as well as a few bright suitcases. This should be where they lived last night in the dungeon plot. Fortunately, they were not in the dungeon last night, otherwise they would have to live in such a gloomy hall. Old man Zhang pushed open the small door on the left and said, "In the past, the Lin family had many brothers and sisters, and they did not separate. Several generations lived together in this big house. There was a family in each of the east, west, south, and north rooms. The children played in this public hall space. When the rainy season came, the rain fell into the pool in the middle, crackling, and it was very lively. A big family? But now I can clearly feel the desertedness here. My last name is Zhang. I am the one who looks after their house. The owner just came back to the village not long ago, and now lives in the house at the back. Don't just go over there casually." He pointed to the back door of the hall and said. The back door was wide open, and you could vaguely see the earthen house behind. This house is the ancestral house of the Lin family, and it is very large. No one has lived here for a long time. I just swept the dust and brought a few quilts here. Don't be disgusted. Pushing open the door, it was very dark inside, and it became brighter the further you go. From the open-air hall, just now, it looked like a door, and I thought there was only one room inside. Now go in, pass through the dim corridor, and find that there is a separate family inside, and there is a small square courtyard, and a row of rooms. There is also a thatched house in the courtyard, which is obviously a toilet. The toilet is in the courtyard. Except for the first one, which is a kitchen, and can't be used, the 4 rooms in this row are bedrooms. You can allocate them yourself, Old Man John said. While the others were still thinking about how to allocate the rooms, Wulu walked straight to the last room and opened the door to go in. Song Jiayu immediately said, I want to share a room with my boyfriend, Wang Chonggang. I will share with Wang Ming. It is safer for 2 people to share a room. Now only Li Shanxi is left alone. Song Jiayu suggested, do you want to go find that old player named Lele? Li Shanxi shook his head. She doesn't seem to want to live with anyone. Forget it, I will live alone. No one lives in the first kitchen. Wang Chonggang and Wang Ming live in the second room. Song Jiayu and Sun Cheng live in the third room. Li Shanxi lives in the fourth room. And Wula lives in the innermost room against the wall. Old Man Zhang, Your suitcases are still in the hall. You pack them first and come out to the hall to eat later. I will leave first. After the NPC left, the players were a little silent. Li Shanxi said, except for the red lanterns and red silk cloth hanging, it is so deserted here that it doesn't look like a wedding at all. Chapter 103. I only saw this old man guarding the house, and no one else. This is too strange. There is a wedding at home. Shouldn't it be lively in the first few days? Wang Chonggang looked around and said, tonight is the first night. Be careful and don't sleep too deeply. Li Shanxi said, you two can sleep in a room. One can sleep and the other can keep watch. Wu Lu leaned against the door and looked at them, smiling and said, it's best to sleep. In horror movies, the one who is asleep knows nothing, and the one who is not asleep may see something scary. She spoke slowly, and her tone was very gloomy, which made people unconsciously think of the classic scenes in horror movies at night. The roommate slept like a dead pig, and the one who was awake saw all kinds of ghosts. Wang Chonggang glanced at Wang Ming, who was thrown unconscious on the ground, and said, in a horror dungeon, it is a good thing to be awake, otherwise you will not know how you died. Wu Lu likes to refute others. It is terrible to die awake. I would rather die unclearly and die in my sleep. What do you mean? Wang Chonggang was a little annoyed. Wu Lei was happy that she had angered humans. She made a face at him and turned to go into the house. Wang Chonggang was furious. What kind of old player is this? He is not united and likes to make trouble. Bah! The young couple frowned when they saw this scene, but they did not dare to speak casually, for fear of being angered by Wang Chonggang. Li Shanxi said in a gentle voice, don't say anything, everyone should do what they think, help this newcomer to the bed. Wang Chonggang was angry, and was too lazy to do anything, so he went into the house by himself. It was Li Shanxi and Sun Cheng who helped Wang Ming in. There were 2 beds in the room, one against the wall and one against the yard, with windows next to the beds. The windows were papered and had been in disrepair for many years. There were big holes in the paper, so wind would definitely come in at night. There was a smell of dust in the room, and the quilt on the bed was also worn out. Wang Chonggang said, I sleep in the inner bed, and he sleeps in the one next to the window. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this was bullying Wang Ming, but unfortunately Wang Ming fainted, so he couldn't defend himself, and others didn't want to interfere. After putting Wang Ming down, they went back to their own room to take a look. It got dark very quickly. It was still gray just now, and it was completely dark in a few minutes. Li Shanxi held a kerosene lamp and said, let's go to the lobby to get the suitcases and look around. Song Jiayu and Sun Cheng came out immediately after hearing the sound, and Wang Chonggang also came out and said, let's go. Song Jiayu whispered, will it be okay to leave Wang Ming here alone? Wang Chonggang, what can we do if he faints? We can't carry him wherever we go. Song Jiayu quickly stopped talking. Everyone was there, except for the girl in the innermost room. Li Shanxi chose to go back and knock on the door. Wu Lei, do you want to go to the lobby to get the luggage? The room was quiet and dark. Fell asleep so quickly. Song Jiayu, she probably doesn't want to go out with us, so don't call her. Press. Li Shanxi held a kerosene lamp in his hand, and they also found a kerosene lamp in the house. It felt safer to light it up. After passing through the narrow corridor, they returned to the open-air hall. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Water was flowing down the eaves and dripping into the pool in the middle, making a crisp sound. It was pitch black all around, and the lights in their hands could only illuminate a little bit of the space in front of them. Everyone's face looked eerie in the firelight. They remembered that the suitcase was in an open space a little further back, where there was an armchair, an altar, and a picture of Guanyin giving birth to a child. Several people slowly approached that direction, and the lights gathered together. Suddenly, they all stopped, and everyone held their breath instantly. Because they saw a person sitting on the armchair. It was a little far away, so the person's face could not be seen clearly, and only a figure could be seen sitting on the chair motionless. The cold wind blew down from the open air, making people feel cold all over. Song Jiayu hugged her boyfriend in fear, and Sun Cheng hugged her and stared at the figure, and he swallowed nervously. Wang Chonggang was ready to use his life-saving props at any time. He shouted, "Who are you?" The figure suddenly stood up and walked quickly towards them. "Don't come over here," Wang Chonggang shouted. "Ah!" Song Jiayu screamed in fear, and Sun Cheng hugged her and ran back. Li Shanxi was sweating all over, and she tried hard to control her fear. "Ha ha ha." A familiar voice sounded, and the other party laughed loudly. The black figure approached, and the light of the kerosene lamp illuminated her face, beautiful and young features. Look how scared you are so timid, you won't survive long in the horror dungeon with this courage. Wu Lu laughed so hard that tears came out. The few people were stunned for a while. Wang Chonggang couldn't stand this woman anymore. Are you fucking sick? You're sitting here silently to scare us? Damn. Wang Chonggang punched Wu Lu directly, but Wu Lu dodged very quickly. She turned around and kicked sideways, hitting Wang Chonggang's chin hard. Ugh! Wang Chonggang groaned in pain. Wu Lu took 2 steps back and entered the darkness, then slowly sat down on the armchair again, leaving only a shadow of her. Wang Chonggang covered his mouth. His hands were covered in blood. He just bit his tongue. Everyone around was frightened by this change. Li Shanxi, what are you doing? We are all players, don't do this. Wang Chonggang wanted to curse that the damn woman was the one who caused the trouble, but his jaw seemed to be dislocated, and he couldn't speak because of the pain. Li Shanxi looked at the shadow in the dark and took 2 steps forward. The most important thing for us now is to find a way to get out of the dungeon. Please don't do anything bad on purpose. This Wu Lei was unfriendly from the beginning and always provoked conflicts. He was really a headache for the player. I'm sitting here to rest. I don't want to talk to you. I didn't mean to scare you. You are just timid. Wu Lei muttered, full of childishness. Li Shanxi had a headache and said, then this matter ends here. Wang Chonggang knew that he couldn't beat Wu Lei, and it was not the time to take revenge. They took the suitcase and left. Li Shanxi helped Wang Ming take the suitcase. They didn't realize that there were only 5 suitcases in the hall, and there was no suitcase belonging to Wu Lei at all. Tick tick. The rain fell into the pool along the eaves, with a crisp sound. The cold wind blew, and the large hanging painting on the altar flipped, and the bodhisattva on it seemed to be moving. In the darkness, there were people sitting on the 2 armchairs on the left and right sides of the altar under the painting. A man was sitting on the other side. The body shapes of men and women are different, so it is easy to tell them apart. Huh? Wu Lu blew a breath at the altar next to her, and the remaining candle on the table lit up. She looked to the other side, and saw that the chair was empty. Why did you leave? Chapter 104. The man came, and sat for a while, and then left. Wu Lu didn't have time to see him clearly. It seems to be the fiancé? Wu Lu muttered. She is the boss of this dungeon, and the other party is also a boss. They are somewhat related in the dungeon plot. She is the most ferocious NPC in this dungeon, and the player's mortality rate increase her. The wind blew out the candles on the table. The girl sitting on the chair also changed her clothes. The bright red Chinese heavy-duty wedding dress was worn by Wu Lu, thick and gorgeous, with pearls and jade on her head, embroidered shoes on her feet, and a red veil on her head. Wu Lu laughed, and the next second, crying came from the red veil. The whole hall was filled with the sound of dripping rain, the sound of the paper on the hanging painting flipping in the wind, and the faint sound of a woman crying. The sound passed through the dim porch and into the player's yard. The player was so scared that he didn't dare to act rashly. No one dared to come out to look for clues, and they all hid in the house. The crying sound was intermittent, sometimes loud and sometimes soft, and it was creepy to hear. Covered with a red veil, Wu Lu stared at her red shoes, shaking them from time to time. Suddenly feeling someone approaching, Wu Lu straightened her back and hummed a shrill cry. A pair of black cloth shoes approached, half a meter away from her embroidered shoes. The man stood there motionless. Not a player. It's an NPC. Players don't dare to seek death like this. Ah! A shrill woman's scream suddenly came from under the red veil. The man half a meter away frowned, and his dress was a little different from others. Lin Nanjing wore a short white jacket with gold embroidered patterns on the chest, cuffs and collar, and a row of plum blossom buttons in the middle. He wore black trousers and black cloth shoes. The clothes looked a bit straight, but they couldn't hide his good figure, broad shoulders, narrow waist and long legs. He looked retro and noble when wearing them. With that face, it's even more amazing. Lin Nanjing was born good-looking since he was a child. When he was a child, he was delicate and beautiful. When he grew up, it was hard to tell whether he was a man or a woman just by looking at his face. The elders loved him, since he was a child. He lived in the ancestral home when he was a child. Later, he went to the city to study, went to college and then... Lin Nanjing had a headache, and he lost some memories. He didn't know why he returned to the ancestral home. He couldn't find anyone he knew. And he seemed to have no 24 hours. He would always fall asleep and wake up again. He couldn't walk out of the ancestral home. Many senses have degenerated, and his thinking has become slow. It's like being trapped in a nightmare and can't get out. This woman is the only person he can see now. But she ignored him, As if she couldn't see him? Now she suddenly put on a red wedding dress and cried here. It's too weird. It was suddenly quiet under the red veil. Lin Nanjing asked, with a somewhat cold tone, why are you crying? I don't want to get married. The voice under the red veil was sharp, even harsh. She had a nice smile before, but she didn't talk like that. Then you can choose not to get married. Don't make it hard on yourself. Lin Nanjing understood her. When she was in college, many girls in the club said they didn't want to get married. But I can't help it. They force me. I will get married even if I die. She shouted. Her voice was extremely harsh. Lin Nanjing frowned. Why don't you run away? She shook her head and laughed crazily. The red veil slid back halfway. In the darkness, Lin Nanjing saw a small white chin. When she laughed, her lower lip was looming. The mouth was small, and the lips were a little chubby. It was painted with bright blood-like lipstick, which didn't seem to suit this color. Wu Lu was really happy. Another boss, who didn't even know he was dead, he didn't know anything, but she could tease him. This is how monsters get along with each other in dungeons, bullying, playing, ignoring, or coexisting. I can't leave this village, please help me. Wu Lu stood up with a red veil on her head and approached him step by step. The dilapidated old house. The bride in a red wedding dress approached step by step. The visual impact was great. Lin Nanjing was not afraid, he was born bold. Lin Nanjing even reached out and lifted the red veil directly, revealing a beautiful and small face. Although her face was painted with heavy makeup, it can still be seen that she was very beautiful. When their eyes met, Wu Li's eyes lit up. You lifted my red veil, then you are my groom. She rushed over. That red smile was too beautiful, and she rushed too suddenly. Lin Nanjing had already retreated, but was still caught. Lin Nanjing fell to the ground, and Wu Lu pressed on him. The red wedding dress covered his white coat. Wu Lu looked at the face carefully. She was a little pretty. He was so tall. Neither of them had body temperature, let alone heartbeat. Lin Nanjing noticed this. His mind went blank for a moment, looking at the bride on his body, and asked, We are all dead? Have you reacted? Wu Lu hoped that he would not react completely, so that she would be the biggest boss. Wu Lu lowered his head. Their faces were very close, and there was no breath. It was very cold at night. They were all very cold. Wu Li's mouth was cracked, his eyes were bleeding, and he smiled and said, I am your ghost bride. Are you happy? Is she shedding tears of blood? Lin Nanjing's eyes were dark. He raised his hand to cover her eyes with one hand, and patted her back with the other hand like coaxing a child. I'm sorry. The bride's laughter stopped abruptly. There are guests coming to our banquet. They are all blessing us. I have to treat them well. Wu Lu got up from Lin Nanjing and looked at him with a distant look. The next second she disappeared. Tick. The rain fell into the pool. Lin Nanjing looked at the clothes on his body. He was confused before, but now his mind was clearer, and he understood what he was wearing. It was a shroud for the dead. This is not a recent style, but a few decades ago. Lin Nanjing, what else did I forget? Although the other person looks good, she hates him a little because of the identity card. No ghost bride likes her husband. He kill people, kill all the guests who came to the banquet, and the people in other villages. Wu Lu enjoyed the hatred brought by the identity card. Monsters like negative emotions, hatred, pain, and killing. Meow. The black cat jumped into the yard, licked its paws and cried. When people are afraid, every minute and every second feels long. It was a long time, but it was still not dawn. The mobile phones they brought also had a distorted screen. Wang Chonggang looked at the figure lying on the bed by the window. Wang Ming did not make a sound from beginning to end, and was still dizzy. But it is also possible that he died inexplicably. It is not that Wang Chonggang has never encountered this before. When he woke up, the player who slept next to him was already dead. Everything was quiet, and after the tension, there was endless fatigue. Wang Chonggang closed his eyes, and pricked up his ears to pay attention. In the yard, a pair of red embroidered shoes walked by, came to the first room, and went in. Wang Chonggang closed his eyes for a while, and fell asleep. But he woke up suddenly after only 1 minute. Wang Chonggang suddenly opened his eyes, and saw that there was nothing in the room. He breathed a sigh of relief, and turned his head to look at the bed by the window. As a result, he saw a person wearing a red veil and a red wedding dress sitting on the edge of the bed, with his hands folded on his knees, facing him straight. Ah! Wang Chonggang screamed, not caring about the pain in his injured jaw. He pulled out the stick hidden in the quilt and pointed it at the female ghost, trembling and asking, What are you going to do? I can help you. This is his experience in the dungeon. Some dungeon horror NPCs will not kill people casually, they all have demands. But if you are unlucky, the player may have triggered the NPC's motivation to kill in the previous situation. Wang Chagang is gambling that if the female ghost wants to kill him, he will use props. Wang Chagang started to point small, and kept an eye on the props at all times. Wooden Man can freeze the NPC or player for 3 seconds. Substitute Doll hide the Substitute Doll Xiaofu paper on the player or NPC, and silently recite Substitute to exchange your position with the substitute. Teleport use the props to teleport to any location in the copy randomly. The ghost bride sat on the edge of Wang Ming's bed, motionless. Wang Chonggang felt that there was hope of survival, and he held the stick tightly, and dared not move. Woo woo. Suddenly she cried, "My husband is dead." Wang Chonggang heard the clue. What? Your husband is dead? Are you the bride of the wedding in a few days? I'm not a widow, my husband is dead. Wang Chonggang didn't sort out the relationship. If the husband is dead, then she is a widow, right? Just as he was thinking, the ghost bride beside the bed suddenly disappeared. Wang Chagang looked around the room with a stick, but didn't find her. He breathed a sigh of relief and put down the stick. As a result, he looked down and saw a pair of red embroidered shoes beside the bed. A bloody face poked out from under the bed, and she smiled grimly. How can a living person eat a dead person's feast? She likes to give players hope, and then break it. Fun. She climbed up from under the bed, and her pale hands tightly pinched Wang Changgong's neck. Unable to breathe or speak, Wang Changgong's face soon turned blue and purple. He couldn't concentrate on buying props due to lack of oxygen. In order not to waste points, he didn't buy props in advance. Wang Ming heard a lot of conversations in a daze, but he just couldn't wake up. In the morning, as soon as it was light, Wang Ming rolled off the bed. He was in pain all over after the fall, and the dust filled his nose. Every time he breathed, the dust went into his throat. Wang Ming squinted his eyes and coughed. He looked around in confusion, and saw a pair of embroidered shoes covered with blood beside his face. Wang Ming was startled, and then he looked far away, and saw Wang Changgong's body folded and twisted under the bed against the wall. Ah! Wang Ming was so scared that he rolled and crawled, and ran out with weak legs. He's dead, he's dead. There's a ghost! The other people in the room were awakened by his shouting. Li Shanxi was annoyed. How could she fall asleep and sleep so soundly? It was cold in the mountain village in the morning. Li Shanxi came out quickly without putting on her coat. What happened? Wang Ming fell down in the yard. The whole person was terrified, pointing at the room and said, He's dead. Song Jiayu and Sun Chum also came out, and Song Jiayu kept hugging her boyfriend in fear. For a while, no one dared to enter the house. It was still Li Shanxi who took the lead. I saw nothing when I went in, only a pair of bloody embroidered shoes. Wang Ming said, the body is under the bed. Li Shanxi bent down and looked, and happened to meet Wang Changgong's eyes that were still open. He must have been tortured before his death. His waist was broken and folded under the bed. Where is Lele? Why didn't she come out with such a big commotion? Song Jiayu carefully found that Wu Lele was not moving. Sun Chung said, she is not dead, is she? Li Shanxi, let's go to her room and take a look. Chapter 105. Several people came to the door of the last room, and they all looked at Li Shanxi. Wang Chagang, the old player, died, and now only Li Shanxi is left. Li Shanxi knocked on the door helplessly. Wu Lele, are you up? Something happened. There was no sound in the room. Wang Ming was scared. No, she also. Li Shanxi shook the door hard, and the wooden bolt inside slowly slid out, and the door opened. Several people entered the door carefully, and then they were directly frightened. Wu Lu, wearing a black skirt, sat on the edge of the bed, but her head was covered with a red veil, and she didn't move. This way, it feels like she is dead. Sun Chung, the embroidered shoes next to Wang Changgong's bed, and now Wu Lele's head is covered with a red veil. Both are related to the bride's dress. Li Shanxi slowly approached, and Wang Ming and others didn't even dare to get close. Li Shanxi looked down and looked carefully. The embroidered shoes were stained with blood, and the red veil was blood red. If you look closely, there is no blood. Li Shanxi went out and found a wooden stick. Song Jiayu exclaimed, are you going to open it? Well, let's see what's going on. Maybe there are clues. As he said that, Li Shanxi used a wooden stick to open the red veil. Wu Lele's face was pale, and her facial features were very beautiful. Li Shanxi leaned in to take a closer look, and the next second her eyelashes suddenly moved. Her eyes opened, and her deep eyes met. Li Shanxi's breathing stopped for a moment. She quickly stepped back and looked at her vigilantly. Wu Lei. Others were also shocked. She is not dead? Wu Le blinked, gradually frowned and said weakly, "It's me." Li Shanxi breathed a sigh of relief. "I almost thought you were dead." "You thought I was possessed by something?" Wu Le smiled, and she picked up the red veil. "Li Shanxi, what happened? What did you see last night? Why is this thing on your head?" "I fell asleep and didn't see anything. I seemed to have a dream that I became a bride and got married in the hall, and then suddenly I saw you." Wu Le held the red veil and was about to cover her head. Li Shanxi pulled it over. "Treasure your life. You can't cover it casually. Don't expect someone to save you a second time." "Taught a lesson?" Wu Le pouted and said, "Maybe there are clues. If I don't cover it, who of you is willing to cover it? Don't worry, I will save people in time. Wearing the red veil, you may see something, or it may be related to the dungeon. But wearing the red veil may kill you, or you may live. For example, someone needs to lift the red veil in time, like Li Shanxi just did. I have covered it once, and I may not be able to cover it a second time, so who will come?" Wu Le asked directly. Everyone around stared at the red veil in her hand, and was silent. "You come? Are you willing?" Wu Le handed the red veil to Wang Ming. Wang Ming trembled with fear as the red color approached, and quickly stepped back and waved his hands to refuse. No, I can't do it, I'm scared." "Look how scared he is." Wu Le looked at him with contempt, and then suddenly realized something. "Men can't cover it, it's for women." She looked at Li Shanxi and Song Jiayu. "Who of you is willing to cover the red veil?" Song Jiayu's face turned pale, and before she could say no, Sun Chung pulled her behind him. "This is completely unfounded. What if someone dies if you cover it?" "Look, I covered it all night and didn't die," Wu Le said with ease. "Sun Chung, if you can't guarantee that it's completely safe, don't do it." "Wu Le, there is never anything completely safe in the dungeon." "Sun Chung, I don't agree." "Wu Le, it would be great if you agree. You love your girlfriend so much, and she must trust you. I believe you will lift her red veil in time. You two are the most trusted partners, much better than the three of us." "Sun Chung, you can't let Jiayu cover it." "I swear, if any one of you covers the red veil, I will help to lift it, definitely." Sun Chung was determined to protect himself, and Song Jiayu was very moved. She also said, "I will help to lift the red veil." Li Shanxi reacted and looked unhappy. The next second, the red veil was handed to her, and Wu Lei said with a smile, "Li Shanxi, it depends on you." Wu Lei was going to cover the red veil for the second time, but she stopped him. Song Jiayu was protected by Sun Chung. Now only Li Shanxi was left. Everyone looked at her. "I refuse," Li Shanxi said coldly. "Instead of discussing whether to cover the red veil here, it is better to go out and find clues, ask more about the wedding, who the newlyweds are, and when the wedding date is." After that, she turned and left. The others hurriedly followed, leaving Wu Le holding the red veil. A bunch of cowards. Wu Le fell backwards and fell straight on the bed, holding the red veil to cover his face. "Marry the groom, enter the bridal chamber, woo, the bride cries." Wang Chongdong's body under the bed disappeared, and the pair of embroidered shoes with shoes were also missing. They went out to look for it, walked around the hall several times, and even went into other small doors to look. The other doors were similar to their yard. There was no red silk hanging here, and the yard was full of grass. "Achio!" Wang Ming sneezed in the cold. "Sun Chung, it seemed to rain last night. There was fog in the mountains, and it was cold and damp." They stood in the weedy yard and looked behind the house. They could see the tall mountains behind the eaves. Such a big house, with only one old man, is it really going to have a wedding? Wang Ming asked. "Doesn't the owner live in the back? Let's go and take a look," Sun Chung suggested. Li Shanxi said, "No, old man Zhang said we can't go. If we go, it is very likely to trigger death." Sun Chung, "But if we don't take the initiative to trigger the clue, we can only wait. If one dies every night, we will probably all die on the day of the wedding." Song Jiayu was anxious. "Don't say such unlucky words." Sun Chung immediately shut up and fanned himself. No more, don't be angry. According to the experience of going through the dungeon, exploring the dungeon is a must. If you can't go to the old house behind, you can walk around the village and ask NPCs when you see them. They didn't see old man Zhang when they went out. It rained last night on the country road, and the road was muddy. After walking for a while, the few people stepped on mud. Sun Chung carried Song Jiayu on his back, so that she wouldn't get too dirty. They didn't meet many people along the way. On the way, they found that many houses were abandoned. Why does it feel like a deserted village? Wang Ming was scared. We met a child yesterday. Just when they were confused, an old man came over with an old yellow cow. Li Shanxi stepped forward. Old man. The old man shook his head. My ears are not good. Please speak louder. Li Shanxi could only shout at the top of his voice. Old man, do you know that the Lin family will have a wedding on that day? Will they marry a daughter or a daughter? Ah? Whose family? The Lin family. This NPC's ears really don't work well. Li Shanxi shouted several times, and the old man finally understood and said, the wedding will be held on the 7th day. I calculated the days. It has been 3 days. It is a wedding. The wedding will be held in 3 days. One player died every day, and there would always be someone who could live to have a banquet and make a scene in the bridal chamber. How many sons does the Lin family have? Which son will have a wedding? Only one. What a pity, the only child. The old man sighed. The players thought it was saying that such a large family only had one son in this generation. What a pity. The tail of the yellow ox swung, and its hooves stepped impatiently on the mud. Seeing this, the old man said, I'm going to herd cattle. You can walk around, and don't go out at night. Whose daughter is the girl you married? Li Shanxi asked. But the old man couldn't hear. The old man drove the cattle with a whip and ignored people. Li Shanxi had no choice but to give up. Forget it, let's see if I can meet the next NPC. I hope my ears are better, and I can ask more questions. The ancestral home of the Lin family, the front courtyard is full of red silk, and the back house is full of white cloth. 2 black coffins are padded with a few benches and parked in the empty house. Paper money is flying by itself. The picture freezes, and the picture suddenly changes. The room is full of moldy paper money, the coffin is also covered with dust, and the windows are covered with spider webs. This place looks like it has been sealed for decades. The next second, the floor in the room is clean again, the coffin is painted brightly, and white paper money is flying. Wu Le sat on the coffin and waited. Lin Nanjing woke up, and the first thing he saw was the white inner wall of the coffin. He had woken up here several times, and was familiar with this scene. But this time when he climbed out of the coffin, he saw the ghost bride. You can't leave here like me? Yes, I married you, and my body is here, so I can't leave. I'm sorry. He apologized again. I forgot how I died. I didn't expect that after I died, they would arrange a ghost marriage for me. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter, I have killed them all. Wu Le sat on the coffin and counted on his fingers. Your parents, the middleman who dug up my body, and the relatives from the village who came to the banquet, are all dead? This is a huge ghost village. The people here were retaliated by the female ghost, some died and some escaped. Many of Lin Nanjing's memories, before his death, were blurred. Hearing that his parents and relatives were dead, he was not too touched. The ghost bride, who smiled proudly, sat on the coffin and swayed. What's your name? Lin Nanjing asked. Wu Le didn't tell him. Lin Nanjing found the answer himself. There was an altar in front of the coffin, and 2 spirit tablets were placed on the altar. The names of the bride and groom were engraved on the spirit tablets. Wu Le Lulu. Lin Nanjing said the nicknames fluently, and thought it was good, Lulu. Wu Le was a little touched when Xiao Piaoliang called her name with her nice voice. She liked to hear people call her Lulu. Lulu, my name is Lin Nanjing. Lin Nanjing approached her. The coffin suspended on the bench was very high, and she was even higher when she sat on it. Lin Nanjing looked up at her, and Wu Le looked down at him. Her ghost husband really had a good appearance. Wu Le raised her foot and stepped on his shoulder. We will have the wedding in 4 days. Lin Nanjing's eyes were slightly stunned, and he glanced at the foot on his shoulder with the corner of his eyes, and his voice was slightly hoarse. Okay. Chapter 106. Wu Le knew that Lin Nanjing was also a boss. If she and he fought, who would be more powerful? Wu Le was prepared to live in peace with him for the time being. What year is it now? Her ankle tightened, and Wu Le looked down to see Lin Nanjing holding her ankle. Wu Le thought, I don't know, I can't remember clearly. They seem to have been dead for a long time. Judging from the traces of dust in the house, and the style of Lin Nanjing's shroud, it should have been at least 10 years. Moreover, neither of them could remember how they died, and they no longer had feelings for their former relatives. Wu Le could only feel the hatred of the ghost bride's identity card. When she closed her eyes at midnight, she could hear the sound of gongs and drums and swana. She had hatred, so she was a murderous female ghost and a terrifying ghost bride. And Lin Nanjing, the male ghost, seemed to have no desires or demands. What was the meaning of his existence? He had a secret. Wula kicked her ankle, saying, "Let go. It's too high. Do you need me to carry you down?" Lin Nanjing held her ankle tightly. He was a little enthusiastic. Wula kicked his shoulder, saying, "No." "Okay." Lin Nanjing let go, and calmly patted the dust off his clothes. Wula rolled his eyes, and thought of a more fun way to play. "Lin Nanjing, do you want to join my game?" Lin Nanjing looked up, his eyes full of joy, saying, "Okay." There were really few people in the village. The players walked around the village, and only saw some old people. The children from yesterday were nowhere to be seen, and there were no young people. Some old people stood at the door with crutches, staring at them with their white and turbid eyes, which made people feel scared. Li Shanxi was basically certain. These villagers and NPCs are not dangerous. The main danger is in the Lin family's ancestral home. Will no one go to the wedding except us? Who would hold a wedding in such a shabby hometown? And it's so deserted. Sun Chung didn't understand. We should be the only guests at the wedding. Li Shanxi didn't give up and wanted to find a villager to ask for clues to the copy, but as soon as they approached, the old man immediately went into the house and closed the doors and windows. This happened to several old people in a row, so they had to return empty-handed. Back to the Lin family's ancestral home, Sun Chung was already sweating profusely. He carried Song Jiayu all the way. Sun Chung put Song Jiayu down, wiped his sweat, and said, "Xiaoyu, have you gained weight?" Song Jiayu widened her eyes. "After entering the horror game, I lost weight because I didn't eat or drink well. Can't you see? Do you dislike me for being fat?" Song Jiayu is not fat at all, even thin, a little beauty. It was easy for Sun Chung, such a big man, to carry her on his back. When they were in love in real life, he often carried her on his back for a walk in the middle of the night. Sun Chung wanted to say something but stopped. He really felt that the back was so heavy that he almost couldn't carry it. He felt that there was more than one person on his back. This thought flashed through his mind, and Sun Cheng's heart tightened. He looked at Song Jiayu's back, then looked around, and didn't dare to say it out loud. Song Jiayu saw that her boyfriend was different. "What's wrong? Did you find something?" As expected, he couldn't hide it from his girlfriend. Sun Chung touched her cheek and comforted her. "It's okay, I didn't eat and my strength has decreased." As soon as the voice fell, a wooden door on the side of the house was suddenly pushed open, and the movement scared them. Wang Ming immediately stood beside Li Shanxi, looking at the door in fear. "Where did you go so early in the morning?" "I've prepared breakfast." "Are you hungry?" It was Old Man Zhang, who was wearing a dark blue cloth and had a hunchback. "Follow me." Old Man Zhang turned around and led the way. Song Jiayu and Sun Chung followed. Wang Ming looked at Li Shanxi and asked curiously, "Aren't you hungry? Why don't you follow?" Li Shanxi, "No." She didn't eat the food in the dungeon easily. Generally, a dungeon lasted at most a week. She used her points to buy some emergency food to survive. When she returned to Paradise Town, Li Shanxi would have a good meal. They all went to eat, and Li Shanxi went back alone. It wasn't raining now, and the small open-air pool in the hall finally stopped dripping. Li Shanxi looked at the two small side doors at the back. Li Shanxi hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to go and take a look. The hall was full of red silk, and there was an empty yard outside the small side doors on the left and right. There was an archway further in, and Li Shanxi was frightened by the scene in front of him. Paper money was flying all over the sky, white cloth was fluttering in the wind, and the wind blew through the wooden windows, making a humming sound. Li Shanxi didn't dare to move forward. Her face was getting uglier and uglier. There was a wedding in front, and a funeral in the back. This was not a normal wedding at all, it was a wedding for the dead. There was a bride crying, a red veil was covered on the player's head, and embroidered shoes appeared. This copy needs a ghost bride? Or a groom? Wang Chaogang died, but his body disappeared. Did he become a groom? Li Shanxi had all kinds of guesses flashing through her mind. In fact, as long as she went in to see who died, whether it was a man or a woman, she could verify her guess. But she didn't dare to go in because she would die. But sooner or later they have to go in and explore, otherwise there is too little information about the dungeon. Sand. A few pieces of paper money suddenly blew on Li Shanxi, and Li Shanxi froze the moment they touched her. A cold hand covered her forearm, and clothes rubbed against her from behind. Something stood on her back. Li Shanxi's mind was blank. Was she going to die? "Are you a guest at the wedding?" A sharp female voice asked. Li Shanxi didn't dare to answer, fearing that if he said it wrong he would die. "Are you a guest at the wedding?" They were guests invited to stay for the wedding. Li Shanxi closed his eyes. "No, I'm a tourist, playing in the village for a few days. There was no sound behind him for a long time. Li Shanxi didn't dare to breathe, and could only hear his own heartbeat. I don't know how long it took. The cold fingers on her wrist slowly loosened. Don't lie to me. I hate it most when others lie to me. The ghost girl's voice gradually became illusory and finally disappeared. Li Shanxi was able to move, too. She turned around quickly. No one was behind her, so she ran away. When she ran out, she happened to meet 3 people who had eaten and drunk enough. Li Shanxi, why are you running so fast? Why is your face so pale? Li Shanxi finally felt a sense of security as she looked at them. I just met a female ghost. Ah! Wang Ming was shocked. Did you see what she looked like? No, she was standing behind me. Li Shanxi didn't want to say more. She survived because she didn't admit that she was a guest at the wedding. If she had just said that she was a guest at the wedding, what would have happened? Would she have died? The fried river fish made by Old Man Zhang is delicious. Suddenly a female voice appeared in his ears. Li Shanxi was so scared that he punched out reflexively. Wu Le dodged and blinked innocently at her. What are you doing? I'm just talking to you. Li Shanxi saw that it was her, breathed a sigh of relief, and said, Don't talk behind my ears suddenly. Are you scared? You should get used to it. After all, you will often encounter such situations in the dungeon, but what? But if you die in this dungeon, you don't have to get used to it. Faced with Wu Lei's ridicule, Li Shanxi laughed angrily, but also a little worried. Did you see her? Wu Lei suddenly asked. Li Shanxi took 2 seconds to react and said, It was a female ghost. Yes, a female ghost, and then what? She asked me if I was a guest at the wedding, and I said no, and she left. Oh. So that means I can't admit that I was a guest at the wedding. Wu Le looked as if he had suddenly realized something, and then he smiled and said, Are you telling the truth? You didn't lie to me, did you? Did you tell them? The truth? I didn't lie to you. Li Shanxi replied. Wu Le leaned closer. Why tell me? Because you are an old player, I will tell you the correct information. If you can deduce any useful information, please tell me. Is this an alliance? Li Shanxi is only willing to cooperate with old players. Ha ha ha. Wu Le suddenly laughed. Li Shanxi felt uncomfortable after hearing her laughter. If you don't want to share information with me, forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything. It's not that I don't want to. It's that I have a partner. Who? Li Shanxi thought about Song Jiayu, Sun Cheng, and Wang Ming, and felt that none of them could become partners with Wu Le. Wu Le called out a name behind him, Nanjing. Under Li Shanxi's puzzled eyes, a man in a black shirt walked out of the dark corridor next to him. He was born with a fair complexion and a cold temperament, and he looked difficult to get along with. Wu Le looked at his new outfit with satisfaction. Li Shanxi, who is he? Lin Nanjing, old player, Nanjing, Lei is my partner. Wu Le raised his eyebrows. Chapter 107. Why is there another player? Li Shanxi asked cautiously. Are you a temporary partner? No, we have always been partners. Wu Le waved to Lin Nanjing. He immediately walked behind her. One was wearing a black shirt, and the other was wearing a black skirt. Both of them were very good-looking. They looked very good together. The ghost bride and the ghost groom have always been partners. How can the dungeon monsters not be considered old players? They have always participated in horror games. Why didn't I see him last night? What did he do? Li Shanxi would not doubt the identity of anyone who said he was a player. He just wanted to know what this man had done before. In the dungeon, as long as you say you are a player, you must be a player, because the dungeon monsters will not say they are players. This is the default rule of the human camp in Paradise Town. No one expected that this rule would be broken, and someone broke through the dungeon control. Wu Le did not answer for Lin Nanjing. She smiled and looked at him, obviously wanting to see how he would answer. Although Lin Nanjing simply listened to what Wu Le said he needed to do, he still didn't understand everything. His memory was too confused, and now he had to play a player, which made it even more confused. He didn't understand anything, but he looked calm. He said coldly, I live in a villager's house, and haven't entered the Lin mansion. Why do you get different identities when you live in a villager's house? Aren't you a guest who was left to drink at the wedding? Li Shanxi thought that everyone would be a tourist who was left to drink at the wedding, and now he guessed that he might have a new identity. Lin Nanjing, I am a villager, a college student studying outside, and I am back to the village on vacation. What a great identity. Do you have NPC parents? Can you ask about the secrets of the Lin family's happy events? Li Shanxi looked at him expectantly. Lin Nanjing, I am an orphan, Both my parents are dead. Li Shanxi, you are a villager, it should be easy to ask those old people questions. Let's try it this afternoon. Lin Nanjing stopped talking to her, but looked down at Wu Lei. I listen to Lei, I will follow her. There was a little smile in his eyes, as if asking Wu Le, how did he perform just now? Wu Le grabbed his wrist and wanted to take him away. As a result, Lin Nanjing immediately grabbed it back the next second, clasping his fingers tightly. Wu Le couldn't pull out her hand, so she could only say to Li Shanxi, Nanjing and I depend on each other in the dungeon. We don't like to cooperate with other players. After all, there are too many bad guys in this world. Nanjing, let's go. Wu Le pulled Lin Nanjing away quickly. When they reached an empty corner, she scratched his face with her claws, leaving a bloody mark. Her nails turned black, sharp and long, and her fingers were grayish-white. Lin Nanjing was not angry when he was attacked. He just lowered his head and said a little lonely, in order to show that we are indeed good partners, I think holding your hand should be more like it. 10 fingers interlocked are not good partners, they are lovers. Wu Le still understands this. Lin Nanjing, can't we be lovers? No, we can only be partners. Okay. Lin Nanjing was still very obedient. Wu Le smiled and touched his shoulder. This game will be very interesting, believe me. Well, I'd play with you. Lin Nanjing lowered his head slightly. Except for the yard where they lived, the other yards of the Lin family's main house were overgrown with weeds. Several people went in to explore. The house was full of dust, and the windows were broken. This should be a child's room. The drawers are full of marbles and paper animals. Wang Ming fiddled with the things in the drawer. It should still be a little boy's room. Sun Chung held Song Jiayu's hand, and the two of them never let go. Li Shanxi opened all the drawers. There were still a few old clothes hanging in the closet. At the bottom corner, an iron box attracted their attention. Song Jiayu poked his head out. What is this? Li Shanxi took out the iron box and shook it, but there was no sound. Wang Ming, it's hidden in the corner of the closet, and it's hidden in the iron box. It should be the secret of this little boy. The iron box was full of rust, and Li Shanxi's hands were covered with rust when he opened it. There was only a small black book in the box. What is this? Wang Ming lowered his head. Sun Chung and Song Jiayu were also afraid of missing any clues, so they leaned over and looked together. Li Shanxi turned the page and saw the first page was in red font. No peeking. They were silent. Suddenly they were afraid to read on. What if the death condition was triggered? Just when they were hesitant to turn the pages, a female voice suddenly came out from behind them. Ah, why are you peeking at other people's diaries? The voice scared them. Wu Le and Lin Nanjing stood behind them. Li Shanxi turned around and saw Wu Lei. He was no longer angry like the previous times, but felt helpless. Li Shanxi, how do you know it's a diary? It's a small notebook, hidden in an iron box, and hidden in a closet. The first page is still forbidden to peek. It must be a child's diary. Wu Le looked at him like an idiot. Others were looking at the man in a black shirt behind Wu Lei. A few minutes ago, they had heard from Li Shanxi that there was another old player, Nanjing, who was Wu Lei's partner. Li Shanxi hesitated to move the notebook. Wu Le reached out and took it. Let me see what secrets this child wrote. Lin Nanjing's eyes followed the small black notebook, and suddenly some pictures flashed in his mind. Two white and chubby little hands were holding the most fashionable fountain pen, and writing something stroke by stroke. The paper was blurry, and he couldn't see what the little hand was writing. I hate rain the most, because when it rains, my father won't let me go out, and I can't go to play with her. Wu Le read the words on the notebook. His eyes brightened slightly. The moment Lin Nanjing heard her voice, a picture immediately appeared in his mind. A little boy sat on a chair in the lobby, looking at the open hole with a sad face. The water drops formed a line and flowed into the pool. The sound of rain was very loud. Xiao Jing, it's raining and the temperature has dropped. Go put on some clothes. Don't sit here all the time. You will catch a cold. Dad, can I go out to play? No, you are not allowed to go out when it rains. What if you catch a cold when you get wet? You are not in good health and cannot be exposed to the wind and rain. I want to go out to play. No. I am sick again. Mom and Dad said that the mountains are not good and I am not suitable to live here. We will move soon and I will never see her again. Wu Le read the diary one by one. The diary ends here because the owner of the diary is moved. Li Shanxi said. Song Jiayu was distressed. Why are all hers used, and no name is written? Wu Le closed the diary, smiled and turned back to Lin Nanjing and said, Are you worried that his parents will read the diary and know that he likes a girl in the village? Lin Nanjing met her eyes, and suddenly felt guilty. He didn't say anything. Li Shanxi, it should be that he doesn't want his parents to know who he likes. The boy is in poor health, and his parents control him very strictly. Wang Ming didn't understand. So, is this diary helpful for us to crack the copy? The Lin family is getting married, and this boy is from the Lin family. Could he be the groom? Li Shanxi thought it was very likely. Then will the bride be the girl he likes? Sun Chung, it must be like this. Li Shanxi thought of the sky full of paper money, and white cloth funeral he saw in the backyard. If a funeral can be held in the ancestral home, it must be that someone in the Lin family has died. The owner of this diary was in poor health and moved to the city to recuperate. Li Shanxi, the groom died, it was a ghost marriage. She has already met the ghost bride. It was just a guess before, but now this diary proves that it is a ghost marriage. As soon as the word ghost marriage came out, everyone's expression changed. This is a horror copy, which makes sense. Embroidered shoes, red veil, are all related to the bride. Is the ghost groom looking for the bride? Song Jiayu said. The copy system says that the player's task is to eat wedding wine and make trouble in the bridal chamber. After completing these tasks, it doesn't say how to get out of the copy. Then the clue must be in the newlyweds. Sun Chung, it's a pity that we don't know what Wang Chagang saw when he died. Wu Lu, it's okay, maybe we will know tonight. Lin Nanjing, someone must have died tonight. The two sang in unison, and the others were not so good in an instant. Who will be the lucky one tonight? It's late at night. Swana sounded. Firecrackers crackled, and there was a lot of noise around. Song Jiayu was startled, and when she opened her eyes, she saw a piece of red, and a piece of red cloth covered her eyes. She was stunned and began to be afraid. She just closed her eyes for a few seconds because she was tired. How could this happen? Sun Chung? Song Jiayu called for help. Suddenly, a pair of cold hands grabbed her arms. Don't move, you have finally dressed up, and the groom will be here soon. Don't cry, today is a good day for you to get married, a big happy event. She is getting married? Chapter 108. There were guests outside congratulating her. The crackling sound of firecrackers never stopped, and the sound of Swana was even more intermittent. Song Jiayu was speechless. Both arms were tightly grasped by cold hands. Someone whispered in her ear, don't cry, it's not good for the bride to cry too much. The bride is so beautiful. This wedding dress is the most beautiful I have ever seen. The voices of two middle-aged women. They spoke very loudly. Song Jiayu gradually understood what was going on. She was the bride, and now she was getting married? Who was the groom? Is she going to die? There was a red veil on her head. She couldn't see the ghosts around her. It was all red, and occasionally some people's shadows could be seen behind the red cloth. Song Jiayu wanted to scream, but she couldn't speak, and her body couldn't move. She stared at the red cloth with her eyes wide open in horror. Tears kept falling, one by one, wetting the fabric on the chest of the wedding dress. Oh, why are you still crying? Haven't you always liked the groom? Now that you're married to him, why are you still crying? Quick, let the children come in and make some noise. We can't let the guests hear the bride crying. It's not good. Soon, a group of children came in. The children were laughing and circling around the bride sitting in the middle of the chair, singing as they circled. Bride, bride, don't cry, get in the sedan chair immediately. There are gongs and drums, a sedan chair, flower shoes, a new hat, and a groom to make fun of you. Bride, bride, don't cry, get in the sedan chair immediately. There are gongs and drums, a sedan chair, flower shoes, a new hat, and a groom. The children's voices changed from cheerful to slow and falling, and the jumping and running and circling and laughing also changed to slow and stiff circling step by step. The Swana sound in the firecrackers turned into a sad tune, as mournful as crying. Song Jiayu was shaking all over. She could only look down and see the hem of her skirt and the pair of blood-stained red embroidered shoes. Blood on the embroidery on the uppers. Whose blood? Hers? Or Wang Changgang's? There were footsteps, dragging on the ground dully. The man seemed unable to lift his feet, and his shoes were rubbing against the ground as he walked. A pair of black shoes appeared in front of her, standing with their toes facing her, face to face. Song Jiayu could see a vague figure through the red veil. Hee. A terrifying woman's laughter, followed by dead silence. Song Jiayu found that she could move. She was shaking like a sieve, and the red veil on her head slipped off little by little and fell to the ground. What came into view was Sun Qing's pale face. He was bloodless, his lips were gray, but his eyes were blood red. Song Jiayu was frightened and kept backing away. Sun Chung pressed on. Jiayu, Why are you so far away from me? Today is our wedding day. Don't you want to marry me? It was Sun Cheng's voice, and he looked like Sun Cheng. But Song Jiayu felt that he was not a living person, or more precisely, a corpse in a groom's uniform. Song Jiayu turned around and was about to run, but the door of the room was locked from the outside. The hollow wooden door was covered with snow-white window paper. Every door and every window was covered with big red wedding characters. Through the window paper, you can vaguely see the figures standing outside. All of them are guests. Let me out! Let me out! Song Jiayu slammed the door. But the ghosts outside were all congratulating, drinking and clinking glasses, and the sound of Swana became louder and louder. No one could hear the bride's cry. Sun Cheng kept approaching, asking, "Do you love me? Jiayu, are you willing to be my bride?" "No. No, don't come over." Song Jiayu cried in fear. Sun Cheng's gray dead face pressed against her face. "Are you willing to be my bride? Woo woo. Are you willing to be my bride?" Song Jiayu's back was pressed tightly against the door, and there was a deafening sound of Swana outside. Sun Cheng kept chanting, "Are you willing to be my bride? No. I don't want to be separated from you. Come and accompany me quickly." "Ah! Jiayu! Jiayu!" In the middle of the night, Sun Cheng opened his eyes, and saw Song Jiayu sitting motionless on the bed with a red veil. No matter how he shouted or shook her shoulders, she didn't respond. Sun Cheng's shouting attracted others. When others saw Song Jiayu covered with a red veil, they all took a deep breath. Wang Ming, Wu Lei was fine with the veil on yesterday morning, so just open it, right? Wang Ming is a newcomer, so he doesn't dare to say anything for sure. Li Shanxi thought for a while, and looked at Sun Cheng. "We can only take a gamble, open it." Sun Cheng's hands were shaking, and he didn't dare to open it, because he was afraid that the consequences would be unbearable for him. Wu Lei is fine, Jiayu will definitely be fine too. Sun Cheng comforted himself, and then cruelly opened the red veil. "Ah!" The moment it was opened, Song Jiayu screamed. Bleeding from her eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, she stared in horror and kept screaming. Sun Cheng covered her eyes in a panic and hugged her. "Don't be afraid. It's okay, I'm here." She seemed to be unable to see them, as if she was seeing a scene from another time and space. She kept looking ahead in fear and screaming, her face covered in blood. Li Shanxi also helped to hold down Song Jiayu and comfort her. Lin Nanjing and Wu Le stood at the door and watched, the two of them like door gods. Sun Cheng wiped her face with his hands, both of which were covered in blood. He coaxed and wiped her, but it was useless. Song Jiayu kept screaming. Slowly, Song Jiayu's scream stopped, and she made a hoarse sound in her throat, and finally quieted down. Her eyes were bloodshot and stared motionless. Sun Cheng held his breath, his fingers tremblingly touched her nose, and he collapsed to the ground in an instant. Li Shanxi's face was ugly dead. Wang Ming was terrified. How could this happen? Who killed her, and how did they kill her? The monster killed people invisibly, and killed Song Jiayu under the gaze of so many eyes. Li Shanxi picked up the red veil on the ground. Last time it was embroidered shoes, this time it's a red veil. What will it be next time? Wu Lu, maybe a wedding dress. Li Shanxi looked back at the two people at the door, saying nothing. Song Jiayu died, and Sun Cheng was like a lost soul. He held Song Jiayu's body until dawn, and didn't leave the room. Wang Ming went to Old Man Zhang to get breakfast, and gave it to him, but he didn't eat a bite. Wang Ming couldn't eat either, he was too scared. One person dies every day, who will be the one tonight? Li Shanxi, we will stay in the same room tonight, don't separate, it's safer this way. Wang Ming immediately nodded in agreement. Okay, it's safer together. Sun Cheng didn't respond. Li Shanxi, we be in your room tonight. Yeah. This time Sun Cheng responded. Wang Ming, do you want to ask Wu Lei and Nanjing? Li Shanxi, no, they don't like to team up with others. In the afternoon, Li Shanxi saw Wu Lei and Nanjing holding hands and going to the backyard, and she followed them. This time, there was no paper money flying all over the backyard, just a dilapidated yard full of weeds. Li Shanxi was very confused. Why is it different from what I saw last time? Is there a different time and space superimposed together? Last time, the yard was full of paper money and hung with white cloth, and the doors, windows, and walls were intact. Obviously there was no abandoned house. But now, the same yard and house are full of weeds and dilapidated, as if no one has lived in it for more than 10 years. So this is two different time and space. Wu Lu walked around the backyard holding Lin Nanjing's hand. She took Lin Nanjing to find his memory. The notebook you found today was written by you, right? Do you remember anything? I remember that it was raining and I begged my dad to let me go out and play with you, but they didn't agree. Anything else? I took you to climb the pear tree in the backyard, and there seemed to be a small swing there. Lin Nanjing recalled carefully, but was still unsure. Wula suggested, then let's go and see if there is a swing. Not to mention Lin Nanjing, Wulu himself couldn't remember anything about his life, and they were trying to find their memories. Human players always got in the way and followed behind stealthily. They even caught up with them and asked, Old Man Zhang said not to come here. Is it too risky for us to come in now? If you think it's risky, then why are you following? Wula asked back. Without waiting for Li Shanxi to answer, Wula smiled and answered himself, because you didn't dare to come in, you saw us coming in, so you hurried to follow us, fearing that you would miss important clues. After being exposed, Li Shanxi felt a little guilty, she said. I can only do this. I want to live. Any player wants to live. But most players are too stupid and too weak. Li Shanxi is a brave one, but she is too weak. Li Shanxi, how much do you know about ghost marriage and ghost marriage? Wula asked suddenly. Li Shanxi was stunned for a moment and said, I don't know much, but I have heard of it. For example, some families have sons who died early and did not get married. The parents are superstitious and think that he will not be at peace in the underground, so they marry him a ghost wife. Usually they buy a female corpse to perform rituals, match the ghost marriage, and bury them together in the coffin. The girl is young, the corpse looks intact, and it is best if she looked good when she was alive. Chapter 109. The prettier the girl is, and the fresher the body is, the better the price will be. Wula pointed at her own face and said, for example, mine. This is a ghost marriage between a dead person and a dead person, and there is also a ghost marriage between a living person and a dead person. In short, it is not a good thing, fuel dregs, killing people, and the cold wind blows, as if it will rain again. Lin Nanjing grabbed Wu Li's hand that was pointing at her face, and took it down. Because there were players around, he did not hold her hand. Li Shanxi was indeed stunned when Wula pointed at her face. She suddenly remembered something. Will Song Jiayu's body disappear? Maybe. Li Shanxi followed the two people around the backyard, and did not find any clues. Her mind was now full of whether Song Jiayu's body would be stolen, and Wang Changdong's body was gone. Li Shanxi went back. As soon as the player left, Lin Nanjing's expression became noticeably gentler. He reached out and held Wu Li's hand. Come with me. It seems that the pear tree is in bloom recently. It was rainy in spring, and the scenery was gray, but the white pear blossoms on the tree were very eye-catching. The old pear tree, half of its branches were dead, and half were still growing, trying to bloom and sprout. The two ghosts stood under the tree, smelling the fragrance of the flowers, and some memories of their lives flashed through their minds. Wula thought she was just a murderous female ghost, but she didn't expect to have so many interesting experiences. The little boy took the girl's hand, secretly brought her home, and happily introduced the old pear tree in his home. Lulu, the pear blossoms are very fragrant. I want to eat fruit, the girl said crisply. The fruit will take a long time to wait, I promise. I will pick the first ripe fruit for you. The pear tree is too high for a child. But Xiao Lin Nanjing wanted to pick pear blossoms for her, so he took the risk of climbing the tree. Halfway up, he was panting heavily, and he couldn't get up or down. Xiao Lei under the tree looked a little worried. Lin Nanjing, come down, don't pick them, just take a look. No, you have to put them on your nose and smell them, they are very fragrant. You can pick up the fallen flowers and smell them. The fallen flowers are not fragrant enough. Wula recalled and felt different emotions. Suddenly, a slender and beautiful hand reached out, and in his hand was a pear branch full of white pear blossoms. The wind blew, and the fragrance of the flowers entered the nose, overlapping with the fragrance of the flowers that Xiao Lei smelled. Wula looked at the pale Lin Nanjing. You didn't look good when you were a child. Well, I have been in poor health since I was a child. This sentence made Wula daze for a moment, and she remembered the one who was in poor health in the previous copy. Now that I'm dead, there's no problem of poor health. Wula smiled evilly. I want the top pear blossoms to be placed in my coffin and covered with petals. Lin Nanjing couldn't climb such a high tree before, but now he can. Lin Nanjing climbed the tree to pick flowers, picked a large bag, and when he lowered his head to show her, he found that she had disappeared. The body is gone. Li Shanxi asked in shock. Did you see who took the body away? Yes, as she guessed, Song Jiayu's body disappeared. But Sun Cheng had been guarding the body all the time. How could it disappear? Sun Chung was also devastated. I just got up to drink water at the table, and Jiayu disappeared out of thin air when I turned around. Li Shanxi's face was heavy. Sun Chung saw that she seemed to understand something. You came in a hurry just now. Do you have anything to say? Li Shanxi hesitated for a moment, and finally said cruelly, Song Jiayu may become the bride. Sun Chung was disheartened. If she becomes the bride, who will she marry? The son of the Lin family who died of illness? Wang Ming didn't understand. Song Jiayu is the bride, where is Wang Chonggang? His body is missing. There are still 2 nights. We can only know the truth on the day of the wedding. Li Shanxi tried hard to think of any clues, drinking wedding wine, making trouble in the bridal chamber. As night fell, the 3 of them stayed in the same room. Wang Ming, are we taking turns on duty? The 3 of them sat on the same bed, with their backs against the wall. Don't take turns on duty, don't sleep. Li Shanxi said. Once you fall asleep, you may not be able to wake up, and anything may happen. They will stay up tonight to see what kind of ghosts they will encounter. There were candles on the table and floor of the room, and there were new candles at hand, trying to ensure that there was lighting all night. As time passed, Wang Ming began to feel sleepy. Why don't we chat? Otherwise it's easy to fall asleep. Wang Ming yawned with tears in his eyes. Think about seeing ghosts when you close your eyes. Can you still sleep? Li Shanxi said deliberately. Wang Ming instantly became energetic. Sun Chung kept his head down and didn't speak. He loved Song Jiayu very much. Without her, he didn't even know what he would do. What's the point of continuing to walk in the dungeon? He knew that he didn't have much ability, and might not be able to pass the current dungeon. Even if he passes this dungeon, he will die in the next dungeon. He doesn't know what the point of his persistence is. Li Shanxi and Wang Ming can both sense Sun Cheng's negativity. Li Shanxi said, Let's chat. What were you doing the second before you entered the horror game? Wang Ming raised his hand. I was sleeping in. I finally didn't have to go to work on the weekend. I slept in comfortably. When I opened my eyes, I was in the wilderness. Now I doubt if I have died suddenly, and now I have traveled to this game. Maybe, I also doubt that I died in reality, but this body is indeed my body. Li Shanxi raised his hand, looked at his familiar hands, and said, I was driving a car the second before I entered the dungeon. While driving, the car suddenly disappeared, and many people appeared beside me. They told me that I became a player in the horror game. They looked at Sun Chung, expecting him to join the topic. Sun Chung lowered his head and didn't speak, just when they thought he would never speak. Sun Chung said, The second before entering the dungeon, Jiayu and I were holding an engagement party. Both of our parents came, and we stood together to take pictures. The next second, we entered the horror game. As soon as he said this, the people on both sides were quiet. Li Shanxi and Wang Ming didn't know what to say, as if anything they said would open Sun Cheng's scars. Jiayu and I have known each other since childhood. We live in the same community, and go to the same school since childhood. We are childhood sweethearts, so it is natural for us to be together. The engagement party is in September, and the wedding date is next spring. We are going to get married soon, Sun Chung said, trembling and crying. After Song Jiayu died, Sun Chung was grief-stricken, but he was very quiet, and didn't cry or shout. Now he finally cried. Li Shanxi and Wang Ming didn't persuade him, but just listened to him quietly and cried. 2 ghosts flashed outside the window. The candlelight flickered in the room, reflecting the shadows of the 3 people on the wall, stretching and magnifying them. Among them, Sun Cheng's shadow gradually became blurred, and a shadow wearing a red veil and a skirt stood behind his shadow, gently hugging him down, as if hugging him. The night wind blew in from the broken window, a little cold. Sun Chung talked a lot about his past with Song Jiayu. Gradually the day dawned. This night was actually spent safely. In the morning, light came in through the broken window paper, and the 3 people had heavy dark circles under their eyes after staying up all night. They saw that each other was still alive, and they all breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, they were puzzled. Wang Ming said, No one died last night. Sun Cheng's eyes were red and swollen. We are all fine. Didn't they say that one person dies every night? Li Shanxi looked outside. The yard was quiet. Go see Wu Lei and Nanjing. Wang Ming whispered, Could it be that someone died there? Li Shanxi and Sun Chung heard it, but they didn't say anything. Objectively speaking, the possibility of the 2 people being killed is not high. Although I don't know how many copies they have passed, there is always a feeling that they are super bosses. Other players are full of fear of copies. No matter how they hide it, you can see it. But Wu Lei and Nanjing are very calm, as if no matter what terrible things happen, They can't scare them. This fearless feeling is what Li Shanxi envies. Since entering the copy, the players have been living in fear all the time, always feeling that there are monsters standing in the dark, and if they are not careful, they will be dragged into the darkness and eaten up. When I came to the yard, it was silent. The morning dew was heavy, and the air smelled of spring grass. They went to the room at the end, and they didn't even need to knock on the door because it was wide open. The situation in the room shocked them. Nanjing, wearing a black shirt, squatted sadly beside the bed, gently touching Wu Lele, who was sitting on the edge of the bed. Wu Lele closed her eyes. She was wearing a strange red wedding dress, and her face was pale, which was obviously not the skin color of a living person. There were even corpse spots on her neck. In their shocked eyes, Lin Nanjing turned around and said in a hoarse voice, "Lele is dead. Someone died last night, and it was Wu Lele who died." Chapter 110. Wu Lele's body has already had some corpse spots, and she has been dead for at least 2 hours. Li Shanxi couldn't believe it. What happened? Lin Nanjing had been squatting in front of the bed, gently stroking Wu Lele's cheek with his fingers, and tidying up the hair beside her ears. I fell asleep, and when I woke up, I saw her standing by the bed in this wedding dress, and she had died. Nanjing was very intimate with Wu Lele's little movements. Although he was very calm, he could see that he was very sad. The two seemed to have a relationship beyond teammates. Faced with such a situation, the other 3 players were speechless. Li Shanxi only said, "Hold on tonight. Tomorrow is the wedding banquet. Another person will die tonight." They are all afraid that it will be themselves. In addition to Wang Chagang who died on the first night, 2 girls have died in succession. Who will be the next man or woman? Sun Chung looked at the sad Nanjing and took the initiative to step forward. "We must find the evil ghosts and avenge them." Lin Nanjing turned back. "Who to avenge? The dungeon is the real enemy. NPCs can never be killed. We will die here. The dungeon is closed and open next time. There will be new players and NPCs will still exist. They are all players, of course they understand all this." But when Nanjing said that the dungeon is the real enemy, they all trembled in their hearts. Yes, horror games and horror dungeons are our real enemies, but aren't NPCs part of them? Li Shanxi smiled sarcastically. From the moment they entered the horror game, it seemed that they were destined to die. This enemy is too powerful. Let alone revenge, it is difficult for them to survive. Lin Nanjing carefully observed their expressions, but he did not get pleasure from it. He did not care about dungeons, players, NPCs, etc. He only cared about Wu Le. Wu Le said that she liked to see the expressions of the players, the expressions of fear when facing death, and the desire and despair when facing dungeon information. Lin Nanjing cooperated with Wu Li's plan. He retracted his eyes, and focused on the corpse in wedding dress. At the beginning, she was lying in a small coffin like this, and the group of people secretly carried her into the old house? Was she afraid? She was not sick. Why did she die? Lin Nanjing probably guessed the truth. He only felt heartache and distress for her. Not only Wu Le, there are many brides in the village, and all the villages in the mountains. All the villages have become ghost villages. They are afraid of women in red because they know what they have done. The body will disappear. We will guard Wu Lele and see what is going on. Li Shanxi suggested. Wang Ming, yes, let's try to guard it. There were 2 beds in the room, and the 3 of them sat on the opposite bed, leaving the other half of the room for Lin Nanjing and Wu Le. Wu Le was lying flat on the bed, with her hands folded on her abdomen. The red wedding dress on her body was bright red, which set off her gray skin. The corpse spots were all over her body, and there were traces on her face, but it did not affect her beauty. Li Shanxi looked at the beautiful corpse, and remembered what Wu Lele said during the day, pointing at her own face with a smile on her face. Ah! Li Shanxi sighed. Sure enough, you can't talk nonsense. Is this a prophecy? The sky was bright, but it was still gray. Today was a rainy day, and it was drizzling outside again. Obviously, this room is the room at the end of the courtyard, far away from the lobby outside. But you can still clearly hear the sound of raindrops falling into the pool in the middle of the hall. Tick-tick. Accompanied by footsteps. Old man Zhang came over with a bent waist and shouted in the yard, "Come out to eat." No one went out. Old man Zhang was still shouting. Wang Ming bravely replied, "Uncle Zhang, we ate some biscuits we brought with us. We are not hungry now. You don't have to worry about us." Okay, I really don't understand young people. You have biscuits instead of food. Old man Zhang's voice gradually faded away. It's better to eat less today. Tomorrow is a banquet. There are more meat and vegetables in the village banquet. You should eat more tomorrow. Banquet. It sounded like a death warrant. They didn't leave the house all day. Seeing the night fall, they were actually hungry. But this little hunger is nothing to life. Wang Ming sat on the bed with his legs crossed, his face flushed. Sun Chung looked at him sideways. What's wrong with you? I want to go to the toilet. Wang Ming was about to cry. He had to pee and fart at this time. The yard was dark, and the simple toilet was vaguely visible. Wang Ming didn't dare to go to the toilet alone, but he really couldn't hold it anymore. Sun Chung, if you are afraid to go to the yard, then you can pee on the ground at the door. The door was open, so he went to pee at the door. Wang Ming was embarrassed. I want to go to the big one. Sun Chung, I go with you. If Song Jiayu was here, Sun Chung would definitely stay with her, and would not do such risky things. Now Sun Chung didn't care. They could never kill the dungeon, and could not take revenge. Sun Chung did not know what was the point of continuing to go through the dungeon. It was just a waste of life. Thank you, thank you. Wang Ming bowed to him with both hands. The two got out of bed and went out. Li Shanxi glanced at their backs, and then looked at the people on the bed opposite. Wu Leilei's body was still lying flat, and Nanjing was lying beside her, holding her hand. He lay there silently, and even the rise and fall of his abdomen could not be seen. Looking at the female corpse next to him in bright wedding clothes, Li Shanxi always felt very strange. No matter how shallow a person's breathing is when he is asleep, there will be rise and fall. Li Shanxi's heart sank. He would not die, right? Li Shanxi quietly got out of bed and approached the opposite side step by step. The toilet that had not been used for so many years was still smelly. They did not dare to look down when they came to the toilet here. The dry toilet was really disgusting. Sun Chung stood at the door waiting for Wang Ming, and Wang Ming hurried in to take off his pants to solve it. When I came out, it was still gray and black, and I could see the toilet. In a blink of an eye, it was pitch black all around. Sun Chung looked up in the direction of the house, and his face changed instantly. No! Sun Chung nervously grabbed the grass beside him. There were candles in the house. No matter how dark it was impossible not to see the house more than 10 meters away. Meow. A light cat cry, sounding like a baby crying. Sun Cheng's spine began to numb. Wang Ming, are you okay? Right away. Wang Ming's voice came from the dark toilet. Sun Chung said, it seems wrong. Let's go back quickly. Hearing this, Wang Ming wiped it a few times and quickly pulled up his pants and ran out in a hurry. Don't scare me, what's wrong? Sun Chung looked across the street, but there was nothing. Wang Ming followed his gaze and found that it was pitch black all around. The courtyard wall and the house were all invisible. To be precise, it was not invisible, but they had all disappeared. Only this hut was still there. And as the surroundings became darker and darker, they could no longer see each other. Sun Chung quickly grabbed Wang Ming's hand and pulled him. Go, don't look, just keep going forward. The courtyard is not big, and the room is in that direction. Okay. Okay, I follow you. Wang Ming was scared. Sun Chung was actually pretending to be calm. The two walked forward hand in hand, and walked into the darkness. Now it was all black around, and they could not see each other. Meow, another cat's cry, and it was getting closer and closer. Meow. Suddenly there was a shrill cat cry, as if someone had stepped on the cat's tail. The next second, a cat flew up and stood directly on Wang Ming's shoulder. Ah! What? What? Wang Ming was so scared that he quickly reached out to pat his shoulders, and instantly let go of Sun Cheng's hand. He slapped his shoulders frantically with both hands. Meow! The cat scratched his face fiercely, then jumped down and disappeared. Ah! Wang Ming kept calling, and then he found that there was no sound around, so he hurriedly shouted, Sun Chung? Sun Chung? Wang Ming fell forward, but didn't touch anyone, nor did he hear Sun Cheng's voice. Wang Ming's mind was blank. It's over. It's him who died tonight. The moment Wang Ming let go of his hand, Sun Cheng's eyes suddenly lit up, and the candlelight from the window of the room in the distance came through. Sun Chung didn't dare to look back at all, and rushed back to the room. As soon as he returned to the room, he saw Li Shanxi slumped on the ground. What's wrong? Sun Chung stepped forward and asked, Wu Leilei, where is Nanjing? Wu Leilei disappeared, and Nanjing also disappeared. And, did you hear any sound? Li Shanxi just finished speaking. Suddenly, the lights were on everywhere outside, and the red lanterns and red silk cloth on the eaves were brightly lit. In the hall across the wall, there was the sound of Suona, sometimes happy and sometimes sad. The wedding had begun. What kind of wedding had to be held at night? Chapter 111. In the old house deep in the mountains, lights were hung in the middle of the night, and red lanterns illuminated the red silk. Old Man Zhang's voice kept urging them, but Old Man Zhang himself was nowhere to be seen. Li Shanxi and Sun Cheng were both panicked. Sun Cheng, are we going out? Of course. Now the most critical dungeon plot is here. They must go out to complete the dungeon task. Why haven't the guests come out yet? The auspicious time is almost here, you are too rude. Old Man Zhang's voice was a little angry, and at the same time his voice became strange, as if several audio frequencies were sandwiched together, not like people talking, but like ghosts talking. There are no living people in this village. Li Shanxi boldly imagined. Wang Ming did not come back with Sun Cheng, and Li Shanxi was too lazy to ask. Something must have happened. They mustered up the courage to push the door open and go out. I don't know when the eaves in the yard were full of red lanterns. They clearly remembered that these were only arranged in the front hall. Passing through the narrow dark corridor, the hall was filled with a strange red light, and candles and red lanterns illuminated the entire hall. There were various figures walking around on the walls. You could also hear them talking. Congratulations, congratulations. Marrying a wife is a good thing, congratulations. I heard that the bride is very beautiful. The Lin family is so blessed. You could hear people talking, but you couldn't see anyone, you could only see the shadows reflected on the wall. Judging from the distribution density of the shadows, this hall should be full of guests, but they were not living people. You couldn't see or touch them. Li Shanxi and Sun Cheng both held their breath, and didn't dare to go forward at all. They just stood under the small porch, hiding in the dark and watching. The shadows on the wall were swaying, and the sound was noisy, with only the sound of the Swana being the most obvious and loudest. The tattered painting of Guanyin holding a child now looked brand new, but Guanyin's face was strange, too thin, and the child in her arms was chubby. The wooden boards on both sides were pasted with double happiness characters cut out of bright red paper. Peanuts, dates, and apples were all painted red and placed on a plate. It was the style of a wedding, but it was weird everywhere. Why don't you go over? A dull voice sounded, and it was very familiar. Li Shanxi and Sun Cheng turned around at the same time, and the next moment they were shocked. It was Wang Chaogang. Wang Chaogang was wearing the clothes he died in, standing stiffly behind them. His face and hands were covered with corpse spots, and even exuded a rotten stench, and his eyes were gray and lifeless. This was a corpse, but it was moving and talking. We are guests. It's not polite to hide here. Come with me to the wedding, Wang Chaogang said, and walked towards the lobby. Turning around, Li Shanxi and Sun Cheng found that the lobby, which was only filled with ghosts just now, was now full of people. They were all people like Wang Chaogang. The stench of the corpses made people unable to open their eyes. They seemed to have forgotten that they were dead, and were still moving and communicating as if they were alive. The auspicious time has arrived. The bride is coming. We will see her soon. They were talking. Li Shanxi glanced at his watch. It was exactly midnight. 2 living people were still very obvious among those dead guests. The smell of living people was different. So you are here. I have been looking for you for a long time. Wang Ming, with blood on his face, suddenly appeared. He spoke very slowly. Obviously, he was also dead. After being apart for a while, Wang Ming died. Sun Cheng and Li Shanxi both took a deep breath, but as Wang Ming walked to them, they saw a more horrifying scene. Wang Ming's neck was missing a large piece of flesh. The skin and flesh were turned over, revealing a bloody wound, and there seemed to be some bite marks on the corners. Was he eaten by something? Wang Ming's face and back were covered in blood, and he was bitten to death by something. Li Shanxi looked at Sun Cheng, who was already desperate. I only heard the sound of a cat at that time. Cat? What cat? Wang Ming's corpse reacted greatly to the word cat, and looked around with wide eyes. His eyeballs almost popped out. Where is the cat? No, I didn't say cat. Sun Cheng comforted him, and he was speechless after he finished speaking. Wang Ming was already dead. Suddenly Sun Cheng's eyes lit up. Wang Chaogang and Wang Ming could stand here and talk. So where was Jiayu? Sun Cheng turned around and looked around. Li Shanxi also understood who Sun Cheng was looking for, and she looked around too. The dead were all gathered together in the hall, and it was too difficult to find someone. Suddenly the sound of Swana became sharp. It was the auspicious time. The newlyweds came. With the red paper all over the sky and the sound of firecrackers and Swana, a bride appeared in the open space, and next to her was a red coffin. The bride wore a bright red wedding dress with intricate and beautiful embroidery patterns, a pair of exquisite embroidered shoes on her feet, and a red mandarin duck veil on her head. She stood there, obviously in bright red, But there was no festive feeling, only gloomy. The bride stood there woodenly. She suddenly moved, crying and shouting, "I don't want to get married. I don't want to marry a dead person. The bride is so beautiful, congratulations, you're married, and you be a big girl in the future." The louder the bride cries, the greater the blessing for the groom's family. Congratulations. Ha ha ha. The guests around all had the same smile, and the arc of each mouth corner was the same, which was extremely weird. The congratulations came out of their mouths, and they kept on, and gradually those sounds were about to drown out the bride's voice. This scene was too weird. Li Shanxi and Sun Chung were dizzy by the bride's crying and the guests' laughter. The bride cried and talked, repeating that she didn't want to get married, didn't want to marry a dead person, and begged them to let her go. And the players found that the bride's voice was different every time she said a word, and each word sounded like the voice of a different girl. Under the red veil, it seemed that countless brides were talking. "I don't want to get married, please." A timid voice came from under the red veil. Sun Cheng's eyes changed instantly just now. It was Jiayu's voice. He wouldn't hear it wrong. He couldn't hear the voice of his beloved wrong. Li Shanxi wanted to hold Sun Chung back, but it was too late. Sun Chung rushed directly to the bride and lifted the red veil without hesitation. It was Song Jiayu's face. She was crying, and her face was covered with blood and tears. But before Sun Chung could ask her a question, the face changed in an instant, and became the face of a girl they had never seen before. The girl was also crying, "I don't want to marry a dead person, please let me go." Her eyes were white, and she was bleeding and crying, which was extremely terrifying. Sun Chung stepped back in fear. The next second, the girl's face changed again. "I have been dead for a long time. Let me go. Don't let me marry after I die. Why are you digging up my body, you beasts? I won't let you go." The bride's face kept changing. Sun Chung kept staring at the bride until Song Jiayu appeared, and he immediately rushed over. Jiayu, do you still recognize me?" Sun Chung grabbed her arm. Li Shanxi was frightened and crazy. Song Jiayu was already dead. There was no point in doing this. Li Shanxi didn't dare to stay here. She looked at the open back door of the hall, slowly passed the guests, and moved over there. Song Jiayu didn't cry this time, but smiled at Sun Chung, with tears and blood on her face, and said, "Sun Chung, do you love me?" "Love, of course I love you. How can I save you? Let's go home together." "Okay, we have to go back together." Sun Chung choked. "I can't go home. I'm so lonely. Are you willing to come and accompany me?" Song Jiayu said with a smile. Sun Chung was stunned, looking at her with red eyes. "It's a pity that we didn't get married. But we can get married now. Will you marry me and stay with me forever?" Song Jiayu still had that fake smile. Looking at this familiar face, listening to this familiar voice. The guests around them all looked at them with a smile, muttering, "Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations." Wang Chonggang and Wang Ming stood among the guests. Their faces became blurred, and the people around them seemed to look the same. Sun Chung suppressed his voice. "I am willing to marry you." The lid of the red coffin next to him slowly opened, and when Sun Chung reacted again, he had already lay in the coffin. Song Jiayu stood beside the coffin. "I am very happy. We can be together forever." As soon as the voice fell, the guests around rushed up. The coffin was closed, followed by the sound of hammers nailing nails, and in just a few seconds, the coffin was nailed tightly. Sun Chung inside did not shout the whole time. In the hall emitting a strange red light, the bride's face turned back to Wu Lu. She was wearing thick bridal makeup, with a white face and red lips. Even the makeup could not cover the corpse spots spreading around the corners of her eyes and neck, which was strange and beautiful. Wu Lu touched the coffin inside. "Congratulations." In the coffin, Sun Chung quietly waited for death. As the air became thinner and thinner, a stiff and cold corpse appeared on his body. Sun Chung smelled a familiar perfume, which was the style that Song Jiayu liked to use. He raised his hands and hugged the corpse on his body. "Jiayu, we are getting married today." Chapter 112. At the last second before entering the backyard, Li Shanxi heard the sound of firecrackers, and the sound of the swana also turned into a joyful tune, which was normal music for a wedding, as if someone was really holding a wedding, and even the smell of food wafted in. Li Shanxi hesitated for a moment, but still went to the backyard. When he stepped into the backyard, it was indeed not a desolate yard this time, but a yard full of white cloth and white lanterns. The further he walked in, the stronger the atmosphere of a funeral became. There must be a mourning hall, and if he found a mourning hall, he could find the groom. The one in front was Song Jiayu, but not Song Jiayu. She was the bride, one of the countless girls who were forced into ghost marriages or whose bodies were dug up after death for ghost marriages. This mountain village has had the custom of ghost marriages for a long time, and even does this business. There are more and more brides, and those girls are getting more and more resentful, and finally turn into evil ghosts. The bride is the most dangerous existence, and she hates guests who come to drink wedding wine. Li Shanxi was particularly glad that he had not told the bride that he was a guest. The identity of the dungeon was given to them as tourists, and it was the villagers here who let them stay and become guests. But as long as they don't drink wedding wine, and don't eat outside wedding banquets, they are not guests. The dungeon task is to eat wedding wine. You can't do this task, you will die. After experiencing the horror scene in the hall just now, Li Shanxi's mind opened up, and all the things were connected. Wang Chaogang and Wang Ming died, and they became real guests. Only the dead can attend the wedding of the dead. Song Jiayu lacked luck, and she became the dead player on the third night. Sun Chung could live as long as he abandoned Song Jiayu, but he chose to become Song Jiayu's groom. Although Li Shanxi didn't know their past, she knew how much they loved each other from Sun Cheng's words, and the 2 days of watching them get along. Knowing that they couldn't leave the dungeon, Li Shanxi felt a little sad. The sad emotion flashed by, and Li Shanxi was now focused on whether she could escape successfully. To be honest, she had no idea how to leave the dungeon. She couldn't think of a way to leave the dungeon at all. She only knew that she couldn't drink wedding wine or make trouble in the bridal chamber. What to do then? What is the real dungeon mission? The cold wind was blowing, and a piece of paper money covered her eyes. It was a little painful when it hit her face before. Li Shanxi squinted her eyes, and raised her hand to tear off the paper money stuck on her face. The moment she took it off, she saw a terrifying face. It was Wu Lei, but her face had been rotten, and she was just right in front of her. Li Shanxi was so scared that she took a breath and stepped back a few steps. Wu Lei tilted her head seemed to fall off her neck, and asked with a smile, "Are you a guest who came to the wedding?" Li Shanxi swallowed nervously, and said loudly, "No, I am just a tourist who strayed into this village." "Then why did you come in here?" "I came in when I heard the sound. I came to save the bride. What they did was too bad. They were not human. I will take the bride away, and bring her back to her original place." The bride did not volunteer for the ghost marriage. The bride became a fierce ghost because she was full of resentment. "Take the bride away, and disrupt this wedding." "No." Li Shanxi's eyes lit up. It was a disturbance in the bridal chamber, but a disturbance in the morning hall. Wu Lu was ready to kill the player, but she became smart. Li Shanxi did not lie and said something that made her like it. She could not kill her. "Then I wish you good luck." Wu Lu turned and disappeared. Li Shanxi breathed a sigh of relief, although she didn't understand why the player Wu Lei appeared here. She should have been in the front yard like other dead players to attend the wedding. Hurry up and find the morning hall and the bride. Li Shanxi continued to run forward. Not long after he went, he heard footsteps behind him. Li Shanxi couldn't help but look back out of curiosity, and saw Old Man Zhang, but Old Man Zhang was no longer a human being. He had a hideous smile on his face, his hands and legs were full of holes, and the clothes on his chest were dirty and torn. He chased after him frantically, and when he saw Li Shanxi looking back, he shouted, "Get out! Get out!" He was the one guarding the house, and he had to drive out the outsiders who broke in. Li Shanxi was most afraid of this kind of chase. He didn't dare to hesitate for a second. He turned around and ran forward, passing through the round arch. There were stone paths all the way, and paper money was flying all over the sky, hitting his face painfully. The sound of firecrackers and swanas at weddings faded away, and the surroundings were terribly quiet, with only the sound of her hurried footsteps and breathing as she ran away. And from time to time, the roar of Old Man Zhang chasing after her was heard. Old Man Zhang was already a ghost, and his words were screams squeezed out of his throat, which made people shudder. Old Man Zhang was very fast and never tired. Li Shanxi felt that he would be caught up sooner or later. Unless she climbed the wall and escaped, Old Man Zhang would not chase her. But if she went out, she would not be able to break the dungeon. The key to getting out of the dungeon was in this backyard. Li Shanxi quickly opened the player mall and exchanged points for a wooden man prop. This prop can freeze NPCs or players for 3 seconds. Although 3 seconds is a short time, it can save lives at a critical moment. There is a yellow earth wall in front of us. Is there no way out? When Li Shanxi was terrified, she suddenly saw a small path on the side. She ran there without hesitation. There were dense white paper money all along the way, which fanned people and caused great resistance. It was very difficult for Li Shanxi to run forward, and she couldn't open her eyes. All the paper money was attached to her body, cold and cold. The paper money became thicker and thicker, wrapping Li Shanxi up, and she couldn't see the road. She was very heavy, especially on her shoulders, as if someone was lying on her. Li Shanxi couldn't move. If there is a third-person perspective, you will find that the player is wrapped in paper money into a huge white human figure, without revealing any skin color, and a bride is sitting on her shoulders. Li Shanxi hesitated whether to turn back and stop moving forward, but she still gritted her teeth and continued to move forward a few steps. Suddenly, her feet were tripped by something, and Li Shanxi fell forward with a thump. With a sound of breaking wind, all the paper money stuck on her body fell to the ground, and the surroundings were snow-white, and Li Shanxi even felt that the white was dazzling. She was lying on the ground, looking up, and was shocked. A huge morning hall appeared in front of her. What just tripped her was the threshold of the morning hall. The two sides of the morning hall were full of paper money bouquets, like brooms, and 4 black long benches in the middle held 2 black coffins, and white cloth flowers were placed on the coffins. There were 2 plaques and 2 portraits on the morning hall. The paintings were actually of Wu Lei and Nanjing. How could this be? Li Shanxi suddenly didn't understand. These 2 disappeared and died, but they shouldn't be here. It doesn't make sense. There are words on the plaque, and Li Shanxi reads, Lin Nanjing, Wu Lei. This is the bride and groom. The surname is Lin Nanjing. He is the son of the Lin family who died of illness, but they are obviously players. Why are their names engraved here? At this time, Li Shanxi still dare not guess the identity of these 2 people, and insists on believing that they are players. There is no way, the players can't think of it at all. There will be NPCs awakening consciousness, and even playing players in front of players. Players not only can't think of such a thing, but also dare not think of such a thing. If NPCs have self-awareness and can play players, then in the dungeon, the chance of players surviving is even smaller, because no one knows what these NPCs will do. This is what happened later. Li Shanxi moved to the side of the 2 coffins, and through the placement of the plaque and the portrait, he guessed that the coffin on the right was the bride. Take the bride away. Can you get out of the dungeon? There is no clue at all, but if you do nothing, you can only wait to die, so Li Shanxi chose to gamble. Li Shanxi pushed the coffin open with force. As soon as the gap was opened, he smelled a flower fragrance. It smelled good and a little familiar. It seemed that he had smelled this smell on the mountain road when he first entered the dungeon. The coffin was pushed open little by little. Chapter 113. The coffin was pushed open a quarter, and Li Shanxi was still shocked when she saw Wu Lei's face. Although she knew who was lying inside, she was still puzzled. Wu Lei was not wearing a wedding dress, but a red funeral dress, bright red, with gold thread embroidered patterns. The funeral dress was too big, probably bought by someone who didn't know her size. The most important thing was that her body was covered with pear blossoms, all fresh, exuding the fragrance of dew and flowers. I want to take you away. Where should I take you? Li Shanxi was anxious. Can you tell me where you want to go? The dead could not answer her question. Just take you out of the Lin family first. Li Shanxi reached out to pull Wu Lu, but suddenly the coffin next to her was shaking. The groom doesn't want to? Li Shanxi pulled Wu Lu up and cursed at the groom's coffin. She doesn't want to marry you. She was forced by others. I'm going to take her away now. Don't do evil. I don't know if it will work. The groom's coffin stopped shaking. But outside the door, old man Zhang came. Li Shanxi could only let go of Wu Lu and let her lie back in the coffin. Li Shanxi looked around for a place to hide. The whole morning hall was in full view. There was no place to hide. No, there was one. Li Shanxi climbed into the bride's coffin and closed it with force. She lay on Wu Lu. Wu Lu didn't breathe. She was cold and cold. Li Shanxi was so nervous that he could hear his own heartbeat. Outside was the roar of old man Zhang. Where did you go? Impolite guest, where did you go? Guest. As soon as this name came out. In the coffin, in the dark, Wu Lu opened her eyes. Are you a guest? Li Shanxi was frightened and trembled. She raised her head suddenly, and hit the coffin lid with the back of her head. Then a pair of cold hands grabbed her neck, and she felt suffocated. You are a guest, you are a guest, you are a guest who came to drink my wedding wine. Wu Lu smiled grimly. Li Shanxi tried to open her mouth and speak, no. Yes, I am not. I didn't drink the wedding wine, I came to save you. I know you didn't marry voluntarily, and you didn't die naturally, right? You were killed by someone. She had difficulty speaking, and her voice was completely hoarse. Wu Li's memory of her life was very vague. As soon as Li Shanxi said this, She had new memories in her mind. She was studying outside, and her parents called to say that they were sick and asked her to go home to see them. So she came back. Then, a bowl of poison, a funeral dress prepared in advance, a small black coffin, and several familiar village uncles carried her into the Lin family. Li Shanxi didn't hear her speak, guessing that she was distracted, so he struck while the iron was hot and said with difficulty, "I can take you away, take you home, and bury you again. On the hill of my home." Instantly, his throat was pinched tighter. "Ha ha, go home. Buried on the hill of my home? I have never been buried. Guess who killed me?" Li Shanxi was stunned. The suffocation made her eyes go black. In the dark coffin, she didn't know that her eyes were black. It was the uncomfortable dizziness that made her aware of it. "Do you think that I was killed by someone, and then my parents buried me?" The group of people who killed me stared at the hill, waiting for my parents to go down the hill, and then dug me up? Wula spoke sharply and harshly. "You guessed wrong. I have never been buried. They sold me, a living person selling a corpse, and they killed me." Lack of oxygen made Li Shanxi's brain stop thinking. The bride was killed by her parents. Her parents sold their daughter, and arranged a ghost marriage for someone else. The bride had nowhere to go. She was going to die. Li Shanxi felt that she was going to die. Li Shanxi collapsed on Wulu. Wulu let her go, and stopped moving her. The lid of the coffin was thin with oxygen. Li Shanxi had no strength to resist. The next step was to wait for death. Suddenly, Wulu felt that his body was imprisoned. This was the feeling of being controlled by the player's props. Wulu looked at the player on his body with bright eyes. Li Shanxi just pretended to be dead. Li Shanxi was not that bad. She was pretending that she was dying. While Wulu was relaxing her vigilance, Li Shanxi used the wooden man prop on her. In 3 seconds, Li Shanxi stood up, pushed open the coffin, and quickly flipped out. 3 seconds was not enough for her to escape unless she used the teleportation talisman. But Li Shanxi chose not to escape, but jumped out of the coffin, holding the edge of the coffin, and said to Wulu inside, "I will bury you on the mountain road behind the village, where there are several pear trees. You should like it. No one knows where you are buried except me, and no one will steal your body. Please, give me a chance. I want to get out of the dungeon alive. I want to finish all the dungeons alive. I want to go home." Li Shanxi herself didn't know that she was already in tears at this moment, and her eyes were so terrified. It was a moment of life and death just now, and no one could control the physiological reaction. Wulu had seen such eyes many times, but Li Shanxi's fearful eyes were still full of yearning. She made the right choice to take the bride away. But the bride had no place she wanted to go. The player has to impress the bride. All the bride wants is a favorite burial place, and a place where her body will never be stolen. Li Shanxi succeeded. Meow. A cat's cry came from the roof. The coffin was visibly decayed, and the slag of the paper money tree around it had all fallen, and the ground was covered with dust. Everything on the altar in the morning hall was covered with dust, and the portraits and the words on the spirit tablets were completely invisible. The yard was full of weeds, and even the floor of the morning hall was cracked, with tree roots bursting out. Li Shanxi was horrified by the change, but gradually she calmed down. She looked at Wu Lei in the coffin, and found that it was already a skeleton, still wearing the ill-fitting shroud. Everything had become rotten, but the pear blossoms under the coffin were surprisingly fresh. Li Shanxi took off her coat, picked up the bones, and wrapped them in her coat, saying, "I take you away now." After hesitating for a while, Li Shanxi still picked up all the fresh pear blossoms, and put them into her clothes, and took them away with the bones. She held the bones in her arms, but still couldn't help looking back at the dusty spirit tablet. Now, the names of the real bride and groom should be on it. Li Shanxi wanted to go and take a look, but she was afraid that doing such unnecessary things would change the status quo. Li Shanxi finally chose to turn around and leave. Li Shanxi carried the bride's bones out of the Lin family. The road was dilapidated. This place has been abandoned for a long time. She stepped out of the door, not knowing that a man in black shrouds had been standing inside the door watching this scene. Lin Nanjing stood under the arch, and could hear Wu Lei saying, "Nanjing, if you want me to come to the mountain to see me." She would not marry him. But they were still childhood playmates, and could go out together. It was raining. Lin Nanjing buried his own body under the pear tree at home. "We can't be buried together." His eyes were full of deep regret. He liked her, and had liked her since childhood, but he was in poor health, died early, and indirectly killed her. She didn't blame him, and was willing to play with him, which was already very good. Although they were not buried together, they were buried under the pear tree. On the mountain road, the rain washed, and the yellow mud stuck to Li Shanxi's shoes. Li Shanxi was soaked. Wu Li's ghost sat on the pear tree and watched her busy. And her skeleton was backpacked in her coat, and the coat was covered with weeds, but it couldn't hide from the rain, and it was still wet. Li Shanxi took great pains to dig a deep pit, picked a lot of pear blossoms to pad the pit, and then put the bride's bones in and buried them. After doing all this, Li Shanxi was completely exhausted. She collapsed on the ground, and the cold rain fell on her body. But for a long time, there was no sound of leaving the copy. Li Shanxi began to laugh, crying and laughing. Wu Lu sat on the tree and watched, her eyes thoughtfully looking at the black cat on the mountain road. Suddenly, the strange electronic audio sounded. Congratulations to player Li Shanxi for clearing happy event in the mountain village, and unlocking the ending pear blossoms blooming on the mountain road and graves. Chapter 114. The spring rain was continuous, and pear blossoms fell all over the ground. On the mountain road, a little black cat was licking its fur while being drenched in the rain. Thinking that she could not get out of the dungeon, Li Shanxi cried and laughed in despair. The next second, she thought she was dreaming and heard the electronic sound of the dungeon. Wu Lu saw that Li Shanxi had disappeared, and knew that this human player had already left the dungeon. The little black cat on the mountain road licked the rain on its paws diligently. After licking it clean, it was wet again, and it continued to lick. Xiao Hei, Wu Lu called it. In fact, she didn't know what the cat's name was, but since she awakened her self-awareness, she found that she would meet a little black cat in every dungeon. Maybe this is the standard configuration of all dungeons? It's not that this black cat followed her, right? She named it Xiao Hei, and after calling it a few times, it recognized this name. The little black cat looked up at the ghost Wu Lu on the tree, opened his mouth and yawned, his mouth full of dense teeth, which made people have intensive phobia. It's raining, you should find a place to hide from the rain, Wu Lu said to it. Xiao Hei washed his face with his paws, flicked his tail and meowed, and went down the mountain. Wu Lu stared at the back of the kitten in a trance. NPCs can't hear the sound of the dungeon. But Wu Lu already felt the familiar fatigue. She was going to work in the next dungeon again. Wu Lu was lying on the tree and sleeping. Someone came, to be precise, a ghost came. Lin Nanjing recovered his memories before his death, so he would not be trapped around the corpse, nor would he be trapped in the Lin family's ancestral house. He could go anywhere freely. After Lin Nanjing buried his bones, he went up the mountain and came to the mountain road to find Wu Lu. Lei. Lin Nanjing called her, but she just moved her eyelashes. Lei, I'm here to play with you. He sat under the tree and waited for her to wake up. After waiting for a long time, the dungeon was closed. Li Shanxi was lying at the dungeon entrance of Paradise Town. It was not until she heard the voices of various players around her that she was sure that she had really come out alive. Your clothes are wet, but you are not injured? Did you go to a low-level dungeon? In the central square of Paradise Town, most of the players entering and leaving were terrified and embarrassed, with tattered clothes and even covered in blood. Li Shanxi was the most decent one to come out during this period. Some people took the initiative to talk to Li Shanxi in order to get dungeon information. Li Shanxi stood up, wrung the water off his body, and didn't intend to talk to anyone, just perfunctorily said, "Yeah. Where are the players who entered the dungeon with you?" Someone asked. Li Shanxi, I came out alone. It's difficult to come out of the dungeon alone. What dungeon did you go to? The other party wanted to ask for more information. Li Shanxi looked at the other party. How many points do you want to buy my dungeon information? I didn't say I wanted to buy dungeon information. I just chatted with you for a few words, and comforted you who just came out of the dungeon. You really don't know how to appreciate a good person. After being discovered, the other party left with a guilty conscience. Li Shanxi was speechless. She was going to a guild to sell the information of the Shansuan wedding dungeon to earn some points. Li Shanxi walked to the distant street, and went straight to the side of the S Guild. Although the S Guild was not the most powerful guild in Paradise Town, it was the guild with the most people, and the most tolerant guild. They accept all kinds of dungeon information, and the price they offer is not high, but at least it is not too deceptive. Many small guilds accept dungeon information, and offer extremely low prices. Some guilds accept dungeon information, and offer very high prices, but they do not accept ordinary dungeon information. They must accept high-level dungeons with major discoveries, or particularly strange dungeons. For example, the Black and Red Guild is still like this. They have their own criteria for judging what is a major discovery, and what is particularly strange. Moreover, all members of the Black and Red Guild are old players. The dungeon information they bring back is very good, and they don't look down on other players at all. Li Shanxi has never considered selling dungeon information to the Black and Red Guild, because she doesn't think that the dungeons she has played are qualified to sell to the Black and Red Guild. She can't produce the dungeon information that the Black and Red Guild wants. In the S Guild window, Li Shanxi directly said, "Sell dungeon information." Someone immediately took her in to register. In the backyard of the coffee shop, Li Shanxi sat down, and a man sat opposite her. "You tell me." Li Shanxi began to talk about the Shansuan wedding dungeon, from the tasks issued by the dungeon system, to the details of each day, and finally to the key to exiting the dungeon. People die every night. I don't know what death conditions they triggered, especially the two old players Wu Lei and Nanjing. I think they died. Li Shanxi couldn't find an adjective. She felt that such old players shouldn't die so easily. But in a cruel dungeon, no matter what level of player you are, you can die at any time. This is the normal state of horror games, and she shouldn't have raised such doubts. The man who registered said, "It is not necessary to trigger the death condition. Some copies are unreasonable. It can only be said that they lack a little luck, and you are very lucky." Lucky, plus Li Shanxi has a brain, so he made the copy. I have already registered. Think about whether there are any details to add. This copy information is worth about 10 points. Do you think it is okay? Selling the copy information to the guild basically has no room for bargaining. Li Shanxi will choose to sell the copy information every time she makes a copy. Any money she can earn is a little. Points can be used to buy props to save life when it is important. Li Shanxi didn't eat much in the copy, and she is very hungry now. Li Shanxi nodded. Okay. Think about it again to see if there are any details. Wu Lei died in a bridal dress. She had no external injuries. What name did you just say? A woman's voice came from the door. A beautiful woman, with a good figure, and a red dress walked in. She had a badge on her chest. She was a member of the S Guild and a captain. Gui Yao walked to the table in high heels. Who did you say was wearing the bride's dress? Li Shanxi replied hesitantly, Wu Lei. When she said the name Wu Lei, it was obvious that the woman was very emotional. Could it be her friend? Li Shanxi still told her cruelly, she is an old player who died in the dungeon. Wu Lei, this name is very popular, but this surname is definitely a niche. Although Gui Yao is not a very old player, and does not have a very comprehensive understanding of Paradise Town, she has not heard of any old player named Wu Lei so far. I only know that there is an NPC named Wu Lei, who likes to pretend to be a player. She is very different, and many of her behaviors are out of the plot of the dungeon. Ever since she met her in the Lonely Island boarding school, Gui Yao has been secretly investigating. After she entered other dungeons, she has been secretly observing every NPC, but she has never encountered this situation with other NPCs. It is impossible to enter a dungeon that you have been to once for the second time, and Gui Yao will never meet Wu Lei again. Moreover, in the short term, no player will match into the Lonely Island boarding school dungeon, and Gui Yao has no way to ask other players, so this matter has been put aside. But I didn't expect to hear a familiar name when I went downstairs today. Gui Yao knew that NPCs could not appear in multiple dungeons, and Wu Lei must still be in the Lonely Island boarding school dungeon. But she couldn't help asking, how do you know that Wu Lei is an old player? Did she tell you herself? Li Shanxi was surprised. How do you know? Is she unsociable and always scaring people? She is indeed not with us, and her smile is also sinister. Li Shanxi hesitated more and more as he answered, because the expression of the woman opposite was too strange. Gui Yao's face turned pale. Wu Lei, how could she? She should be in the isolated island boarding school. How could she appear in other copies? It can't be her. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this player? Li Shanxi asked. Gui Yao picked up the registration book in the man's hand, carefully read all the information of the Shansuan wedding copy, and finally found the loophole. The tablet says Wu Lei and Lin Nanjing. You are sure of it, right? Yes, the bride and groom written on the tablet are their names. They died and became the bride and groom. Gui Yao laughed. Another person who was deceived, they are the bride and groom. Li Shanxi was a little confused. Gui Yao muttered, this style, this name on the tablet, it must be her. Gui Yao felt cold from head to toe. His heart felt like it was being grabbed by a hand, and he couldn't breathe. He felt desperate. NPCs can appear in many copies, and have self-awareness. How many NPCs like her are there? How can humans beat her? Humans are finished. The ending of horror game is a dead end. It's just a matter of who dies first. We will all die. The sleeping horror NPC Wu Lu, She has no idea how much to spare she has brought to human players. Meow. Chapter 115. Guiyao memorized the relevant matters of Wu Lei in the village wedding, and then looked down at Li Shanxi, who was a little confused. She asked, "Do you want to join our S-Guild? If you can pass this dungeon, it proves that you are capable. By joining the guild, you can share a lot of dungeon information, which is useful if you encounter it, and you can also team up with others to enter the dungeon." Li Shanxi thought about it, and said cautiously, "Let me think about it. Okay, I be in the cafe these days, and you can come to me if you have any ideas." Guiyao is not in a hurry to recruit people to join the guild now, because she has more urgent things. Guiyao left in a hurry after speaking. She went to a youth hostel at the end of East Street. This hostel is the cheapest in Paradise Town. Although it is cheap, the room supplies are very clean. One room can sleep 10 people, with bunk beds, and one bed is sold for 1 point per night. She knew that Su Qinyang stayed here every time he came back. When he came back before, he went to the cafe to meet her for dinner. She and he were friends. This time she hadn't seen Su Qinyang for 10 days, and she didn't know if he was in Paradise Town. Guiyao went to the hotel front desk and asked, "Is that tall, white and handsome guy checking in?" Su Qinyang looked good, young, and had a good temperament. People would remember him when they saw him. "Are you talking about his last name, Su?" "Yes. He stayed one night the day before yesterday, and left after eating a bowl of noodles next door the next morning. I guess he went to the dungeon again." The front desk added, "He is too diligent in going to the dungeon. He is unwilling to stay for a few more days in a youth hostel with 1 point. I don't know if he is stingy or anxious to die." The front desk clerk spoke rudely. It was the first time he had seen such a guest. Players who stayed in the cheapest hotel were those who had no points, wanted to stay in Paradise Town for a long time, and were unwilling to go to dungeons. Su Qinyang did not seem to be in a very tight spot for points. He always went to dungeons, but he was capable and always came back alive. Guiyao only said, "This is my phone number. Let me know when he comes back." Guiyao was wearing the badge of the S-Guild, which was still red. The front desk clerk took a look and agreed, "Okay." Guiyao wanted to talk to Su Qinyang, but unfortunately, he was not there. Later, Guiyao stayed in Paradise Town for 5 days, and Su Qinyang did not come back. Li Shanxi agreed to join the S-Guild on the 3rd day, and the guild arranged for other team leaders to take her to the dungeon. 5 days, unable to wait for Su Qinyang, Guiyao stayed in Paradise Town for too long. That night, she went to the dungeon with 2 guild members. Players stood on the platform in the central square of Paradise Town together, and they would enter the dungeon in 10 seconds. If players want to enter the same dungeon, they hold hands. You cannot choose the dungeon is random, and it depends on your luck to enter the dungeon of any difficulty. Late at night, the trees in the amusement park are full of camouflage lanterns, and each amusement facility emits dazzling colorful lights. The sky is covered with dark clouds, and the Ferris wheel goes straight into the sky and turns slowly. Ding 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 ding. The tuneless music sounded, which was the sound of the carousel in the distance. There are many young people standing at the entrance of the amusement park. Welcome to the Horror Amusement Park, which is a large horror amusement park open at night. In order to protect the physical and mental health of young children, the amusement park is only open to adults over 18 years old. Each amusement facility in the park contains horror elements, which are divided into slight horror, medium horror, and severe horror. Please act according to your ability. The horror amusement park closes at 4 a.m. Please finish the games you want to play before closing. I wish you all a happy time. The player looked around and found that there were no NPCs, and all the players were queuing to enter the park. At a glance, there were about dozens of players, which belonged to a large-scale dungeon. This kind of dungeon has a characteristic, that is, the mortality rate is high, and it is losing players every moment. The horror amusement park. They were already trembling just by looking at the amusement facilities, with music and colorful lights flashing inside the iron gate. The players all had tickets to the amusement park in their hands, and they looked down to check. Guiyao was shocked when he saw the ticket price of 1,500 yuan. Such an expensive ticket? He turned to the back and saw why it was so expensive. Because they bought 6 preferential passes, they could choose 6 games from all the games without queuing and go in directly to play. Can I just go in without playing games? Wait until the park closes. It's a large horror theme park, and only adults can enter. It feels like every game will cost lives. Don't play if you can. Can I choose not to go in? I definitely have to go in. As long as I can hold on until 4 in the morning, I can pass this dungeon. It's 7 in the evening, it's just getting dark, and the amusement park has just opened. There are many players, standing at the door and talking to their teammates. Wang Karan and Jia Cheng walk to Guiyao. They are all members of the S Guild. They have been in a dungeon together once, so they are familiar but not too familiar. Guiyao doesn't get too close to anyone and doesn't confide in anyone. Many people in the guild know this. Wang Karan and Jia Cheng are both young men in their early 20s. Wang Karan said, "Did you hear what the dungeon mission is?" Jia Cheng, "Please finish the games you want to play before the park closes." Wang Karan, "Then we don't have to play games. Some tourists come to the amusement park just to visit and don't play any projects." Guiyao picked up the ticket, 1,005 yuan a ticket, including 6 preferential passes. "Will you buy it if you don't want to play games?" Wang Karan understood instantly. "We want to play at least 6 games." Jia Cheng continued, "After spending this money, we must play 6 games." Guiyao, "Yes, this is the dungeon mission. The horror amusement park has many players. It takes one night to clear the level. I always feel that they won't have time to breathe. It must be high energy throughout the whole process." Suddenly, the gate of the amusement park opened slowly with a click. The machine at the ticket gate also began to light up, emitting a faint orchid light. A headless woman in a red dress stood by the machine and waved, "Visitors, please line up here." The woman's neck was cut off at the same level. She had no head, and the blood vessels and trachea on her neck trembled and opened and closed in the blood and flesh. The players were all frightened by her image, and no one lined up for the first few seconds. The old players took the lead to line up. The players lined up. The player handed the ticket to the headless woman. The woman took it and scanned the code on the machine to check the ticket, and then returned the ticket to the player, smiling and saying, "Welcome to the park. I wish you a happy time. Just now I was very confused. This monster has no head. Where did the sound come from? Now that I am close, I finally know." The sound came from the code scanning machine, and the code scanning machine was embedded with a bloody human head. The opening for scanning the code is her eyes. The player took the ticket with a sweat on his face and hurried into the park. The players checked their tickets one by one and entered the park, but they didn't dare to walk around, and they all gathered in the square of the amusement park. The amusement park is a circular map with a central square and roads all around. The stone road is full of bloody footprints. The buildings in the distance are also in the shape of human skulls. The street lights are pumpkin skeletons, and there are blue ghost lights in the grass. There is a zoomed out map behind the ticket, which is very blurry, and you can roughly see the locations of some amusement facilities. All the players have entered the park, and everyone is studying how to play. Someone said, "Don't play first, watch others." No one dared to be the first to find a game to play. Guiyao, Wang Karan and Jia Cheng gathered together and studied it. Jia Cheng, roller coasters, big pendulums, these large and exciting things are very dangerous. Let's go play the carousel first, which is mild. Guiyao nodded in agreement. They looked at Wang Karan, but found that Wang Karan was looking far away. "What are you looking at?" "There's a clown statue over there. So scary." "No, he moved." Wang Karan pointed to the distance and said. The other two looked and saw a tall clown standing in the bushes beside the square. The clown was wearing a bloody one-piece crawling suit, with a doll collar, a slender neck, black boots, and a big belly. It felt like it was stuffed with cotton, but it didn't make him look fat at all, because he was tall enough. The clown's colorful hair was particularly eye-catching, and there was a big scar on his face, dark circles under his eyes, a tall red nose, and a bloody mouth that was directly split to the ear. He rushed over with a big chainsaw. The clown shouted, "Yohu! Does anyone want to take a photo with the clown?" Chapter 116. Free photo with the clown. "Anyone want to take a photo with me?" The clown shouted loudly. His voice was very nice and magnetic, but his image was really scary. The clown pulled the chainsaw while running. The roar of the chainsaw, coupled with the clown's bloody upturned mouth, the horror effect was full. The players' minds were blank, and the first reaction of their bodies was to run. This was not taking a photo with the clown. This was being dismembered by the clown. The lights in the amusement park, except for the bright appearance of the amusement facilities, the street lights were dim blue light, and the bushes were even darker. Many players lost their teammates in a hurry. Guiyao and his teammates Wang Karan and Jia Cheng, the three of them had a tacit understanding, and ran directly to the route of the carousel on the map. The clown moved very fast, soon caught up with the players behind. The chainsaw roared, the players screamed, and the clown laughed. You don't need to look back to know what bloody scene is behind. The clown raised the chainsaw and swung it at the back of the running player. Instantly, the steaming blood sprayed on the clown's jumpsuit, and the fat belly fabric was stained with blood. Ah! Ah! The player rolled on the ground in pain, but soon he would not move, because the clown cut off the player's head. Under the illumination of the Skull Street lamp, the player's expression was still in the last second, full of fear and pain. Wow, it's really good, take a photo together. The clown was very satisfied with his work. He squatted directly beside the dead player, holding his chainsaw in one hand and holding a Polaroid camera in the other hand to take a photo. The flash of the Polaroid camera immediately exposed the clown's face. Dark circles, a big red nose, a big cracked mouth, and colorful curly hair. These things are not very suitable. The clown is wearing a mask. The clown stuck out his tongue and made a face. Yeah. After taking the photo, the clown threw the photo on the ground and stuffed the Polaroid back into his soft belly pocket. He picked up the chainsaw and looked around. He could still see some players, who didn't run far away. He raised his mouth. I'm here to catch you. Ha ha ha, you have to hide well. The players were scared to death. It was a chase and a battle royale. Sure enough, this dungeon that can be passed in one night is not simple, and the whole process is high energy. People were constantly being chased and killed by the clown. The background music of the amusement park, accompanied by the clown's laughter, the sound of chainsaws, and the screams of players. Tonight is a carnival night in the horror amusement park. The amusement park is too big. The map behind the ticket is reduced. The route looks so small, but it is actually very far away. The three people from the S Guild ran for a long time, and still didn't see the carousel. And the clown's laughter, and the sound of chainsaws are approaching. What should we do? Will the clown chase us all night? Wang Karen asked, panting. Jia Cheng looked at the surrounding amusement facilities. There was a jumping machine and a haunted house, neither of which could be played. Guiyao thought for a while. I suspect that as long as we play games in the amusement facilities, the clown will stop chasing us, but if we walk on the road, we will be chased by the clown. The clown is forcing them to play games. If they finish playing a game and go to the next game, they will also be chased by the clown. The clown is forcing them into the amusement facilities. This night will not stop. Either they will be chased by the clown with a chainsaw on the road, or they will play the horror games in the amusement park. Until 4 in the morning, at least 6 game items must be played, and then run out of the door from the clown's chainsaw, so that the dungeon can be completed. The faces of the three people are not good. Wang Karen, I can't tell for a moment. Is it better to have a dungeon where you don't know what dungeon tasks you are going to do, or is it better like this? Jia Cheng, there is no difference, both may die at any time. Guiyao, the former died unclearly, at least now, we know what is going to harm us. In fact, what bothers them most is that they don't know what the dangers of those game facilities are. Didn't the dungeon say that the games here are divided into mild horror, medium horror, and severe horror levels? But it's not written on the back of the ticket which game has what horror level. Wang Karen asked. Guiyao looked at the haunted house next to him, and there was a tourist warning sign at the door of the haunted house. Large-scale real-life NPC haunted house, severe horror game, play with caution, special reminder, tourists with heart disease, high blood pressure, or over 55 years old are prohibited from participating in this game. Please do not bring electronic products or luminous products into the game. Please do not beat NPC staff during the game. Thank you for your cooperation. This is a serious terrorist attack. Guiyao, it's written on the door. Jia Cheng looked at the road behind him. It was exceptionally quiet, and the sound of the chainsaw had stopped. Let's go. Well, Oh. Look what I found. 3 little mice. A man's voice sounded. The clown was standing under the street light in front of them, and looking at them. The light shone on the clown's headgear. The low-quality colored curly hair exploded. The top of the head was glowing. The face was dark, and only the cracked mouth could be seen. The clown pulled the chainsaw, and the rumbling sound of the chainsaw was mixed with the clown's voice. Does anyone want to take a photo with me? The faces of the 3 people were pale. The clown moved too fast, and they were very close now. They couldn't run faster than the clown. The only choice now was to enter the nearest amusement facility, the heavy horror haunted house in front of them. It was really unlucky. If they were standing at the door of a micro-horror amusement facility, they would not be so desperate. Why don't you talk? The clown's voice became lower, and he was angry. The next second he rushed directly towards them. Go in quickly. There is no other choice. Guiyao shouted. Wang Karen and Jia Cheng were men, with long legs and fast running speed. The 2 entered the haunted house in an instant, and Guiyao was the last to enter. The clown ran too fast, and in the last half second, Guiyao heard the sound of the chainsaw behind his head. With a swish, Guiyao's high ponytail was cut off by the chainsaw. Fortunately, as they expected, the clown would not come in if they entered the amusement facility. They stood at the ticket gate of the haunted house, and the clown stood behind them, with a yellow cordon under his feet. The three of them squeezed together, and looked back at the clown. Won't he leave? Is he guarding us again? He should leave after we go in to play games. Suddenly, the tickets of the three of them flew from their hands, and floated directly to the ticket gate. Ding! 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 3 beeps, and the ticket inspection was successful. Welcome to the large real-life NPC haunted house. Visitors, please enter the game venue from the small door on the left. A woman's voice sounded on the small broadcast at the door. Guiyao sighed. Let's go in. Jia Chung, in real life, I used to love playing in haunted houses. There was no need to be afraid because they were all fake. It was just a little dark inside, and someone would suddenly rush in front of you. The background music was very loud. It took at most 10 minutes, and you could walk all the way from the beginning to the end and get out. He spoke in a low voice and a slow rhythm, which was a bit comforting. They entered from the small door, and it was pitch black inside. Guiyao, then treat this place as a haunted house in a real amusement park and move forward. Wang Karen, women walk in the middle, and we 2 men will hold you. Okay. At the entrance of the haunted house, a girl in a white dress and long black hair sat on the ticket machine and stared at the clown. The girl was barefoot and wore a white suspender dress, which was very thin. Her long black hair reached her waist and was scattered. Her skin was grayish-white, but her lips were very red. The chainsaw in the clown's hand was still roaring. The girl, Wula, stared at his face and saw at a glance that it was a mask. She tilted her head and thought. The clown suddenly smiled, and the corners of the mask's mouth grinned even wider. He said in a teasing tone, "What are you looking at me for? Miss Ghost Girl, you should go to work." Chapter 117. The clown has a nice voice and smells bloody, which is a smell that monsters like, but the hood is too ugly. You are so ugly, Wula said softly, with a look of disgust on his face. The clown was very happy to be called ugly, because I am a clown. He also waved the chainsaw a few times, and turned around in front of her, showing himself in all directions. Do you know how many mice I just killed? 1, 2, 3, 4. The clown counted his fingers, and the more he counted, the happier he became. His eyes widened, and he said crazily, "A lot. I am such a dedicated employee." Madman. Wula scolded him. The clown suddenly stopped laughing. He stepped over the yellow line, leaned over her with his hands on his waist, and rushed straight to her door. The corners of his bloody mouth cracked, and he breathed faster. He suppressed his excitement and said, "How do you know I am a madman? You understand me so well. You are so cute. Not only crazy, but also crazy." Wula raised her hand to hold his face, pushing him back, not to get so close to her face. As a result, her palm suddenly became wet, and Wu Li's eyes widened for a moment. The clown retracted his blood-red tongue, and his eyes teased, "Baby, you can't slack off on your work. The 3 little mice have been in for a long time." "Oh!" Wula put down her hand, grabbed her skirt, and wiped her palm carefully. The clown smiled triumphantly, picked up the chainsaw on the ground, and carried it on his shoulder. He was more than 1.9 meters tall, and under the streetlight, his shadow was very long. Don't play with such an uncultured clown. Wula returned to the haunted house. She had to go to work. What's going on? Except for the sound system that keeps playing ghost screams, this is a dark passage, there is nothing. Wang Karen, who was walking at the back, was puzzled. Jia Chung, who was walking in the front, said, "This is not even as scary as a real haunted house." The components of a haunted house are generally sound effects, lighting effects, and some facilities, such as a fake corpse that suddenly pops out, a light suddenly turns on under your feet, and a coffin appears. And then, there are real NPCs that suddenly break in, touch, and chase. And now they have been in for a few minutes, and nothing has happened, only the speakers have been playing all kinds of screams. There is no light strip under their feet, and they are all moving forward by feeling the walls on the left and right. This is a narrow passage. Guiyao, it may not have started yet, don't take it lightly, and prepare the teleportation props. The teleportation props are always their life-saving artifact. We have all checked our tickets. If we teleport out, does this game count as something we have played? Can we get a bug? Wang Karen suddenly had a brainwave. Jia Chung was happy. Maybe. Didn't you notice that there are 2 gates at the entrance of the haunted house, both of which require scanning codes? Gui Yao directly poured cold water on him. There are 2 machines at the entrance of the haunted house. One for checking tickets in, and one for checking tickets out, which is considered to be a complete game. Wang Karen was immediately discouraged. Jia Cheng slowly moved forward, and suddenly, he stepped on something soft. Jia Cheng froze. There is something under my feet. Gui Yao and Wang Karen stopped immediately. Wang Karen spitted and asked, "What is it?" "It's me." Suddenly a girl's voice came from between them, right next to Gui Yao. Gui Yao immediately pressed against the wall and stayed away from that thing. Then he heard a sound of breaking wind, and Gui Yao knew that Wang Karen had taken action. "Don't hit NPCs," Gui Yao shouted to remind them. But it was too late. Wang Karen hit something, and his hand also caught it. A sharp cry came from the radio in the haunted house, and then faint lights were lit up around. A girl in white clothes and black hair stood between them. Wang Karen's fist was tightly grasped by her. Her head tilted, lower and lower, and directly rested on her shoulder. Her neck was broken. Wu-Lo laughed strangely. He he he. Jia Cheng ran forward, and Gui Yao quickly moved away from the female ghost. And Wang Karen kept pulling his hand hard, but the female ghost didn't move at all. "Don't hit the staff, you just hit me. Why did you hit me? I'm just an innocent haunted house NPC. You actually hit me? You actually hit me. You actually hit me." Her voice was originally sharp, and she started with a pitiful tone of crying, and then she screamed directly. It hurts people's eardrums. Her eyes turned blood red, and she began to cry bloody tears. Her mouth opened wider and wider, full of blood and long, sharp fangs. The ghost girl's head slowly straightened from her shoulders. Jia Cheng was anxious. "We can't hit her at all, we can only run away." "Gui Yao, let's go!" Wang Karen was desperate enough facing the terrifying ghost girl, and when he heard his teammates' words, he completely gave up. They were leaving, and he was the target to hold the ghost girl back. "Don't leave me. Please save me. Don't leave me. Save me. Ah. Wang Karen struggled desperately, and suddenly the ghost girl pounced on him. He was thrown directly to the ground, and the ghost girl twisted and pressed on him, biting his neck. Ah. A cough. Blood flowed into the trachea, and Wang Karen could no longer make a sound, and could only stare with pain. He was hopeless. Gui Yao and Jia Cheng could only run forward frantically, hoping that the ghost girl would not catch up so quickly, as soon as they left. Wu-Lo stood up. Her white dress was stained with blood, but her face was clean. And a black cat was lying on Wang Karen's neck. Its long black tail was swaying, showing its good mood. "Xiao Hei, I leave this to you," Wu-Lo said with a smile. Meow. Wu-Lo continued to chase them. Wu-Lo was in a good mood. She was not mistaken just now. It was Gui Yao, and her companion also called her name. What a coincidence, I met her again. Well, we met for a while. I will leave a whole body for you, and won't mess up your face. Girls should be beautiful. Chapter 118. Now there is a dim light in the haunted house. Gui Yao and Jia Cheng run desperately. From the outside, the whole haunted house is a circular building, and the inside does not seem very big. The passage of the haunted house is narrow, turning left and right, and the route is long, but they run so fast, they should run out. Gui Yao and Jia Cheng have no time to grieve for the loss of their teammates, and they keep running forward. The ghost screams on the radio also disappeared, and there was silence. Except for the dim brown lights under their feet, this is a passage that has no end. Another right turn. Gui Yao chose to stop. "Don't run, we have been going in circles." Jia Cheng stopped. "No, we have been moving forward. It is impossible to have so many turns in a circular building and still not get out." Gui Yao carefully recalled the road he had just walked. Jia Cheng also noticed something was wrong. "We seem to have been turning right all the time. Right turn, always turning right." "U-shaped," Jia Cheng said. Gui Yao nodded. "We can't get out if we run like this. There is no exit now." "No exit, this is the worst answer. In addition, there is a female ghost here, who can appear at any time to kill them. Severe fear, not severe fear, but severe danger." Wang Karen just disappeared in a moment. If the female ghost appears again, they will only die. Jia Cheng, we can't hit her, so where is the bug? How can we get out of this haunted house? There will be no absolute dead end in the horror game, but it is difficult to guess where the chance of survival is. Gui Yao carefully recalled the words written on the sign at the door. "You can't play games if you have a heart disease, you can't beat the staff, and you can't bring luminous products." Jia Cheng's eyes lit up. Luminous products. In addition to the lights of the haunted house, if a player brings a mobile phone and a flashlight to illuminate the haunted house in real life, It will completely destroy the rhythm of the game and the horror. Guiyao, maybe we can try it. They have flashlights, which they bought with points before and have been in the mall. Now they just need to take them out. Jia Cheng. But one Karen was killed when he fought the female ghost. Will we anger the female ghost if we bring luminous products in private? Guiyao, don't use it for now, use it at the critical moment. The so-called critical moment is to be caught by the female ghost. Anyway, they will die, so use the flashlight to shine on her. Jia Cheng, are we still running forward? Guiyao thought for a while. Go back. Okay. Jia Cheng didn't want to go back, but he didn't want to be alone. It's easy to die alone in the dungeon, but it's not so easy to die when you gather together. If someone dies when they gather together, in most cases, this person is unlucky. For example, Wang Karen just now. In the dungeon, players often die, and most people become numb. For example, at this moment, Guiyao and Jia Cheng, even though they are teammates, will not be too sad for Wang Karen. They walked back, and the sound of the haunted house was always very quiet. Suddenly, a cold wind blew, like the air conditioning blowing against the back of their necks. The lights around them began to flicker, and even the walls on both sides disappeared, turning into various dummies wearing bloody clothes and staggering. They seemed to be surrounded by countless ghosts, but those dummies were too fake, and the horror game players were not scared at all. Keep going. Guiyao walked in front. Suddenly, everything went dark. Both of them were nervous. Jia Cheng said, "Don't wait until she catches you." Wang Karen was caught by a female ghost, and he couldn't even use his life-saving props. Guiyao had quietly held the flashlight in his hand. The two slowly walked forward in the dark, and suddenly a piece of cloth hit Guiyao's face, and Guiyao trembled with fear. Guiyao raised his hand and touched it. There was a piece of clothing hanging on it, just clothes, no one. Continue to move forward, and there are constantly cloths rubbing against the face and the top of the head. In addition to the cloth, there are lumps and a smell of blood. Jia Cheng, what is this? It's so disgusting. Guiyao, keep going. They were all covered with mucus, and things kept hitting their faces. Hee hee. A girl's laughter floated by. The wall lamp was on. Guiyao and Jia Cheng quickly stood back to back. They still had this tacit understanding. The surroundings were illuminated, and they saw the scene in front of them, and both of them turned pale. They were in a corridor, and the corridor was full of body parts hanging on the top, like bacon, and blood was dripping densely, and the outermost part was hanging with blood-stained clothes. Guiyao was also disgusted by this scene, and he couldn't help but feel nauseous. Jia Cheng's face was pale. Is this a player? No, the dungeon has just started, and NPCs can't kill so many players. The corridor could not see the end, but he could see the things hanging in front. Blood-stained clothes, body parts, internal organs, hair, hanging in strings. Guiyao and Jia Cheng didn't want to get involved with these things, so they bent over and moved forward. Their bodies were bent at 90 degrees, and they moved forward in the dim and dirty things. Duh. Footsteps 2, 3. Another footstep, just behind them. There's nothing above your head, why don't you stand up? The girl's voice came. Guiyao quickly retreated behind her. She was about to shout to Jia Cheng to be careful, but she saw Jia Cheng disappear in an instant. He left with the teleportation prop. After Jia Cheng disappeared, a girl in white appeared behind him, and suddenly a gray face appeared in front of Guiyao. Sister, is the haunted house game fun? You don't have a partner, are you scared? Do you need me to accompany you? Wula showed a smile that she thought was very kind. The girl's skin was gray, and there were signs of decay on her face, but her lips were bright red. Behind her were bloody corpses. Guiyao's head was numb, and her whole back was cold. She trembled and said, "Will you accompany me?" "Yes, there are only 2 of us left in the haunted house. We can keep each other company. I'm too bored here." "Okay." Wula looked at Guiyao. She didn't change much. She was still the same Guiyao, very brave. Guiyao took 2 steps back, and found that the female ghost didn't come close to her. She breathed a sigh of relief. Guiyao said coaxingly, "I paid for the ticket to come in and play the game. You have to let me experience the whole game. You can't end it here, right?" Wuli's eyes lit up. "What you said makes sense. Tourists have spent money, so we must provide good service and can't cheat." Guiyao felt a chill on her back. Why did she feel that she had said something wrong? She had a bad premonition. "Wulu, then keep going forward. Don't be afraid. I'm just an NPC, not a real female ghost. I just want to scare you, hee hee." As she was talking, she disappeared. Guiyao did not hesitate and ran in the direction of the entrance. she ran back, not into the depths of the game. Wula reacted and chased her immediately. You went in the wrong direction. Guiyao ignored him and continued to run forward. Wu Li's hands turned into claws, instantly grabbing her clothes on the back, tearing a piece of it with a sizzle, and leaving blood marks on her back. Guiyao saw the gate. In the next second, she was thrown to the ground. The female ghost pressed on her. Guiyao looked back and saw her bleeding eyes, and there were traces of decay on her face, which was very scary. You went in the wrong direction. You haven't played the whole game yet. This is not worth the ticket price. Come on. I take you to continue playing, she said in a double voice with a weird ending. Wula grabbed Guiyao's ankle and wanted to drag her back to the haunted house to reminisce. Guiyao wanted to kick her hand, but didn't dare. She shouted, "Let me stand up. I will walk by myself. I want to stand up." "You are asking too much." Wula still let go of her hand. Guiyao got up from the ground. Her back hurt. The ghost girl blocked her. Guiyao glanced at the gate a few meters away. "Little ghost girl," Guiyao called her. Wula was stunned for a moment before realizing that he was calling her. "What's wrong?" "Look here." Guiyao shone the flashlight directly on her face, and at the same time illuminated the entire passage. Wu Li's face, which was originally rotten and bleeding, became white and clean the moment the flashlight shone on it. She was just a girl, not scary at all. Guiyao instantly felt that her eyebrows and eyes were a little familiar, but she didn't have time to think too much. She quickly ran to the gate, took out the ticket, and scanned the code from another machine. Ding! The machine on the left just came in to check the ticket, and now the machine on the right is checking the ticket. The gate opened, and Guiyao jumped out quickly. Guiyao saw a glowing skull stamp on his ticket. Sure enough, there is no exit in the haunted house, because the entrance is the exit. Using light inside the haunted house is the most effective way to destroy the horror atmosphere of the haunted house. Guiyao turned around and saw a black-haired girl in a white dress sitting on the ticket machine. She had white and smooth calves and was not wearing shoes. She was very beautiful and tender. There was a yellow landmark line in front of the gate, and it seemed that she could not come over. Guiyao found that the female ghost was staring at him, but she had no malice. Guiyao was confused and blurted out, "Have we met before?" Chapter 119. Have we met before? Guiyao didn't dare to approach the yellow line, but his eyes were always on her. Wula was very sure that her appearance was different from the first copy. She raised her eyelashes and smiled. "Are you humans like this now?" Guiyao was puzzled. She didn't understand what the other party meant. "Wulu, this is the first time I have been approached by a woman." "Have we met before?" Some human men would use this sentence to approach girls. Guiyao wanted to explain that she was not approaching. It was true that she felt that this female ghost was a little familiar. There was only one NPC that made her feel familiar, and she didn't have to guess. "Wu Lei, is that you?" Guiyao found that her voice was trembling. Wula smiled. Her expression was very big, and rotten flesh and blood slowly emerged on her fair face, and finally became a black and gray bone, turning into ash in front of Guiyao's eyes. Guiyao could hear her own heartbeat, like a drum, about to break through her body. Guiyao looked at the ashes on the ground and turned away. The ghost girl didn't answer, but she didn't deny it either. "I always thought about Wu Lei before entering the dungeon. How could I meet her as soon as I entered the dungeon? Is there such a coincidence in the world?" Guiyao was silent. Guiyao didn't dare to enter the haunted house for the second time. She needed to go to the next game quickly because she could hear the sound of the clown's chainsaw. Guiyao ran towards the carousel on the map. Every time she reached an intersection, she looked left and right, fearing that the clown would rush out. The amusement park sounded with jingling background music and colorful lights. The night wind was blowing, very cold. The ashes on the ground did not move no matter how strong the wind blew. The sound of the iron sheet scraping against the ground was very harsh. The street lights in the distance stretched the clown's shadow very long, and the shadow was imprinted on the ashes. The clown stood outside the yellow line and tilted his head to look, and finally crossed the yellow line directly, walked to the ticket machine, squatted down, and touched the ashes with his hands. He grabbed a handful and put it on the tip of his nose. "It smells good." The clown grinned and suddenly opened his mouth, as if he wanted to eat the ashes. The next second, the ashes suddenly disappeared, and a white foot stepped on his shoulder, with a slightly fleshy calf. Wulu exerted force and stepped on the squatting clown directly to his knees on the ground, and the floor cracked. The clown was not annoyed. He looked up at Wu Li's calf, his eyes slowly moved upwards, and then he blew a hooligan whistle with a teasing look and pouted his mouth. Flesh-colored. "Those are safety pants." Wula bent down and grabbed his colorful fake curly hair. your hair is really bad quality, your headgear is too ugly. That's what the clown looks like. The clown shook his head. Wula kept one foot on the clown's shoulder. She lowered her head and looked curiously at the clown's neck under the headgear. The skin was very white, and the Adam's apple was very prominent. Baby, what are you curious about? The clown asked hoarsely, staring at her aggressively, and his eyes looked very difficult to mess with. Are you so ugly in person? I'm even uglier in person. Wula silently took her foot away and took 2 steps back. The cold wind blew her skirt and swayed, but the monster was not cold. She was wearing summer clothes, but the clown looked like autumn and winter. The one-piece crawling suit on him was stuffed with cotton, especially the clothes were bulging in the belly. The clown stood up very tall, and she only reached his chest. The clown picked up his chainsaw and asked, "Do you want to go out and play together? No players have visited your haunted house yet, so I want to invite you to visit the horror amusement park." Okay. Wula smiled strangely. She stepped on the ground barefoot and gently stepped over the yellow line. This yellow line is the dungeon rule, a rule for humans to see, and it can't restrain monsters at all. Wula didn't want to follow the rules, and it was the clown who invited her. She didn't take the initiative to break the rules. This clown is very interesting. He doesn't follow the rules either, he is unruly. The clown started playing with the haunted house NPC. He met a player at the corner. The girl in the white dress and the tall clown. The player was so scared that he collapsed on the ground when he saw them. The clown didn't make a move, but looked at her instead. Wula tilted his head. "Lend me a tool. Don't you like biting people?" Sure enough, he saw that the clown sneaked into her haunted house. It's Xiaohei who likes to bite people, but I never bite people. Wula looked at the chainsaw in his hand. This thing is too heavy, not suitable for girls to play with. I find it for you, wait a minute. The clown threw the chainsaw away and put his hands into his stomach pockets. His body swayed back and forth, his hands fumbled around inside, and he muttered, "This is not either." The frightened player not far away had come to his senses, crawled a few meters on the ground, and then slowly stood up and prepared to run. Wula also lost patience with the clown, and she rushed directly to the player. Grabbing the player's hair and dragging him back, Wula said in a sharp voice, "Mr. Tourist, have you played in the maze haunted house? It's very fun, I take you there." Increase the performance of her haunted house. She is an NPC in the haunted house. She will try not to kill players outside. She will drag them back to the haunted house to kill them. Hee hee. Outside is the clown's territory. If the clown is willing to lend her a handy weapon, then she will kill players in the clown's territory. Found it. The clown took out a hammer from the pocket of his big belly clothes, and then jumped to Wu Li's side. "Baby, this is for you. You can use this to smash their heads." Bang bang bang, the blood and brains flying out must be very beautiful. A medium-sized hammer, the handle is as long as her forearm, and the hammer is a little bigger than her fist. This clown really gave her a weapon, which allows her to kill players in his place. There are many NPCs in the horror amusement park copy, and each NPC is in charge of his own game area. They are all small bosses, they all like the smell of blood, they all like killing, and there will not be too much involvement between small bosses, because monsters are indifferent and don't like to communicate and visit. The clown was very enthusiastic and invited her to play with him. Wula didn't like staying in one place, and the clown's invitation was just what she wanted. But the clown's headgear was too ugly, with a big black circle around his eyes, his face was too white, his nose was high and red, and his mouth was cracked, and you could vaguely see the real clown's mouth inside. It was thin lips, light pink. When the player heard that they were going to smash his head with a hammer, he was scared and shouted, "Don't kill me! I take a photo with the clown, don't kill me! Wow, he is willing to take a photo with me, then you can't play with this person." The clown excitedly pulled the player on the ground up to the same height as himself. "Come, let's take a photo." He dug into the pocket on his stomach, took out a Polaroid camera and handed it to Wu Lu, saying, "Baby, you come and take photos for us." Wu Lu said disdainfully, "My name is Lele." Wu Lu took the camera tool and prepared to take photos. The player had a sad face. The clown, smile nicely. The player tried hard to force out a smile, but it was uglier than crying. So ugly. Wu Lu complained, both of them were ugly. The clown was immediately unhappy, and stretched out his hands to tear open the corners of the player's mouth. He helped him smile manually. Blood was dripping, the player screamed, and Wu Lu pressed the shutter. Chapter 120. The shutter button was pressed, and the terrifying scene at this moment was frozen. The Polaroid film popped out from above. Wu Lu pinched the photo and shook it, waiting quietly. The clown threw the player on the ground, and he immediately leaned against Wu Lu and leaned over to look at the photo together. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, the picture on the photo paper became clear. The clown's colorful hair was really photogenic. Although the face in the hood was ugly, it had a kind of terrifying temperament that monsters liked. The human player's terrified expression, tears on his face, and the corners of his mouth were torn, showing a weird smile. Look how beautiful it is. The clown was very satisfied, took the photo and stuffed it into the player's hand. Mr. Tourist, I wish you a happy night. Wu Lu turned and left, and the clown immediately followed her. After the two monsters left, the player also realized that he was still alive, and they didn't kill him. It turns out that taking photos with the clown can really survive. The price is that the mouth is torn into the same style as the clown. The pain on his face was numb, and the blood was still flowing. The player used his points to buy medicine to stop the bleeding. The player wanted to heal all the wounds on his face, but he chose to stop the bleeding only. This scar is the same as the clown's. Maybe it was the key to meeting the clown and staying alive, Zhang Yang thought to himself. Although it was ugly and disfigured, as long as he survived the dungeon and returned to the paradise town, the wound on his face would heal automatically, Zhang Yang comforted himself. Zhang Yang got up and walked away quickly, stepping on the photos on the ground. The monsters had sensitive ears, and they all heard the sound of the player running away. Wu Lu looked back, her eyes passed over the photos on the ground, and she looked up and said to the tall man next to her, "He dislikes the photos we took." The clown was angry, humans who don't know how to appreciate it all. What an artistic sense, Wu Lu exclaimed. It's super artistic. The clown screamed, you took a good picture. Puff. Wu Lu was amused by him. She loves to play with interesting people. Human nature between humans is very interesting. Monsters, like the clown, are even more interesting. Tonight is destined not to be boring. Chaochu, continue to find the next person to take pictures. There will always be someone who knows how to appreciate our art. Wu Lu waved a small hammer. The clown's eyes widened, and he carried the chainsaw on his shoulder, bent down slightly, and said to her, I like this name. My name is Lele. Oh! He didn't seem to listen. The clown's mind is simple. He only recognizes his own set. Two NPCs, a double villain combination, is simply a strangler for players. They came to a small stall, where a woman with only half a head stood. Her head only had a mouth, and the part above the philtrum was gone. The cut was smooth and bleeding. The clown leaned against the table, make 2 ice creams. Okay. The woman's bright red lips opened and closed. She bent over to make ice cream, gently pulled the hand lever of the ice cream machine, and the snow-white vanilla ice cream fell into the crisp shell. Do you want sweet strawberry jam? Yes, Wu Lu replied. There were many boxes on the table. The woman opened one of the boxes, scooped up the bright red liquid with a small spoon and poured it on the ice cream. The collision of white and red looked delicious. The woman handed it to them. The clown took it, turned around and handed it to Wu Lu. Wu Lu took it and licked the strawberry jam on it. It's sweet, I like it very much. The clown took another ice cream and said with a smirk, Does it look like what's flowing out of her head? Wu Lu took a look, exactly the same. The clown whined and took a big bite of the ice cream. The woman raised her mouth and said, Don't joke, this is the strawberry grown in the paradise. I picked it and made it into sauce. I can taste the strawberry grains. Wu Lu licked it slowly. The clown finished the ice cream in a few bites and said to Wu Lu, Baby, wait for me here. Wu Lu was too lazy to leave. The ice cream stall owner brought out a chair for her to sit on. Wu Lu collapsed on the chair and licked the ice cream leisurely. The woman also made an ice cream for herself, then raised her hand to dip the red on her head and started eating. Wu Lu, meow. A little black cat rushed out from the bushes, then jumped onto Wu Li's legs, its long black tail swaying. Wu Lu lowered his hand and put the ice cream to the kitten's mouth. The black cat licked it with its tongue, and its yellow vertical eyes narrowed. The next second, it opened its mouth wide, with dense fangs. Awoo! It ate all the ice cream in one bite, even biting the crispy cone at the bottom, and almost bit Wu Li's finger. It likes it so much. Does it need another ice cream? The lady asked. Wu Lu looked at the black cat. The black cat shook its black tail left and right, and refused. About 10 minutes later, the clown came back, holding a pair of white cloth shoes in his hand, size 36, which is for girls. The zoomed-out map behind the ticket is too zoomed out. Going to the carousel, the distance on the map looked so short, but Gui Yao ran all the way for more than 20 minutes. When she ran to the carousel, Gui Yao stopped. She had been running for so long without blushing or beating her heart. The physical fitness of players is very important, especially when running away. When resting in Paradise Town, Gui Yao would get up early to run and exercise. The round building with colorful lights flashing in the distance and slowly turning is the carousel. From a distance of 100 meters, you can hear the tinkling music of the carousel. It was dim at night, and the lights in the amusement park were mostly red, blue and purple, flashing, blocking people's vision. Gui Yao thought the carousel was a bit strange, but she couldn't see it clearly, so she had to get closer to take a look. Gui Yao approached slowly, and suddenly she heard footsteps behind her, and she didn't hesitate to stab her with a knife. Jia Cheng immediately grabbed her hand and said, "It's me." Gui Yao saw his face clearly, put down her hand, and she looked at him indifferently. Gui Yao would not blame Jia Cheng for using the teleportation prop to leave. After all, everyone was trying to save their lives. Jia Cheng was just too quick. Gui Yao could have followed and fled quickly, but Gui Yao chose to stay. Jia Cheng was not surprised to see her, and just asked, "Did you pass the haunted house?" She left with the teleportation talisman just like him. "I passed." They were all members of the S Guild, so Gui Yao did not intend to hide it. There are 2 gates at the entrance of the haunted house, and the one next to it is the exit ticket check. Jia Cheng was surprised for a moment. "I thought there were 2 ticket checkers to enter." After all, some amusement parks have too many people queuing, and 2 gates check tickets at the same time, which will make the entry faster. "Gui Yao, on the way here, I saw other games also have 2 gates, but those should all be ticket checks, with other exits, but the haunted house has only 1 exit." Jia Cheng, "Okay, thank you for telling me. Go to the door and swipe your ticket when you have time." Gui Yao didn't care about his thanks at all, and didn't expect the other party to return anything to her. She just hoped that she would be lucky and pass this copy. They were blocked by the clowns at that time, and they didn't know that the haunted house had only 1 exit, so they had to enter the haunted house. Now Jia Cheng knows the rules of the haunted house. As long as he is not blocked by the clowns, he can go to the 2 gates of the haunted house to swipe the ticket. The female ghost will also appear at the gate. Gui Yao said. Not entering the haunted house is also dangerous. Jia Cheng's face turned pale. Sure enough, it would not be so easy to let the players pass. Jia Cheng suddenly regretted teleporting away so quickly. If he followed Gui Yao, he might have taken down the haunted house. Jia Cheng sighed, cheered up and said, "Let's go to the carousel together first. I have observed in advance that there is no wooden horse on the carousel. There is only a man with a human body and a horse head standing next to the ticket machine." Chapter 121. Ding 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 ding. The round tent building was hung with colorful lights. When the players approached, they saw that there was no horse on the carousel, only the round floor was rotating. The large pillar in the middle of the carousel was painted with a lot of red paint, which looked very bloody. There were many people with horse heads lying on the ground, one after another, lying in a circle, with blood flowing from their necks. The painting was obviously static, but it always felt like the picture was moving and spinning. The sign at the door read the introduction of the carousel game. Please enter according to the instructions of the staff. Choose a suitable horse seat to sit down. Hold on to the horse to start the game. During the game, it is forbidden to get off the seat suddenly. The danger level of the game: medium horror. Medium horror. Better than the haunted house. Fortunately, more than 2 players, Gui Yao and Jia Cheng, came over. Several more players came out of the bushes one after another. It was obvious that everyone was watching and came out from the dark when they saw someone together. Some players just stood far away, not daring to go to the ticket gate of the carousel. They were still prepared to wait and see how others played. In this case, the first player could step on the trap for them. No one dared to walk in the front. This would only waste time. Gui Yao looked at his watch and said, "Let's go." Jia Cheng hesitated. Wait a little longer and see if anyone else plays first. Everyone is waiting for someone to play first. If we keep wasting time, the clown will come and we be finished. Gui Yao said and walked forward. Jia Cheng followed. He looked at Gui Yao and asked solemnly, "Why are you always not afraid of death? You can obviously wait a little longer." Jia Cheng thinks she is not afraid of death, but Gui Yao is actually very afraid. No one is not afraid of death. You will die sooner or later if you join a horror tour. Gui Yao laughed at himself. It is good to survive for a while longer. I have thoughts when I am alive, and I exist when I am alive. Jia Cheng listened to the tinkling music of the carousel and murmured, "I am very afraid of death. If I die, I will no longer exist. I dare not imagine what it would be like if my consciousness disappears. I am particularly scared when I think about it. Guiyao understands Jia Cheng's mentality. Humans are highly educated animals. Humans have highly developed brains and can think in a complex and deep way. The stronger their sense of existence, the more afraid they are of disappearing. The ticket inspector of the carousel is a man with a human body and a horse's head. He is naked from the upper body and wears suit pants and leather shoes from the lower body. The connection between the human neck and the horse's head is very abrupt, as if the human head was forcibly chopped off and a horse's head was installed. The horse's head is very large and looks top-heavy. As they approached, the horse turned its head towards them. Its eyes were big and black. Jia Cheng felt cold all over when he was looked at. He said, "In real life, I often think about why people can only live to 100 years old, why they can't live for 1,000 years like trees. I am really afraid of death and disappearance. But now, living to 100 years old is a luxury. I may not even live to 30 years old." Jia Cheng is 27 years old, with ordinary looks and glasses. He used to be an office worker with a good salary. He is an only child, has a house at home, and lives a good life. He is reluctant to die. He dislikes that human life is too short and that he doesn't live enough. And now, entering the horror tour, every day may be the last day. Death is an unsolvable topic, especially in a horror game. Seeing him so sad, Guiyao patted his shoulder and comforted him. "Let's not talk about 30 years old. Let's go through this dungeon together first. We can do it." These words could not comfort Jia Cheng. Jia Cheng immediately calmed down. "Well, let's go." Fortunately, it was not just the two of them who came out to play the game, and a few more people came one after another. A total of 6 people came to check the tickets. And there were still a few people hiding in the bushes. "Playing the carousel? Give me the ticket." The horse's mouth made a rough and hoarse man's voice. The players lined up to give it the tickets one by one, and swiped them through the machine to check the tickets one by one, and then return them to the players. The horse-headed man suddenly smiled, and the upper lip of the horse's mouth lifted up, revealing big and yellow teeth. 6 people, enough? The players' faces changed slightly. What does it mean? Do you need 6 people to play? The ticket inspector brought out a big basket. 3 people come and get the head covers. The basket contained a horse head cover. The hair was very realistic, just like the animal's skin peeled off from the horse's head. No player went to get it. The ticket inspector stared at them with his huge horse eyes. "Hurry up. Don't delay the next wave of tourists playing games." Jia Cheng looked at Guiyao, and the meaning was very clear. Guiyao had no choice but to go over and get a horse head cover. As soon as she touched the head cover, she knew it was real animal skin. Even after opening it, she could smell the blood and stench inside. Other players also pushed 2 people to get the head covers. "Real horse skin," a male player exclaimed, followed by disgust. "You don't want us to put this on our heads, do you?" The ticket inspector's horse mouth opened, baring his teeth, and said, "The carousel game facilities are not complete. You can see that there is no wooden horse, so some tourists need to play the role of the wooden horse." No wonder it said 6 people were enough. This game must be played by an even number of people. The horsehide hood is fishy and smelly. Who would want to wear it? It's too disgusting. But they have already checked in, and someone must wear it. And what wearing this hood means, no one knows. The colorful mural on the central pillar of the carousel, with a horse-headed man lying on his stomach, with blood all over his neck, gives people an ominous premonition. The 6 people who came in all knew each other in pairs, and coincidentally, they were all a man and a woman. They only need to send one person from each group to wear the hood. "You wear it, I'm light, and you won't be too tired if I sit on you." A girl said to the man, "You, a man, are embarrassed to sit on me." The man's face was not very good. The group of men and women at the edge, they all held the horse hood tightly. The woman said, "I wear it." The man disagreed. "I do it, you sit on me." The woman, "No." Guiyao and Jia Cheng didn't say anything. The hood was still in Guiyao's hand, basically acknowledging that Guiyao wore it. The ticket inspector asked, "Have you discussed it? If you have discussed it, put on the hood, go up and lie down on the round plate, and the tourists sit down." It was urging. In the end, the men in the first group had no choice but to put on the hood. The male players in the second group grabbed the hood, and Guiyao in the third group calmly put on the hood. The horse skin was wet and smelly, and it was suffocating to put it on. Fortunately, the mouth was open, so you could breathe. The eyes were not open, the vision was blocked, and only a little light penetrated from the horse's mouth. The 3 of them lay on the ground, with their palms and knees on the ground, and the other three rode on each other's backs. Jia Cheng didn't dare to really sit down. Looking at Gui Yao, he was already very guilty. He felt a little regretful and wanted to take his place, but he hesitated to say it because he was afraid of death. The ticket inspector stood by the control lever and said, "Please sit down, tourists." The horse's eyes were looking at Jia Cheng. Jia Cheng felt a chill on his back and sat down. Gui Yao also felt the gravity. This weight was okay for her. Everyone sat down, and the ticket inspector pulled the lever. Ding ding ding, ding ding, the music sounded, and the floor began to rotate. And Gui Yao also felt that his neck was itchy, and it was getting more and more itchy. Jia Cheng. "What's wrong? My neck is uncomfortable." He didn't finish his words. Jia Cheng lowered his head. "What's wrong with you, Gui Yao?" Jia Cheng patted Gui Yao's shoulder. Under the colorful lights, his face suddenly changed because he saw that the horse skin and human skin on Gui Yao's neck had merged. Jia Cheng pulled the horse's head cover, grow together. The other two groups of players also found it. How could this happen? The head cover grew into the flesh. What should I do? What should I do? Chapter 122. The floor of the carousel rotates very slowly. Jia Cheng kept touching Gui Yao's neck and pulling the hair on the horse's head cover, but he couldn't pull it off no matter how hard he pulled. It was really grown with flesh and blood. "Gui Yao? Gui Yao? Can you hear me?" Jia Cheng called her anxiously, pulling the horse's leather cover hard. No matter how Jia Cheng shouted, the person under him didn't respond. The same was true for the other two groups. The women in the second group were also desperately pulling the horse's head cover, shouting their friends' names loudly, trying to save people. The women in the first group were so scared that they even lifted their buttocks from their companions' backs, trying to escape from their companions, who had turned into monsters. Suddenly, the ticket inspector with a human body and a horse's head standing next to the pull rod said, "Please sit down, pay attention to safety, and don't leave your seat before the end of the game." Jia Cheng originally wanted to get off Gui Yao's back, but after hearing the ticket inspector's words, he had to stay still. Jia Cheng pulled the horse hood hard, trying to tear it off, but it was useless. Instead, the skin on Gui Yao's neck was pulled red and swollen. Gui Yao. Gui Yao had no reaction. She seemed to have become an amusement facility. Jia Cheng took out his dagger prop directly. Although it was not a magic weapon, it was just an ordinary dagger, but it was still sharp enough to cut fur. Jia Cheng pinched the horse skin at her neck, and put the knife under the horse skin. "I'm sorry." He wanted to save Gui Yao. With one knife, he pulled the horse skin and fur, and cut off a little bit of the meat. Suddenly, Gui Yao screamed under him. There were two voices screaming, a woman's scream and a horse's scream. Jia Cheng was frightened by the movement, and the knife shook, and cut a little more. "Ah! Phew!" Gui Yao's cry and the horse's cry sounded at the same time. Confirming that Gui Yao would be hurt, Jia Cheng did not dare to do anything. Jia Cheng sat numbly on her back. The floor slowly rotated, and the tinkling music was in his ears, rotating round and round. The players who were waiting in the bushes to see how to pass the level were all nervous. They remembered that they must not wear a headgear, because they would turn into a horse-headed monster. And would those who sat on the back be safe? They watched with wide eyes, quietly waiting for the game to end. But at this moment, they heard the sound of the clown's chainsaw, and the clown's laughter. "I smell it. It's the stink of little mice. They seem to be just ahead." The clown's mature voice with a little hoarseness was very recognizable, and what was even more recognizable was the crazy tone at the end of his voice. "The sound of the chainsaw is getting louder and louder, and the clown is approaching. Baby, let's make a bet. I guess there are at least 10 mice in front. How about you?" 9. A light and pleasant girl's voice. "There is more than one NPC. The carousel has not ended yet, and it is impossible for them to see how to pass this game. But at least they know that they can't wear a hood. Some players in the bushes can't stay any longer and run away quickly. Others gritted their teeth and waited for the carousel, but as the sound of the chainsaw got closer, they ran away in fear of death. In the end, all the players outside ran away. Phew! The ticket inspector of the carousel blew his upper lip with his horse head, revealing a weird smile. After making sure that there were no humans spying, it pulled the lever. The speed of the floor began to slow down, and finally slowly stopped. Except for the jingle-dong music of the carousel, the surroundings were terribly quiet. Under the flashing red, blue and purple lights, the figures were blurry. In the distance, the tall clown and the girl in a white dress stood under a big tree, and the shadows of the tree hid them in the darkness. The clown's chainsaw was turned off and carried on his shoulder. He seemed not to like standing up straight, always hunched forward slightly. Wula stood in front of him, and his back always touched his soft and fat belly. Wula turned sideways and pressed his belly with one hand. He felt that his clothes were stuffed with cotton, which felt good, like touching a big doll. Wula unconsciously pressed the clown's belly with one hand, and his face was always looking towards the carousel, expressionless. The tall clown lowered his head slightly, and his dark eyes kept following her hand. The corners of the clown's mouth were always raised. Even if he didn't make any expression, he looked like he was smiling. But it is also possible that the person in the hood was really smiling. The ticket inspector opened the exit railing and said, "The game is over, please come out." The woman in the first team quickly got off the man's back and hurried away. She called her teammates names, but they didn't respond. Jiangyin got off her companion and shook him anxiously. Luan, can you hear me? Please move, I beg you." The other party didn't respond. No matter how Jiangyin pulled his hands and feet, he didn't move at all, as if he was grown with the floor. Jia Cheng also got off Guiyao, pulling Guiyao in various ways, and even cutting her neck with a knife. This time, Guiyao didn't scream again. They seemed to have become dead objects, and became the amusement facilities of the carousel. Tourists can leave. The ticket inspector reminded again. "Can I really leave?" asked the woman in the first group. The horse-headed ticket inspector, of course, "Please leave from this exit." "We can't save them, let's go," she said to the other two. "They are already dead, let's go." Jiangyin was annoyed by her. "Why are you pretending? It's obviously you who don't dare to go out first. Get out." She didn't dare to say anything back after being scolded, and finally gritted her teeth and left angrily. The moment she stepped out of the carousel facility, a glowing skull stamp appeared on the ticket in her hand. This is a success. The person sitting on the back of her companion was just playing a carousel, just like the real carousel, sitting and turning a few times, and then passing the level. She was very excited to hold the ticket, look back at the two people who were still insisting on saving their teammates, and she chose to leave. But she didn't know that the moment she left the carousel, she was spotted by the clown. The clown suddenly appeared and followed quietly. The woman had no idea that there was a clown behind her, but Jiangyin and Jia Cheng, who were still on the merry-go-round, saw it. No wonder it was so quiet outside. The players in the bushes disappeared. It turned out that the clown had come. They did not remind the girl. The clown was attracted away. The clown did not turn on the chainsaw, but followed slowly, like a ferocious wolf. It was not hungry, it just wanted to slowly abuse the food. They had to hurry up, otherwise when the clown came back, they would be blocked here. Jiangyin was sure that she could not save her companions. She called Jia Cheng, "Let's go, there is no other way." Jia Cheng's eyes were red, he gritted his teeth, wanted to leave, but felt guilty. Jiangyin didn't waste time, and went out directly. Jiangyin looked back while walking. On the one hand, he was afraid that the clown would come back. On the other hand, he wanted to see if the man was following. They both lost their teammates, and the man was crying. He would be sad because of losing his teammates, so he was not a bad guy. Maybe they can go together, and help each other. Jiangyin walked slower, and decided to wait for him. Jia Cheng saw Jiangying's slow steps, and knew what the other party was thinking. Jia Cheng glanced at Guiyao, who had turned into a monster, and the horse head had grown on her body. "Guiyao, I'm sorry. I don't think you want to become part of the amusement facility, so I'm sorry," he choked. Jia Cheng directly pressed her neck, and then cut down with a knife, cutting a large blood vessel, splashing his face. Jia Cheng continued, saying in a state of collapse, "It's better to die without a complete body than to become a monster. Guiyao is a very beautiful woman. She certainly doesn't want to become like this. He wants to cut off this smelly and ugly horse head." The ticket inspector did not stop him. The exit was always open. Jia Cheng was sure that there was no danger for him to do so. Jiangyin was shocked when she saw the scene. Crazy. Jiangyin was very afraid that the clown would come back. She shouted, "There is no point in you doing this. Come out quickly. Let's go to the next game." Jia Cheng ignored it. After more than a minute, it was finally cut off. Suddenly, the horse head opened its mouth and screamed, and it was the sound of a horse. Jia Cheng picked it up and threw it out of the railing. The horse head fell on the stone bricks outside and stopped screaming immediately. Jia Cheng wiped the blood off his face, but it got into his eyes, blurring his vision. He was about to leave, but suddenly his trouser leg was grabbed, and Guiyao's body on the ground was twisted, and flesh slowly grew out of the bloody wound. Jia Cheng was scared. Guiyao? After a few seconds, Guiyao's head grew out, and she looked pale and said weakly, "It's me." Jia Cheng couldn't believe it, and quickly helped her up and pulled her out. "Let's go, hurry up, let's go out." The two of them got out of the carousel. Jia Cheng took out his own ticket, and then took the ticket directly from Gui Yao's pocket and compared them. Skull seals appeared on both tickets. Gui Yao had 2 skull seals, which meant he was the real Gui Yao, not a monster. What is survival in danger? This is it. Jia Cheng looked back at the mural in the center of the carousel. Every horse-headed man had a bloody neck, and he seemed to understand. It was an accident. Jia Cheng smiled with relief, but his facial expression was frozen with fear, and his smile was as ugly as a ghost. Gui Yao was already dumbfounded. Although she couldn't see, she could hear everything. She couldn't move or speak. Gui Yao thought she was dead, but she didn't expect Jia Cheng to save her in the end. Jianging in the distance was even more unbelievable. When she reacted, she rushed over. She wanted to go in and save her partner in the same way, but she was stopped by the ticket inspector. "Dear tourist lady, you have played this game. You can't play it again." Jianging, can't play it again? Can you queue up to play games repeatedly in the amusement park? Our horror amusement park doesn't allow it. Each game can only be played once. If you want to play again, please come back next time, the horse-headed man said. Jianging looked ashen, staring at her companion. Almost, just a little bit, if she came out slowly and waited for Jia Cheng to come together, she could save him. Luan woo-woo. She broke down and cried. Gui Yao looked around. "The clown will come back, we can't stay." They left. Wu Lu walked out from under the tree and came to the ticket gate of the carousel. The horse-headed man grinned when he saw her and asked in a voice, "Is the haunted house closed tonight?" Chapter 123. Is the haunted house closed tonight? The ticket inspector, with a human body and a horse head, asked with his head down. The horse had a smile on his face, but it was really ugly when the horse smiled, with big buck teeth showing. Wu Lu looked at the carousel and said, "I want to play." The ticket inspector's horse eyes widened and said with a smile, "Okay, you can sit on me." The next second, the player wearing a horse head mask, who was still kneeling inside, instantly turned into blood. The ticket inspector walked in and prepared to lie down for her to sit. At this moment, the clown came back at some point. He lay outside the railing and whistled. "She didn't buy a ticket, so she can't play." The horsehead said, "I give her a free ticket." "Then give me a free ticket too. I want to play too," the clown said shamelessly, and jumped over the railing directly. The clown walked to Wu Lu, laughed in his throat, and the next second he picked up Wu Lu and let her sit on his shoulders. She sat on the clown's shoulder. He raised his arm to hold Wu Li's thigh, and tilted his head slightly to the other side to give her more space to sit. Merry-go-round? How can it be better than a merry-go-round clown? "It's more fun to sit higher," said the clown. Wu Lu sat steadily, touched his colorful wig, and said excitedly, "I'm probably the first one to sit on a merry-go-round clown. It's interesting, I guarantee it's fun," the clown said proudly. The horse-headed man looked at them, and finally went out to open the mechanism of the merry-go-round. The floor rotated, the clown stood steadily, and Wu Lu sat on one of his shoulders to look around the amusement park. It rotated in circles, and even the clown walked and swayed on the rotating floor. Wu Lu was not dizzy at all. She slowly retracted her sight and looked down at the wig. Wu Lu grabbed her hair and pulled it up. The clown hood was pulled off. The colorful lights shone on them, and the jingle-dong music of the carousel was in their ears. From top to bottom, the first thing you see is the black and dense hair, white cheeks, and the clown's high nose and beautiful outline. Wu Lu bent down and held his cheeks with both hands to force him to look up. The clown was held up by her and raised his face. He had a high nose and pink lips, eyebrows pressed down on his eyes, and his eyes were very deep. He looked a little fierce, not easy to approach, and very beautiful. "Is it ugly?" Wu Lu said. The clown looked away because of her look, and he said in a hoarse voice, "What are you doing?" The clown always spoke in a crazy way, but the tone of this sentence was surprisingly normal. Wu Lu bent down further and asked sincerely, "Are you shy?" The clown smiled with the corners of his mouth, and the next second his expression became unruly. "Baby, you are impolite. How can you pull my headgear casually? This is equivalent to lifting your skirt, you know?" Wu Lu didn't realize her mistake at all. She touched his cheek and said, "Then I put it back on you." She put the clown headgear on him neatly, and the floor of the carousel stopped. "I want to go down," Wu Lu said. The clown didn't listen and carried her directly. "This is not fun. Let's go to play something exciting. What do you think of the big guy in the distance?" The clown seemed to be in a good mood. He was not angry about what happened just now. Wula followed his gaze and looked into the distance. It was a bungee jumping machine, a tall and straight flat building, which was particularly conspicuous. When the two left, the horse-headed man said, "Welcome to come again next time. I will continue to give you free tickets." Wula turned around and made a face at it, sticking out his tongue and said, "You are also welcome to experience my haunted house." The clown suddenly let go, and Wula almost fell off his shoulder. Wula quickly pulled his hair to stabilize his body, lowered his head and asked, "What are you doing?" "My hands are sore, move them. You can hold on yourself." "Oh, but I'm afraid I accidentally pull your hood off again." "It's not accidental again, you did it on purpose last time." Lalilalo, Wulu also made a face at him. It was a real face. Her face was full of rotten marks. With her long black hair and white skirt, the horror effect was full. The clown raised his hand to hold her thigh and said, "You are also ugly." "Wulu, there can't be two clowns in an amusement park, you are the ugly one." "Of course. I am the only clown." The clown raised his voice, very proud. Guiyao, Jiacheng and Jiangning were silent all the way. The colorful lights of the amusement park shone on their faces, and everyone's expression was solemn. Jiangning was still sad that she didn't save her teammates. And Jiacheng was still in fear. Guiyao looked at him and said, "If you were wearing the hood, I might be like Jiangning, but it's good that I wore it." Jiacheng shook his head in shame. "I don't have the courage to wear that hood. I don't dare to wear it at all, I'm afraid of death." He said again, "I can accept your death, but I can't accept you becoming like that, becoming a monster and staying here. So, this is destined by heaven just right." It just so happened that Jiacheng didn't dare to wear the hood, and it just so happened that Jiacheng could do something like cutting off her head. Jiangning stepped forward, her voice still hoarse from crying. "Which game are we going to play next?" "A carousel is medium horror, and I dare not imagine what other games will be like." "Guiyao, try to find the slightly scary ones to play. The severely scary ones are chased by NPCs directly, and there are no loopholes. The medium horror ones, like what happened just now, should be able to be cracked from the details. Let's go and see the slightly scary ones." Speaking of the severely scary ones, Guiyao thought of the female ghost again. Mingming and Wu Lele looked completely different, but Guiyao felt that he saw the shadow of Wu Lele in her for a moment. The amusement facilities are very far apart, and they can only see a jumping machine now. Jiacheng said, "The jumping machine, this kind of exciting project, must be a severely scary one. We don't need to go to see it." As night fell, the visible range of the amusement park was very small, and each game project seemed to be farther and farther away. Now they can only see a jumping machine, and can't see other amusement facilities. Looking at the zoomed-out map behind the ticket, I want to find the route to other game locations. As a result, they heard the clown's voice. The clown was laughing, laughing happily. It didn't sound like the laughter when killing people, but it seemed to be joking with people. They didn't have time to hear it clearly, and their first reaction was to run. Jiangning wanted to hide. Guiyao told her, "You must enter the amusement facilities, otherwise the clown will not stop chasing you." Jiangning didn't know this. She was surprised. "Then we can't rest all night? Either play games, or be chased by the clown until death." They strode forward and ran to the bungee jumping machine. Before they ran to the bungee jumping machine, the clown appeared behind them. The clown appeared carrying a girl in a white dress. When he saw them, he was excited. "3 little mice." Wula gestured, "Put me down." The clown immediately put the person down, then took out a hammer from his bellyband and handed it to her. "Baby, come on, smash their heads." The handle of the hammer was wrapped with pink tape, and the whole hammer was full of girlish atmosphere. Wula looked at him in confusion. "The clown? Do you like it?" "I just made it. He just went to chase the woman who came out of the carousel, and by the way, he also put a film on the hammer. I like it very much." Wula waved it twice. The clown also took out his big chainsaw and laughed at the 3 players fleeing in front. "Work." The clown ran very fast, but Wula walked slowly behind. The clown ran a few dozen meters and suddenly stopped and looked back. "Catch up." He killed people, and he insisted that she catch up. "I don't want to run." Wula was too lazy to run. She liked to crawl on all fours, the ugly kind. The clown ran back and picked her up. "Come on, I take you to play." It was a little delayed, but it didn't matter. The little mouse ran slowly, and they would catch up soon. Wula sat in the clown's arms and looked at the 3 people running away in panic, including Guiyao. It was Guiyao. She also ran away in the same steps when she ran away from the boarding school. "Wow! Run! Run faster!" The clown shouted happily. Wooloo also imitated him and shouted, Yohoo! Two crazy people. Chapter 124. The clown was also running very fast while holding the person, but they didn't seem to have any intention of completely catching up. The clown and the person, a man and a woman, were screaming. They enjoyed the feeling of scaring the players. The three players were terrified. The feeling of being cut into pieces by a chainsaw made their hearts explode. Guiyao recognized the screaming female voice. At this critical moment of escaping, she turned back to look. This time, she looked directly into her eyes. Wooloo sat on the clown's arm, holding the clown's head with one hand and waving a pink hammer with the other hand. The moment they looked at each other, she smiled, her whole face half rotten and exposed the bones. She smiled and said, I'm going to smash your head. Guiyao gritted his teeth and turned his head to continue running. He saw the entrance to the bungee jumping machine. There was only one amusement facility nearby. They couldn't hold on to the next game location. It was obvious that they were being driven over to play games. What should we do? The bungee jumping machine must be very dangerous. What should we do? Jiangning shouted in despair. Jia Cheng ran the fastest. He ran to the door of the bungee jumping machine. There stood a legless staff member inside. His thighs and below were broken and bloody. He sat on a chair and smiled at him. When he smiled, Jia Cheng realized that his face was flat, his forehead was flat, his eyebrows and eyes were bleeding, and his nose was sunken and broken, as if something hit his face and flattened it. Do you want to play the bungee jumping machine? As the staff member spoke, some broken flesh suddenly fell off his face. Jia Cheng's back was sweating. He immediately looked at the words on the sign. At a glance, he saw two key words. Microterrorism. It's microterrorism. The bungee jumping machine was labeled slightly scary, which was incredible. The carousel was moderately scary, but the bungee jumping machine was actually slightly scary. Hearing the word slightly scary, Jiangning burst into tears of joy, and there was always a way out. Let's go in and play. Guiyao shouted, Go in. Jia Cheng checked the tickets immediately, and then stood at the door waiting for them. Jiangning ran in second and hurried to check the ticket. The ticket-checking machine was a gate, and it took a beat before pushing the railing in. The clown chased after her, and Guiyao blocked Jiangning when she checked the ticket. Hurry, hurry up! Jia Cheng shouted at her. Jiangying's hands were shaking, and she couldn't aim at the QR code of Yusutong. The little mouse can't get in, ha. The clown's laughter was behind her. Beep, the ticket was successfully checked. Jiangning was frightened and her body suddenly became uncontrollable. I can't move my feet. Guiyao nervously pushed her in, the railing turned, and Jiangning fell in directly. Ah! Jiangning fell to the ground. But at the same time, there were footsteps, and the sound of breaking wind behind her. The wind blew, and Guiyao's broken hair was blown, and her back was cold. Everything froze in an instant. Guiyao didn't dare to move at all, and the two people inside were also scared. Guiyao felt that the clown was standing behind her, and there was something on her head against her hair. Hello, we meet again. There was a woman's voice in her ears, with a strange tone. Her shoulders felt heavy, and she fell on Guiyao's back. Guiyao realized that it was the pink hammer on her head. It hit hard with wind speed, but it stopped the moment it touched her hair. This control power can only be done by NPC. Guiyao didn't understand why she didn't smash her head, but now she is not much better. The clown stood behind Guiyao. Wooloo climbed from the clown to Guiyao's back and asked her to carry her. She also threatened, Come back to the haunted house with me. I came out to find you. Surprise? Why? Can you come out? Guiyao couldn't understand. Why can an NPC in a fixed place appear in other places? That yellow line can't restrict her? I didn't walk out by myself. I was carried out by the clown. Wooloo said nonsense. The clown kept looking at Wooloo with his black eyes. He didn't expose her. He just reached out and pulled Wooloo, calling her baby. The meaning was very clear. Let her stop lying on the mouse and come back to him. This sexy baby made Guiyao tremble all over. She was scared. The clown had this relationship with this female NPC. The clown carried her here. She couldn't walk by herself outside. So now, he was lying on her back. Guiyao just believed Wooloo's nonsense. The clown's attention was all on the ghost girl, and the ghost girl didn't kill her. Guiyao dared to guess that she was not in danger at the moment. Guiyao said nervously, I have already played in the haunted house and checked my ticket. You can only enter the amusement park games once. Can I come to the horror amusement park next time and play with you again? No, who knows when you will come next time, and I won't work here next time. Wooloo disagreed. but I have already been in once, and I don't have money to buy a new ticket. I can invite you to play for free. Wulu lay on her shoulder, his face next to her face, and said excitedly, my haunted house is very interesting. You only saw a small part of the scene. It's a pity that you didn't see the whole thing when you came. She was like a person who invited friends to her home, wanting to introduce all the collections of her home to her friends and show off how interesting her room layout was. If the other party was not a horror NPC, Guiyao would definitely agree. But the other party was a ghost. Guiyao coaxed, I want to experience the entire park, and then go to your haunted house at the end. I am looking forward to your place, so I want to go there last, the finale, do you understand? This deception was too clumsy. Jia Cheng and Jiangning were both sweating for Guiyao. Jia Cheng probably understood why the haunted house was a serious horror. After the haunted house, the female ghost would chase out to find the player, and then take the player back. It was simply against the sky. The finale. I like this word. Wulu said excitedly, and the tone was exactly the same as the clown. You can tell that it was imitating the clown as soon as you hear it. Such a fake word, but she believed it. Guiyao didn't dare to believe it. Guiyao turned his head slightly, so, can you get off my back? Aren't you going to play the bungee jumping machine? Swipe your ticket to get in. I'm queuing with the clown. Guiyao, Wulu, and the clown, in a straight line, really like tourists queuing for ticket checking. But Wulu was on her back. She deliberately ignored Guiyao's words to let her get off, and it was obvious that she didn't want to get off. Guiyao could only carry her to check the ticket, and then go in. The staff of the bungee jumping machine had a smile on their faces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 guests welcome you. The 3 players looked at the clown, and the girl in the white dress. These 2 NPCs also played games. They can actually come in and play games. Doesn't that mean that they are not safe in the game facilities? The bungee jumping machine is a very high circular cylindrical building, with various people who fell to death painted on it, in strange shapes, and a circle of chairs surrounding the cylinder below. The clown came in and said unhappily with a bloody mouth, only one person can sit in one seat. What about Wulu and Guiyao? Chapter 125. The clown picked a seat and sat down, then patted the seat next to him. Baby, come and sit here. Wulu didn't say anything, but Guiyao was very tactful and carried her over, with her back to the chair, and slowly put her down. Her shoulders felt heavy, and then her body felt light. She didn't come down on her own initiative, but the clown pulled her down. Guiyao wanted to run quickly, and not sit with these 2 NPCs, but she had just taken a step out when her collar got stuck around her neck. A hand grabbed her clothes heavily, pulled Guiyao back, and then pressed her aside to sit down. Wulu grabbed her clothes with a smile and said, I'm afraid of playing the bungee jumping machine. I dare to play it only when there are people on both sides. On one side was the clown, and on the other side was Guiyao. Wulu was very satisfied. Ever since she met these humans, her eyes have been on them, and the clown was a little unhappy. To be precise, Wuli's eyes have been on Guiyao. The staff of the bungee jumping machine said, please deposit your belongings to avoid being thrown from high altitude later. The players had nothing on them, so they didn't need to deposit them. The clown took the hammer from Wulu and went to the platform to deposit it. He also said loudly, can't I wear a wig when playing the bungee jumping machine? The staff with a plain face was confused, and then nodded slowly. The clown pulled off the wig, revealing his thick black hair and white and clean face. He took out a bunch of murderous weapons from the pocket of his big cotton belly. He muttered, these are all dangerous things, take them out. The other people looked at the clown and watched him take out for a long time. The big cotton belly was fat, and it didn't deflate after a long time of digging. Instead, there was a table full of things. Knives of various sizes, awls, hammers, needles, and even stones and glass pieces. The staff of the bungee jumping machine couldn't bear it anymore and said, that's enough, Mr. Clown. You won't fall down, so you don't need to dig it out so cleanly. The clown pulled the corners of his mouth and smiled. Oh. He turned back. The crawling suit on his body was chubby, but it didn't make his legs look long at all. His long legs were in black boots, his hands were in his pockets, and his face was full of playful smiles. It was the first time for the players to see what the clown looked like. Under the colorful lights, the clown's face was absolutely beautiful. It didn't feel abrupt to describe a man as beautiful. Wulu smiled, and her smile became bigger and bigger. She patted the seat beside her. Come here quickly. The clown whistled, stepped over with his long legs, and sat down. Wulu stretched out his hand. I'm afraid of playing this kind of game. You hold my hand. The clown stretched out his hand, which was very big, with distinct joints and slender fingers, and could completely cover Wu Li's hand. He clasped it down, and the two of them interlocked their fingers. "Everyone, please sit down," the staff reminded. Jia Cheng and Jiang Ying didn't dare to get close to the two NPCs. They sat down 2 seats away from Guiyao. Only Guiyao sat next to the NPC. After they sat down, they found a problem. The staff didn't come to fasten their safety belts, and this seat didn't have a safety belt. Generally, the bungee jumping machine has a shoulder-pressing safety bar, which presses down from the top to buckle the two shoulders and locks between the legs, locking the tourists in the seat, and they will not fall off the seat no matter how they rise, fall, or swing. This bungee jumping machine only has a chair, no safety belts, let alone a safety restraint device like a shoulder bar. They watched the flat-faced staff member reach for the starter. Jia Cheng shouted anxiously, "Wait a minute, we don't have safety belts." The staff member smiled strangely. "Before the end of the game, please do not leave the seat. Horror Amusement Park is not responsible for any accidents in the game." Click. The lever started. The bungee jumping machine vibrated, and then slowly rose. They sat on the slippery plastic chairs, their feet slowly leaving the ground. The players were terrified, and they quickly grabbed the back of the chair with their hands. It rose to 2 meters, and it was just the right height to jump down. But because of the NPC, they didn't dare to leave the chair at all. They could already foresee what would happen next. The 3 people looked very ugly. Micro-horror, is it just playing a bungee jumping machine without a safety bar? There are no monsters killing people in a haunted house, no weirdness of a merry-go-round, but a bungee jumping machine without safety measures. How can it not be considered micro-horror? The machine rises higher and higher, 10 meters, and it has not stopped yet. The highest point is at least 50 meters. The 3 of them are sitting sideways, holding on to the back of the chair with both hands. Only Wu Lu and the clown are sitting lazily on the chair, with their fingers interlocked and hanging down. As it rises higher and higher, the clown is very excited. There will be a fireworks show when the park closes. We can come here to watch it. Let's go to the Ferris wheel. The Ferris wheel has a higher view, and there is a glass cover, so it won't be blinded by the wind. Wu Lu said in a light tone. The clown, okay. Guiyao's muscles are tense, and she is close to them, so she can hear their conversation clearly. These 2 people really look like they are in love. Can NPCs fall in love? Guiyao had also seen NPC couples in some dungeons, but they all had a human machine feeling and were very rigid. The 2 NPCs beside him were very lively. Click. The machine suddenly stopped and the whole chair shook. Ah! Jia Cheng was afraid of heights and screamed out in fear. Jiang Ying clung to the chair tightly and said tremblingly, "We seem to have reached the highest point. At this height, you can see the entire amusement park. The Ferris wheel at the farthest point is big and tall, and under the colorful lights under your feet, there is fog and dark figures can be seen. They are other players." It was cold at night, and the wind made them shiver. It was too high, and they felt dizzy when they looked down. "It's going to drop soon, hold on." As soon as Guiyao finished speaking, the jumping machine fell down at a high speed. Chapter 126. The bungee jumping machine fell at high speed. Ah! The players screamed. The strong sense of weightlessness, and the chairs without safety bars made their buttocks fall off the chairs instantly. They only relied on their hands to hold on tightly, to avoid being thrown out. Wu Lu and the clown sat on it easily. Their buttocks were stuck to the chairs, and they didn't move at all. And at the moment, when the bungee jumping machine fell, they were still screaming with excitement. "Fun!" Wu Lu shouted happily, and looked at Guiyao at the same time. "Is it fun?" Guiyao couldn't answer. Her mind was blank, and only her hands were left to hold on to the chair. It fell to the bottom in a few seconds, and the ground was just a few dozen centimeters below their feet. The players were all paralyzed in their chairs, their faces paler than each other. The machine stopped moving, and just when they thought it was over, the chair suddenly shook again and began to rise slowly. Jia Cheng's face was pale. "How many times do we have to jump?" Jiang Ying, "I don't know, I never play the bungee jumping machine in the amusement park." Guiyao's finger hurt, and he found that his nail was split. Because he grabbed the back of the chair too hard, his nail was split, and the fingertips of the other 2 people were bleeding. Wu Li's bangs were blown up by the wind, revealing her fair and clean forehead. She shook her calves and said, "The correct way to play the bungee jumping machine is to hit the ground, so that it feels like jumping off a building." Guiyao was shocked when he heard it. "Does it have to fall down before it stops?" The NPC next to him looked comfortable. She was really playing the game, and only they were playing with their lives. "Guiyao, it's not fun." She suddenly spoke, and Wula was attracted and turned her head. Wula smiled and said, "It's fun." Guiyao. Falling to death is painful and ugly, with twisted limbs and a cracked head. Guiyao's mind flashed back to the scene of Wu Lei faking her death by jumping off a building, with her blood all over the floor. Yes, falling to death is too ugly, you have to die more beautifully, Wula said persistently. Suddenly, the clown next to him shouted to the staff below, "Not exciting enough." The staff immediately showed a terrifying smile and pulled the lever by hand. The jumping machine, which was originally rising slowly, rushed to the top in the next second. Ah! Wula hugged Guiyao, and Guiyao was frightened, thinking that the other party was going to push him down. Guiyao grabbed the chair with one hand and struggled to push Wulu away with the other hand. Wulu was almost pushed down by her. Luckily, Wulu was strong, and his upper body lay on her, pressing her on the chair. "If you move again, we will fall down together and become a ball of meat," Wulu said unhappily. Guiyao was pressed tightly against the chair, and the weightlessness of the top continued, but she sat very steadily. "What are you going to do? You are going to go back to the haunted house with me to play the finale." Guiyao was shocked. So the other party wanted to protect herself. It was just a delaying tactic. If it was a lie, would she believe it? Guiyao did not dare to let go of the hand holding the back of the chair, because she did not believe that an NPC would protect the player. Wula seemed to realize that it was not appropriate to do so, so he let go of Guiyao and only offered one hand to Guiyao. "Hold it. If you can't hold it, just fall to death." The clown was unhappy about being let go of his hand in the middle. The clown thought about the probability of cutting Guiyao into pieces. Guiyao did not dare to hold Wula with one hand. How could she hold it with only one hand left? Guiyao still held the chair tightly with both hands, but one hand passed through Wu Li's arm and clamped Wu Li's arm. The bungee jumping machine rushed to the top, then dropped rapidly, and suddenly stopped in the middle, and then fell down again in the next second, or rose again. It shook up and down, as if it would not stop until the person fell down. The players' buttocks left the seat at any time, and they relied on their hands to hold on tightly. The fear made them unable to scream, and they almost forgot to breathe. Everyone was very quiet. The clown stopped screaming and sat with a cold and handsome face. Wula was the only one who played the game seriously and watched the scenery. After about 10 minutes, perhaps because the game time was up, or perhaps because they really didn't shake the tourists down, the staff gave up and the bungee jumping machine slowly landed. The machine stopped at the original position, and the ground was a few dozen centimeters below their feet. It stayed for a long time, and no one got off the chair. Frozen in the chair? Or afraid that the game is not over yet and dare not lift your butt, the staff shouted unhappily, "The game is over, get out." The staff was very angry. His face trembled with anger, a few pieces of flesh fell off, and more blood flowed on his face. Jia Cheng slid down from the chair and knelt on the ground, his legs weak. Jiangying and Guiyao were not much better. Jiangying was in a trance. "We are all alive." Guiyao loosened her fingers. Her 10 fingers were bloody, numb from the pain, her arm muscles were sore, and the arm holding Wulu was stiff. Wulu pulled out his arm. "Actually, you can hold mine, so you don't have to work so hard. I don't kill people outside the haunted house." Wulu felt good when he looked at Guiyao. Also, she didn't admit that she was Wu Lei, so why didn't Guiyao continue to ask? Wula liked Guiyao's expectant and fearful call for her Wu Lei. This feeling of being remembered, recognized, and expected was particularly good. Wula kept talking to Guiyao, hoping that the other party would look at her with this kind of eyes. Being able to recognize her proved that she remembered her, and it felt good to be remembered by the players. Wula touched the chair of the bungee jumping machine and imagined that if that idiot Su Qinyang was here, she would push him and pull him back, repeatedly scaring him. Then order him, "Little brother, jump off the building." By the way, she should have jumped down just now, broken into pieces, to scare Guiyao. Before jumping down, she should have grabbed Guiyao's legs and pulled half of Guiyao's body down, while shouting, "Guiyao, save me, it hurts to fall down, I'm scared." See if Guiyao is willing to reach out and pull her up. Wu Li's eyes lit up just thinking about it, and suddenly she was discouraged. The jumping machine game is over. Wula had a thought every second, and now suddenly felt that this jumping machine was boring. Wula turned around and hugged the clown, saying with a flat mouth, "The jumping machine is not fun." The clown's eyes lit up, and he raised his hand to hug her waist, then let's switch people to play. "There are 3 people here, enough to play. The 2 ladies are for you, and the men are for me." The 3 players jumped up quickly, then huddled together, looking at them in fear. Wula turned around and smiled grimly. Okay. The clown was happy, looked up at the players, and showed the same smile. The man and woman both have beautiful faces, both have black hair, and long bangs half cover their eyes. The exposed whites of their eyes are very creepy in the dark, and the arc of their smiles is the same. The three people felt cold all over, and they felt that they would not live to the next game location. Guiyao swallowed his saliva and said, "It's boring to play in a haunted house alone. It's fun to play in a group. This way, your haunted house will be lively. What do you think?" Wula rolled his eyes. "I'm not a 3-year-old child. Do you really think she's stupid? It's useless. This kind of rhetoric is useless." Guiyao should have known that the other party would not believe these words. Believe it or not, it depends on whether the other party is willing to play with you. The clown smiled and stretched out his hand, made a 3 and said, "We won't bully you. We give you 3 minutes to escape." Before Jia Cheng and Jiangying could react, Guiyao quickly turned around to check the tickets and ran. "Run!" Guiyao shouted at them. "Run in different directions. Run in different directions, and one can survive. There are only 2 NPCs, and they can't chase the 3 of them at the same time." The 3 of them ran away in a few seconds. Wula looked at the clown. "You have something to say to me?" The clown didn't need to give them 3 minutes to kill them. The clown wanted to get them away. The clown put his hands on his hips and leaned closer. "Baby, is that woman your old lover?" Chapter 127. Lover? Wula blinked. "I like handsome men." The clown's eyes lit up, and he leaned down with his hands on his hips and said, "If it's not a lover, then it's an old acquaintance. How come you have met before? What do you think?" Wula began to test the clown. She was very curious about the clown's worldview. The clown wrinkled his nose and dragged his voice. "I think you have met before, and are a little familiar, but now she doesn't remember you, or she can't recognize you." Wula felt that the clown should know something, but what he said was too ambiguous. Wula opened her innocent eyes. "How could I have seen humans? I have been here, in the haunted house, and I haven't been to other places. Cho-Cho, how could you have such a misunderstanding?" She looked incredible. The clown frowned. He stood up straight, hugged his arms, and looked into the distance. "We were not here before. We should have been to many places. I should have seen you before." Wuli's eyes flashed with surprise. Of course she knew they were not in the horror park before, because they were horror NPCs, and would appear in many copies. The fact that the clown was aware of this was enough to surprise Wulu. And the other party actually said that he had seen her, which surprised Wulu even more. "Why don't I remember seeing you before?" Wulu really couldn't remember anyone who looked like the clown. But she remembered every good-looking colleague, especially the colleagues she had flirted with. Wulu didn't meet good-looking colleagues in every copy. In the past, she could only meet them once every few copies, but recently it has been more frequent. The clown turned around and stared at her with heavy eyes. "I wanted to get close to you at first sight. I must have seen you before, Lele." I was used to the clown talking crazily, but suddenly, he called her name in such a serious and magnetic voice. For a moment, Wula actually saw a sense of familiarity in him. But it was too fast, and she didn't catch it. Wula didn't want to explore too many secrets. She liked to work casually, and be an NPC who fished in the dungeon. If you can't escape the dungeon, then find your own happiness in the dungeon. The fact that Cho-Cho realized that he was not in the horror amusement park before proved that he was awakening. Sooner or later, he would remember all his memories, like himself. Maybe after leaving the horror amusement park, he can meet him in other dungeons in the future. And at that time, Cho-Cho remembered her and everything here. Just like she has met the player repeatedly recently, the dungeon is changing, and she can feel it. "I like you to call me Lele. It does sound familiar, but unfortunately I forgot who you are. I like to call you baby. I don't remember who you are, but I must have seen you." The clown leaned over and kissed her nose with his pale pink lips, and even moved down to touch Wuli's lips. The clown raised his mouth and stepped back, saying jokingly, "Baby, you smell good." Wula raised his hand and rubbed his lips with his fingertips. Rogue. Clowns should be hooligans. The clown whistled and walked towards the storage table, his long legs wobbling, especially cocky, and picked up the things on the table with both hands and stuffed them back into his bellyband. The staff member with a bloody face looked at the clown and then at Wulu. The clown tilted his head and pouted. "You're so embarrassed to be watching someone kissing." The staff member was so angry that his face was broken, and he said, "You kissed, shameless." "I kissed her." He picked up the hood and put it on his head with a snap. His handsome face was submerged, and the clown made a grimace. "I'm shameless." The clown carried a chainsaw in one hand and a pink hammer in the other. and strode to Wu Li's side. Then he put his hand holding the pink hammer directly on Wu Li's shoulder, and walked with his arm around his shoulder. Wu Li's height was only up to his chest, and the clown's shoulder-to-shoulder posture was actually quite tiring, because he had to hunch down and walk with his back bent all the time, and the clown walked in a sloppy manner. Although he was leaning on his shoulder didn't feel heavy at all, and there was also the clown's soft clothes and belly to touch on the side, which Wu Li liked very much. Wu Li took the initiative to say, "I know that woman." The clown looked like he knew it, and said, "Then she is for you to kill." "Well, I'm going to take her back to the haunted house to play." "You don't want to invite me to the haunted house?" "Dear Mr. Clown, would you like to visit my haunted house?" "With great pleasure, my baby." Wu Li grabbed his belly hard, and the cotton was dented. "Oh, it's deflated." The clown pouted. Wu Li grabbed his belly with both hands, picked up the cotton, and it became round again. The three ran in different directions, not daring to look back, and kept running forward desperately. Until they ran out of breath, they realized that no one was chasing them. Everyone was thinking, did the clown and the female ghost chase the other two? Are they lucky? Gui Yao was very glad that no one was chasing her. At the same time, she silently prayed for Jia Cheng and Jiang Ying, hoping that they would be okay. But it was hard not to get into trouble when being targeted by the clown and the girl. Gui Yao sighed. She looked at the 3 skulls on her ticket. Halfway through, she would play 3 more games, and then wait for dawn to leave the amusement park. At night, the colorful lights on the roadside were dim, and the blue and red lights intertwined, which made people's eyes uncomfortable. The air was still foggy, and it was getting colder and colder. Gui Yao couldn't help rubbing her arms. Her fingers hurt. Gui Yao frowned and looked at her 10 fingers, all of which were broken. If the next game still needs to grasp, this injury will affect her performance. Gui Yao exchanged a little points for medicine, and sat on a bench next to her to bandage her fingers. After a while, her 10 fingers were wrapped with bandages like wearing gloves. The slender fingers were wrapped in white bandages, and a little red potion seeped out, which made Gui Yao's hands hurt when she saw it. And Wu Li liked it when he saw it. Monsters like this kind of beauty of torture. Wu Li reached out to grab her hand. Gui Yao bent over, and suddenly a snow-white hand stretched out from the dark grass, and she was shocked. Gui Yao quickly took out a knife and stabbed it. Wu Li's finger was cut, and blood flowed. Gui Yao's next knife was aimed directly at her throat, but when he saw her face clearly, Gui Yao paused for a second. At this moment, the knife was taken away by Wu Li, and Wu Li stood up from the grass and swept it fiercely with his legs. Ugh! Gui Yao fell off the chair after being swept by her kick, and lay on the ground, supporting the ground with both hands, and the white gauze was stained with dust. Wu Li supported the chair with one hand and jumped, and her legs fell beside Gui Yao. She sat on the bench with her buttocks, crossed her legs, and turned the knife in her hand. Behind her was the tall clown. Gui Yao looked back and saw this scene, and was only desperate. If she had known earlier, she would not have stopped to bandage her finger, and should have gone to the next amusement park. But there is no such thing as knowing earlier in this world. Wu Li raised her injured hand. The wound on her finger was very deep and bleeding all the time, winding down from her white wrist. She licked the blood with her tongue, and said with a smile with her own blood on the corner of her mouth, "I am injured, and I also want to bandage it, just like you." The clown stared at her finger, and licked his lips. Chapter 128. Wu Li stretched out her hand in front of Gui Yao. "Bandage me." Gui Yao's eyes were dark and unclear. She stretched out her hand to hold Wu Li's finger, and began to bandage her wound carefully, wrapping the gauze in circles. "Will you kill me?" Gui Yao asked bluntly. "Yes, it's better for you to die in my hands." Wu Li felt that he was more gentle when killing people. "When are you going to kill me?" Gui Yao tore open the fork of the gauze and tied a bow. A bow at the base of the finger, like a ring. Wu Li liked it very much. "I take you to visit the haunted house and kill you." "Okay." Gui Yao stood up. "Are you going to play games with me next? You seem to want to play with me, and have a lot to say to me." She observed Wu Li suspiciously. "You are the first person to leave my haunted house tonight." Wu Li gave a reason. But Gui Yao didn't believe this reason. She believed another ridiculous reason. "What's your name?" Gui Yao asked with suppressed emotions. Wu Li smiled and said, "The clown called me baby. What do you want to call me?" This would make people misunderstand that she has no name. Gui Yao thought she had a name, but she just didn't want to say it now. Gui Yao stopped talking, and Wu Li chased after her and said, "You can call me whatever you want." Gui Yao just said one word. Wu Li interrupted her. "You can't learn from Cho Cho, only he can call me baby." Gui Yao felt like being shown affection, But she didn't feel sweet, because the female ghost in front of her had a natural feeling. She was talking seriously, not showing affection. Gui Yao stared at her seriously. At this moment, the clown who was ignored was dissatisfied. He reached out and grabbed Wu Li's hand and squeezed it. Wu Li did not look back, but naturally held hands with the clown. Gui Yao was in a trance. In the dark corridor, a boy and a girl in school uniforms held hands and smiled strangely at the players. Lulu, Gui Yao blurted out. Wu Li's eyes lit up. Gui Yao said affirmatively, I want to call you Lulu, can I? Of course, you can call me anything you want, even Gui Yao. Gui Yao's eyes trembled, and then she realized that Jia Cheng called her name several times while running away and playing games, and the female ghost must have heard it. She called her Lulu. She was willing, but the other party did not say that her name was Lulu. This subtle treatment made Gui Yao always on the edge of suspicion, and she could not get an accurate answer. Wu Li likes to see Gui Yao see her pass through her present self. This proves that she is impressive. One person and two NPCs, just like that, formed a small group temporarily and started to go to the next game. Gui Yao walked in front, and the NPCs behind her just followed, and did not tell her which way to go or what. Gui Yao found that the female ghost could walk by herself, and did not need the clown to hold her. So the previous words were just a lie to herself. Gui Yao, the yellow line is for the players to see, it can't restrict you at all. Yes, we can come out whenever we want, it depends on whether we are willing to play with you and follow the rules with you. Wu Li smiled. The clown said, we are the two who don't follow the rules the most in this park. Gui Yao saw it. The personalities of these two people echo each other, noisy and weird. Wu Li looked up at the clown, you invited me to play, I didn't take the initiative to break the rules. Yes, I was the only one who broke the rules, I am the worst. The clown dragged his tone. It's all your fault. Blame me. Gui Yao's hair stood up all the time. After all, being followed by two monsters, even if he knew he would not die now, he would still be afraid. Did you kill my teammate and another girl? Gui Yao asked carefully. Clown, killed. Gui Yao looked at the blood on the clown's coat. The blood did not change. It was still the same as before. He should not have killed anyone. Wu Li, killed. Gui Yao suddenly doubted whether he had killed them, or these two were lying. But what was the point of their lying? Bad. Fun? Gui Yao chose not to ask. Her own survival was the key. Gui Yao walked with her head down. As a result, she walked for a long time, and did not reach the next game location. Gui Yao looked at the zoomed-out map behind the ticket, and his intuition was unreasonable. There should be a fork in the road ahead. At the end of the left road is the bumper car, and if you go to the right road, you will reach the roller coaster. But after walking for so long, she still hasn't reached the fork in the road. Gui Yao looked at the fog in the distance and the dim lights around. Wu Li bumped into her back and asked, why don't you go? The amusement park is getting bigger, Gui Yao said. The route is getting longer, and the entire amusement park is growing exponentially. Wu Li glanced at the map and asked, do you want to play bumper cars or roller coasters? Gui Yao, which of these two is scarier? Is there a severe fear? Wu Li smiled at her, but said nothing. Gui Yao lowered her head and continued to look at the map with a guilty conscience. She didn't expect to get the answer by asking the NPC, but she couldn't help asking. After walking for a long time, they finally reached a fork in the road. And at this fork in the road, they met several players. This time the clown appeared too quietly, without yelling or the roar of chainsaws. The players stood at the fork in the road, discussing which game to play on the left or right. They didn't notice that the clown had come, but only saw the figure coming in the black fog. There were two pretty women in front, and a tall man stood behind them. When the clown's hood was exposed, the players were terrified. It's the clown! The clown is coming! Run! Fuck, are the two women in front of the clown players? I'm not seeing wrong, the clown didn't kill them. One player retreated and looked back. His companion pulled him. You are going to die, stop looking, run. The clown immediately showed a sinister smile. The corners of his mouth cracked in the night light. He pulled the chainsaw, rumbling. The clown twisted his neck left and right, and said evilly, baby, I'm going to relax first. Wu Li waved his hand, bye. The clown rolled up his sleeves and ran with the chainsaw. Oh. Gui Yao was frightened and stood stiffly in place. Although he could not see the scene in the black fog in the distance, he could still hear the players' terrified voices. Without me, that's your fate. Wu Li chuckled. Gui Yao tilted his head. Thank you? Say thank you loudly. Wu Li said seriously. Gui Yao, thank you. Let's go, play the next game. Gui Yao looked at the direction the clown was going. There was a roller coaster over there, so Gui Yao decisively chose the direction of the bumper car. After walking for only 1 or 2 minutes, Wu Le complained to her, "You walk too slowly. If you keep going like this, the next amusement park will be farther away." Is the amusement park really growing? It will get bigger and bigger as time goes by, and the amusement places will get farther and farther away. Wu Le did not answer. But Gui Yao already had the answer. She could actually feel that the amusement park was getting bigger. Gui Yao started to jog. Suddenly, a cold wind blew beside her. She saw Lele crawling on the ground with her limbs strangely, and she got rid of her very quickly. Her voice came from the black fog, "Waiting for you at the bumper car door." Chapter 129. Wu Le crawled quickly on the ground with his limbs, and in a few seconds he reached the bumper car area. A huge round shed, with red bumper cars placed inside, each car body was covered with blood, meat, and exuded a fishy smell. Wu Le slowly stood up from the ground, twisted his limbs, and moved them randomly. His muscles and bones creaked. "Beautiful ghost lady." A voice came from under the bumper car, and then a person, who was crushed into pieces by the car, slowly crawled out. He smiled and asked, "Why are you here? Do you want to play games? The NPCs here are very friendly." "I want to play, but my companions haven't arrived yet. Wait a moment." "Okay." Every time the staff moved, they fell off. One of his eyeballs was hanging on his face, and the other eyeball had been crushed in his eye. His body also seemed to have been crushed by cars countless times. He moved slowly, found a relatively new car, and asked, "How is this car?" "It looks good." He then took out a piece of cloth to wipe the car body, focusing on disinfecting the seats. Wu Le sat down on the ticket machine, shaking her legs, and the night wind blew her black hair up. "Gui Yao is so slow." Wu Le muttered, "Bumper cars are fun only when there are many people. I hope more players will come later." The staff looked up. "Then I will make a rule that less than 10 people are not allowed to play." Wu Le smiled grimly. "Then I will find the clown and ask him to drive the people over." After that, she crawled away. Following closely behind, there was also a little black cat. The little black cat merged with the night and jumped into the darkness. The speed of movement made it difficult for the NPCs to see clearly. The car cleaning staff looked at the black cat, his hands trembling uncontrollably. This was a level of suppression. Wu Le noticed that the little black cat had caught up, so he stopped climbing, stood up from the ground, and looked back. A black shadow pounced on him. Wu Le stretched out his hands and hugged it, one hand holding his belly, and the other hand pinching the back of the black cat's neck. "What are you doing, attacking me?" The black cat opened its mouth to reveal a mouthful of teeth, and its pink tongue gently licked its lips, and then made a sweet and coquettish sound, "Meow." Wu Le let go of its back neck, and the black cat immediately climbed onto her shoulders by kicking her arms, and licked her face with its tongue. The cat's tongue has barbs, and it licked very hard, directly scratching some red marks on Wu Le's face, which was slightly painful. Wu Le narrowed his eyes. "Little black, get off." The black tail that was erected high drooped down in disappointment. It jumped on the ground, then got into the grass, and disappeared into the darkness. Wu Le looked at the direction it left, revealing a trace of doubt. The little black cat has no ID card. It is always a black cat. It does not participate in the plot of the dungeon. It is not an NPC in the plot of the dungeon. But it has always existed in the dungeon, and even appeared in the same dungeon with her. What is it? Why is all this happening? Wu Le was not willing to think about such complicated things. After thinking for a few seconds, he could not figure it out, so he immediately put it aside. Wu Le wiped his face with disgust, which was covered with cat saliva. "Go find the clown." Wu Le has good ears. He can hear the clown's excited roar across half of the amusement park. "Do you want to take a photo with the clown? Look into my eyes. Do you want to take a photo with me?" The clown held a man under his arm. The man was terrified and trembling, saying, No, I don't like taking photos." The clown looked unhappy. "I'm the star of the amusement park. Do you really not want to take a photo with me? Then you came to the horror amusement park for nothing." The clown's arms tightened, and the man's neck was circled, and he soon couldn't breathe. No, please don't kill me," the man said with difficulty. "Sir, are you really not going to take photos?" The clown gritted his teeth and gave him one last chance. The man's face flushed, his mouth opened, and he couldn't breathe. He desperately squeezed out a word, "Take a photo." The face under the clown's hood was smiling, and the cracked blood-red corners of the hood also rose. He let go of the man and put his hands into his belly pocket. "Wait a minute, let me find my camera. Where is it?" "Here on the left belly." "No, It's on the right belly, right? Wula walked slowly, and the clown immediately noticed it. He turned back with his hands in his belly band, and his dark eyes were shining. Baby. The clown seemed to be able to always maintain passion and vitality. Wula walked to his side, and put his hands into his belly pocket. The clown's eyes were dark, with a hint of excitement. He even lifted his big belly and said, "Let you touch it." Wula fumbled in his pocket, and the space inside was really big. It looked like bulging cotton on the outside, and it was soft when pressed, but it could hold so many things, even a chainsaw could be stuffed in. There were too many things inside, soft and hard, all kinds of things. Wula touched it here and there. The clown said, "The camera should be in the lower abdomen." Wula blinked and said, "Didn't you say it was on the right side of the belly?" The clown, "I remembered it wrong, it should be at the bottom." Wula touched the right side of his belly and felt a square object, which should be a camera. Just as she was about to take it out, a pair of cold hands grabbed her hands, snatched the camera from her hands, grabbed her fingers and played with them, kneading and squeezing them. Wula looked up at the clown speechlessly. The clown squeezed her fingers a few more times before releasing them, then innocently took his hands out, raised his head and surrendered. "Baby, the camera fell into my pocket again, help me find it." This time, the camera was neither on the left nor on the right. Wula pressed down with both hands, picked up the camera, and punched the clown in the stomach. The clown looked painful. Wula grabbed the clown's collar with one hand, pulled him to the same height as her, and raised the camera with one hand to take a selfie. She smiled very cutely. "Yeah." The clown immediately forced a smile, stuck out his tongue and made a face. "Yeah." The player on the ground came back to his senses, and he was terrified by the scene in front of him, and he quietly crawled away. As a result, he didn't crawl out a few steps, and a black cat stood on his back. Meow. Little Black was complaining, saying that this human was going to run away. Wula didn't look back, but lowered her head to study her photos, waiting for the color of the photographic paper to develop. The clown looked back at the black cat curiously. With just one glance, the clown felt that it was annoying, but also felt that it was very familiar. "You can't even see the dark face," the clown said. The little black cat flashed its eyes, then turned its head, and bit the player on the back of the neck. "Ah! Huh?" The man died quickly because he bit the aorta. The clown's face was gloomy in an instant. Someone stole his prey, and someone killed the player on his territory. He was seriously offended. Meow. Little Black walked towards Wula with a cat step, and rubbed her leg with his head. Wula lowered her head. "Little Black, go away." Little Black shook his tail, and got into the bushes. "Is that your cat?" "A wild cat. I want to skin it." "Yeah." The photographic paper developed color, and 2 photos were taken. One photo shows Wula happily grabbing the clown's collar, with the clown curling his stomach and looking painful. The other photo shows Wula happily laughing, with the clown leaning against her side face and smiling at the camera, making funny faces. The clown took the 2 photos and put them in his small chest pocket with great care. Bumper cars require 10 players to start. The clown understood immediately. "Okay, I go find the players." Chapter 130. Guiyao followed the map and jogged along, and saw the bumper car field from a distance. A large round shed with colorful lights hanging outside, flashing in the night fog. But the girl in a white dress was not seen at the door. Guiyao approached and saw a person who was crushed by the car wiping the car, who should be the bumper car staff. Guiyao looked around and didn't see Lele. The administrator looked up. "Are you alone?" Guiyao nodded yes. "1 person can't play, 10 people are needed, find a few more people to come together," the staff said with a smile, and the eyeballs on his face were shaking and bleeding. Guiyao knew that he would not rush out, so he was not too scared to see such a scene. "Have you seen a beautiful girl in a white dress?" Guiyao asked boldly, but felt that his description was not thorough, so he added, "She is a staff member of the haunted house." The NPC looked up strangely. "Do you know her?" "Yes, she brought me here to play." Guiyao deliberately said it a little ambiguously. The NPC shook his head in confusion. "How can a lowly human know a female ghost lady?" "We never play with you humans, you are lying." Guiyao's eyebrows jumped when he heard it. The NPCs here are very flexible, unlike the NPCs that will only be triggered when keywords are mentioned. It can be seen that the level of this copy is not low. The more he realized the horror of this copy, the more afraid Guiyao was. Is she going to stay here? Where is her chance of survival? In Lele. Is Lele Wu Lele? A strong intuition told Guiyao that she is. Guiyao took out his ticket and showed the first skull stamp. This is the sign of the haunted house. How do you think I got out of the haunted house? The haunted house is a severe horror house. Guiyao glanced at the introduction board of the bumper car and found it was a medium horror house. The NPC slowly came over and leaned on the railing to look at the ticket in Guiyao's hand. He had an incredible expression on his crushed face. The ghost lady is in a good mood. She actually let you go? Because she and I are friends. Friends? Impossible. We won't be friends with humans. You can't represent her. She is willing to be friends with humans. Impossible. Guiyao put the ticket away with an expression that said, believe it or not. Guiyao did not leave, but waited for Wu Lu to come back by the ticket machine. The bumper car staff kept looking at her. After waiting for a few minutes, Wu Lu came back. The white figure crawled on the ground, and it was clear who was coming at a glance. In the blink of an eye, there was a gust of wind beside him, and Wu Li's voice came to Guiyao's ears. Have you been waiting for a long time? Guiyao turned his head and saw Wu Lu sitting on the cold ticket machine. Where have you been? Didn't you say we were going to play bumper cars together? When I came, I didn't see you and thought you didn't want to play with me. Guiyao was very relaxed, as if he was talking to his teammates. At the isolated island boarding academy, Guiyao sometimes talked to her like this, with a fool standing next to him. Wu Lu looked very satisfied. I'm going to find Cho Cho. He will be here soon. Let's wait a little longer. Okay. The bumper car staff's eyes widened a little, looking at Guiyao's back in disbelief. Lulu, will you feel cold wearing so little? Guiyao was wearing long clothes and long pants, and his coat was waterproof. Wu Lu looked cold in a thin white dress. Monsters are not afraid of cold. Monsters are what humans call them. The bumper car worker was rotten all over, and was crushed to death by the car, so the players who play this game will also be crushed to death by the car. Guiyao discussed unilaterally. Wu Lu didn't say a word about the secrets of the copy game. Guiyao, how can a person be crushed to death while sitting in a car? Is it that the player is running in the field, and the NPC drives the car to hit the player? I don't know, I haven't played it. Wu Lu blocked it with one sentence. Guiyao, before I entered the horror dungeon, there was a small amusement park next to my house with bumper cars. Have you ever played it? I played it often at first, but later I didn't want to play it anymore. Why, are you tired of playing it? No, it was because a group of boys were very hateful. They always bumped into me, and forced me into a corner with nowhere to go. The game experience was very bad, so I didn't like playing it anymore. Guiyao described how he was bullied by those boys, and Wu Lu listened with relish. You should get out of the car, grab their hair, drag them out of the car, and then crush their heads with the car. Wu Lu spoke naively and cruelly. Guiyao smiled. Later I found out that they did this because they liked me. It was childish and bad, so annoying. Hearing that those boys did this because they liked me, Wu Li's eyes lit up and said seriously, if I like someone, I will also bump into him and bully him. Guiyao wanted to take back his last sentence. Wu Lei said seriously, I am also childish and bad, very annoying? Reason told Guiyao to immediately change his face and praise her, but Guiyao was still stuck and couldn't say it. I thought Lei would be upset, but she smiled proudly. I am just an annoying and bad dungeon monster. Guiyao looked at her complicatedly. Wu Lei, you remember the academy dungeon, right? Why did you add a last name to me? It sounds nice. I'm back. The clown shouted, and he was seen holding a rope in his hand, and a string of men and women followed behind him. Every player had an expression of excessive fear on his face. Their hands were tied to the rope, one by one, and a string of them went down. The clown pulled one end of the rope and pulled them back. I found 9 little mice. Is it enough? Including Guiyao, there are 10 humans. That's enough. Wu Lu jumped from the ticket machine and sat directly in the clean bumper car, fastening his seat belt. The clown also jumped in. The bumper car here only had one seat. He was slightly dissatisfied, so he squeezed his huge body next to Wu Lu. The clown said in a hoarse and seductive voice, Baby, how about I sit in the driver's seat, and you sit on my belly, which is soft and comfortable. Chapter 131. Wu Lu took a look at the clown's belly, and she liked the soft touch. Okay. Wu Lu stood up, and the clown immediately sat on the seat, with his long legs slightly bent, and Wu Lu sat on his cotton belly. As a result, the clown behind him suddenly adjusted his posture and sat up straight, and Wu Lu slid down from the belly and sat in front of the clown, close to him. Wu Lu, baby, will you drive or will I drive? I drive. Okay. The clown gently hugged Wu Lu with both hands. This way you don't need to wear a seat belt. Then you have to hold tight, Don't let me fly out. The human players checked their tickets one by one. The staff shouted, each tourist chooses a car to sit in, and you are not allowed to leave the game venue before the end of the game. Each car is limited to. Each car has only one driving seat, which is obviously limited to one person. But he looked at his two colleagues, Mr. Clown and Miss Ghost, who did not follow the rules. The players didn't want to play the bumper car game at all, but the clown said that if they dared to run, the chainsaw would fall on their necks. Being forced to participate in this game, the players were in pain, and they hesitated about which car to choose. Each car was dirty, covered with blood, and even black pieces of meat, and the whole venue was extremely smelly. Guiyao chose the bumper car next to Wu Lu. There was blood under the wheels, which gave her an ominous premonition. Sitting in the parking space, she found that there were no seat belts again. You can't leave the venue before the game is over, but you can't leave the car. A player whispered to his companion. It's more dangerous to leave the car. Don't get off for a while. Hurry up. The staff urged impatiently. Players sat down one after another. Suddenly, the colorful lights in the whole shed turned red. The red light shone on everyone. At night, everyone's skin color turned red, and they looked like crispy roast duck in the oven. The staff showed a weird smile and said, "The game starts." After that, he excitedly jumped into a red broken car, slapped the steering wheel heavily, and the whole car body suddenly grew a lot of spikes, dozens of centimeters long iron spikes. He shouted excitedly, "Drive! Let's collide!" He stepped on the accelerator and rushed towards the nearest player with the red car covered with spikes. Bang! A huge collision sound, followed by the sound of a flat tire. The NPC punctured the player's car, and the player was scared. He wanted to drive his car away and get away from this scary guy, but he couldn't drive it at all. The bumper cars here can only go forward, not backward. The staff kept driving the car to hit the player's car, and the collision sound became louder and louder. Without a seatbelt, the player was almost thrown out. Ah! Don't hit me! Why only hit me? The staff stepped on the accelerator, and the car hit sideways, and the two were very close. A pale hand grabbed the player's collar and quickly dragged him out of the car. The moment he touched the ground, the player looked up and saw countless spikes rushing towards him. Ah! The red car hit the empty car, with a person in the middle, with many holes in it. Everyone else was scared by this scene. The faces of those who were close to them were splashed with blood. They stepped on the accelerator in fear and hurried away. Bumper cars are a game in which the staff unilaterally chases and kills tourists. First, your car will be damaged, and then the people will be dragged down, crushed, or stabbed to death. Guiyao glanced at Wu Lu and the clown and found that they had no intention of starting the car. Guiyao didn't care, just ran first. The circular venue was very large, and they all ran to the other side. Once they gathered together, Guiyao realized that this was even more doomed, and the front and back were blocked by people, and there was no way to escape. And the NPC had already driven over, stepped on the accelerator, and turned around fiercely. With a violent collision, a player fell out of the car directly. As expected, he was crushed to death a few seconds later. The players who gathered together were all scared. Some drove out smartly and flexibly, while others could not get out no matter how they drove, and could only wait desperately for hunting. Wu Lu stroked the steering wheel and said, "Trickster." The clown, "Start tricking." Wu Lu stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. He was about to hit the NPC's red car. The red car was full of spikes, and would be scrapped if he hit it. Wu Lu turned the steering wheel, and quickly hit the player, who was trying to escape on the side. Ah! Don't! The man was terrified. Wu Lu smiled and greeted, "You can also hit me. Bumper cars are all about bumping into each other." The NPC's red car couldn't be hit, but the cars of these two ghosts in front of him could be hit. The man gritted his teeth and hit back. Wu Lu turned the steering wheel sharply to clear the road. The man rushed forward and couldn't stop the car at all, and directly hit another player, who was running away. The two people's cars lost control, and crashed into the red car waiting on the side. Bang! Sizzle! White smoke came out. The tire was leaking. The NPC on the red car smiled with satisfaction. "You hit me." "No, we didn't." The man was scared to death, and wanted to explain that he didn't hit me on purpose. It was the woman and the clown who did it. Looking back, the clown and the woman had already rushed away, and didn't pay any attention to this side. The red car started quickly, and the huge roar showed the excitement of the NPC. The man stepped on the accelerator hard, but the car didn't move. The car was broken, and it would be dragged down sooner or later. The man made a decision that made him regret. He jumped out of the car and ran forward quickly, How could two legs run faster than the car? A clean car came speeding and hit the man directly. The clown hugged Wula tightly, and Wula said excitedly, "He flew so high. Baby, you drive so well. It's a pity that he didn't hit the shed. It's okay, we will keep working hard." Gui Yao witnessed them hunting players with his own eyes. In addition to the bumper car NPCs, it turns out that these two NPCs will also join the killing game. Gui Yao looked unhappy. She followed the other cars around the field, always being careful that the players might hit her, and also the deadly red car, and also the Wu Lu who suddenly hit her when he was having fun. The number of people was slowly decreasing. The red car began to have a clear target, catching a player to hit, and not stopping until he died. If he died, he would hit the next one. Unfortunately, Gui Yao became the new target of the NPC. "Don't run." The NPC laughed and drove to chase Gui Yao. Chapter 132. Gui Yao stepped on the accelerator and circled the field. The red car followed closely behind. The top speed of the bumper cars is the same, and there is a distance between them. As long as Gui Yao keeps circling at this speed, she will not be hit. The premise is that no bad guys block Gui Yao's way, and no idiots suddenly hit her. The other players were panicking and blocked Gui Yao's way several times, almost hitting her. Gui Yao shouted, "He is chasing me now, all of you get out of the way. Don't block me. If I die, I will kill you next." These words are very deterrent. They also found that the red car is only chasing the female player now. Several players immediately pulled aside, and some even gloated. "When will the game end?" "It won't end when we are all killed. Look up, there is a countdown on the top of the shed." A careful player told everyone. The other players looked up and saw a countdown above their heads, and there were still 20 minutes left. It took so long. It's probably half an hour, and only 10 minutes have passed. They counted the people, and 4 people had died in 10 minutes. There were only 4 players left, and 2 NPCs. Yes, there were 2 NPCs. They turned around, and saw the clean white car rushing towards them. "Run! It's too late." Bang! Everyone was shocked and their butts were numb. "The game is not over yet. Why are you lazy? Hurry up and fight." Wula greeted them with a smile. The players were terrified. "Devil, you are devils. Monsters. I'm just a staff member of the haunted house. I'm just a clown." The clown said in a pinched voice, imitating Wu Li's speech. Wula turned around. "It's ugly." The clown continued to say in a pinched voice, "You have a nice voice." Wu Lu was depressed. "You look ugly enough with the hood on, and your whole body is ugly. Don't let your voice become ugly too." The clown in the hood also had a depressed expression. "Baby, you are so superficial. Don't you see my interesting soul?" "Yes. Please love my interesting soul, okay? I prefer a beautiful skin." "Okay." The clown pulled the hood and lowered his head. "Are you satisfied?" Wula smiled, looked back at the players who were running away, and felt even better. "Don't run. Come and hit me." Ah! It was too scary. Gui Yao was playing a game of speed and passion, with the red car chasing him, and they would not stop until they died. Gui Yao was going around in circles, and it was going smoothly, but the other 3 players suddenly rushed over and disrupted Gui Yao's route. Gui Yao turned the steering wheel violently, but could only hit the anti-collision tires at the edge of the field, and the sound of the brakes was piercing. Without a seat belt, Gui Yao was uncontrollably tilted forward, and his forehead hit the steering wheel, which was very painful, and his waist was also very painful. "Dizzy, I can't tell whether I was dizzy from the collision or the shaking." Gui Yao looked up and saw the red car rushing towards him fiercely, and Lei drove a car to hit him. Attacked from both sides, Gui Yao held the steering wheel tightly and froze in place. With a bang, both cars were flattened. Just when the NPC was about to reach out to grab Gui Yao's clothes and drag her out of the car, Gui Yao quickly got out of the car from the other side, then climbed onto the back of Wu Li's car, and sat directly on the hood behind the clown, holding the car seat. The clown turned back with a dark face. "Miss Tourist, are you sure you want to do this?" Gui Yao didn't look at the clown. She shouted to the person in front, "Lulu, drive quickly." "Our car is overloaded," Wula said faintly. "Gui Yao, we must overload. We must break the rules. 1 with 2, you are the god of cars." "Wu Lu, The clown, She was coaxing a child. Well, when Wu Lu was called the god of cars, the corners of his mouth rose. The red car was staring at him, but it would never hit Wu Li's car. The NPCs seemed to be thinking about how to reach out and pull Gui Yao down from the back without damaging the other car. It was impossible for Gui Yao to get off the car. The clown hugged Wu Lu with both hands. thinking about whether to push the person behind him down. And Wula didn't want to stop the car all the time, so he stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. Guiyao was thrown up instantly, and she held the chair tightly. Wula turned the steering wheel left and right, and the whole car moved in a serpentine manner, as if it was bound to throw people off. Guiyao felt that she was going to die. What about the invitation to the haunted house? It all depends on her own ability, whether she can survive in other games. Survive, and go to the haunted house with her? Being targeted by the NPC, Guiyao felt a little unlucky. Now one thing is lucky, that the NPC of the bumper car has changed his target, and he went to kill other players. The cars in the whole venue rushed back and forth at a high speed, life and death. Only the white car was swinging around in the venue, driving in a zigzag shape, and the car seemed to be drunk. Guiyao was very dizzy after being thrown, holding on with both hands tightly, relying on willpower to hold on throughout the whole process. In the last few minutes, the roar of the venue was very vague, and the smell of blood was very strong. Guiyao opened his eyes, and looked at the countdown above his head, the last few dozen seconds. Guiyao chose to let go, quickly rolled on the ground for a few rounds, and then jumped into a new car. She started the car and ran away. The red car spotted her, and immediately chased after her. Guiyao drove back to the starting point, stopped the car, and looked straight at the red car. The red car rushed over. Wula opened her eyes wide and watched the scene. Are you going to die? The clown behind her suddenly said, 4, 3, 2, 1. The sound of brake pads. All the cars in the venue turned off, including the murderous red car. It almost hit Guiyao. The red light of the venue turned off, the colored lights turned on, and the scarlet world turned colorful. The NPC got out of the car and stared at Guiyao with wide eyes. The game is over. Please get out quickly. He just told him to get out. Wula yawned lazily, and the clown hugged her waist, lowered his head, put his chin on her shoulder, and whispered, Baby, you are a great driver. Chapter 133. The bumper car game was over, and I thought only Guiyao survived. Unexpectedly, a man crawled out from the corner. The man was covered in blood, and was seriously injured. Seeing that there were still players alive, the bumper car staff became even more upset, and looked at them with a dark face. Guiyao got off the car, her arms were shaking all the time, and she could no longer feel the existence of her 10 fingers. Guiyao was in a heavy mood, and she slowly swiped the ticket out. Looking at the 4 skulls on it, she was not in a good mood. These hands are going to be useless. If there are more games that require grasping, she probably can't hold on. There was a slight idea that she could rely on Lele to pass the level. But it is obvious that Lele is an NPC, not a human. Even if she is a human, no one will help another person unconditionally. The only thing to be thankful for is that with Lele around, the clown doesn't seem to kill her. As for the game, she has to rely on herself. Guiyao felt a little disappointed. She knew she shouldn't have such emotions. After all, no one owed her anything. The male player staggered out of the gate with his ticket. His face was pale, his mouth was slightly open, and blood was still flowing from his mouth. Blood was dripping all the way. Guiyao looked back at him, and saw despair in his eyes. Guiyao, get treatment quickly. You can't survive such a serious injury to return to the Paradise Town. The man's numb expression suddenly collapsed. His tongue was injured and inflexible. He said vaguely, I don't have points to buy medicine. I can't go back to the Paradise Town. I will die here. Not everyone has abundant points. He was miserable. He didn't have enough points, and was drawn into such a hell copy. Knowing clearly that he was going to die, despair was seeping in. Guiyao glanced at him and turned away. The man looked at her, not wanting to die, so he shouted for help. Do you have any medicine? Do you have any points? Save me, save, save. Plop. He fell to the ground, blood in his mouth spread on the floor tiles. Guiyao did not stop, let alone look back. Wula and the clown got off the car slowly, and greeted the bumper car staff when they left. Wula said, I have been playing all the way from the front. Your venue is the most lively, and the most tourists stay. The bumper car staff immediately smiled, and he was coaxed. Welcome to visit next time, Miss Ghost. You are also welcome to visit my haunted house. The clown squeezed forward. Do you want to take a photo with the clown? The bumper car staff, Wula reached out to touch the clown's chest pocket, and took out 2 photos to show. I took a photo with the clown. Do you want to take a photo? No, thank you, goodbye. Wula nodded. Bye. The clown waved his hand. Bye. The clown was afraid that Wula would throw the photo away, so he quickly reached out to take the photo back, and carefully put it back into the small pocket on his chest. He held Wuli's hand, and walked away with his fingers clasped together. Where are we going next? Let's go have some ice cream. Not chasing your friend? She's not my friend, we just know each other. Not following her? Yeah. The male player on the ground was still groaning in his throat, struggling with his hands and feet on the ground, but he couldn't stand up anymore. Passing by him and walking forward, Wula slowed down and looked back at the human. The clown noticed her emotions and looked back at the man. He whispered, he is free. There is no end to the horror game. Death is a relief. Wulu, humans are too small. Why do they struggle? The clown, will you choose to struggle? Wulu, I will put on the most beautiful dress, cut my wrists, and sleep peacefully. If she is not an NPC, she will definitely do this. The clown laughed softly. Humans will look down on you when they hear what you say. They like to struggle, resist, and move forward. Everything is positive. That is human beings, struggling ants. Wulu, they don't know that no matter how they struggle to climb up, there is endless darkness above, no sky, no sun, and everything they do is meaningless. The two left. The little black cat jumped out of the broken car and walked in front of the male player. Opening his mouth full of fangs, he bit hard. The player's life was completely ended. The little black cat licked his lips with his pink tongue and looked ahead with bright eyes. Ice cream stand. The headless girl squeezed 2 ice creams for them, covered with strawberry jam. Just as the two were eating with relish, Guiyao came on the foggy road. Chapter 134. Guiyao actually came to them on his own initiative. Wula stretched out his tongue to lick the strawberry jam on the ice cream, quietly watching Guiyao approach. The clown's dark eyes showed a speechless expression, and he lay on the table to eat ice cream. Guiyao approached and saw a woman with only half of her head standing in the ice cream cart. The upper part of her mouth was empty, and bright red liquid was still oozing out. Another customer is here. The woman raised her red lips and asked, do you want to eat ice cream? Guiyao saw Lele and the clown eating and said, I want one, but I don't have money. Can you eat without money? The woman immediately made an ice cream and smiled and stretched out her hand. Give me the ticket. Guiyao was a little surprised. Could this also be considered a level of the game? It can't be. Guiyao handed the ticket over half doubtfully, and the woman took it, took out a small seal and stamped it, and then handed it back. Guiyao took the ticket and saw that it was an ice cream seal, not the skull seal of the game. The horror amusement park is very conscientious. There is no secondary consumption after entering. All games, food, drinks, and entertainment are included in the ticket, said the woman with half a head. It sounds really conscientious. The ticket includes everything. In the real world, an ice cream is sold to tourists for 35. The Snow White vanilla ice cream was handed over, and Guiyao raised his hand to take it. Suddenly the ice cream was taken back, and the woman asked with a smile, do you want strawberry jam? At this time, the sound of someone licking ice cream came from behind, slurping. Guiyao turned around and looked at Wulu. The top of the ice cream was licked flat by her, and the red strawberry jam on it was almost eaten up. Guiyao asked directly, Lulu, can I eat this strawberry jam? Wulu slurped his saliva and said, it won't kill you. Guiyao turned his head back and said to the woman, pour more. The woman knew what she was doing, and smiled even more satisfied. She poured a large spoonful of strawberry jam directly on it. The collision of scarlet and Snow White looked very appetizing. Guiyao took it, and took a bite quickly to prevent the strawberry jam from flowing down. It was very sweet in the mouth, a little choking, and the ice cream paste that I bit was icy and full of vanilla flavor. There were 2 chairs on the empty table next to it. Wulu and the clown were sitting. The clown was lying on the table eating ice cream, and Wulu leaned on the clown. There was no third chair, so Guiyao stood beside Wulu to eat. Sister, give me another spoonful of strawberry jam, Wulu said, holding up his flat ice cream. Okay. The woman's hand suddenly became longer, and a spoonful of bright red sauce was poured on the ice cream. Thank you. Wulu was satisfied. Guiyao ate while observing the 3 NPCs. Are your hands better? Wulu suddenly asked. Guiyao glanced at his smooth hands. Well, I spent some points. These hands must be better, otherwise I will definitely not be able to pass the next level. She didn't seem to be talking to a horror NPC, but to her teammates. The clown looked over, but he didn't understand. He only knew that these tourists were humans, and they had to kill these humans according to the rules of the horror amusement park. He didn't know anything else. What are points? The clown's mind was foggy, and he couldn't remember what happened in the past. He only remembered that he was a clown, and that he should have seen Lele. The clown was silent, and listened quietly. He knew nothing, but Lele should know. Because Lele knew this human, she remembered this human. Suddenly the clown thought of something, and her expression darkened instantly, and her beautiful face was gloomy under the colored lights. No one noticed the clown's unhappiness. Wula licked the ice cream and said, "Have fun, try to make yourself comfortable, don't get hurt or feel pain. If you like this ice cream, eat more. There are many delicious foods in the amusement park, eat more and play more." Guiyao smiled and asked, "Are you asking me to cherish the time I am still alive?" "Yes, your life is in countdown." "Lele, let me go, I don't want to go to your haunted house." "You haven't seen my haunted house in its entirety. Don't you really want to come to my house to see it?" "No." Wulu enthusiastically invited her friends, but was rejected, and she pretended to be sad. "Is the haunted house really your home? What about the isolated island boarding school? Where is your real home?" Guiyao pressed the tip of his tongue against the ice cream, and the vanilla flavor was really strong. "In the dungeon? The haunted house is my home now. I want you to come to my house as a guest." "Then what is my identity as a guest?" "Your friend?" Wula took a big bite of ice cream. "Little brother. Su Qinyang is your little brother, not me. At most, I am a player you have deceived and indirectly helped." Suddenly there was silence. No one spoke. The half-headed woman kept making ice cream repeatedly, stuffing it into her mouth and eating it, or raising her hand to dip a little blood on her head and eat it. "What did you say?" Wulu looked up with a puzzled look on his face. Guiyao frowned. "Are you still pretending?" "Meow." The black cat jumped out of the bushes, jumped onto the stage, scanned everyone with its eyes, then stretched out its black paws into the strawberry jam box, dipped its paws into the strawberry jam, and licked its paws to eat. "Xiao Hei, how can you let us eat like this?" The little black cat stretched out its paws, and handed them to Wuli's mouth. "The clown, she won't eat it." "Meow." Wula said disdainfully, "You licked it, there is saliva, it's dirty." "Meow." Guiyao stared at the black cat deeply and said, "I've seen it, in the boarding school on the isolated island." Wuli's eyes turned cold. "Black cats all over the world look the same. Pitch black? How can you be sure it's the same one?" "Because you are her? Then the black cat can also be the same one." "Xiaochu, kill her!" Wulu suddenly ordered. Guiyao was shocked. She saw the clown open his mouth and eat the ice cream quickly. Guiyao did not hesitate, and used the teleportation prop to escape. The human suddenly disappeared in front of him. The clown was a little confused, but immediately showed a sinister smile. No one can escape the clown's pursuit. "Cho, sit down, no one will disturb our date." The clown was stunned for a moment, then smiled happily, put his arms around Wulu, lowered his head, and kissed her on the face, with a loud sound. "You admit that we are dating, we are in love, right?" The little black cat shook its claws, and the strawberry jam was directly thrown onto the clown's clothes. Chapter 135. The clown looked at the strawberry jam on his clothes. His face was full of smugness and happiness just a second ago, but now it was instantly torn. The clown took out a chainsaw from his pocket, and chased the little black cat and chopped it wildly. "I'm going to saw you into 88 pieces." The little black cat was frightened and couldn't control himself, and his fur exploded. It quickly jumped into the bushes to escape, but the clown chased after it relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, the big and the small disappeared. From a long distance away, you can still hear the clown cursing the little black cat with dirty words. The curse was particularly dirty. "Sister, another spoonful of strawberry jam." Wula raised the ice cream calmly. "Okay." The woman took out a bucket of fresh strawberry jam from under the table, and poured it full of Wuli's ice cream. Wula ate it in his hand, and it flowed onto his fingers. The scarlet strawberry jam stained his fingers wrapped in gauze. The gauze was wrapped by Guiyao, and it was wrapped very tightly, and looked very beautiful, and it was tied with a white bow. Wula licked the gauze, and the NPC's keen sense of smell could smell the blood inside. Wula ate 9 ice creams at the stall, and poured a bucket of freshly opened strawberry jam. "Thank you for the hospitality, goodbye sister." Wula wiped his mouth and left. The woman with half a head looked at the empty bucket on the table, bent down and took out a sign from under the table and hung it up. Temporarily closed. At the door of the haunted house, a girl in a white dress and black hair removed the yellow sign at the door, and lit up the skull lamp at the door. The haunted house is open for business. It has been several hours since the amusement park opened. Tourists have already walked around the amusement park. Some tourists have also experienced some games. They are already well aware of the horror of this amusement park. So when someone passed by the haunted house, they saw the sign at the door saying severe horror, and were so scared that they didn't dare to play at all. Several groups of tourists passed by, but no one came in. There was a gust of cold wind at the door of the empty haunted house, and the next second the girl in the white dress sat on the ticket machine. She folded her arms and stared outside with resentment. The performance is dismal. Wula went back to the haunted house to find a pen, and smeared on the sign, erasing the severe horror and changing it to slight horror. As a result, Wula had just changed it, and before he had time to be happy, the words changed back in an instant. This is the copy rule, a hard rule. No one can change it. There are footsteps. Someone is coming. Wulu immediately entered the haunted house, and waited quietly. Two men came out of the black fog, one with a wound on his face, and both corners of his mouth were torn open. It was obvious that it was done by the clown, and the other was Jia Cheng wearing glasses. Zhang Yang, since you told me that if I meet a clown and take a photo with him, I will be fine, then I will tell you the secret of the haunted house, Jia Cheng said. Zhang Yang half believed and half doubted. I passed by here before. The haunted house is a serious horror house. Are you sure we can do it? My previous teammates all came out of the haunted house alive. She is a good person, and will not lie to the guild members. Jia Cheng is very sure of Guiyao. Then why don't you call her along? I got separated from her. The amusement park is too big, and it is too difficult to find, and... Jia Cheng didn't say the next sentence. Zhang Yan also guessed it, and it is possible that the other party is dead. The two arrived at the door of the haunted house. Jia Cheng wanted to check the ticket to go in. Zhang Yan was already scared when he saw the serious horror sign. He pulled Jia Cheng and said, Brother, tell me now, how to pass this haunted house. I have no idea. See the gate next to it? This is the exit. Zhang Yang's eyes widened. So simple? This is a serious horror. Jia Cheng raised his hand and patted Zhang Yang's shoulder, moving his fingers under his collar, and said, We've come this far. Don't you believe me? You go in first. Okay. Jia Cheng swiped his ticket and entered the gate first, then quietly waited for Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang looked very hesitant. His eyes kept looking at the introduction of the haunted house on the sign, looking at the two words severe horror. Zhang Yang saw that Jia Cheng dared to go in. There should be no problem. He gritted his teeth and swiped his ticket to go in. With a beep, both of them came in. In front of them was the dark haunted house passage, silent. Zhang Yang, swipe your ticket now, and go out. Let's go quickly. Jia Cheng hesitated for a moment, and said, You go out first. Zhang Yang felt something was wrong, but he still did it, and swiped his ticket. Beep beep. 3 rapid mechanical sounds. The gate indicator light showed a cross, instead of a green arrow for passing. Zhang Yang was anxious. Didn't you say this is the exit? Why can't I get out? It was at this moment of panic that Zhang Yang realized how stupid he was. He shouldn't have come in. He should have let Jia Cheng demonstrate it on the spot. Come in and go out, make sure it's safe, and then do it himself. Damn it, he didn't pay more attention. Seeing Jia Cheng dare to go in, he followed. Jia Cheng saw that the gate was not open, but he was not panicked, saying, Just as I guessed, it's true that we have to go into this haunted house, and then go out from here. Zhang Yan was desperate. Then we still have to go in and play? What's the difference between this and seeking death? Jia Cheng, I know where to go back, let's go. It should be to go to the upside-down body, then quickly go back, and you can get out. You can only go there, and then continue forward. Jia Cheng's palms were sweating a lot as he held the ticket. In fact, he himself was not so sure of winning. But he didn't dare to play other games. Although this haunted house was a serious horror, Guiyao said that he could get out through another gate, which was important information. He had no information about other games, only this haunted house had information. Jia Cheng kept praying in his heart, blessing him to pass the level. Jia Cheng went in, and Zhang Yang didn't want to go in at all. But he had already entered the gate, and had no way to retreat. Fearing that he would be left alone, Zhang Yang could only run up to catch up. Walk slowly. It's so dark, let's not get separated. After walking about 10 meters in the dark, a red light strip suddenly lit up on the ground, illuminating the narrow passage and guiding them forward. The overhead radio also heard a woman crying, and a ghost screaming. The sharp and piercing screams made the listeners' heads buzz. The walls were covered with bloody handprints and footprints, as if someone had crawled on the walls. Zhang Yang followed Jia Cheng closely. What does the NPC here look like? It's a female ghost in white. Like Sadako? Jia Cheng had used teleportation to run fast before, and he didn't actually see what the NPC's face looked like. Suddenly the lights went out, the ghost screams continued, but it was pitch black in front of him. Zhang Yang grabbed Jia Cheng's arm in fear, and the two walked slowly forward in the dark. Suddenly Zhang Yang stopped, and said in a trembling voice, "I stepped on something soft." Soft? Jia Cheng took out a flashlight and shone it directly at his feet. A man who had been chopped into pieces appeared before his eyes, and the body parts were all over the ground, very fresh. Jia Cheng saw half of the face, his face pale. "It was my former teammate. Didn't you say that your teammate got out alive? There was another one, who died here, but I didn't expect that he was chopped up now." Jia Cheng squatted down and checked, confirming that this person was indeed Wang Karen. He shone the flashlight around, and there was nothing strange. "Let's go!" Jia Cheng walked in front with a flashlight. Zhang Yang whispered, "I read the introduction of the haunted house at the door. It seems that we can't bring in luminous objects." Jia Cheng, "Female ghosts like to kill people in the dark. Light can protect me." Instantly, a bloody hand came out from the wall and grabbed the flashlight. The next second, the flashlight was snatched away. Jia Cheng didn't react. It was too fast. Zhang Yang approached Jia Cheng. "What should I do? Change another flashlight? It doesn't work. The other party is not afraid of light. The other party just wants us to be in the dark. Can we go back now? We haven't reached the scary place yet. I'm afraid we can't go out now. I shouldn't believe you. Why did I come to the haunted house with you? I passed by so many amusement facilities and didn't see a serious horror. I came here." Zhang Yang was crazy. "Shut up." Jia Cheng disliked his noise and said, "Keep going." Zhang Yang didn't want to stick with him. Jia Cheng was 2 or 3 meters ahead. Zhang Yang followed behind and could vaguely see him. Fortunately, there is a red light strip on the ground. Although it is dim, I can barely see the road and people clearly. The narrow passage was only wide enough for one person to walk, and 2 people had to turn sideways to pass. Suddenly the passage became wider and wider. Jia Cheng thought he had reached the place full of corpses. There was a gust of cold wind in front of him, with a fishy smell. There was no light strip, and it was pitch black. Nothing hid his face, and the surroundings felt very empty. Jia Cheng stood still, raised his hand, and touched forward, and suddenly touched something cold, and his whole body froze. "Ah!" A shrill woman screamed. Sharp and piercing, followed by the red light above his head. In the circular room, Jia Cheng stood in the center, surrounded by corpses facing them. The blue-gray corpses, with gray faces, each corpse's eyes stared at them, and blood was still flowing from their eyes. These corpses had cuts on their bodies, and they stood so strangely facing them. Jia Cheng walked in front, so he stood in the center of the room, and the thing he just touched was a corpse. The corpse in front of him was very close to him, and the confrontation between life and death was horrifying. Zhang Yang was a few meters behind him. Zhang Yang was scared and cried. He turned around and found the passage they came in from, and ran without hesitation. Jia Cheng followed immediately, but just after taking 2 steps, the corpse rushed up and grabbed Jia Cheng's neck. Then all the corpses around moved, with blood flowing from their eyes and strange curves at the corners of their mouths. "Stay, stay, stay." The stiff facial features of the corpse moved and made a sound. Jia Cheng was pressed to the ground, and cold corpses pressed up one after another, becoming heavier, colder, and more suffocating. Jia Cheng shouted without hesitation, "Substitute doll." Player Jia Cheng uses the prop substitute doll. Jia Cheng disappears on the spot, and the next second, Zhang Yang appears in his place. Zhang Yang is suffocated by the heavy and cold corpse, and he doesn't even react to what's going on. He looks up and sees Jia Cheng's back running away. "Jia Cheng!" Zhang Yang shouts at him. The corpse covers Zhang Yang's mouth, blocking his sight and constantly tearing at him. The collar is torn, and a small paper man slides down. Zhang Yang stares at the paper man, unbelievable. When was the prop put on him? How pitiful. A clear and pleasant girl's voice rings, and the corpses around him stop moving instantly. Zhang Yang is desperate and terrified, lying stiffly on the ground, with countless corpses pressing on him. Wula bows his head. "Give me a small paper man, and I help you stick it back on him and help you get revenge." Zhang Yang laughs and cries, and all his points are just enough to buy a substitute doll prop. "I want him to die miserably." Zhang Yang exchanged the props and handed them to her, while seeing her face clearly. "You. Aren't you the one outside with the clown?" "Yes." Wula pinched the substitute doll and stepped back, a new little toy. At the same time, he shouted to the passage, "Cho-Cho, you sneaked into my haunted house again." The tall clown came out of the darkness carrying a chainsaw, and asked with a joking smile, "We've been apart for half an hour, I miss you very much. How about you?" Chapter 136. I don't miss you, Wula said deliberately. Ah, you're hurting the clown's heart if you say that. The clown covered his chest with one hand. Wula smiled and looked at him, then glanced at the player, who was being pressed by the corpse on the ground. The corners of the clown's mouth slowly rose, and he approached. I help you paste the little paper man, wait for me. Wula jumped away. Zhang Yang had forgotten to be afraid, and his heart and eyes were full of revenge. He wanted that Jia Cheng to die. Buzz. The sound of the chainsaw was very loud, right above his head. Zhang Yang's face was pale, and he looked up in horror, and saw the blood-stained chainsaw teeth turning in front of him. His body was pressed by countless corpses, and only his head could move. What are you going to do? Have you taken a photo with the clown? The clown asked with a smile. Take. Zhang Yang stuttered out. Where's the photo? His face was pale, his mouth was open, his lower lip was trembling, and his eyes were staring straight out. The photo is lost. You lost our photo. You hate the clown. The clown suddenly spoke sharply. Zhang Yang collapsed. No. I can go out and find it. I can find it. You don't have a second chance. As soon as the voice fell, the chainsaw fell down. The floor was splashed with red, and the round and muffled sound fell to the ground. She agreed to let me kill people in the haunted house. This is a sign of her love for me. The clown's pretty face was full of obsession. Wula found a small crossbody purse from the utility room of the haunted house, put the little paper man in it, and carried the bag on his body. This is a human prop. It has never been used, and you can play with it. There is still one little bastard that has not been dealt with. Jia Cheng ran in the passage for a long time, but still did not see the exit. They clearly came in from this passage. Why can't they get out? Is there a secret door? Did he miss it? Jia Cheng groped the wall up and down, and his palms were stained with blood on the wall, sticky and fishy. He fumbled around in panic. If Gui Yao could get out, he could definitely get out too. There is only one road here. Where's the fork in the road? Jia Cheng regretted not tricking a few more people in, so that he could put in a few more substitute dolls and a few more scapegoats. He can't afford the next teleport. It was very cold inside the haunted house, but Jia Cheng was sweating. He was very afraid of death, and was so scared that his hands and feet were a little limp. He groped along the wall all the way, but he didn't touch anything except a hand stained with smelly blood. At this moment, a sharp woman's cry suddenly sounded in the radio of the haunted house. This is a sign of the appearance of ghosts. Jia Cheng ran in panic, running all the way to the dark passage, and suddenly hit the wall with a bang, and he fell to the ground in pain. Before he could react, a cold hand suddenly grabbed his leg. The red light strip on the ground lit up, and the surroundings were blood red. Jia Cheng saw the ground rolling like magma, and many ghost hands drilled out from the ground, with pale hands stained with blood. The ghost hand grabbed Jia Cheng's legs tightly, and then climbed up little by little. The ghost hand's forearm continued to spread, without an elbow, a long cold, stiff and fleshy hand, like a snake, which made people shudder. Jia Cheng opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound. He was so scared that he lost his voice. More and more hands pulled him to the ground. When they touched his face, his cheeks were pulled down and his eyes hurt. Jia Cheng, don't. Suddenly a hand slapped his head. Jia Cheng couldn't raise his head, and could only roll his eyes upwards. He saw the ghost girl in white dress. Her skin and flesh were rotten, she had no lips, her gums were exposed, and her neat teeth were smiling. It was extremely scary. Ah! Jia Cheng screamed. Wula tightened her fingers and twisted them twice, and the scream stopped abruptly. Wula let go, and her rotten face instantly became white and beautiful. She clapped her hands. The haunted house performance has reached the standard. The amusement park has a minimum performance standard, which is the requirement of the copy for NPCs. Now she has completed it, and can go out to play again. Wula didn't wait for Chaochu, and went out by herself. Chaochu would follow her anyway. As soon as she went out, she met the little black cat. But Wulu almost didn't recognize it, because the black cat's skin was gone, leaving only bloody flesh. It walked over step by step, and its red pupils were in line with the characteristics of a monster. Xiao Hei, this is the first time I see you so miserable. Xiao Hei rubbed Wu Li's calf, and rubbed his blood on her. Meow meow. How could Cho Cho do this? It's too cruel. Does it hurt? Wula covered his chest with his hands and frowned. If there was a third person, they would find that Wula had just done this action a few minutes ago. Meow. Xiao Hei nodded. Then you are happy. For monsters, pain is a kind of comfort. The black cat's expression froze, and habitually raised its paw to lick its fur, but the barbed pink tongue licked a mouthful of blood and flesh, which made it even more embarrassed. Will you always be so ugly? Cats without fur are especially ugly. Meow. It will grow in the next copy. Meow. If I kill you, will you still be there in the next copy? Wula knew that if an NPC in a copy was killed by a human player, it would only die in that copy, and the NPC would continue to survive in the next copy. Of course, when the NPC gets a new identity card, it will forget everything about the previous copy. In a sense, NPCs are eternal. Is the little black cat the same? Little Black felt the danger, and it swung its tail and said, meow. It said that it would never be killed, and it would still be by her side in the next copy. Are we bound to each other? Why are you in the copy where I appear? Oh, it can also be said that I will appear in the copy where you appear. Who knows who follows who, don't you think so, Little Black? Little Black stopped talking. It was just that the blood-red eyes were dangerous. Wula left the haunted house. The cold wind blew her white dress, and the skinless black cat followed her. Suddenly Wula stopped, looked down at the kitten behind her and said, if I kill you now, will you not be in this copy next time? Xiao Hei was speechless. Xiao Hei retreated. Xiao Hei ran away. Wula chased him. I'm tired of you, and you're too ugly now, Xiao Hei. Let's meet perfectly in the next copy. Meow. The horror amusement park ushered in the second chaos. In the previous game, the clown chased the black cat. The clown explored the haunted house thoroughly and visited all the places in the haunted house, but he didn't wait for Wula to find him. When they arrived at the entrance of the haunted house, the clown was sure that she was gone. The clown was a little disappointed and was about to chase Wula, but he saw several players coming in the distance. The clown picked up the chainsaw and quietly went over and went behind the players. Then he shouted loudly, "Take a photo with the clown! Take a photo for free! Take a photo with the celebrity clown for free!" Several players were shocked. The clown appeared too suddenly, and they were panicking. "Quick, there is a game facility in front. Go in quickly. Please don't let it be a serious horror." The players now know that the clown will only chase people walking on the road. Once they enter the amusement facility, the clown will stop chasing them, and they will be forced to play the game. They chose the former between playing the horror game and dying, and being hacked to death by the clown now. Several people immediately swiped their tickets to go in. They didn't realize that the clown was not chasing them fast, and even gave them enough time to swipe their tickets. Seeing that all of them entered the gate of the haunted house, the clown stopped chasing. The clown smiled with satisfaction. The haunted house performance tonight must be the first. Miss Ghost is not here, so let Mr. Clown play the haunted house NPC. Anyway, she agreed to let him kill people on her territory. Several players looked at the clown who was staring at them outside the yellow line, their hearts pounding, and they were still in shock. "Don't be afraid, he won't come over. Let's take a quick look at what game facilities are nearby." Several people looked at the introduction board on the side. When they saw the words haunted house, their hearts were half dead, and when they saw the word severe terror, their hearts were completely dead. Medium terror, so many people have died. Severe terror, we are finished, woo woo. Someone couldn't help crying. They collapsed, and couldn't believe their luck was so bad. They didn't dare to go into play, and just stood stiffly at the door. And the clown didn't leave, staring at them all the time, watching them creepy. The clown raised the corner of his bloody mouth and said, "Go in, I'm going to work." "You, what do you mean?" "What does he mean?" "Let me introduce myself again. I'm the clown and a temporary staff member of the haunted house." The clown twisted his neck, stretched his body, raised his eyes, and said, "Run quickly, don't let me catch you." Ah! Chapter 137. Wula chased Xiao Hei for a long time. Xiao Hei moved very fast, and she couldn't catch up with him. The man and the cat kept a distance of 3 meters, jumping up and down. They even knocked over a player. The player sat on the ground with a painful look on his face, but he was not afraid because he didn't see what hit him. Half an hour later, the furless black cat stopped panting. Because it was skinned, it was bleeding all over, and its flesh was bloody. Xiao Hei stopped, panting and meowing. "Wulu, I don't hate you, I like you. There's a saying called love and hate." Xiao Hei shook his head with disbelief, meow. It didn't believe she would like it. Wulu slowly walked to its side. This time Xiao Hei didn't run away because it knew Wulu didn't want to kill it now. He really wanted to kill it when he chased it before. It knew her better, and could see her mind. Wulu squatted down and touched it with his hand, which was stained with blood. In the last dungeon, the female player had cleared the level, so why was there a delay in the time to exit the dungeon? Meow? You don't know? But why do I always feel that it has something to do with you? Meow. The kitten doesn't have such great abilities. You are not an ordinary kitten, you are a kitten in a horror game, and you don't have an identity card yet. Before, Guiyao interrogated Wu Lu, and now Wu Lu interrogated the little black cat. Learning and applying, Wu Lu also learned a little curiosity from Guiyao. Little Black didn't like Wu Li's curiosity, because she had never been curious before. It knew at a glance who Wu Lu learned this tone and demeanor from. Wu Li's ability to imitate is really strong. She can imitate the behavior and language of all the people around her, and also learn from the information on her ID card. For example, since she first got the female ghost ID card a long time ago, she has learned all kinds of twisting necks and crawling on all fours, and this habit has been preserved to this day. There are many such things. Xiao Hei, what are you thinking about? Meow. The kitten shook his head and didn't think about anything. Wu Lu picked it up, and the white dress on his body was completely printed with a bloody cat-shaped mark. 3 people died in the haunted house today. The minimum task given to me by the copy has been completed. I can walk around and play freely. Meow. I am not slacking off. Although the haunted house is beautiful, it is really boring. Meow. Don't meow, you are skinless, even your cry is unpleasant. This place is very close to the roller coaster game. Yuanshao roller coaster, foggy at night. Half of the roller coaster frame is in the fog. People don't know how high it is. Most people don't dare to try the roller coaster, especially those who are afraid of heights. When the human player looked at the map, he directly avoided the roller coaster. No need to look, he must be a person with severe fear. But when someone passed by, he looked at the introduction board at the door with a little curiosity. Then he found that it was a medium fear. When they first entered the park, the players didn't take medium fear seriously, but now it's the second half of the night, and they are afraid of even slight fear. Don't play it, medium fear is very dangerous. Have you forgotten the rafting game? Whose rafting is underwater rafting? Except for those who use points to buy oxygen cylinder props, all other players died. Can we get down after going up? What prop should we buy to pass this time? Parachuting? Let's go, don't look at it anymore. If a clown comes, we're done for. It took us an hour to walk from the last game location to here. This amusement park is getting bigger. We have to hurry to the next game location. If we encounter a clown on the way, we're dead. Several young people discussed, and then turned and left. After a while, another group of people came. They decided to stay and play. Because it was already the middle of the night, they had only completed one game. The amusement park was getting bigger, and the game facilities were getting farther and farther away. Who knows what the horror level of the next game facility is? If you encounter a medium scarce one, just leave. What if the next one is also medium scarce? They are not qualified to be picky. Play. The player gritted his teeth as they went in with the sound of ticket checking. Suddenly, a half-body child appeared. The child was split in half from head to toe, and blood vessels could be seen wriggling in the other half of the bloody flesh. One hand waved to greet, one foot jumped forward, blood dripped with every jump. They knew that the staff would not hurt them before the game started. But the players were still scared when they saw the scene. Welcome, but pregnant women, people with heart disease, or high blood pressure cannot play this game. The child grinned with only half of his tongue, spoke unclearly, his mouth was blood red, and his tongue moved around, giving people goosebumps. He jumped forward, getting closer and closer as he spoke. The players were scared and huddled together. We know, don't get so close, said the person in front. The smile on the child's face faded, and one eye looked at them gloomily. You are so rude. The NPC was unhappy, and the players were afraid to swallow their saliva, and their hearts were hanging. But the child seemed to be emotional as fast as he came and went. He smiled again, half of his blood-red mouth opened and said, Excuse me, are there anyone who doesn't meet the requirements? What should I do if I don't meet the requirements? A girl asked tremblingly. The child said, If you don't meet the requirements, you can't play the roller coaster. If you can't play, will you be eliminated and killed on the spot? The child jumped forward 2 steps. His height was only up to the player's chest, and he looked about 8 years old. As he approached, the smell of blood wafted into his nose. Excuse me, are there anyone who doesn't meet the requirements? Don't lie, report it to me in time. The roller coaster is an exciting game. Pregnant women, heart disease, high blood pressure, are not allowed to play. The child reached out to touch them. Ah! No. We are all healthy. His hand did not touch the human, but it scared the human enough. The child jumped and turned around. Okay, then please take your seats in order. Behind them was the starting track of the roller coaster, where the car was parked. When they chose their seats, they all squeezed to the back row. Someone said, "I heard that you have to sit in the front row of the roller coaster, because when the front row rises to the highest peak, the back row is still slowly climbing. The front row has a pause time, and then dives, and the back row climbs up and dives directly, without any buffer, and the feeling of weightlessness is stronger. The sky is full of black fog, and you can't see what's up there. It's most reliable to sit in the middle." Ah! Suddenly a female player screamed, "There's someone behind us." When they looked over, they found that a young woman in a white dress was already sitting in the last row of the roller coaster. And her white dress was covered with blood, as were her hands. Her skin was blue-gray, and she didn't look like a living person. "Why haven't you sat down yet? I'm going to buckle your seatbelts." The child's voice sounded behind them. Several players huddled together. "Why is there another person here?" someone asked. "NPC child, you guys are riding the roller coaster, and she's riding it too. What's so strange about that? The game facilities in the horror amusement park are not only for humans, but also for NPCs. Is that what you mean? Hurry up and sit down, or I won't buckle your seat belts." With one sentence, these people immediately looked for seats. No one dared to sit next to the girl in the white dress, not even the row in front of her. They didn't dare to sit in the front row of the roller coaster either, and all chose the middle row for safety. The child pressed down the shoulder safety bar for them with one hand. Half of his body was bleeding, and the blood was dripping on the players. When the female player in the middle was pressed, blood dripped onto her belly. The female player trembled and subconsciously protected her belly with both hands. "Hold on here, don't swing it around," said the NPC. The NPC walked to Wulu, raised the corners of his mouth to the maximum arc, and tried to say clearly with half of his tongue, "Sister, I will fix the safety bar for you." Wulu refused. "No, it's more fun without the safety bar." The child immediately said, "The bungee jumping machine next door has no money to update the amusement facilities. It is illegal to operate." Wulu asked, "Then we also violate the rules, okay?" Of course, the rules are set for tourists. Wulu had no safety measures, and the roller coaster started. It climbed slowly, higher and higher, straight into the sky. Finally stopped on a plane. The roller coaster slowly moved forward, and they could see clearly below, 100 meters high, in the black fog. The lights below the amusement park at night were faintly visible. People who are afraid of heights are about to faint now. There is even a countdown for the roller coaster. 10, 9, 8. I'm so scared. What should I do? I don't see any murals down there, and I have no idea where the game is finished. 3, 2, 1. Oh! Wulu raised his hands excitedly, and the whole person quickly dived down with the roller coaster. Chapter 138. The rapid fall and weightlessness made the players scream. Their screams of fear were loud, but there was an excited scream louder than theirs. Wulu raised her hands and sat firmly on the chair. As the roller coaster fell, she screamed and laughed. The first few seconds were just like a normal roller coaster. Suddenly, the body of the car shook, and flames shot up in front of it. The players were horrified to find that the track in front was spewing fire. People had to pass through the fire. As long as the roller coaster was fast enough, they could wrap their faces with clothes and rush out of the fire zone, and it would not be a big problem. The players thought so in their minds. But they never expected it. The roller coaster would rush directly into the fire and stop. There was fire on the track, but there was no sign of burning on the track. The scalding flames poured on everyone, and the fire grew bigger and bigger, touching them. Ah! Someone screamed in pain. They were like meat in an oven, fixed on the grill and roasted with a fierce fire. "Open the safety bar quickly. Let's climb out, ah!" someone shouted. There was a fire in the area where they stopped, and 2 meters ahead was the normal roller coaster track, without any flames. If they stayed there, they would be burned to death. They pushed the pressure bar on their shoulders with all their strength, and a man was strong and opened it first. He stood up and looked down. The edge of the flame was high in the sky, and he was shaking all over. "Zhongyu, help me open it. I can't open this, please help me." "Zhongyu, help me first. One side of mine is loose, help me open it." Others asked him for help. As one person opened it, the flame became obviously bigger. Zhongyu wanted to leave, but was afraid. He turned around to help the person whose safety bar had been loosened, and finally broke it open with a force. But as the second person left the seat, the fire became even bigger. It burned them directly. There was no escape. Ah! It's so hot. It hurts. The fire gets bigger and bigger every time someone leaves. It must be like this. Zhongyu and another man didn't dare to help others. They crawled forward along the chair, enduring the pain of being burned by the fire, and climbed to the first row of the roller coaster. The roller coaster track was still on fire 1 or 2 meters away, and they had to step on the flames to get out. In order to survive, the two crawled to the left and right tracks, holding on to the flaming railway with their hands. In an instant, the burned flesh was cooked, and the pain made them let go. Ah! A man fell down. Zhongyu exchanged for a painkiller. Now, he couldn't feel the pain, but he could smell the fragrance of his cooked flesh. He was so scared that he vomited while crawling at the smell. When he crawled out of the flame area, he looked at his body, and knew that his chin was burned and his face was red and hot. The flames engulfed the roller coaster, and he felt that the people behind him would definitely die. Zhongyu climbed along the track in fear in the sky. The roller coaster went around, rotated, and went up and down, with no end in sight. A few people also crawled out of the flames one after another. Some fell, and some successfully climbed out of the flame area. They crawled on the track, hoping to end it quickly. The rest were trapped in the car, burning with flames, and were about to be cooked. At the beginning, screams could be heard, but then there was silence. Players with abundant points used props to escape and gave up the game directly. The remaining players, who had no points and could not open the safety bar, were waiting to die. Wula sat quietly, and she glanced at the child who was half of his body below. The child gestured to her, meaning that the train would continue to depart in 1 minute. Wula stood up with her arms folded, stepped on the seat, and walked forward calmly. She wanted to sit in the first row, with a good view. When she walked to the middle, she stopped. Because a female player grabbed her skirt. "Save me, I don't want to die, I'm pregnant." She was severely burned. "Wulu, you should have told the staff downstairs, and he would let you go out directly. It's too late now." Wula squatted down and said, "But I can take your child down, do you need it? I'm only 2 months pregnant, how can you take it away?" "Dig it out." "No. No." "Okay." Wula walked to the first row in front, where there was no fire coming out of the seat. The roller coaster will not stay there forever, it is about to start. And in the circular rotating curve not far away, 3 people are crawling. The body of the car shook, and with a click, the roller coaster restarted. This crisp sound was very obvious in the air, and the 3 players not far away also heard it. They looked back, and saw the roller coaster rushing out in the fire. The car is rushing over. What should we do? We will be crushed to death. The car started slowly at first, and then it got faster and faster, rushing directly towards them. Getting closer and closer, they also saw clearly the girl in a white dress covered in blood sitting in the first row. She smiled brightly, and said to them with her mouth, "Hi." Chapter 139. Ah! With screams, blood splattered, large pieces of things fell, and some were hung on the track. There was no other sound in the sky except the roar of the roller coaster. Guiyao looked up at this scene. She had been observing the roller coaster in the bushes. The roller coaster circled a few times, and then came down, and slowly stopped. The whole body of the car was burnt, and there were bright red things hanging under the track. Wula got off the car. The child with only half of his body came bouncing. The child said with half of his mouth, "They are all dead." Wula glanced at the back seat. There is still one alive. The female player was not dead, but she was almost dead. She was burned all over her body, and still had a little consciousness. The NPC jumped over to take a look, and looked at her belly with one eye, and her eyes widened instantly, pregnant, breaking the rules. The player could hear them talking, but she couldn't say a word. She watched with her own eyes, that the child with half of his body dug up her child. It hurts, and there is a clear feeling of peeling. A piece of flesh was dug out. A fetus the size of a fist, with all 4 limbs and blurred facial features. The NPC caressed the fetus, and slowly, it grew up. It grew to the size of a normal baby. Willa came over curiously, lowered his eyes, and said with a smile, "It's a girl." The NPC child raised it happily. "I will have a sister in the future." This was the last picture the female player saw before she died. Her child was alive and grew up? No, it's impossible. It's no longer her child, it's a monster. She closed her eyes forever. The NPC held the baby in one hand, and Wulu also played with the ghost baby, and then said to the grass by the roadside, "Do you want to play the roller coaster?" The NPC and the little ghost baby instantly looked towards the bushes. Both bared their fangs, and made threatening low growls. Guiyao came out of the bushes, play. She immediately checked her ticket and came in. She had already seen the dangerous elements of the roller coaster. As soon as Guiyao approached, the ghost baby cried, especially loudly, making people's ears hurt. NPC, my sister doesn't like you, step back. You stinky human. Gui Yao walked directly to the roller coaster. The roller coaster that was just burnt was now as good as new, and the corpse on it was gone. Gui Yao sat in the first row and invited, Lulu, sit next to me? No, I want to sit in the back. Wula sat behind Gui Yao this time and patted her shoulder. Are you scared? I won't help you. It hurts to be burned by fire. Her fingers were very cold, and you could feel it through her clothes. Touching her collar was creepy. Gui Yao was scared. She didn't want to die, but it seemed that she was destined to be unable to get out of the horror game. Pessimistic emotion surged again, and the cold hand on the back of her neck made Gui Yao sober instantly. Gui Yao looked back at Wulu. Wulu was smiling casually, but she was stunned for a second when she met the human's eyes. That look was very hot. She had emotions in her eyes that she couldn't understand. She stared at her so persistently. Wulu had never felt such a look before. Lulu, wish me good luck. Gui Yao forced a smile. Of course. Wulu responded casually, turned around and raised his hands to the NPC. Do you need me to play with the little sister? The NPC handed the ghost baby to Wulu to hold, and the child whispered, Sister, she knows my business secrets, I can't let her go. Wulu blinked. The ghost baby was not only cold, but also smelled of blood, and its skin felt smooth. It had all the characteristics that monsters liked, and Wulu sniffed the blood on it. Wulu tore his purse and satchel, and tied it to the ghost baby to cover the private parts, barely considered a small piece of clothing. The NPC suddenly realized, I forgot to put clothes on my sister. Go find some clothes, and we can wear them when we get down. Okay. The NPC pressed down the safety bar for Gui Yao, and found that Gui Yao's legs were against the buckle. Please follow the rules of the game. You can't play the game without wearing safety measures. Gui Yao could only move her legs away, and the NPC buckled her, rubbing her blood. Gui Yao was dirty all over, and the original color of her clothes could no longer be seen. Wulu, as usual, had no safety measures, and the little ghost baby did the same. The roller coaster started, set off, slowly climbed the slope, and got higher and higher. Gui Yao grabbed the handrail, and sat down carefully. During the game, no one spoke except the ghost baby who kept babbling. The roller coaster reached the highest point, and began to count down. Gui Yao exhaled, and adjusted her mentality. But suddenly, a pair of cold little hands touched her face, and the next second, they covered her eyes, and even dug into them. Gui Yao felt that she was going blind, so she grabbed the cloth bag on the ghost baby with her backhand and pulled it off. She stretched her arms and held it up, not letting it touch her. Gui Yao rubbed her eyes with her other hand, but her vision was still blurry. She turned back. Why did this thing attack me? It was afraid of playing on the roller coaster, and wanted to hold you to play, but it just accidentally held your head. Please be tolerant of children, Wulu said with a smile. Gui Yao immediately stuffed the ghost baby into the back row. You want to come, hold it yourself. Wulu didn't take it. The ghost baby held Gui Yao's hand tightly, even opened its mouth and bit hard, then began to suck her blood, making a tisk sound, as if drinking milk. Hiss. Go find the staff below to eat, I'm not food. At the same time, the countdown ended, and the roller coaster fell. It fell at a high speed, and then climbed up and circled, and then suddenly stopped. It was exactly the same as what she had seen in the bushes before. The temperature rose again, and there were already flames. The whole roller coaster would stop in the fire for 10 minutes. Gui Yao hung the ghost baby in one hand, and it had been drinking her blood. This couldn't go on. Gui Yao shook it hard, and even took out a knife. Let go. The ghost baby didn't let go, and even rubbed it, and said, hungry. The taste of my mother. It obviously didn't speak human language very well, and it was very vague. I'm not your mother is not here, let go. Gui Yao stabbed the knife down. The ghost baby's arm was injured, and it immediately let go. It lay on the seat at the edge, looking at her with a pair of bloodshot eyes. Mom. Gui Yao suspected that the taste of mom in the ghost baby's mouth was human taste and human blood, which monsters don't have. Is this ghost baby missing his human mother? Gui Yao was so angry that her face was very hot. She immediately took out the water she had bought in advance, holding the mineral water in her hand, and waited quietly. At the same time, she looked back at Wulu behind her. Aren't you afraid of the heat? Yes. Gui Yao hesitated for a moment, stuffed the water in her hand to Wulu. If you can't stand it, pour it on yourself. She took out the second bottle of water. Humans can always take out something out of thin air, food and drink. Wulu has seen it many times. Some humans even fight, and kill each other to fight for these things. Wulu looked at the water in his hand, twisted it, and poured it on the ghost baby. You? Gui Yao was surprised. Wulu stood up. It's hot. I can walk. He roasted slowly. It's painful and ugly to burn to death. You are so unlucky. Bye. Gui Yao held her back. Don't go down. You will be smashed. It's ugly. Wulu put her fingers under her eyes, stuck out her tongue and made a face. You should worry about yourself. Don't worry about me. I'm not like you. And this degree of relationship can't influence her at all. She doesn't have the emotions of humans. More malice and indifference. Wulu pulled back her skirt and stood directly on the flaming track. The hem of her skirt was burned, and her skin and flesh were burned instantly. Gui Yao felt pain just watching Lulu come back. What are you going to do? Comfortable. In the orange-red flames, the skirt was flying with flames, and the white shoes stood on the track with toes. Wulu slowly raised her hands and raised her other foot to rotate in a circle, which was a ballet posture. Elegant, casual, dancing in the high-altitude flames, it seemed passionate and crazy. All the NPCs standing on the ground were looking up at this scene. The monsters who were used to the bloody pictures felt the shock. The clown stood at the door of the haunted house. Wiping the blood on his face, his eyes were staring at the people on the roller coaster. My girlfriend is so beautiful. Gui Yao was stunned and forgot to water himself to cool down. Until the skin was stung by the fire, the first row would not be burned too badly, but they would still be injured. Gui Yao twisted the mineral water and poured it over his head, which relieved a little. Looking further away, Wulu was no longer in the flames, but walking on the track ahead. Gui Yao's brain was dulled by the pain, and the ghost baby was lying on her again to suck blood, and she couldn't get it apart no matter what she did. Mom, Mom. It drank blood and called for Mom. Gui Yao's expression was complicated for a moment, and she endured the pain and asked, Do you miss Mom? Can I ask you to go find Mom? Mom, ah! A knife was inserted into the ghost baby's head from the top of the head, and it rotated a circle, completely killing it. When on the merry-go-round, Jia Cheng chose to cut off her head to prevent her from becoming part of the copy. Now, she also imitated Jia Cheng's mentality to end this little baby. The ghost baby stopped screaming, slowly became smaller, and finally turned into a pool of blood. There were only 3 minutes left, and the roller coaster would restart and hit the people on the track at high speed. Gui Yao looked at Wulu standing on the track, and then she found that Wulu was actually looking at her. The night wind was strong, blowing away the fog in the air. Wu Leilei's face was still very clear at a distance of more than 10 meters. Gui Yao saw her mouth shape something. Gui Yao was sure that she was talking to him, and shouted, What are you talking about? Wu Li's mouth corners were raised, her eyes were crazy, and she shouted at the same volume, Touch the collar. Gui Yao didn't understand, but did as he was told, reached out and touched the back of the collar, and touched out a thin piece of paper. Looking closely, it was a small paper man. Gui Yao looked up in shock. This was a human prop. Where did she come from? Wu Lu on the opposite side mouthed slowly. Stand in, body, baby, baby. Gui Yao was horrified. No. The next second, Gui Yao stood on the high-altitude track. And the one sitting in the roller coaster was Wu Leilei. She opened her arms to celebrate. I will bring your fragments back to the haunted house as a guest. Gui Yao squatted down to stabilize his body. His face was pale, and his mind was blank. Chapter 140. At this moment, Gui Yao felt cold from the inside out, and the fear of death made her freeze. The roller coaster roared down, and Wu Leilei, who was sitting in the first row, laughed very happily. The horror copy NPC will never stand on the side of humans. Wu Le now really wanted to kill Gui Yao. She was able to come out of the haunted house, not because Wu Leilei let her go, but because the other party did not expect to meet her. Out of curiosity, she did not kill herself decisively at the first time, allowing herself to find a gap to escape. The roller coaster roared. The night wind was very strong, and the paper doll prop in her hand was blown away by the wind. The instinct for survival made Gui Yao mechanically use the teleportation prop. At the last second before the collision, Gui Yao disappeared. Oh! Wu Le opened her hands, and was still laughing. She didn't seem to care whether Gui Yao escaped or died on the spot. Gui Yao was not lucky, and the teleportation prop did not take her far away. It was only brought to the open space outside the roller coaster, and it stopped in midair and fell down. Ahem. Gui Yao vomited blood. Above his head was the sound of the roller coaster whizzing past, and Wu Leilei's laughter. Gui Yao did not look up, dragging his injured body, and hurried away. The roller coaster reached the end. Wu Le glanced at the bloodstains in the back row, the 2-month-old embryo. The half-body NPC jumped over and looked at the embryo in the car with regret. It seems that I can only be alone again. Wu Le did not rush to get off the car, but tried to pick up the things under his feet. Don't be sad, I just saw the other half of your body on the track at the highest point, and I picked you up. She lifted up half of her bloody body, and stuffed it into the NPC's pocket. The NPC was shocked and delighted. He hugged his other half and muttered, I should have needles and thread in my drawer. I want to sew myself up. It's almost dawn. So quickly. Okay. Wu Le waved to him and left. Wu Le came to the open space, looked at the bloodstains on the ground, and looked in the direction where the bloodstains disappeared. Human props are really useful. I cheat more next time. Wu Le walked slowly on the bloodstains, and smelled the fishy smell in the air to determine the direction. The sky was a little dim, and it was the rhythm of dawn. The whole amusement park was in the fog, cold and gloomy. Many street lights were flashing, as if there was a lack of power. The amusement park became very large, and the signboards on the road disappeared, making it difficult to find the game facilities and the exit of the gate. The surviving players walked in the fog in despair, broke down and cried numb. A woman covered in blood walked slower and slower, and she could not see the road ahead. In this situation, it was impossible to find the next game facility. She might not be able to survive the next game. Guiyao found a skeleton street lamp and sat down next to it. There was fog and darkness all around, and only by sitting here could she be illuminated by the light and feel that she was still safe. There seemed to be countless eyes and hands in the black fog, just waiting for her to fall, and then they would quickly pounce on her and eat her. Guiyao panted. She looked calm, but in fact she was on the verge of despair. When she heard footsteps and saw a white skirt appear, she was completely desperate. Guiyao looked up and saw Wu Le's smiling face. Wu Lei came over and squatted 1 meter in front of her. She squatted down, hugged her knees, and looked at her with her head tilted. Why don't you run away? I can't run out, and I can't run anymore. Are you waiting to die now? Almost, Lei. Why do you use the props on me? Do you hate me? After asking this question, Guiyao smiled with self-knowledge, with a smile on the corners of her mouth, but tears in her eyes. You don't hate me, because I'm not worthy of your hate, let alone love, I thought. Our meeting? I can escape from your haunted house. I thought I would be the special one. This is a horror copy, not an idle drama novel. She is not a heroine, and will not be a special existence here for Wu Lei. She just happened to meet the same NPC again, that's all. I can feel that you are very sad. Are you sad because you are afraid of death? Wu Le felt that Guiyao had another kind of sadness, but she couldn't understand it. Guiyao cried and laughed while listening to her question. You ask a dying person who doesn't want to die, is it because he is afraid of death that he is sad? Wu Lei, you are really a monster. Don't you understand such a simple emotion? Wu Le pursed her lips. I understand, but you have a second kind of sadness. What is it? It was obviously a copy of the killing, but she looked innocent, and her words were pure, which gave people an extreme sense of disgust. Innocence and cruelty can appear in one person at the same time, and Wu Le is like this. Chapter 141. Guiyao suffered internal injuries from the fall, and it hurts when she speaks. She said, the second kind of sadness is because of you, but it has nothing to do with you. It's my own fault. I took you and myself too seriously. I don't understand. What is the relationship between you and Su Qinyang? Little brother. What is the relationship between you and me? Little brother. But I want to be your friend. Guiyao sat paralyzed, and before she died, she became thick-skinned and said, I treat you as a half-friend, which is beyond my ability. I hope you treat me as a friend. Even before this, I even thought you wouldn't kill me. Wu Le was puzzled. Why didn't I kill you? Yes, why? No matter how thick-skinned Guiyao was, she began to feel ashamed. She knelt on the ground, leaned over, and buried her face, like a turtle. Looking at the human kneeling in front of her, Wu Le squatted and hugged his legs with his head on his knees. I met Su Qinyang outside the boarding school on the isolated island. Guess how I took special care of him? Guiyao looked up. I was very happy to meet him, just like I met you. I was very happy to see you, so I couldn't help but take special care of you. Wu Le happily supported his chin with both hands, squatted with his face in his hands, and moved half a step closer. I cut his blood vessels and broke his bones. I like to scare him the most. Guiyao's whole body was cold, and Wu Le's smiling face was close at hand. Your second sadness is sadness for what I did to you just now. Compared to the idiot, I didn't do anything to you. Will you be happier if I tell you this? She said, I cheated that paper doll from someone else. Such a fun thing, of course it should be used on you. In this sense, Guiyao is a special existence in Wulu. It's just not the special existence that Guiyao hoped for. Guiyao's second sadness disappeared, because she really knew Wu Lele. Wu Lele and humans are on different channels in any sense. She doesn't understand human emotions, and will not be expected by any human. They have nothing in common. No, any commonality. No, maybe there is one commonality. Guiyao suddenly raised his head, crawled forward, and approached Wu Li's door. Lele, don't you want to leave the copy and see the outside world? Wu Li's eyes shrank slightly, and the next second blood splashed on her face. It was hot. Ho. Guiyao lay on the ground on her side, her hand trembling as she covered her neck. Her aorta was bitten, and blood spurted. She was full of unwillingness, and her hot eyes of survival and sadness stared at Wu Lu. She wanted to speak, but the blood poured back into her trachea, and she could no longer say a word. Wu Li's smile disappeared, and his eyes turned to the furless cat licking its paws not far away. In a few breaths, Guiyao died. With tears in his eyes, he looked at Wu Lu. His handsome face was stained with a lot of blood, but he could still see his heroic appearance before he was born. Wu Lu stood up. His eyes kept looking at the cat. Xiao He licked his paw pads clean, rolled up the blood on his mouth, raised his head, and his erect animal pupils were shining. He spoke in human language. She wants to take you away. Xiao He's voice was very hoarse, like a person with broken vocal cords, unable to distinguish between male and female voices, and just felt unpleasant. Not only was it unpleasant, it also gave people a sense of oppression, the low roar of the devil. Wu Lu frowned. She has no ability to take me away. She couldn't even get out alive. Originally thought she would die on the roller coaster, just thought she would die in her haunted house, but unexpectedly, an accident happened the next second, and she finally died under Xiao He's claws. She has no ability to take me away. Wu Lu didn't understand why Xiao He would suddenly kill Guiyao, when Guiyao obviously couldn't take her away. Xiao He walked towards Wu Lu with a cat-like step, came to her feet, looked up and said, "Do you want to leave the dungeon and see the outside world?" After saying this, Wu Lu reacted. It was because Guiyao said this that Xiao He suddenly rushed out to kill her. Wu Lu kicked Xiao He away, looked at the dead Guiyao and said, "Are you afraid that I will leave the dungeon?" "No, you will never get out." Xiao He opened his mouth and said loudly. His bloody mouth was full of dense fangs and blood. "Ha ha." Suddenly a clown laughed. Xiao He turned around, an axe chopped down, the cat's head fell to the ground, and the limbs fell limply. The clown touched his forehead and stroked his bangs back, smiling and greeting, "My beautiful girlfriend, Miss Lele, I miss you very much after 44 minutes of separation." Chapter 142. The sudden change was so fast that Wu Lu was stunned. Seeing her stunned, the clown threw away the axe and went over to hug her passionately, a bear hug. The soft belly full of cotton, the back was embraced by strong hands, and Wu Li's face was buried in soft clothes without showing at all. The clown touched the back of her head. "What's wrong? Was it bullied by this dead cat? I chop it up for you to vent your anger, okay?" Wu Lu buried her head in his belly, and her voice was a little muffled. "Chaochu, I miss you too. If you miss me, don't leave me. It's really too much for you to leave me alone in the haunted house." The clown touched the back of her head with one hand, and ran his other hand along her back. Wu Lu hugged his soft belly and raised his head, smiling and said, "Too much? I don't think so. You don't have a heart. We don't have a heart to begin with. The heart is something that only humans have." Wu Lu glanced at the two corpses on the ground and said with disdain, "There is a hole on the neck, it is not beautiful anymore. Take it back to the haunted house and fix it for her." "Is she your friend?" The clown's voice became a little more serious. Wu Lu shook his head. "No, I just met her before, but she regarded me as half a friend." The clown? "Then take it back to the haunted house. We will go together." Wu Lu picked up Guiyao's body and looked at the beheaded cat next to it. The eyes were still open, and the cat's pupils were no longer shining. It was pitch black, and its original fur was very easy to touch. After you skinned it, it was so ugly that I never wanted to touch it again. "You don't have a chance to touch it, it's dead." Wu Lu didn't say anything. Xiao He died in this copy, and he will be in the next copy. Wu Lu would not doubt that she would not see Xiao He in the next dungeon. In the past, Wu Lu did not think it was a big deal that she could not leave the dungeon. She was still very free in the dungeon. She was willing to complete the dungeon plot and the horror NPC identity card mission. It was fun and interesting. But at this moment, Wu Lu felt for the first time that a pair of invisible hands were grabbing her, not letting her break free from the palm of her hand. Her freedom was just what she thought, an illusion. The clown asked, Do you want to take this clown cat back to the haunted house? No. Okay. The clown was so happy when he said yes. Wula carried Guiyao back, and the clown followed behind him and asked, "Do you need help?" "No, it's very light." As soon as she returned to the haunted house, Wula saw the number next to the business sign. Her eyes widened. Incredible. She put the body on the stool, walked over to look at the business sign carefully, and the clown followed closely. There were often hooligans behind him, and the clown leaned over and whispered in her ear, "I am such a perfect boyfriend." The hard-working clown worked for half an hour and raised the performance of the ghost lady to the first place in the horror amusement park. Wula, who always had a flat mentality, just wanted to meet the minimum copy requirements. The last person suddenly got the first place. Wula was really a little uncomfortable. "You did a good job." "Is it just a compliment?" The clown's voice was pitiful. Wula turned around, and the clown had already bent down slightly and was ready. Wula kissed him on the cheek, making a sound, and praised him sweetly. "You did a great job. I like boyfriends like you, Cho-Cho. You are not ugly at all. You are a little pretty." The clown likes to hear others call him clown, and likes to hear Wula call him Cho-Cho. But when he heard the name of Little Pretty, the clown's eyes were dim, and the joyful mood made him feel comfortable all over. The clown reached out and hugged Wula tightly, opened his mouth and bit her face, leaving a deep tooth mark with saliva, then quickly moved down to kiss and bite her. Wuli's kissing skills were very bad, because she had no experience in deep kissing. The clown's kissing skills were not good either. He seemed to want to eat her. Wula didn't doubt it at all, and even pushed him and said, "Do you want to eat me? We haven't ridden the Ferris wheel yet. You can eat me at the highest point of the Ferris wheel." This eating is eating in the true sense. Their thinking is so bloody and straightforward. The clown laughed hoarsely, pecked Wuli's mouth and nose with his lips, and said, "I can't bear to eat you, baby, my baby." Chapter 143. In the dim haunted house, intermittent singing came. The tune was eerie. The snow-white needle and thread penetrated the flesh, pulled it flat little by little, and then the needle pierced the cortex and continued to sew. Wula hummed an unknown song, sitting cross-legged in the open space of the haunted house, with a silent woman lying on her legs. She pressed the big hole on the woman's neck and sewed the bloody wound with needle and thread little by little. There was still blood flowing out during the suturing, because the person had just died. The clown sat not far away, closing his eyes, and intoxicated by Wuli's singing. The skin on the edges was sewn, but the blood hole in the middle was a little concave. Wula tilted her head and thought for a while. The next second, she bit off a piece of her little finger, and then stuffed it into the blood hole on Guiyao's neck, pulling the skin and flesh on the edge to the middle to seal it and make it flat. Wula was very satisfied. She put Guiyao on the ground and looked very satisfied. A shadow pressed down. Wula looked up. "Cho-Cho, what do you think?" The clown looked at her missing fingers, his eyes dark. "I wanted to stuff some pieces of clothes in, but I couldn't bear to tear my skirt. You can come to me. I have everything in my pocket. It's sewn now. It will be ugly if you tear it open, so let's just leave it like this." Wula was more and more satisfied, especially when Guiyao had a bloody face, which was very beautiful in Wuli's eyes. The aesthetics of horror NPCs are completely different from humans. The clown still saw that she treated a human so seriously and couldn't help reminding, "Do you want to clean her up and change her clothes?" "No, it's so beautiful, bright red, and very fragrant. Red is the most beautiful color, and the smell of blood is the most fragrant smell." The clown possessed him, his chin pressed on Wuli's head, and said in a hoarse voice, "Humans don't like this." Wuli's facial features twisted together, with an expression of confusion. Half an hour later, Guiyao's face, hands and feet were wiped clean, and she changed into a new red dress. Wula liked this dress very much, picked out from the clown's pocket, a bright red long skirt, and a rose woven from red yarn on the skirt. The clown interrupted again. "Humans don't seem to wear red skirts when they die, but black and white, and a big white flower on their chests. No, the clothes humans wear after death are very gorgeous, bright red and purple shrouds. You are talking about people who attend funerals." "Really?" The clown was suspicious. "I have worn shrouds, and they are very beautiful," Wula said confidently. The clown shut up, and his deep eyes kept staring at Wula, not even blinking, not leaving for a second. Wula took Guiyao's body around the haunted house, and finally put her in the deepest room of the haunted house. "There is nothing scary here. It's very quiet. It's the haunted house staff, which is also my rest area. You stay here. Goodbye." Wula closed the door, and the room fell into silence and darkness. The sky was gray, and all the lights in the amusement park were flashing. It seemed that the sky was about to get bright, but it was still shrouded in fog, and it was difficult to break the depressing feeling of dawn. The clown took Wulu for a walk in the amusement park. Their destination was the Ferris wheel. Arrived at the bottom of the Ferris wheel. The staff of the Ferris wheel was a young man without arms. He said, "The amusement park is going to be closed. If you go up to play now, the machine may stop halfway through the rotation, and you will not be able to get off. Are you sure you want to play?" Wulu said, "We will jump down by ourselves when the time comes." The clown replied, "Is this a difficult question?" The staff was speechless, and then made way. "You come in." No humans came to play the Ferris wheel, only they played. The two of them got on the same cabin, with transparent glass walls, and the view would be very good. The Ferris wheel started, and the cabin slowly turned and rose at a constant speed. As the height increased little by little, the view became wider. Wulu lay on the glass and looked outside, scanning the entire amusement park. No humans were seen. The clown was very happy. "This way I don't need to clean up." Even if the clown didn't clean up, these humans couldn't get out. If you don't complete the 6 games, you can't get out of the horror amusement park. The Ferris wheel doesn't rotate fast. After reaching the highest point, it keeps moving, but it feels like it's rotating in place. This is not an illusion, it's just in place. The Ferris wheel is a micro-terror facility. Once you go up, the cabin will not come down, and tourists can only find a way to climb down by themselves. When they were playing, they could ask the staff to adjust the machine and let the cabin turn down, but they didn't ask. The cabin kept moving, but never went down. The scenery at the highest point was beautiful. Wulu waited quietly and looked outside. The clown also accompanied quietly. He couldn't help but reach out to her, hugged her in his arms, and put his chin on her shoulder. "Baby, have you heard that kissing at the highest point of the Ferris wheel will make you stay together forever?" The clown is romantic, but Wulu seems to be allergic to romance. She looked up with her eyes wide open and looked at the clown, saying seriously, "We are about to separate." The clown's expression was obviously broken. He rubbed Wulu's neck. "I want to kiss you now." Wulu thought about it and asked with a bad taste, "Is this a breakup kiss?" The clown's eyes suddenly turned dangerous, and the tip of his tongue touched his upper palate with a serious expression. "Why am I asking you so many questions?" he said. "Just kiss me directly." He didn't like to hear these words, and directly blocked Wulu's mouth. Wulu didn't stop him. She was already sleepy. The light in the glass cabin gradually brightened, and all the colorful lights around were turned off in an instant. The lights in the entire amusement park were turned off, and the Ferris wheel stopped turning. The clown stopped kissing and biting, and he kissed Wulu's face. "I have seen you before, and I will definitely see you in the future. I hope I will always remember you." "Okay, I have a bad memory, it depends on you." Wulu's eyelids were fighting. In the past, she would follow this sleepiness, but this time she kept her eyes open. "Ugly, ugly," she muttered to him. The clown noticed her intention and immediately grabbed her arm. "Don't you want to end this game?" "Chaochu, who am I?" "You are Wulu Lulu." "Oh!" Wulu couldn't hold on and fell asleep. The clown held her and sat on the Ferris wheel, looking at the whole horror amusement park. All the NPCs fell into silence. Everything was static, and the picture seemed to be frozen. The clown will also lose everything he is now. It's dawn. The copy data is being cleared. Horror amusement park copy, no player survived. The copy is about to be closed. Meow. Chapter 144. Paradise Town. Su Qinyang returned to the youth hostel covered in blood, and the front desk guy was not surprised to see him like this. Many players who came back from the dungeon were covered in blood, and they all escaped death. "Check in for one day." He came to the front desk and said. Su Qinyang was very tired and smelled of blood. He wanted to go back to the room to wash up. "Just one day. You are going to continue the dungeon tomorrow? You are too hard." The front desk guy complained, and then remembered something and said, "A team leader of the S Guild, a woman, came here to find you a week ago." Su Qinyang raised his eyes and asked, "Is her name Guiyao?" He only knew one woman in Paradise Town. Who else besides Guiyao? She didn't say her name, just left a phone number. "Do you want to call?" "The hotel phone can be used for free." She was very anxious when she came to find you. "It must be something urgent," the front desk guy said casually. "Well, can I borrow your phone?" "The public phone is in the corner over there. Here's the number." The guy handed over a piece of paper. Guiyao's handwriting was very neat and elegant. Su Qinyang went to the corner to make a call, but no one answered. He called twice, and still no one answered. The guy looked up and said, maybe he went to the dungeon. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, the other party died in the dungeon. This is how it is in Paradise Town. You have to be prepared for your partner to not come back at any time. At that time, the woman from the S Guild came to find Su Qinyang, and Su Qinyang didn't come back for 5 or 6 days. The guy at the front desk also thought that Su Qinyang might be in danger. Su Qinyang put down the phone and turned to leave the hotel. He went to the coffee shop on East Street to find Gui Yao. He got accurate information there. Sister Yao is in the dungeon. She's been there for 2 days. She'd probably be back in a few days. It usually takes 4 or 5 days to get out of the dungeon. If it's fast, it take 1 or 2 days. If it's slow, it take more than a week. But if it takes more than half a month, and it hasn't come out, it means it will never come out again. Do you have any urgent business? Tell me, and I tell Sister Yao when the time comes. Su Qinyang shook his head, nothing. Su Qinyang obviously has a cheerful personality, but he is not very willing to communicate with people in Paradise Town. Except for Gui Yao, he didn't make any new friends. Gui Yao was not there, and Su Qinyang didn't stay in the coffee shop for long. He turned and left. When he went out, a woman with a high ponytail came in. Her clothes were dirty and torn, and there was a little smell. It was obvious that she had just come out of the dungeon. Li Shanxi, you are good? You have passed another dungeon. The man who just received Su Qinyang said to the woman who came in with a smile, you look a little embarrassed. What happened to this dungeon? Li Shanxi said helplessly, survival dungeon, the final battle royale, the whole process was very embarrassing. I am tired and hungry now. I will sell you the dungeon information quickly. I want to go out for a bowl of noodles. Be content. Survival dungeons are better than rule and weird dungeons. I don't know how I died in rule and weird dungeons. Other members of the S Guild in the store interrupted. Li Shanxi noticed Su Qinyang, who was covered in blood, and turned around to ask, are you here to sell dungeon information? Su Qinyang, the price you gave is too low. Su Qinyang sold most of the dungeon information to the Black and Red Guild. Li Shanxi saw that he was also covered in blood, and it was obvious that he had experienced a fierce dungeon situation. He came to borrow from Yao. The guild member interrupted. The woman in a red dress and black hair flashed through Li Shanxi's mind. She pulled a chair and sat down, saying to Su Qinyang, I am not from the S Guild, and I also think that they give too few points. Su Qinyang nodded slightly, opened the glass door and left. Someone came to receive Li Shanxi. Miss Li, come with me to the back to register. This dungeon is really exciting. Can't you really give me a higher price? We have to judge by the dungeon plot. The price will be higher for complex dungeons. Li Shanxi was tired and hungry, so he hurried to the small room behind the coffee shop to talk about the dungeon content. Many people are overly frightened in the dungeon, and even forget a certain dungeon plot after leaving the dungeon, and lose part of their memory. This is post-traumatic stress disorder. Li Shanxi has also experienced this situation, so she hurried to sell dungeon information as soon as she left the dungeon to avoid forgetting certain fragments. Half an hour later, Li Shanxi was exhausted and wiped the cold sweat. That's all the details are finished. Okay, Miss Li, just go to the counter to settle the points. Of course, you can also choose to exchange for copy information of the same level. In addition to getting points for selling copy information, you can also choose to exchange information for information. Points can be used to buy life-saving props. Get more copy information. If you happen to enter a copy, the probability of survival will be very high. It depends on how the customer chooses. Li Shanxi, it's still more reliable to exchange points. I have exchanged copy information from you several times, and even purchased some copy information. I have only encountered a familiar copy until now. You can choose to join our guild, so that you can share the guild's entire low-level copy information database. If you are outstanding and become a team leader, you can share the guild's second-level copy information database. The receptionist said skillfully. Many people would be tempted to hear this. Li Shanxi refused. I don't want to lose my small sideline of selling copy information to increase points. It is well known in Paradise Town that no matter which guild you join, as long as you are a member of a certain guild, you must unconditionally contribute the copy information you have passed to the guild. Individual action is very dangerous, and the speed of passing the copy is also slow. As long as you join the S Guild, you can share the entire guild's low-level copy information database. Are you really not considering joining? You people in the S Guild really like to recruit people to join. Li Shanxi was too hungry, and got up and left. Beef noodle shop. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, there were still many people eating, and every table was occupied. Some people were still covered in blood and dust, some people ate voraciously, and some people gathered together to eat and talk about copies. Li Shanxi cleaned himself up a bit before coming to eat noodles. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the man he had seen in the coffee shop. He was still wearing bloody clothes. Li Shanxi bought a bowl of noodles and walked over with it. Is anyone here? Can we share a table? Su Qianyang looked up and saw that there were no empty tables. Sit down. Li Shanxi sat down, and the two of them quietly buried their heads in eating noodles. Su Qianyang quickly finished eating, wiped his mouth, and looked up and asked, Do you have something to say to me? Chapter 145. Li Shanxi observed the young man in front of him. Nothing to say, just want to get to know you. Oh, my name is Su Qianyang. Su Qianyang was indifferent. Li Shanxi, next time we can make an appointment to go to the dungeon together. No, I don't like to make appointments with others to go to the dungeon. Su Qianyang likes to be alone. It's too troublesome to go to the dungeon with others. It's said to be a teammate, but he can't trust it wholeheartedly. Guessing and being vigilant all the time, it's better to be alone. Li Shanxi thinks Su Qianyang has a story. Why? Have you been betrayed? You are so reluctant to go to the dungeon with others. I just don't like it. I understand. There are many lone rangers in Paradise Town, but most players like to travel together. If you don't have anything else to say, I leave. You eat slowly. Su Qianyang stood up. Wait a minute. Li Shanxi called him. I may know why the female captain of S Guild is looking for you. In fact, Li Shanxi didn't know, but she could guess a little information, so she wanted to follow the question. She came out of the mountain village wedding dungeon, and came to the S Guild site to sell dungeon information. The woman named Gui Yao suddenly came forward with a shocked expression. The rest of their conversation revolved around a player named Wu Lele. After chatting, Gui Yao left in a hurry, and it was obvious who she was going to find. I think it should be the man in front of her. Li Shanxi was very curious. What was Gui Yao shocked about? Su Qianyang knew Wu Lele? What secrets were there? It seems not good to pry into the secrets between players, but in horror games, the more information you know, the better. Li Shanxi wanted to know the secrets of the players in Paradise Town, and the secrets in the dungeon. Li Shanxi's eyes were very shrewd. Su Qianyang had a calm expression, but there was a slight smile between his eyebrows. Su Qianyang smiled and said, Sister Yao will find me when she comes back. He didn't need to hear anything from a third party. Unfortunately, the other party didn't take the bait. Li Shanxi didn't give up. When I was selling the dungeon information, I mentioned a name. She was very excited, but she felt more shocked and scared. Li Shanxi said. Su Qianyang just wanted to wait for Gui Yao to come back and talk. He didn't want to hear anything from a third party, and who knew whether what this woman said was true or false. I'm very tired and need to go back to rest. You can eat slowly. Su Qianyang said politely. Seeing that people were about to leave, Li Shanxi said, Wu Lele. Su Qianyang, who had just taken 2 steps, stopped. He turned back quickly, his dark eyes were shining, and his expression was a bit like Gui Yao's at that time. He was excited. He was excited, but not panicked. Su Qianyang looked around. Wait for me for 3 minutes. Li Shanxi lowered his head and ate noodles. 10 minutes later, on the desolate road in Paradise Town, a man and a woman stood 3 meters apart. Su Qianyang was still wearing a bloody shirt, with the holes revealing his skin. He was very young and his skin was white and tender. I can pay you points, and you tell me in detail about the dungeon where you met Wu Lele. Just think of it as him buying Li Shanxi's dungeon information. Li Shanxi was very curious. What was it about Wu Lele that attracted Gui Yao and Su Qianyang so much? Li Shanxi didn't mind earning more points, and she told the story of the Shansuan wedding dungeon again. Every time Wu Lele's name was mentioned, Su Qianyang was obviously very excited. This kind of excitement was not about love between men and women, but more like fans to idols. Wait for Li Shanxi to finish. Su Qianyang was still a little reluctant. You buried the ghost bride's bones on the mountain road. Is it beautiful there? Su Qianyang asked. What's the question? Li Shanxi didn't understand, but still answered very seriously. The mountain road is very beautiful. There is a century-old pear tree above my head. The tree is full of white flowers, and it smells very fragrant. There is no obstruction in front of the mountain road. You can see far away. The scenery is very good. Yes. Su Qianyang called up his player account. Transfer points to you. Each player can only see his own account panel, which is a red transparent light screen. They can't see each other's accounts, but they can transfer points through thoughts. All players who enter the horror game seem to have something implanted in their brains, allowing them to control these accounts. When escaping in the dungeon, you can quickly control the exchange of props, and use props with your mind. 15 points? You gave more than the guild. You gave me the information I wanted, and I am willing to pay you more. Su Qianyang knew why Guiyao was looking for him. He must have come to talk about Wu Lele, and tell him that Wu Lele would appear in other dungeons. However, Guiyao didn't know that he had known this secret for a long time. Su Qianyang felt a little guilty. Guiyao knew this secret, and his first reaction was to come to him and tell him, and maybe he wanted to discuss with him what to do. However, he met Wu Lele in the second dungeon, the nunnery dungeon. He had known that Wu Lele could appear in many dungeons, and she even remembered the previous dungeons. She had self-awareness. Su Qianyang knew the shocking secret, but he chose not to tell Guiyao, let alone anyone else. As a player, this secret should not be kept. This is a major discovery, and it should be told to all players, so that they know that such a terrible NPC has appeared, and the dungeon may be changing, etc. But Su Qianyang didn't want to tell it, not even to the only person he knew, Guiyao. If this secret spreads, there will definitely be many players who want to find Wu Lele in the dungeon and chase her. Su Qianyang knows that players are not Wu Lele's opponents, but he just doesn't want Wu Lele to be discovered by others, and doesn't want her to be disturbed by others. He is a human, but he is partial to a terrifying NPC. He doesn't care about the future fate of the players at all. Su Qianyang was worried that Pei Lin of the Black and Red Guild would spread the news about Wu Lele. Su Qianyang only hated that he was too green at the time, and all his emotions were on the surface. Pei Lin was too smart, and guessed that he had seen Wu Lele in other dungeons at once. However, a month has passed, and no news has been heard, and there has been no news from the Black and Red Guild. Su Qianyang knew that Pei Lin also kept the secret about Wu Lele. But this matter is always a hidden danger. Su Qianyang hopes that Pei Lin will keep it secret. Su Qianyang, is Wu Lele your friend? You all care about her so much, but you didn't show any sadness when you heard that she died in the dungeon. You are so weird. Li Shanxi didn't understand. Wu Lele is our friend, but we had some unpleasantness and separated. After all, we were good friends, so I paid more attention to her. Now I heard about her ending, and this relationship can be regarded as having a beginning and an end. Su Qianyang said seriously. Is that so? The two separated, and Su Qianyang returned to the youth hostel to rest. He originally planned to go to the dungeon the next day, but he was worried that he would miss Guiyao again when he came back, so he chose to wait for Guiyao to come back. This wait lasted for a week. Points would be deducted every day when staying in Paradise Town. I'm afraid that this is forcing players to enter the dungeon game. Su Qianyang went to the coffee shop every day to look for Guiyao, and the news he got every day was that she hadn't come back yet. 1 week, and every day after that, Su Qianyang felt heavy-hearted. It was the 10th day, and even the hotel receptionist who checked Su Qianyang in 10 days ago had gone to the dungeon, and Guiyao hadn't come back yet. Su Qianyang sat in the coffee shop, surrounded by members of the S Guild. They talked about who died again, who didn't come out of the dungeon, and how many people were wiped out in the dungeon. Someone walked up to Su Qianyang, sighed heavily, and said, "Brother, don't wait for Sister Yao. She has never been away for so long, probably." As he said that, the man's eyes were red. Su Qianyang had some tinnitus, looked up at the other person, and finally got up and left silently. He knew very well that Guiyao would not come back. Su Qianyang did not return to the hotel, but went directly to the central round altar of Paradise Town to go to the dungeon. Chapter 146. It was pitch black outside the window. A dim table lamp at the head of the master bedroom bed illuminated the couple sleeping on the bed. The beautiful wife opened her eyes and looked around. "The ID card Wula got this time," said Mother. The person next to him moved, causing the mattress to tremble. Wula turned his head to the side, and in the darkness, he looked directly into a pair of dark eyes. In the dim light, the husband was beautiful, the wife was beautiful, and the two looked like a couple, especially well matched. I dare not imagine how beautiful their children will be. Wula blinked slowly, looked at her husband carefully, and said, "Husband." The man smiled, "Dear." He stretched his hand through Wu Li's waistline and hugged her. Wu Li was soft like a soulless pillow. The couple hugged each other in silence. It was almost dawn, and the screams of children came from the next room, making people's scalps numb. There is only one good mother in the world, and a child with a mother is like a treasure, thrown into the arms of a mother. In the dim living room on the first floor, the radio on the table played children's songs. 6 players appeared in the living room, 3 men and 3 women. "Welcome to the Happy Family Dungeon. You are a happy family of 5. Your parents are very loving, your brother is very sensible, and your twin sisters are very cute. The happy family lives in the mountains, and the villa is very large. They provide the vacant rooms for free to guests who come to the mountains to collect folk songs. The room is free, but please abide by the daily rules of the house, and don't cause trouble to this happy family. The electronic sound of the dungeon stopped. Some players instantly knew what dungeon this was. Damn, it's a weird rule talk. Weird rule talk? I heard it's not easy. The dungeon doesn't say what the rules are, so what are the daily rules at home? If they don't follow the daily rules at home, they will definitely be killed by this family. But the problem is that they don't know what the daily rules are. The first step is to find the rules. The second step is to abide by the rules and save their lives. The third step is to explore the secrets of this family and find a way out of the dungeon. There are only 6 players, which means that this dungeon will not kill people quickly, and the probability of surviving in the cracks is high. Player Jean Yunlei immediately walked around the living room, looking for it. The living room on the first floor of the villa is very large. The large combination sofa in the middle can seat 7 or 8 people. There is also a large pot of dripping guanine in the corner. The leaves are huge and green, and they are 2 meters high. The living room on the first floor is 10 meters high. You can directly see the corridors on the second and third floors. There is a spiral staircase upstairs. The whole villa looks empty, large and luxurious, but the decoration is all black, white and gray, which is very depressing. There's only one mother in the world. The radio on the table has been playing this song. It's so noisy. Why is it playing this song all the time? The male player picked up the radio and turned down the volume. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room, you can vaguely see the trees outside. This villa is in the mountains, surrounded by trees. Look at the sky outside, it's just dawn now. Let's find out where the rules are. This family got up at dawn. If we don't know the rules, we're doomed. Several people hurriedly searched every corner, but no one dared to go upstairs easily, because it was obvious that the owner might be upstairs. This family is full of scary NPCs, who might kill the player in the next second. Before they know the rules of killing, they dare not approach the NPCs. It's so dark. Turn on the light? Don't turn on the light. Why? What if the house doesn't allow lights at this time? Okay. Look here. A female player shouted at the entrance door. Instantly, other players gathered over. What did you find? Look. As soon as the player looked up, he saw a blackboard with 4 rules written on it in white chalk. 1. Listen to your mother. 2. Don't make noise at night. 3. Eat together. 4. Spend more time with your mother. It looks ordinary. The rules are so simple? The player thought. The next second, the electronic sound of the copy sounded. 1. You must listen to your mother. You can listen to your father, but if your father's words are contrary to your mother's, then you can only listen to your mother. 2. Mom and dad have a bad sleep, so you must not make any noise to disturb them at night. But if your brothers and sisters are playing, you can play too. 3. A happy family likes to eat together. Guests living at home are also considered half of the family. Please eat with them. 4. If your mother invites you for coffee, please don't agree. Chapter 147. These rules are so contradictory. The first rule is to listen to mom, but the fourth rule is to refuse to drink the coffee mom invites you to drink. Suli frowned, looking confused. Zhang Yuming said, it is also said that mom and dad have poor sleep, so we must not make noises at night to disturb them. But when the children are playing, we can also play. Won't the noise of playing disturb them? There are only 4 rules, and 3 of them are contradictory. Only the rule of eating together is simple and clear, without any doubts. I feel that there are more than these rules. There must be other hidden small rules. Sun Qingyu said. The sky gradually brightened, and the mountains were foggy in the morning. They could see the foggy mountains and forests outside through the French windows in the living room. The 6 players gathered together, got familiar with each other, and called each other by name. Zhang Yuming. Young man. Su Li, young woman. Sun Qingyu. Short-haired woman. Zhao Boha. Middle-aged man. My name is Wang Bao, and this is my sister Wang Bei. The last 2 players turned out to be twin sisters, wearing low ponytails, and estimated to be in their early 20s. Zhang Yuming suddenly said, this happy family seems to have a pair of twin sisters. That's too coincidental. You and the NPC have the same setting. Zhao Bao has said to watch the fun. Wang Bei immediately grabbed her sister Wang Bao's hand. Obviously scared, Wang Bao held her hand tightly and comforted her. Wang Bao smiled and pretended to be relaxed and said, it's just a coincidence. You can't kill us first just because we are twins. Wang Bei was scared, sister. Wang Bao, don't be afraid, we will just hold hands like this and never separate. Yeah. In fact, before entering the dungeon, the two sisters were not so close in real life. Twins who grew up together, no matter how good their relationship is, sometimes have conflicts and quarrels. It is common to quarrel every 2 days, and make up every 2 days. But since entering the dungeon, they only have each other, and they are particularly attached to each other. Although Wang Bao was born only a few minutes earlier, she took on the role of a sister. When passing the dungeon, Wang Bao always protected Wang Bei, and Wang Bei also listened to Wang Bao, and only believed in Wang Bao. The player sat in the living room and waited quietly, and no one dared to go upstairs. The big swing clock in the living room suddenly rang 3 times, and they looked at the pointer. It was 5:30 in the morning. Is this family going to get up? Zhang Yuming guessed. Everyone's heart was lifted. At this time, there was a jumping sound from upstairs, which was the laughter of a little girl, and the childish laughter was like a silver bell. Sister, good morning. Good morning, little sister. Today is another beautiful day. I wonder what the guests will look like when they see us. I'm looking forward to it too. Let's go down and take a look. The door of a room was not closed tightly, and the conversation between 2 girls could be vaguely heard inside. Judging from the voices, the girls should be only about 8 or 9 years old, very young, but the ending sounded a bit creepy. The players were nervous when they heard them talking. At this time, a boy's voice sounded, and it sounded like he was about 12 years old. Don't make noise. Mom hasn't gotten up yet. If you make noise to her, Dad will be angry, the boy said. Instantly, the second floor was quiet. The first floor was also silent. Xiao Baohe looked around, touched his stubble and said, You can't disturb Mom's sleep in the morning. If you disturb Mom, Dad will be angry. This is the rule. Sun Qingyu stood aside with his hands folded and nodded. Mom has a high status in this family. Dad should love Mom very much, and the children should be very obedient. They hoped to get more information from these few words. At this time, footsteps came from upstairs. A young boy in a white shirt and home pants came down. He had gray skin, a childish and beautiful face, and a little gentleness on his face. He slowly came down the spiral staircase. The guests got up so early, Debeo said. They smiled and nodded vigilantly. Debeo took out an apron from the cabinet and tied it on. I will prepare breakfast for everyone. Guests are free to eat. Thank you for your trouble, Suli tried to say. The young boy immediately smiled. This is what I should do. Guests can tell me what they want to eat. Such a polite eldest son can also cook. Such a child is great. Master bedroom on the 3rd floor. The husband was still lying in bed with his wife in his arms. Wulo looked at the hands on his waist. You've been hugging her all night. Isn't it enough? Xieja loved his wife very much, and today, he wanted to stick to her even more. He just wanted to stay with her, and didn't even want to get up, go downstairs to see the children, or see the guests. Wulo looked up at the man who was so close to him. Xieja was obviously in his 30s, but he had a face of a man in his early 20s, with long eyelashes, a straight nose, double eyelids, and fair skin. This face was really good looking. The ID cards they got were husband and wife. Wulo was a little uncomfortable with this kind of ID card. She had never received this kind of identity before. The ID card told her that she loved her husband and children very much. And her husband also loved her very much. Her husband loved her so much that he bought this mountain, asked the workers to build an isolated villa here, brought her here to live, and never let her go out. Dear, can we not go downstairs today? Xieja rubbed Wuli's cheek, his voice hoarse, his eyes fixed on her red lips. He loved her so much. He would never be separated from her. Wulo lazily stuck to him, lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling, and said coquettishly, But I'm hungry, I want to eat breakfast made by Debeo. Bao and Sanbao must miss their mother. Our family should eat together. This is happiness. Xieja's eyes darkened slightly. He regretted adopting these 3 children, because his wife's eyes were always on them. His wife was in poor health and couldn't have children, so he didn't care whether he had children or not. But his wife said that she hoped they would have children, both sons and daughters, and be a happy family. His wife liked beautiful children, not ugly ones, so they adopted a very beautiful boy, and later adopted a pair of lovely twin girls. Lulu, can we go downstairs and come up after breakfast? Xieja coaxed. Wulu agreed. Okay. I go downstairs to see if Debeo has hot milk for you. Xieja got up and went downstairs reluctantly. Wulu lay lazily on the soft bed, covered with a silk quilt. The corner of the quilt slipped off, revealing a suspender skirt and round white shoulders. With a click, something opened the window directly from the outside. The window was pushed open, and a dark claw poked in, followed by a dark cat body squeezing in. Xiaohei came in from outside, his fur wet by the mist. It jumped onto the carpet, then onto the bed, and finally sat beside Wu Li's pillow and licked its paws and fur carefully. Xiaohei, your fur has really grown back. How does it feel to be beheaded? Wu Li asked casually. Xiaohei yawned with his mouth wide open, his mouth full of dense fangs, and said in an unpleasant hoarse voice, "No one can kill me." "Then I will kill you now. See you in the next copy." Xiaohei's tail fell off instantly, and his kitten head was listless. "Lulu, are you hating me? I still like to hear you meow." Xiaohei glanced at it tentatively. "Yes, that's it. If you talk less, your voice will be terrible." Xiaohei's tail swung back and forth, and he was obviously in a bad mood. Wu Li turned over and lay on the edge of the bed, reaching out to touch Xiaohei's head. "I haven't even talked about love yet, and suddenly I became a wife. It's amazing." Chapter 148. Wu Li lazily lay on the bed and stroked the little black cat. The little black cat licked the fur dry little by little. It felt comfortable and began to snore. "Ah!" Suddenly, a little girl screamed from the room downstairs. Listening carefully, it was the sound of giggling. In the children's room on the second floor, 2 little girls about 8 years old were jumping on the bed. They looked exactly the same. Even the length of their hair was the same. They had bangs and student-style hair, cute faces, gray skin, blood-red lips, and red gauze skirts. They jumped around with laughter. Wu Li put on a coat and went downstairs in slippers. The little black cat followed her. The stairs from the first floor to the second floor were spiral stairs, and people on the stairs could be seen from the living room. The stairs from the second floor to the third floor were at the end of the corridor. It was very dark, and people in the living room on the first floor could not see here. Through the door of the children's room, there was a lot of laughter inside. Wu Li knocked on the door gently, and soon it became quiet inside. After a few seconds, the door creaked open. In the dim room, the quilt on the bed was in a mess. Wu Li looked down, and 2 beautiful little girls stood in front of her, looking a little panicked and scared. Bao and Sanbao carefully observed their mother's expression, and their expressions were terrified. After a while, they suddenly laughed and threw themselves into Wu Li's arms, especially Clingy. "Mom, good morning." "Mom, did we disturb you?" "Sorry." Their voices were the same, they were completely copied and pasted, and ordinary people couldn't tell them apart. Wu Li pinched their cheeks. "It's okay to disturb Mom, but there are guests at home. Don't make such a big noise in the morning next time, be good." The twins didn't care about the guests, but pouted and said coquettishly, "We can't disturb Mom. Mom is not in good health. We need to rest well." "Mom, you smell so good." Their noses were pressed against Wu Li's chest, and their hands were tightly holding her waist. The girls were so beautiful that Wu Li couldn't help rubbing their faces until their gray faces turned red. "Okay, wash up quickly. I fold the quilt for you." "No, Mom will just sit down." "Mom, come in and sit. You watch us fold the quilt." They pulled Wu Li into the room and closed the door. They brought a chair for Wu Li to sit on, and then the 2 sisters began to tidy up their own housework. Combing hair, putting on socks, folding quilts, washing up, every action was exactly the same, and the arc of brushing teeth was more or less the same, as if they were looking in the mirror. Xiaohei jumped onto Wu Li's legs, and Wu Li stroked the kitten thoughtfully. The male owner in dark gray home clothes appeared on the spiral staircase, catching them off guard. He came down. The players were instantly nervous. The NPCs in the horror dungeon could kill people at any time, and this family was not a good person. And the adults were definitely scarier than the children. The male owner had a good figure, and a very good-looking face. He wore an ordinary home clothes, and looked like a male model on the cover of a magazine. How could he have such a big son when he was so young? In the kitchen was the 12-year-old eldest son preparing breakfast. The players thought about it, but when they looked back, they suddenly found that the kitchen was empty. The boy was wearing an apron and cooking. How could he suddenly disappear? Siege looked at the room full of players and nodded coldly. "Morning." "Morning, good morning." Zhang Yuming greeted the NPC. In addition to the known rules, there are many potential rules in the rule-based weird copy. For example, whether they are guests living here or living here for free, then the guests should be polite to the host. "Hello, my name is Siege. You moved in last night. I don't know if Debao told you that my wife is not in good health. I hope you don't make noise at night, don't go up to the 3rd floor, and try not to disturb her." Xieja spoke in a distant voice. Such a male host doesn't seem like someone who would give his room to people who come to the mountains to collect folk songs for free. He gives people the feeling that he doesn't like guests and doesn't like to be disturbed. Understood, we won't disturb my wife, Sun Qingyu said. Xieja glanced at them indifferently, and then went into the kitchen. The eldest son in the kitchen disappeared, and Xieja was busy in the kitchen alone. The player curiously looked around and found that he was boiling milk. Soon, the smell of milk wafted through the house. Where is the eldest son in the kitchen? Su Li asked in surprise. I didn't see him come out. How come he suddenly disappeared? Zhao Baohe didn't understand. Zhang Yuming, could it be that the eldest son left when we looked up at the male host? Sun Qingyu, why did he leave suddenly? Didn't he have to make breakfast? Wang Bao, could it be that the father came down to make breakfast so that the son could rest? Wang Bei, but how did he suddenly disappear? Zhang Yuming, isn't it a simple matter for a scary NPC to suddenly disappear? These NPCs are monsters and evil spirits. They can disappear and reappear at will. Sun Qingyu, let's look for them. They didn't dare to go upstairs, so they looked on the first floor. The first floor is very large, with a huge sunken living room, floor-to-ceiling windows, a dining area, a laundry room, a piano room, a sports room, and then the guest room where they live. The eldest son came down from the second floor, and the voices of the twin girls also came from the second floor. Don't disturb the lady on the third floor. You can't go to the third floor. The third floor is the most private. You can't see the stairs to the third floor here. The first floor is for guests, the second floor is for children, and the third floor is for the couple. They looked everywhere, and they really found the eldest son. The eldest son was hiding in the dirty clothes basket. There was a woven basket next to the washing machine. It was very large and covered with a piece of clothing. When the player passed by, he didn't pay attention at first. It was Wang Bei who unconsciously took some clothes and saw a person hiding inside. Wang Bei was so scared that she almost screamed, but Wang Bao was quick to cover her mouth. The players were all scared and didn't dare to get close to the basket. Zhao Bao had tried to ask, what are you doing squatting in it? Weren't you cooking in the kitchen just now? The eldest son stood up from the basket, looked outside with panic eyes, and said fearfully, I can't let my father see me. Why? Why are you so scared of your father? Don't ask, get out quickly, don't reveal where I am. The eldest son squatted down again, took a piece of clothes to cover his head, pretending that he was also a pile of dirty clothes. But it's time to have breakfast soon. Are you going to squat here all the time? Wang Bao poked his head out and said. Wang Bei also echoed, the family should have breakfast together. The eldest son lifted the clothes on his head, looked at the two of them, and suddenly smiled. My sister should like you very much. Chapter 149. Although they knew that the happy family had a pair of twin sisters, they still felt nervous when being named by the NPC. Wang Bao and Wang Bei took a few steps back. The clothes basket trembled. I have prepared your breakfast. Dad is making Mom's breakfast. I hope Mom will come downstairs quickly. You guys go quickly. Please, don't expose my hiding place. His voice suddenly became very frightened, as if he would encounter something terrible if he was exposed. The players were confused, but still left the laundry room. When they went out, they also closed the door for the eldest son. They returned to the living room, glanced at the male owner, who was still busy in the kitchen, and looked at the closed laundry room. What's wrong with this family? Playing hide-and-seek early in the morning, the son seems to be very afraid of his father. Will his father beat the child? They don't believe that the happy family in the horror copy is really happy. Players who have experienced horror copies know that copies are basically metaphors for the dark side. And now this family copy must be about the dark side of the family. They sat down on the sofa and discussed quietly. There was no result, and they all fell silent. At this time, two pairs of gray hands slowly climbed up from the back of the sofa, followed by two red spots. The players on the opposite side were shocked and stunned when they saw it. Wang Bao and Wang Bei sat next to each other hand in hand, and suddenly found that Zhang Yuming on the opposite side had been staring at them blankly. Wang Bao asked, What's your expression? What are you thinking about? Her eyes went dark, and a very cold hand pressed her eyes. At the same time, Wang Bei's eyes were also covered by someone. The two of them tensed up instantly. At the same time, other people also saw the twin girls coming out from behind the sofa. Their faces were cute, but the smiles on their faces were scary. Their skin was gray and white like dead people, and they were wearing bright red gauze skirts. They lay behind the sofa and covered Wang Bao and Wang Bei's eyes. Guess who we are? The girl's voice was sharp. You are two sisters, Wang Bao said. Obviously they were not satisfied, and their hands covered their eyes even tighter. The two cold hands seemed to dig out their eyeballs. Guess who is the elder sister, and who is the younger sister? Two identical voices spoke together, and when I listened carefully, I thought it was one person talking. Players are most afraid of answering NPC questions, because if the answer is incorrect, or the answer makes the NPC uncomfortable, they may be killed. Other players were worried. They couldn't tell who was the elder sister, and who was the younger sister, not to mention Wang Bao and Wang Bei who were covering their eyes. Wang Bei was scared, and so was Wang Bao. She trembled and said, the one covering my eyes is... The one covering my sister's eyes is my elder sister, and the one covering my eyes is my younger sister. Wang Bei answered directly, and her whole body was shaking at the end. If she answered wrong, she might die. She didn't want her sister to answer, so she answered it herself. The whole living room was silent, and the little twins slowly moved their hands away. Correct answer. Wang Bao and Wang Bei collapsed on the sofa in an instant. Because of the strong pressure on their eyeballs, their eyes were still blurry, and they had to blink several times before they could slowly clear up. They turned around and looked behind them. The identical girl in the red dress was smiling at them. We are twins, we are destined to be together, they said. Wang Bao and Wang Bei tried to smile in response. We love each other very much. We never have any conflicts. We are like one person. Are you the same? They asked. The two spoke in unison, word for word, and their tacit understanding made people feel weird. Wang Bao nodded. Yes, we love each other too. There will be no conflicts. Then please continue to love each other. Don't have conflicts. Okay. They held hands and said, Brother, the coward, hit again. Where is he hiding this time? Look for him. Mom will be down soon. What are you afraid of? Did you see where our brother is? The elder sister turned around and asked with a smile. Shu, speak softly. Don't let Dad in the kitchen hear you. The younger sister put her finger in front of her lips. Su Li, your brother is in the laundry room. Zhang Yuming pulled Su Li, not knowing whether he could tell his sister where his brother was hiding, so he had better not say anything. The twin sisters went to the laundry room with a smile, complaining. Brother is so timid, hiding in the laundry room again. These guests have big sieves. It would be bad if Dad asked them. The door of the laundry room opened and closed. The man in the kitchen was carrying milk and purple rice porridge out, and he said coldly, It's time to have breakfast. Siege put 2 breakfasts on the dining table, and then went upstairs, probably to call his wife down. As soon as the male host left, the 3 children in the laundry room came out. They skillfully went to the kitchen to bring out breakfast, and arranged it one by one. The guests sit on the right side of the long table, and Mom and Dad sit with us on the left. Today's breakfast includes fried bacon, sausage, eggs, bread and purple rice porridge. The purple rice porridge is purple and red, and there are red blood-like things floating in it, which looks a bit scary. The eldest son and his 2 twin sisters sat down, but did not touch the tableware, but waited. The players sat down at the long table on the right, and did not touch the plates. It is basic courtesy to wait for the host to come before eating together. Soon, footsteps were heard on the stairs, and the couple came. The mother was wearing a white long dress, and had black hair. She was led down by her husband's hand. She was very young and beautiful. The couple looked very compatible. Siege pulled out a chair for Wu Le, and the two sat down. Wu Le sat on the left, Siege was in the second seat, and the third seat was empty. The fourth seat was for the eldest son, and then the twins. They were sitting with their parents, but there was an empty seat. Wu Le looked at the guests across from him, smiled gently and said, You are welcome to visit our home. There are no restrictions in our home. You don't have to be too restrained. You don't have to say hello when you go into the mountains to play. Just come back early at night. After all, it's very cold in the mountains at night, and there may be wild animals. Everyone should pay attention to safety. The wife of this family is very gentle, and her voice is also soft, sounding the most harmless. The male host's eyes have been staring at his wife, full of love and possessiveness. The children also turn their heads to look at her with joy, very well behaved, and love their mother very much. Thank you, madam, for the hospitality. We will pay attention to safety. Sun Qingyu said. Wu Le looked at Wang Bao and Wang Bei. My Erbao and Sanbao are also twins. They must like you very much and must want to play with you. I hope you don't refuse them. The twin sisters turned their heads back. Their eyes were dark and deep, and they looked at the guests like they were looking at prey. The first rule is to listen to your mother. So they want to play with the twin NPCs? Wang Bao and Wang Bei were desperate. This copy is specifically for the two sisters. Okay. Wang Bao said. Xie didn't like his wife always talking to guests. He touched Wu Li's hand. Lulu, the porridge is getting cold. Chapter 150. The ID card told Wu Lu that she loved her husband and her children very much. So when her husband spoke in her ear, she would be in a particularly good mood. Her husband Xie, they fell in love at first sight, and even got married within a month. They moved to the mountains the next year, and have lived there ever since. They have a sensible son, and lovely twin daughters. The breakfast was very quiet, with only the voices of the host and hostess talking, and the children were eating with their heads down, without making any sound. If you close your eyes, you will find that these children don't even have breathing sounds, as if they don't exist. This atmosphere was a bit depressing, and the players also unconsciously lowered the sound of their meals. Breakfast passed peacefully. Xie held Wu Li's hand and said, Lulu, let's go upstairs to rest. Okay. Wu Lu was led upstairs by Xie. As soon as they left, the three children at the table immediately looked up, and their expressions became noticeably lively. Brother, I want to eat the fried egg in front of you. One sister handed over the bowl. The other sister immediately said, Brother, I want an fried egg too. The brother picked up an fried egg for each of them, and put the bowl back in front of him. As a result, the twins' faces immediately fell, and one of them pointed at the fried egg in the bowl, and said, Why is my fried egg missing a corner? I want the same as hers. The brother immediately understood, and quickly picked a round and complete fried egg for her. The twins ate with satisfaction. Sister, can you help us pour some milk? The girl said to Wang Bao opposite. Wang Bao immediately took their cups, and poured milk carefully. Wang Bei whispered to her sister, You must pour the same amount, a horizontal line. Wang Bao smiled, I know, just like when we were kids. Twins like the same things, even the slightest difference is not acceptable, and they will even quarrel over something. The 2 cups of milk of the same height were handed back, and it was obvious that the 2 sisters were very satisfied. 3rd floor. Wu Lu pulled out her hands, clasped her hands in front of her chest, and stared at Xie with her bright black eyes. Xie was inexplicably stared at by her. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Are you dizzy? His nervous look made him more attractive. As a new wife, Wu Lu didn't know how to act, so she could only follow the feeling of the identity card. She could use the feeling of the identity card to deal with these NPC colleagues and players. The identity card told her that she was a very gentle wife. At the same time, she also told her that she was. Wu Lu couldn't hold on to the gentle wife look, and she smiled evilly and said deliberately, Husband, it's too cold on the mountain, let's live down the mountain. She just likes to tease people and make trouble. Sure enough, the next second, the man in front of her eyes sank, and the look in his eyes was so fierce, but at the same time a little crazy. Obviously angry, but pretending to be gentle, Xie lowered his head and said softly, Lulu, this place will help you recover from your illness. The weather has been bad these days, and the road down the mountain is dangerous. Let's talk about it in a few days, okay? What disease did I have? Why can't I remember it? I don't feel uncomfortable anywhere. You are taking medicine to control it well now, so you don't feel uncomfortable. Is that so, husband? Xie, why can't I remember the past? The medicine has some side effects, you just need to remember me. Xie reached out to touch Wu Li's cheek, and even wanted to kiss him, but he was strangled the next second. Xie was not surprised at all, and even liked it. He said with madness in his eyes, Lulu didn't take the medicine today, what do you want to do this time? I want to chop you into pieces, fry you into pieces, and spit out oil. Wu Lu said the most terrifying words in an innocent tone. The suffocation made Xie excited, he was not afraid at all, he was even looking forward to it. Will Lulu eat me? No, it's too disgusting. Ah, it hurts my heart. The man in front of him suddenly changed, and Wu Lu turned and ran. There are 2 bosses in this copy, the husband and the wife, they can kill each other, and even want to kill each other. Wu Lu ran very fast, and Xie only grabbed the corner of her clothes. The crazy love in Xie's eyes also cooled down in an instant. He looked at the torn cloth in his hand, his eyes were dim, and he put it against his nose. On the dining table in the living room on the 1st floor. Did Mom take medicine today? Asked the eldest son. The 2 sisters shook their heads in unison. No. Mom must take medicine, said the eldest son anxiously. The players were confused, and Sun Qingyu asked, What's wrong with your mom? When asked about their mother's condition, the 3 children looked worried and scared. Mom's disease is very serious. It will be terrible if she gets sick. Mom must take medicine, but Dad is watching her. The eldest son muttered. Where is the medicine? John Yumming asked the key question. The twin girls frowned and thought hard. Yes, where is Mom's medicine? It won't be out of medicine. Ah! Ah! The three children screamed sharply, and then they ran upstairs and closed the door in the next second. The whole villa was silent. The next second, the shadows of the trees outside were shaking, the light and shadow in front of the French window were moving quickly, and the clock on the wall was also moving quickly. What's going on? Why is the shadow on the ground moving? Look at that big clock. It's moving so fast. It's noon now. Afternoon, evening? As the clock time moved, the light around changed. When it was evening, it was already dark outside. Tick-tock. The clock ticked and stopped at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and then moved the needle at normal speed second by second. It was dark outside, and the living room was also dark. Everything told the player that it was 6 o'clock in the afternoon. It's getting dark. In the dungeon, dark is not a good sign. Why did it suddenly turn to afternoon? Did something happen in this house in the afternoon? The rich breakfast on the table disappeared in an instant, and the players were completely panicked. They left the table. Footsteps came from the spiral staircase in the distance, and they turned around to see the hostess coming down. Willow smiled grimly and said, You are all here. I ground new coffee beans today, and am preparing to make coffee. You all come and try it. Chapter 151. Rule 4. If your mother invites you to drink coffee, don't agree. When the NPC said that they wanted to drink coffee, the players were immediately alarmed. According to Rule 1, you must listen to your mother. If you don't refuse now, you won't be able to refuse later. Sun Xingyu racked his brains and came up with a good excuse. Madam, it's already 6 o'clock in the evening. Drinking coffee at this time will keep you awake at night. When the others heard what Sun Xingyu said, they immediately gave him a thumbs up. In the dungeon world, nonsense or logical speech can confuse NPCs. Sure enough, when this was said, the lady in front of him was obviously stunned. I almost forgot that it's night now, not suitable for drinking coffee. The players breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, Wula said, Then tomorrow morning, I hope everyone can come to taste the coffee I brew tomorrow morning. Sun Xingyu, Madam, I'm allergic to coffee and may not be able to drink it. She told the truth. For the first time, Sun Xingyu was glad that she was allergic to coffee. Zhang Yumming followed suit and said, Me too. I can't drink coffee since I was a child. I get allergic reactions when I drink it. My throat swells, and I have difficulty breathing. Adding a few more symptoms will make it seem more real. Wula stared at Zhang Yumming with his dark eyes. Zhang Yumming stuttered and continued, Madam, I have a severe allergic reaction to coffee. Oh so? Wula said slowly. Seeing that there was hope, the others wanted to follow suit. But Madam slowly frowned, and the smile on her face gradually disappeared. She looked at them sadly. Don't you want to drink coffee with me? Do you hate me? No. No, how could we hate you? Zhang Yumming explained. We are just allergic to coffee. Are you all allergic? Wula glanced at the others. Her expression was pitiful, but it made people feel creepy. She seemed to know that they were lying, and being stared at by her made her spine cold. Drink coffee tomorrow morning. Wula decided directly, and the others wanted to refute, but they were afraid of breaking the rules. In this family, you have to listen to your mother. Wula hadn't left yet, and the players stood together vigilantly, always paying attention to her. Wula walked around the living room, aimlessly, and seemed to be looking for something. She looked here and there, and even her steps were a little shaky and shaking. What's wrong with her? I don't know. She looks like she didn't drink. She feels something is wrong. The players discussed in a low voice. The light outside the French window was getting darker and darker, and the sky was really getting darker. Wu Li's white dress was very conspicuous in the dim environment. They heard her talking. Why did I come downstairs? What should I do? Where's Tabeo? Where are the two babies? Siege, husband? She suddenly started looking for someone, even yelling, and picked up the kettle on the table and smashed it. With a loud bang, the ceramic kettle shattered all over the floor. Then the lights in the living room suddenly lit up. They saw the white-dressed female NPC with blood all over her face, smiling at them ferociously, and a strange female voice said, So there are people here? Why don't you make a sound? Who are you? Why are you in my house? Run! Sun Xingyu shouted. The NPC is alienated. What rules have they violated? They ran towards the entrance, but when they reached the shoe cabinet, they suddenly found that the door was gone. They had clearly seen the door when they were looking for the rules. Where is the door? Xiao Baohe slapped the wall hard. There is no exit in this villa. What should I do? Suli said in panic. And the living room kept hearing the sound of twisting limbs and the sharp laughter of women. The radio on the cabinet in the living room was crackling. The lights in the room flickered, bright and dim, illuminating everyone's frightened expressions clearly, and then fell into darkness again in the next second. Where are you? Wulu suddenly twisted below the waist, with his buttocks and heels facing forward, and his heels walked forward step by step, with blood falling on the carpet with every step. Where are you? Where are you hiding? Wulu spoke slowly in a terrifying tone, his bloody eyes staring at the wall on the other side of the entrance door in the dark. The player hid behind the wall, highly tense. The door disappeared. This is a dead end. The players didn't dare to come out at all. They looked at the rules on the wall in front of them. We shouldn't have violated the rules, but we made Mom unhappy. Sun Qingyu said. Although the rules didn't say that Mom couldn't be unhappy, it was obvious that Mom had a very high status in this family, and no one dared to mess with her. They just ruined her mood and made her unhappy. Maybe this was the reason why she suddenly changed. What should we do now? She's coming. Wang Bei was terrified. Props. Can we tie her up with props? Wang Bao asked. No. If we deal with her, the children and husband will be attracted. The children and husband will not let us go. Sun Qingyu said. Zhang Yuming was sweating because he saw her coming. Wulu walked very slowly. She was just torturing these people. But no matter how slowly she walked, she would reach the entrance, and the horrible bloody face that suddenly appeared made the players scream. Zhang Yuming held Wu Li's arm, and said to the people behind him, Run! Wu Li climbed directly onto Zhang Yuming's back, pinched his neck with both hands from behind, and hung on him with a sinister smile. Have you seen my children? I can't find them. Where is my husband? A cough. They are. Upstairs. Go upstairs and look for them. Don't look for us. Zhang Yuming said with a flushed face. Why did you break into my house? Did you kill my husband and children? And you want to hurt me? Wu Li shouted crazily in the play, but she was always observing the reactions of other players. The others rolled and crawled away from them, and no one saved Zhang Yuming, who was entangled by the monster. The lights were completely broken and fell into darkness. Some of them tripped over the table, and some hid in the room in the dark. After a while, the living room was quiet. Only Wu Li's laughter and Zhang Yuming's painful struggle were left. Zhang Yuming's throat hurt, his eyes were dark, and there was no oxygen in his lungs. He opened his mouth and took a breath, but couldn't breathe in. Wu Li's terrifying laughter stopped abruptly, and she quietly admired the dying appearance of humans. Wu Li looked indifferent and asked, Are you allergic to coffee? Zhang Yuming felt cold from head to toe. Is this monster crazy again? Zhang Yuming wanted to answer, but couldn't say a word. I often teach my children to be honest and not to lie. My children are all very good. What about you? Has your mother taught you? Chapter 152. Didn't your mother teach you not to lie? The woman's voice was sharp. Wu Li pinched Zhang Yuming's neck tightly, admiring his painful expression. She hated lying humans. But she also liked to see humans lying, preferably lying to their own kind, deceiving their partners, and being smart. No one knew why the time turned into evening, and why his mother suddenly went crazy. Zhang Yuming made a sound with difficulty. I don't have a mother. This time, he didn't lie. He was raised by his father, since he was a child. The desire to survive made him say this. But unexpectedly, because of this sentence, the terrifying NPC suddenly let go of him. Zhang Yuming fell to the ground limply, breathing heavily, his face covered with saliva and tears, and he looked back in fear. This time he looked back, but didn't see the terrifying monster, but a gentle woman in a white dress. Wu Li looked at him with a distressed face. Poor child. It's so pitiful without a mother. I shouldn't have said that just now. I'm really sorry. Zhang Yuming didn't understand the situation, and could only cough and say hoarsely, It's okay. Have you seen my husband and children? I just took a nap, and couldn't see them when I woke up. In the dim light, Wu Li opened her eyes wide, and looked around in panic and helplessness. Zhang Yuming supported his arms, and silently crawled away, saying as he crawled, I saw them going upstairs, you go upstairs to find them. Wu Li deliberately walked forward and approached him, just to prevent him from getting away from her. Zhang Yuming was so scared that his face froze, and his cheeks were trembling. Wu Li smiled secretly. She squatted down, lowered her eyes as if she was afraid, and then opened her eyes wide and stared at him. When did you see them go upstairs? I came down from upstairs. I called them. Why didn't they pay attention to me? How could he know why other NPCs ignored her? Why didn't she leave? The danger was not over yet, and Zhang Yuming didn't dare to relax. Maybe they were taking a nap and didn't hear your call? Impossible, they listened to me the most. It's impossible for them to hide from me. You must have done something. You hid my husband and children. She suddenly shouted, and her whole body twisted in an instant, becoming extremely terrifying. Ah! Zhang Yuming wanted to stand up and run, but his legs were weak, and he fell back to the ground, and could only crawl forward in fear. In the dark, a cat pounced on him and bit off Zhang Yuming's finger. The living room fell into darkness, the smell of blood filled the air, and screams continued. Wula slowly got up from the ground. Her white dress was stained with blood, and Xiaohei's pink tongue licked the hair around her mouth. Xiaohei, this is my prey, I didn't let you out. Wula said to it. Xiaohei gracefully jumped onto the dining table, licked his paws with his tongue, and then wiped his cheeks, washing his face. Do not disturb. Wula looked at the dead human on the ground with indifference in her eyes. Lying to her mother violated the biggest taboo in this family. Wula felt very restless, and she wanted a stronger smell of blood. Or I can take medicine myself. Yes, she wanted to take medicine. She was a crazy woman. Today, neither the guests, nor her husband and children gave her medicine. This is the mother's perspective. The mother did not take the medicine. She went upstairs to sleep after breakfast. In the mother's perspective, she woke up, and it was dark. Her husband and children were gone. A crazy mother would kill people. The mother was very manic and helpless. She wanted to find her husband and children. She also wanted to kill her husband and children. Wula looked at the other closed doors of the room, and the players were all inside. Kill them all, and it will be quiet. An unpleasant voice came from the little black cat. Wula shook his head. Killing them is too easy. It's not fun at all. Are you going to kill your husband? Is it not possible? Of course, it's not the first time you've done this anyway. The corners of the cat's mouth rose, showing a weird smile. Wulu, little black, talk less. It's really ugly. The cat's long black tail shook. Meow. Wulu originally planned to go straight to the third floor, but he heard the sound of the storage room on the second floor. Wulu pushed the door open without hesitation, frantically pushed away the things blocking the door, and grabbed the man. The eldest son looked up in horror. He was afraid and happy. Mom, I am the first person you found tonight. I am honored. Although he was afraid of his crazy mother, he couldn't help but get close to her. What a good son. Wulu looked at his son's face, stretched out his hand to pinch him, and said, Where are the sisters? Tonight I plan to cook you in the same pot, which will save time and effort. The eldest son held her hand, and told her without hesitation, The second sister is hiding in the closet, and the youngest sister is hiding under the bed. So good. Wulu touched the top of his head, then turned and left. The eldest son's frightened expression faded, and what floated on his face was loss. Tonight, Mom didn't kill him. Mom was not interested in him anymore. Mom didn't go to the next door to find her sister, but went upstairs to find Dad. Sure enough, in this family, Mom loves Dad the most. Siezha stayed in the room, and saw her come in, with a meat-cutting knife in his hand. Siezha unbuttoned his sleeves, and stretched out his long legs, inviting her. Lulu, I love you so much. Wula didn't feel anything when she heard this, but she felt something when she saw his face. Such a beautiful husband should be chopped into pieces. The two who were still in love, and sleeping in each other's arms in the morning, fought each other at night. In the end, it was the husband who killed his wife. They were a family that loved and killed each other. Chapter 153. Wuli's body was intact. She died of suffocation. Her eyes were a little wide open. Siezha gently touched her eyes, and said obsessively, Lulu, don't talk about going down the mountain. As long as you don't say this, I will let you kill me tonight. But you just don't listen. You like to say things I don't like to hear. Siezha used a little force with his fingers to press the protruding eyeballs back to their original state. Then he took out the cosmetics from the cabinet, and covered the pinch marks on his neck little by little. Tomorrow, you will still be beautiful. I love you so much. Wulu is dead. But she was dead to begin with. Due to the restrictions of the copy identity card, she died again. She could hear and see, but she couldn't move. This feeling is good. She likes to be a corpse. However, she will let Siezha be the corpse tomorrow night. Husband and wife should also reciprocate. Although her pupils were dilated and had lost their luster, Siezha could read her thoughts. Siezha chuckled, leaned his pretty face closer, and whispered, Lulu, are you not convinced? Wula couldn't respond. Siezha, we have to stay in the mountains forever. You are my wife, and you can never leave me, understand? Of course she knew. Wula knew it since she opened her eyes in this copy. But Wula was the most undisciplined. She could cooperate with the identity card appropriately, but not 100%. Xieja changed her bloody skirt and muttered, "Let the three little things do it, don't go by yourself. They are too smelly, and have stained your skirt. Bring a basin of water, and gently wipe her whole body clean." Xieja opened the cabinet, and there was a row of white skirts hanging inside, and a red one. Finally, he took out a white one for her to wear. Xieja hugged Lula to sleep. Good night. The moon outside the window was very bright, and a kitten sat on the glass windowsill. The living room was silent. The moonlight shone in from the French window. The woman seemed to have left, and the other players dared to come out quietly. When they saw the miserable state of Zhang Yuming's body on the carpet, the others were so scared that their faces turned pale. Wang Bei vomited directly, and Wang Bao patted her back. What rules did he break? Why was he killed? Su Li didn't understand. And Sun Qingyu knew, Mom is the most powerful in this family. You can't spoil Mom's fun. You can't lie to Mom. Mom can tolerate the first person saying that he is allergic to coffee, but she can't tolerate the second person saying that it's very disappointing, and she is unhappy. Wang Bao, I heard that monster say he lied. You can't lie to NPCs. Zhao Baohe, we try to abide by the existing rules, and some invisible rules to survive, but how do we get out of the dungeon? Go down the mountain and leave. This dungeon doesn't say how to get out. Some dungeons will explain, for example, you can get out of the dungeon if you survive for 7 days. But this dungeon doesn't say how to get out. Sun Qingyu, as soon as the sun rises, we will try to go down the mountain. The rules don't say we can't go down the mountain. Why do we have to wait until the sun rises? Can't we leave now? Zhao Baohe asked. Sun Qingyu, have you forgotten what the hostess said? You are welcome to visit our home. There are no restrictions in our home. You don't have to be too restrained. You don't have to say hello when you go into the mountains to play. Just come back early at night. After all, it's very cold in the mountains at night, and there may be wild animals. Everyone should pay attention to safety. The others remembered instantly. It should be very dangerous outside at night. Wang Bao said. Zhao Baohe looked at the corpse on the ground. It feels safer than in the house anyway. The monsters in the house are deadly, and it's just cold and wild beasts outside. Zhang Yuming's death gave them a great shock. Zhao Baohe advocated going down the mountain tonight, and Sun Qingyu advocated trying to go down the mountain tomorrow during the day. Su Li was afraid. It must be very difficult to stay in the house tonight, but it's too dangerous to go down the mountain blindly. Why don't we go to the yard? Sun Qingyu, I choose to stay in the house and look for clues. This family is too weird. There must be some secrets. If you find the secret, you may know how to get out of the copy. She didn't talk much with others, and went straight to the kitchen. This morning, the eldest son and the male owner went to the kitchen, and she wanted to go and see. Su Li stood awkwardly, and she looked at the others. Wang Bao and Wang Bei held hands, and followed Sun Qingyu silently. Su Li also hurriedly followed. Only Zhao Baohe went out. But he didn't dare to go far, so he just sat on the stone bench in the yard. The night wind was really cold, and Zhao Baohe's hands and feet were numb from the cold after sitting for a while. And he always felt that there was a pair of eyes watching him. Zhao Baohe looked at the villa and wanted to see the other people in the house. As a result, this one look scared him so much that he stood up from the bench. Zhang Yuming's body was lying by the French window in the living room. His face was blurred, and the eyeballs hanging on the rotten face were staring at him. The body was clearly by the sofa. How could it suddenly appear by the glass window? There was only a body in the living room, and no other players were seen. It was terribly quiet and cold all around. Even the eyeball hanging on the rotten meat suddenly shook. It swung left and right like a pendulum. The body suddenly trembled, then slowly twisted on the ground and stood up. Zhang Yuming smiled at him, waved, and hooked his hand. Meaning to ask him to come in? Ah. Zhao Baohe staggered back. Zhang Yuming suddenly fell on the glass. His rotten flesh squeezed, and his eyeballs burst instantly. Ah! Zhao Baohe yelled and turned around and ran out of the lawn gate, running towards the dark mountain road. Zhang Yuming, who was by the window, collapsed on the ground instantly, and two identical little girls in red skirts appeared. They clapped their hands. You are so timid, it's not fun. Why doesn't Mom come to find us? Alas, she doesn't love us anymore. Chapter 154. When I entered the kitchen, it was still dark. But when the player took 3 steps inside, the lights in the whole kitchen suddenly came on. Under the orange light, the big casserole on the stove gurgled, steam drifted away, and a smell of meat filled the air. Su Li grabbed Sun Qingyu's sleeve and asked in a low voice, Why is the kitchen still on fire in the middle of the night? Who is cooking? Wang Bao and Wang Bei stood at the door of the kitchen and didn't dare to go in. Sun Qingyu went forward to check the casserole and saw pieces of meat in it. Each piece of meat had fat, like chicken. What a large portion. This should be food for the next day. Su Li looked around. Just turn on the fire like this? No one guarding the stove. Sun Qingyu moved away from the pot and turned to look at the refrigerator. At that moment, she saw that the refrigerator door was not closed tightly, and blood was flowing from the bottom. Sun Qingyu instantly grabbed Su Li's arm and pulled her away. They quickly retreated to the kitchen door. Su Li was shocked by this change. What happened? Sun Qingyu's eyes were serious, and the others followed her gaze. There was still blood flowing under the refrigerator. The refrigerator door was half a centimeter open, and the sensor light was not on. The gap was dark, and it was hard to see what was inside. Su Li, raw meat? Wang Bei complained. In a horror copy, do you think it could be ordinary raw meat? Su Li vomited instantly and immediately looked at the pot that was still bubbling. Is it a guest? The copy plot mentioned that this family often received tourists who went into the mountains. Could it be the last batch of guests? Who will go and see if the body in the living room is there? Sun Qingyu said. Wang Bei, we can go and see. Wang Bao held her sister and asked Sun Qingyu, why don't you go and see? In the dungeon, you must not help others do things, because it is very likely to be a trap. In the dungeon, not only the terrifying NPCs are deadly, but also the players. In order to survive the dungeon, some players can do anything. Wang Bao never dared to trust other players. She only trusted her own sister. Sun Qingyu stared at the refrigerator and said, because I am going to open the refrigerator. When this was said, the other three girls were shocked. This person is really brave. Let's go and see the body. Wang Bao took Wang Bei away. They took out the flashlight props and returned to the living room with the light. The body on the sunken living room carpet disappeared. Just when the two were panicking, they found that there were drag marks on the blood on the carpet. They walked carefully along the drag marks and saw Zhang Yuming by the French window and the friction blood on the glass. It seemed that someone had stood in front of the large glass holding Zhang Yuming's body. Someone just moved the body. Wang Bei said fearfully. Wang Bao, we are all in the kitchen. It should be the NPC who moved it. But what is the purpose of the move? Why move a body to the window? Wang Bao looked outside and saw the stone chair and the garden under the night light. Wang Bei, Zhao Boha. Wang Bao, Zhao Boha is gone. The twins had a tacit understanding and said Zhao Bao's name at the same time. They all knew that Zhao Bao was probably in danger. This was originally a small dungeon with not many players. It had only been a few hours since the start, and the two male players were gone. Just when the two were at a loss, a scream suddenly came from the kitchen. The two turned around when they heard the sound. Wang Bei wanted to go and see, but Wang Bao immediately grabbed her, turned around and ran to the guest room, entered the door, and locked it. Wang Bao covered Wang Bei's mouth, put his cheek against hers, and said, Bei, something must have happened in the kitchen. We can't go there. Be quiet. Wang Bei nodded, and Wang Bao released his hand covering her mouth. The two hugged each other, face to face, and leaned quietly against the door. In the kitchen, Su Li was scared to faint, and Sun Qingyu was grabbed by a pale hand by the ankle. The refrigerator door was wide open, and a mutilated child crawled out of it. He had no clothes on his body. His body had been frozen and thawed, and it was white and gray. Mom, where is Mom? The child said. Only then did they realize that this was the twin NPCs? It's so cold in the refrigerator, where's Mom? They climbed on Sun Qingyu to ask. The lights in the kitchen also flickered. Su Li sat on the ground with weak legs, and she kept shouting. Plus the twins kept calling for their mother. The whole kitchen was very noisy. The fire on the stove had long gone out, and the casserole that was still steaming just now was silent. There was no meat aroma in the air, and the whole room was even as cold as if the air conditioner was turned on. The incomplete child kept touching Sun Qingyu. Sun Qingyu pretended to be calm. It's nighttime now, and Mom is asleep. You can't disturb her. Dad and Mom have poor sleep. You must not disturb them at night. But if your brother and sister are playing, you can also play. This rule is contradictory. But Sun Qingyu wanted to try the first half of the rule. You keep calling for Mom like this. It will wake up Mom, who is sleeping upstairs. You can look for her tomorrow. When it's dawn, Mom will come downstairs to find you in the morning. The two incomplete girls lying on her stopped moving. Their heads suddenly turned, and looked at Sun Qingyu with purple faces. Sun Qingyu stopped breathing. Mom was in the kitchen just now. How come she fell asleep so quickly? Are you lying to us? You can't lie in this house, and the same applies to guests. I won't lie. Mom really went upstairs. Sun Qingyu was betting that the hostess went upstairs. The light bulb that had been flashing suddenly exploded with a bang. The surroundings instantly fell into darkness, and glass fragments fell down. Sun Qingyu felt a stinging pain on her cheek. At the same time, the cold object lying on her body disappeared. In the darkness, the blood slowly returned to the refrigerator. Su Li screamed in fear, and Sun Qingyu stepped forward and covered her mouth. You will break the rules if you scream again. The first floor fell into silence. There is only a good mother in the world. The recorder in the living room sounded again. Sun Qingyu ran out without hesitation and turned off the recorder directly. Sun Qingyu sat on the ground and panted. She looked up at the stairs and muttered to herself, Mom is the key to this copy. She killed the child. Why? Chapter 155. In the bedroom on the third floor, Wula woke up again. She touched her neck, then slowly turned her head to look at the man who was sleeping with her in his arms. Wula pounced on him without hesitation, pressed on him, and bit him. She didn't bite his face, but his neck, and it was bleeding. Siege looked at her with his eyes open, without resisting, but said, Did you learn this from that black cat? Wula sat on his stomach, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, with a puzzled expression. Did you see Xiao He? The shadow of a black cat flashed through Siege's mind, and he thought, After I killed you, it has been sitting outside the window, and I seem to have seen it before. Oh! Wula didn't think much about it, thinking that it was just Xiao He who had been wandering outside, and was seen by Siege before she woke up on the first day she came to the copy. She loved Siege very much, and after the love biting, she lay aside obediently. Lulu, do you remember how you married me? I took too many pills, my memory has started to blur. I can't remember anything before Jingdan. Wuli's memory of this wife's ID card is all messed up. Memories before life, memories after death, memories of alienated monsters, all entangled together. And some of Siege's language is also out of the husband's ID card. For example, he always calls her Lulu. Why in memory, the husband always calls his wife wife. Husband? Wula called him. Siege, you can call me by my full name. What's your name? She was a little annoying, but he liked her lively and naughty like this. Siege's neck was bleeding, and the sheets were stained red. She didn't bite him to death, but she broke his body. It was very quiet outside. Wula began to feel sleepy. Siege touched her face. I suddenly want the children to make more noise. I don't want to see you sleeping. I want your eyes to be open and look at me forever. When the room is quiet, the children and guests are no longer noisy, and the host and hostess will fall asleep. But if they make a sound, the host and hostess will be woken up and go downstairs. This is the rule. Wula doesn't want to follow this rule. So she is ready to do something bad. You want my eyes to be open and look at you forever? Lie, you just killed me. Although I killed you, your eyes have been open and have been looking at me. You have become my exclusive doll. You don't move. You are so obedient, so good. Siege hugged Wula. There was blood on his face, which was rubbed on by Wula when he bit someone. Wula can complete one dungeon after another so calmly, relying not only on the interesting dungeons and players, but also on the high probability of meeting good-looking colleagues. In this copy, not only the husband is good-looking, but the children are also good-looking. If you hug me again, I will bite you to death. Wula chuckled and whispered sinisterly. Siege felt the danger, and he was bitten before he could let go. She really loved biting people. This time the bite was fatal, and he died. Wula got up from the bed, looked at the blood-stained white dress, took it off directly, took out the red dress from the closet, put it on, and went out. She didn't know that the moment the door closed, the handsome man on the bed's scattered pupils instantly gathered, and his long eyelashes blinked. Xiao He was squatting at the door of the bedroom. When he saw her, he immediately rubbed his legs. Wula was not wearing shoes, and her white and naked calves were rubbed by the kitten. She kicked it. Wula asked seriously, Xiao He, are you taking advantage of me? Meow. Xiao He's tail was wagging in the air. I'm married, you're a male cat. Stay away from me, my husband is still sleeping in the house. Meow meow. Su Li and Sun Qingyu sat on the sofa, watching the radio that would sound at any time. They were worried that the radio would suddenly play songs and disturb the NPCs upstairs. Wang Bao and Wang Bei in the guest room didn't know what was going on outside, so they didn't dare to come out. The first floor was dark and silent. When there were subtle footsteps coming from the spiral staircase, Sun Qingyu and Su Li's scalps tingled, and they looked up with tense expressions. A ray of moonlight came through the floor-to-ceiling window, and they saw a woman in a red dress with long black hair. At this height, it's her mother. Sun Qingyu grabbed the armrest of the sofa tightly, moved down quietly, pulled Suli slowly down, and hid beside the sofa. Wula came down from above, and saw the two players, but still pretended not to see them. In the dark, Wula couldn't help laughing when he thought about how he would act later. The corners of her white face rose, and then fell again. Wula walked down the last step, and began to move in a panic. Why is the sensor light not on? Switch, where is the switch? Her voice was normal, just like a human voice, even soft, and it sounded like she was very weak. Wulu slowly groped in the dark, preparing to find the switch in the living room. Who turned off the night light in the living room? It's too dark, she muttered to herself. Suli and Sun Qingyu were nervous and scared, and at the same time very confused. What's wrong with this NPC? Suli approached Sun Qingyu and said, what happened to her? Sun Qingyu shook her head silently. They circled the sofa, intending to slip away and enter the guest room before the lights were turned on. As a result, just when they were about to touch the door of the guest room, the light in the living room turned on with a snap. The light was dazzling, and Sun Qingyu and Suli squinted their eyes and turned back quickly. But they saw Wula standing opposite them, looking at them with some surprise. It's so late, why are you standing at the door of the room? Except for the white skin color, this NPC has no horror. We can't sleep, Sun Qingyu said, while observing her. The hand behind her was already holding a knife. Wula rubbed her long hair. What a coincidence, I can't sleep either. Have you seen my husband? I woke up in the middle of the night, and he suddenly disappeared. I thought he went downstairs. Ah! Wula stared at the window in horror, and couldn't stand for a moment. She held the wall and trembled in fear, crying and saying, what is there? It was Zhang Yuming's body. NPC was frightened by the player's corpse? She obviously killed this person. Wula was so scared that she ran towards them, and frightened them so much that they stuck to the door. Wula stood beside them, like a frightened kitten, stretched out her hands to grab their clothes, her eyes slightly red. What happened to that person over there? I'm so scared. My husband is missing too. What's going on? They also want to know what's going on. Chapter 156. Wula grabbed their clothes. Suli and Sun Qingyu huddled together at the door of the guest room. Sun Qingyu's hand against the door was quietly twisting the door handle of the guest room. She wanted to open the door and go in quickly, and then lock the hostess outside. But no matter how she twisted the handle, she couldn't open the door of the guest room. When they searched the first floor, they knew that the door of the guest room was not locked and could be opened at will. But now the door can't be opened. There is only one reason, that is, someone in the door pressed the handle inside. Wang Bao and Wang Bei, they are inside. Sun Qingyu gritted her teeth in anxiety, and could only face the NPC in front of her. Wu Li's face was full of tears. She looked only in her early 20s, and she didn't look like a mother who had given birth to 3 children. Moreover, she was very strange now, too normal, like a human being. Suli was scared to death. Don't hold us. We don't know where your husband went. We didn't see him at all. Go away. Wula still grabbed their clothes, but his expression was wrong. Don't be so fierce. I'm really scared. Suli, I'm scared of you too. You? Sun Qingyu covered Su Li's mouth and said, don't talk nonsense, Rules. You must listen to your mother, don't lie to your mother, and don't make your mother unhappy. Wula cried and said, someone died over there. What happened? What happened to you on the first floor? Where is my husband? Back to the question again. Where did the male owner go? Didn't the male owner go upstairs with her? And she killed Zhang Yuming. She forgot everything. Sun Qingyu tried to relax herself and tried to ask, what did you do after breakfast? Wula tried to recall the expression, I didn't get enough rest last night. After breakfast, I went upstairs with my husband to rest. I slept very deeply. When I woke up, it was dark. I found that my husband was not in the room, so I went downstairs to check and I saw the body in them. Su Li and Sun Qingyu looked at each other, and the hostess's memory was broken. Wu Lu, what is going on? Su Li hesitated to speak. Sun Qingyu, we didn't see who killed Zhang Yuming. They knew that it was their mother who killed Zhang Yuming, but they couldn't say it, for fear of making her unhappy. But they couldn't lie to their mother, so they could only take advantage of the language loophole. They didn't see who killed Zhang Yuming. They really didn't see it. When their mother killed Zhang Yuming, they all hid and didn't see the scene. Wu Lu looked back at the body with a terrified look, and the face of the body happened to be facing this side. The light in the living room was very bright, and the bloody face with exploded eyeballs was facing them. Wu Lu looked very comfortable, but she was still pretending to be afraid in her eyes. Her acting skills were getting better and better. Wula suddenly loosened their clothes, then squatted down with her head covered, looking painful. Sun Qingyu and Su Li quickly stepped back. Sun Qingyu, what's wrong with you? I have a headache and dizziness. I remember that there are monsters in this mountain. I have seen them enter my house before, and my husband chased them away. Could it be that the monsters are back again? Your companions must have been killed by monsters. Wula raised her head. Her amber eyes were very beautiful, and there was still red in the corners of her eyes from crying. She said fearfully, will my husband also be captured by the monster? The living room was quiet. Sun Qingyu and Su Li didn't understand what was going on, but they always felt that this mother was weird. Suddenly, Sun Qingyu found something wrong. Why are you only looking for your husband? Aren't you worried about your 3 children? Wula looked confused. I don't have any children. What? What did you say? Both of them were incredulous. My husband and I have only been married for 3 months, and we don't have any children. Wula shook her head and slowly stood up. No children. What about the eldest son and the twin sisters? Wula saw that they didn't believe it, so she said, do you think I have given birth to 3 children? You talk so weird. You are the weird one. There is a monster in the house. I am very scared. Can you help me find someone, and go upstairs with me? Wula asked. She spoke slower, and the fear and crying on her face disappeared. She stood there in a red dress, and it was creepy to look at. Su Li didn't want to go, but Sun Qingyu reminded her that she couldn't be rejected. Just like the previous invitation for coffee, Zhang Yuming lied and refused, and she immediately turned into a monster and killed people. Very desperate, in this dungeon, the rhythm of everything is controlled by the scary NPC. Players can't refuse scary NPCs, and even now they don't have any ideas on how to get out of the dungeon. Wait a minute, the 3 of us are too weak, find 2 more companions. Sun Qingyu said, and walked directly to the door of the guest room and knocked on the door, come out. Wang Bao and Wang Bei were eavesdropping inside by the door. Originally, they were sitting on the ground inside the door, hugging each other. But when they heard the noise outside, they stood up quickly and held the door handle tightly to prevent people from outside from entering. They heard everything outside. The door still didn't open. Sun Qingyu said, if you want to miss the clues, stay inside. Although this mother is weird, it is obvious that following her will definitely find some clues to the dungeon. It depends on personal choice whether to be a turtle and wait for death slowly, or to take a risk. Of course, Sun Qingyu didn't have good intentions to call them. As we all know, the more players there are, the greater the chance of survival. Monsters kill people, one by one, and some people are used as cannon fodder. What if they are the ones behind, and live longer? Click. The door opened. Wang Bao and Wang Bei walked out hand in hand. They looked exactly the same, with the same hair length and wearing white shirts. It was really pleasing to the eye. Both of them looked a little guilty. After all, they just held the door handle tightly. Sun Qingyu didn't care, because questioning was meaningless. If she was inside the door, she would probably do the same. Let's go! Sun Qingyu went to the kitchen first. Su Li followed her closely. Wang Bao and Wang Bei stuck together. Wula followed them alone, and they all kept their distance from her. Wula stroked her red skirt with her fingers and looked back at the spiral staircase. But she saw Siege standing there, leaning forward slightly against the handrail, and when Wula looked over, he showed a seductive smile. Resurrection is so fast. Wula licked his fangs. Siege mouthed silently. Wife, are you having fun? Chapter 157. Only the lights on the first floor were on, and the second floor was dim. Siege stood at the stairs and looked down. Wula broke the rules of the house, but Siege was not angry at all. Wife, are you having fun? Siege's eyes flickered slightly, with a faint smile on his face, and his micro-expression was full of danger. Wula was not afraid at all, and greeted her with a smile, and whispered, Husband, wait for me to kill you again. A complete threat. If Siege had dared to disturb her game, she would kill him. The couple in love wanted to kill each other every minute. The beautiful wife, who died, was the most obedient doll, and would never leave me. Only when her husband died could she be free. I love him, and I want him to die. I love her, and I want her to die. Sun Qingyu opened the refrigerator and took a look. The refrigerator was clean, and there was ready-made oatmeal yogurt, which should be eaten tomorrow morning. There was no trace of blood, and there was not even a piece of raw meat in the refrigerator. Was it an illusion before? Of course, it was not an illusion. It was a terrifying moment before, and now it is a safe moment. The environment is safe, and the NPCs are safe. Sun Qingyu looked back at Wula standing at the kitchen door, with a vigilant look in her eyes, and she was secretly relieved in her heart. They looked around the first floor. Madam, there is no one on the first floor. Are you sure your husband is not upstairs? Sun Qingyu said. Wula pretended to be confused. I don't know. I didn't see him when I woke up. I called him upstairs several times, but no one answered me, so I went downstairs. Maybe your husband is upstairs. Why don't you go upstairs and look for him yourself? No, I'm so scared. Wulu immediately went over, pulled Sun Qingyu's sleeve, and looked at the body by the French window in the living room. There's a dead person. There must be a monster in the house. You guys accompany me upstairs to check it out. It's the middle of the night now. Will we disturb you if we go upstairs? What's the point of disturbing you? Just accompany me to find someone. Very good. With the permission of the hostess, they can unlock the second floor of this house. On the way upstairs, Sun Qingyu's sleeve was always grabbed, and she had no intention of letting go. The first second she came over, she said she was very scared, with a terrified expression, but now, her beautiful facial features had no expression, like a fake person. Sun Qingyu's back was instantly sweating. Su Li immediately moved away from them, and walked behind with Wang Bao and Wang Bei. There are many rooms on the second floor, and they checked them one by one from left to right. As a result, the first room at the end of the corridor on the left was found to be abnormal. Is this a clinic? Su Li said incredulously. The room was white, the floor was white tiles, the curtains were white, and there was a narrow bed in the middle, like a medical bed, and there were even gauze bandages at the four corners, as if someone had been bound before. Wang Bao and Wang Bei went in to check quietly, and there was a white desk with a folder on it. Wula stood there calmly, not looking away. Sun Qingyu tilted her head and asked, I heard that you are not in good health. Do you always have medicine at home? Wula suddenly raised the corner of her mouth. I am very healthy and never take medicine. As soon as the voice fell, everyone looked at her. And Wang Bao and Wang Bei had the ugliest expressions. What did you find? Su Li asked. Wang Bao and Wang Bei looked at Wulu with a little fear. Your husband is not here. Let's go to another room to have a look. Sun Qingyu wanted to take Wulu away. Fortunately, Wulu was very obedient and could be tricked away with just a few words. Su Li immediately leaned over to the desk. What were your expressions just now? What happened? Wang Bao pushed the open file in front of her and said dryly, Look for yourself. The file contained a torn medical record, with the name and gender torn off, leaving only the diagnosis and prescription written below. Paranoid disorder. Su Li read out the name of the disease, and her face instantly became ugly. Su Li was a nurse before entering the dungeon, and she understood what this disease meant. Su Li said, Paranoid disorder, patients will have hallucinations, delusions and other symptoms, and even auditory and visual hallucinations, and hear voices ordering themselves to hurt others. Wang Bei, Mom must have this disease. This is Mom's case. Chapter 158. Su Li looked at the case and suddenly said excitedly, I know, we need to find medicine and give it to Mom. Wang Bao and Wang Bei were a little slow to react. Give her medicine, then what? Su Li, Mom has paranoid mental disorder. She had hallucinations, and thought her child and husband were monsters that broke into the house. She killed her child and husband, stewed the child, and the remaining body was in the refrigerator. Her husband must have been killed by her, but no one knows where the body is. Wang Bao nodded slightly. What you said makes sense. Su Li, find medicine for Mom to make her sober up and know that she killed the whole family. Find the bodies of the child and husband, and we should be able to pass the level. Hearing that they could pass the level, the twin sisters' expressions instantly brightened. Wang Bei excitedly shook Wang Bao's hand. Sister, can we get out of the dungeon soon? Wang Bao, well, at least now we have an idea. This is a family medical room. This bed with binding strips must be used to tie up the mother. There must be medicine here. Su Li was very excited. It feels like everything makes sense now. The rules of the house are that you must listen to your mother, you must not disturb her if she doesn't sleep well at night, and you must spend more time with her when she is sick, and have meals together as a family. Wang Bei opened several drawers to check, and asked with some confusion, Why do you refuse to drink your mother's coffee? Su Li, maybe drinking coffee is a bad trigger point. For example, when drinking coffee, your mother will be in a bad mood and easily get sick, so you have to refuse to drink coffee with her. This makes sense, but it doesn't seem to hold water. Their current thinking seemed to make sense, but it also seemed that they were thinking too smoothly. The whole house was silent, and the sound of them searching for medicines was constantly amplified. Wang Bao unconsciously lightened his movements, and so did Wang Bei. The two of them had a tacit understanding, and they moved lightly, and tried not to make any noise. Su Li was a little anxious, and her movements were very big. She found some medicines. Risperidone, aripiprazole. These are them, Su Li said, holding up the medicine. At the same time, in the empty living room, a tape recorder suddenly sounded. There is only one good mother in the world, and a child with a mother is like a treasure. The song sounded beautiful and thrilling. Su Li was so scared that the medicine in her hand fell and rolled directly under the medical bed. At the same time, Sun Qingyu ran over from the corridor, holding the door frame, and said in shock, "Mom is gone. She disappeared as soon as I turned around." Wang Bao asked, "Was it when the song suddenly sounded?" Sun Qingyu nodded heavily. Wang Bei was afraid. If she appears again, will she turn into a monster again? Su Li took the torn medical record and said, "Next time she appears, she will most likely hurt us. She is mentally ill, but as long as we give her medicine, we should be fine." Sun Qingyu quickly looked at the words on the medical record and asked, "Have you found the medicine?" Su Li immediately lay on the ground and said, "The medicine fell under the bed." After hearing this, several people immediately lay down and started looking for it. Obviously, 2 bottles of medicine fell in, but only one was found in the end. Su Li said, "It's risperidone, which regulates the balance of neurotransmitters in the brain. It can relieve my mother's emotions, abnormal behavior, and relieve her fantasy concepts. After taking this medicine, she should not say there are monsters. There's still a bottle of medicine. How come I can't find it?" Sun Qingyu frowned. Wang Bao said, "Don't look for it yet. Listen, the singing outside has stopped." Wang Bei said, "It didn't finish the song and suddenly stopped. This means that someone has turned off the recorder." Da-da-da, there was suddenly a sound of bare feet running on the floor, and there was more than one person. Then came the voice of a young boy, "Hide quickly, don't come out." "Who is he talking to?" Wang Bei hugged Wang Bao tightly and said to Sun Qingyu, "Let's lock the door." Sun Qingyu thought for half a second and quickly went to close the door. Just as the door was about to close, a pale hand suddenly reached in. Sun Qingyu pressed the door hard and pressed the hand into the crack of the door, bleeding instantly. The hand seemed to have no sense of pain and could even continue to squeeze in, instantly grabbing Sun Qingyu's wrist. Sun Qingyu couldn't shake it off, so she stabbed with her other hand, wielding a knife. The hand quickly retracted as if it had eyes, and Sun Qingyu cut her arm with a knife. At the same time, the door was pushed open, and the eldest son looked at them with a strange smile. The air froze instantly. The good-looking boy put his finger to his lips. "Shh, don't disturb Mom's sleep." The boy in front of him was obviously a dead person, with grayish skin, pale lips, and even dilated pupils. His eyes were gray and lifeless. "Your mother was with us just now," Sun Qingyu said boldly. The boy's face was instantly terrified. "Mom is awake? Don't let Mom find you." The boy turned around and ran into the dark corridor, disappearing instantly. At the same time, a chaotic sound came from an unknown room, and after a moment, it returned to silence. Su Li was anxious. "What do you mean? What should we do now?" Sun Qingyu looked unhappy and ran out directly, leaving 3 words when he went out: "Hide and seek." Su Li was holding the bottle of medicine and stood there in a daze, while Wang Bao and Wang Bei ran out holding hands. "Don't let your mother find you. Even NPCs are afraid of their mothers, let alone players like them." Sun Qingyu ran to the first floor, remembered something, and ran directly into the laundry room. Jumping into the dirty clothes basket, the whole person tried to shrink in the basket, and covered his body and head with dirty clothes. Wang Bao and Wang Bei walked to the stairs. Wang Bao ran downstairs, but Wang Bei ran to the other side of the corridor, and the hands they held were instantly pulled, and their shoulders were torn. Wang Bao turned back. "Bei, Sun Qingyu went downstairs." "Wang Bei, why do you have to follow her? Maybe the most dangerous place is the safest place. You see, the eldest son NPC didn't go downstairs to hide. Maybe it's right to hide on the 2nd floor. The eldest son, and the movement coming from a room must be the twins. These 3 NPCs are on the 2nd floor. Wang Bei thinks that the 2nd floor may be safe. Wang Bao, the son and the twins are monsters. They may turn around and kill us. We can't be on the 2nd floor. Wang Bei, Zhang Yuming died on the 1st floor. There is blood in the refrigerator on the 1st floor. The 1st floor may be a hunting point. Wang Bao, that's just your guess. Wang Bei, what if my guess is right? Wang Bei let go of Wang Bao's hand. You go to the 1st floor. I'd be on the 2nd floor. Wang Bao, Don't be angry. No, one of us must survive. If I die, you can look in the mirror and miss me, sister. Wang Bei smiled and turned and ran into the dark corridor. Chapter 159. There is only one good mother in the world, and a child with a mother is like a treasure. The empty family medical room. Wula sat on the edge of the snow-white bed, shaking his legs, and laughed while singing, as if he remembered something interesting. Click. The crisp sound of the door opening. Siege walked in. Late at night, he was wearing a shirt, vest and black suit pants, looking like he had just come back from outside. The vest was buttoned up, showing his broad shoulders and narrow waist, and his long legs could not be ignored when he walked. Siege walked to Wu Lu, then bent down and kissed her cheek, saying, "Wife, how are you feeling today?" "I'm in a good mood." Wu Lu pushed him away and looked down at the ground to indicate. Siege stretched out his hand to pull the pants on his thigh, then squatted down, reached under the bed with his long arms, and got the bottle of medicine. Just as he was about to get up, a foot stepped on his shoulder. "Your medicine has been taken away by them. What should we do? You want to kill our child and me. Oh, you are always crazy like this." Wu Li's face was not afraid, but excited. It was not dawn yet, and their carnival began. Siege held the soles of her feet and stood up. Wu Lu almost couldn't sit still, so she could only support herself with both hands on the bed behind her and leaned back slightly. "Your medicine is here. Do you want to take it?" Siege shook the medicine bottle in his hand. Wu Lu took a look at the medicine and looked back at the half-medical record on the table. In the dark, the medical record was restored to its original state bit by bit, and the broken papers were pieced together. The patient's name on it was Siege. The column for symptoms read, "I love my wife very much, but I feel that she always wants to leave me. She wants children, so I find beautiful children for her, but the children are separated from her sight. I hate those 3 children. I want to kill them, and I also want to kill my wife, so that she will never leave me." The patient has strong paranoid fantasies, and has done things that hurt others. He is unable to communicate, and is very aggressive. Even his beloved wife cannot communicate. "Ha ha, they thought it was your case? How funny. Do you think I should pretend? Show it to them? Just think of them feeding your medicine into my mouth. I pretended to be well, they would be expectant and excited, but the next second I went crazy, they would definitely be desperate. Crying, shouting, begging for mercy. What a wonderful scene." Wu Lu patted the bed sheet quickly with one hand, laughing forward and backward. Tears came out of his laughter, and his sharp voice was full of a sense of madness and sickness. Siege's eyes became darker and darker. He held Wu Li's feet in his hands and whispered, "Wife, you are becoming more and more attractive." Wu Lu stopped laughing and stared at him with a bright gaze. "Husband, as long as you don't make trouble, you are also very attractive in my eyes. After all, your skin is beautiful. Siege, as long as you let me kill you in the end, I am willing to do anything for you." Sure enough, his ultimate goal is to kill her. Wu Lu doesn't care, she just wants to have fun. "Okay." Siege opened the medicine bottle in his hand. "Do you want to take medicine?" "I'm not sick. What medicine do I need to take?" "I'm not sick, I'm not sick," she muttered to herself. Siege understood, turned his fingers, and the white pills were scattered all over the floor with a clatter. The white floor, the pills fell, and in the dark, they were instantly undetectable. Wu Lu jumped out of bed, singing, "Only mother is good in the world, mother is the best, mother is the best. Baby, where are you? It's late, don't play hide and seek with mother." She went out and kept talking. Except for her voice, no other sound could be heard in the whole house. After the player hid, the whole house fell into silence for several minutes. Suddenly, a woman's voice came from the second floor. Sure enough, it was the mother looking for the child. The eldest son said, "Don't let the mother find him." Sun Qingyu curled up in the dirty clothes basket, not daring to move. And Wang Bao, who was lying in the kitchen, heard the voice coming from the second floor, and he panicked instantly. "Bebe is on the second floor. What to do? The voice has been lingering on the second floor, with no intention of coming down. She is looking for the player on the second floor." Chapter 160. Su Li stood on the windowsill at the end of the corridor. The curtains were drawn, her back was glass, and in front of her was the curtain gauze. The blackout curtains were very concealed, and it was impossible to see that there was a person standing behind. The sound of her mother going crazy was getting closer and closer. Su Li pinched herself tightly, and tried not to breathe. Wu Lu walked slowly, chanting, "Baby? Dabao? Where are you? Why don't you pay attention to your mother? Husband?" She started to go crazy again. A few minutes ago, she said that she didn't have a child, But now she remembered that she had a child. The voice was getting closer and closer, and walked to the curtain. This is the end of the corridor. She should return. Suli held her breath, hoping that she would return, and at the same time, Suli was ready for her to find herself. Suli had already taken out a pill, and stuffed it in her palm, ready to feed her at any time. Wula looked at the curtain, still babbling crazily, but in fact his eyes were full of playfulness. She likes to scare people for half a minute before attacking. Suddenly, it was quiet outside the curtain, and Wula didn't speak. Suli's whole body was extremely tense, and sweat broke out on her forehead. She suddenly felt dazed. Did she hear the footsteps leaving just now? Why was there no sound? Suli twisted the pill with her fingers. The long silence made her uneasy. It is impossible for a crazy mental patient to stay in one place quietly for a long time. It must be that I was so nervous that I didn't hear her footsteps leaving. Don't scare yourself. Suli tried to relax herself, but she would not open the curtains. Time passed little by little. Suli didn't notice that the lower edge of the blackout curtain swayed, and a snow-white hand reached in and slowly groped towards the windowsill where she was standing. Suli kept staring at the curtain in front of her, not looking down. Until the curtain swayed louder, Suli's pupils trembled, and a sound came from under her feet, which was a woman's sneer. Suli froze, and her head lowered stiffly. Hi. I found you. Under her feet, Wula squatted with his head raised and stared at her. His beautiful pale dead face, the death arc at the corner of his mouth, was a feeling of death and suffocation. Ah! Suli was so scared that she couldn't control her screaming. She wanted to run, but there was cold glass behind her. The narrow windowsill, one did not stand and fell forward, with the sound of the strips of cloth being torn, and the whole blackout curtain was torn off. Suli fell face first on the ground. Although there was a curtain under her body, her knees still hurt. She supported herself on the ground reflexively. The white pill fell, and the medicine bottle in her pocket slid to the far end of the corridor. The moonlight was bright, shining through the glass, even a little dazzling. Suli looked up again, and saw Wula sitting on the windowsill. Her long black hair was messy. She couldn't see her face clearly against the light. Who are you? Why are you in my house in the middle of the night? Did you hurt my child and husband? Wula shouted sharply. Suli supported herself on the ground and kept backing away. No, I didn't. I'm a guest. There have never been guests in my house. You are lying, you are a monster. You killed my husband and children. Wula suddenly rushed over like crazy. At the moment of contact, her skin was icy cold. As she got closer, Suli saw the corpse spots on her face. There was no hope. Suli hurriedly took out the props, but she was still a step too slow. Wula bit off her neck. Xiao Hei's trick was very effective. Girls, it's more beautiful to die like this. Wula wiped the blood splashed on Suli's chin. Suli didn't close her eyes until she died. It's beautiful with eyes open, but it's too dull to close your eyes. Wula laid Suli's body flat, and then pulled the curtains to cover her completely. After a while, a piece of the curtain was soaked with blood. Wula found the white pill from the curtain. She felt her whole body. There were no pockets on her skirt. Wula thought for a while, then directly tore open her collar, and threw the pill in. The pill was held in the underwear, so it wouldn't fall out. Wula licked the blood at the corner of her mouth, twisted her neck, and made a crackling sound of bones. She walked to the bottle of medicine, and kicked it away without hesitation. Wula laughed at the empty house. Ha ha, I killed the monster, Debao, Xiaobao. You don't have to be afraid, Mom killed the monster. Come out quickly, Mom is really worried about you. Where are you? She walked away crazily. A little black cat arched the edge of the curtain and crawled in, blood seeping through the entire curtain. All players heard Suli's cry, and then there was no sound of her, only the sound of her mother saying that she killed the monster. Suli died, and the mentally ill mother thought the guest was killed. Sun Qingyu suddenly understood why the eldest son said not to be found by his mother. Because the mother didn't know anyone at all, the mother would kill them. I don't know the guests, or NPCs. So the disappeared husband was also afraid of being killed by his wife. So he hid? Just like the rules, Mom is the biggest boss in this dungeon. Just as Sun Qingyu was thinking, she heard the movement in the kitchen next door. Sun Qingyu knew that Wang Bao was hiding in the kitchen. Wang Bao seemed to be going out. Sun Qingyu could have stayed in the basket without moving, but she couldn't help getting up. When she saw Wang Bao really coming out of the kitchen in the dark, she looked up at the direction of the second floor, and seemed eager to go up to the second floor. Sun Qingyu hurriedly said, Wang Bao, don't go up, hide. Wang Bao's eyes were red with anxiety. My sister is upstairs, Su Li is dead, and she will be the next one. Sun Qingyu, if you go up, you will die too. It is impossible for everything to go as you wish in the dungeon. You can live one by one. I am willing to die, and I would rather die with her. Wang Bao left after saying that. Wang Bao. Sun Qingyu called her in a low voice, not daring to speak loudly. Unable to call her back, Wang Bao was determined to go to the second floor to die. Wang Bao regretted very much now. She shouldn't have separated from her sister. Her sister must be very scared now. Every time they were in danger, the two of them stayed together, holding hands or hugging each other face to face. They hugged each other tightly. Even if they died in the next second, it seemed that they had no regrets. But now they were separated. Wang Bao couldn't accept it. She felt that they could die, but they had to die together. They couldn't be separated by a millimeter. They had to touch each other. Wang Bei entered a room. The room was very dark, but there was a faint fragrance. There was a crazy voice of her mother outside. Wang Bei didn't dare to hesitate and directly lifted the curtain and crawled under the bed. The floor under the bed was very cold. Wang Bei's elbows and knees hurt when she lay there. She didn't dare to move. When Su Li was screaming outside, Wang Bei was not much better. Because there were two cold little bodies lying on her back. One on the left and one on the right. The girl's voice came from both ears at the same time. Guess which side is the older sister, and which side is the younger sister? Chapter 161. Guess who is the elder sister, and who is the younger sister? This fatal question again. Wang Bei felt cold on both shoulders, as if two pieces of ice were lying on her shoulders. There was no sound of breathing. The twin sisters were ghosts. They had died long ago. Speak, who is the elder sister, and who is the younger sister? You are twin sisters like us. You must know us best. Guess quickly. The voices on both sides spoke at the same time, overlapping, as if one person was speaking. These two girls looked the same, had the same voice, not to mention lying on her shoulders now. Even if they stood in front of her, Wang Bei couldn't guess. Wang Bei gritted her teeth. She was ready to gamble. Anyway, she was ready to die, as long as her sister was alive. Wang Bei put her finger into her mouth, bit it hard, bit her hand and bled, then turned around instantly, grabbed one of the girls in the red skirt, and said, "You are sister? The one you grabbed is the younger sister." The door of the room suddenly opened, and Wang Bao rushed in from outside and shouted loudly. Wang Bao's voice interrupted Wang Bei's voice. Wang Bei was holding the cold cloth in her hand, and she could no longer feel the pain in her fingers. She stared blankly at Wang Bao, who rushed in from the door. Seeing clearly that it was Wang Bao, Wang Bei laughed happily. "Sister!" Seeing her sister, Wang Bei was very happy. She was smiling on her face, but her eyes were crying. She was so scared. She was scared from the moment they separated. She had never been separated from her sister before. Hee hee, ha ha ha. Suddenly, a little girl's laughter came from the side, eerie, and the laughter became louder and louder. The twin girls laughed and looked very happy. Wang Bei was so scared that she immediately let go of her hand, crawled out from under the bed, and rushed to Wang Bao. Wang Bao also ran up and hugged Wang Bei. "Bei, let's go." They ran to the door, but the door of the room slammed shut. The lights in the room turned on and off, flickering continuously, and the laughter of the twin girls surrounded them, everywhere. Wang Bei hugged her sister in fear. "What's going on?" Wang Bao bit his lip and didn't speak. Suddenly, the surroundings returned to silence, and the moonlight shone in from the window. In the dim room, two little girls crawled out from under the bed. While crawling, they said, "You guessed wrong, you guessed wrong, you guessed wrong, ha ha ha, so stupid." Wang Bei's mind was blank. She was cold all over, and could only stick to Wang Bao tightly. They were very close, and Wang Bei saw that Wang Bao didn't look very surprised. Wang Bei understood instantly. The elder sister is just like me. They are just guessing. She has long been prepared to be killed if she guesses wrong. The elder sister spoke before me, wanting to protect her. On the way upstairs, Wang Bao thought that the monster killing people on the second floor might be the father, mother, or eldest son, or the twin sisters in the happy family. Wang Bao didn't know where Wang Bei was hiding, and didn't know who the monster Wang Bei was facing was. But maybe it was the induction between the twins. She stood at the door of this room, and she felt that her sister was inside. And what kind of monster would be inside? Wang Bao thought of the twin girls almost instantly. Wang Bao couldn't see the situation inside the door, let alone hear the sound inside the door. But logic and intuition made her push the door and say that sentence. "Sister." When she saw Wang Bei holding one of the girls, Wang Bao continued to say, "The one you held is the sister." Wang Bao was talking nonsense. She just wanted to call sister, so she guessed sister. I guessed wrong, she didn't guess, can she go out? Wang Bao looked down at them. Her voice sounded very calm, but in fact the last word was trembling. And Wang Bei wanted to stop Wang Bao, but because of excessive shock, she couldn't make a sound. Big tears flowed down. Wang Bei could only hold Wang Bao's arm tightly, and didn't let go even after holding it out. Her mouth was open, and she was talking, but she lost her voice. No sister, don't. The twin girls raised their mouth corners strangely, suddenly rushed up, grabbed Wang Bao, pushed Wang Bei away, and they dragged Wang Bao under the bed instantly. No! Wang Bei shouted instantly, and hurriedly crawled in. The bed, which was only 1.5 meters wide, suddenly became dark and infinitely wide. Wang Bei saw Wang Bao being pulled by two girls, and she couldn't touch them no matter how she crawled forward. Sister, sister. Don't. Kill me. I'm willing to take her place. Please. Wang Bei screamed and cried. She saw Wang Bao being torn apart, and the bottom of the bed was covered with blood. The twin girls disappeared. Wang Bei crawled forward and finally touched Wang Bao's fingers, which were still warm. Wang Bao's face was covered with blood, and he tried to move his fingers, and made a pinky promise with Wang Bei. Pinky promise, we will never separate. Pinky promise, we will never separate. This is what they often said when they were young. Wang Bao died without closing his eyes, and he was always looking at Wang Bei. Sister. Wula stood in the corridor, and Xieja stood in the shadow and looked at her. Xieja asked her, Lulu, you look a little bored. Do you want to go in and appreciate the works of Air Bao and Sand Bao? They are very creative. Wula adjusted her skirt and smoothed her long black hair, saying, I remember they were always very naughty, and their favorite thing was to play tricks on the guests. Yes, they are very naughty to the guests, but they love you very much. You are their favorite mother. Wula turned around and ran her fingers through her hair. Husband, the child seems to have a nightmare. I go and see. Xieja narrowed his eyes and chuckled. Go. Wula pushed the door open and entered the house. In the dark, Xieja instantly walked to the bottom of the stairs, pulled a little boy out, pinched his neck, and pressed him to the ground. Ugh. The eldest son said horribly with a painful expression. Dad, I didn't talk to Mom. You just peeked at her. Did it look good? Xieja's eyes darkened, and he used his fingers to pinch the eldest son's neck directly. The eldest son stared at him with wide eyes. Xieja, Mom can only belong to Dad. Baby, I seem to hear you crying. What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Wula shouted gently, but there was no expression on his face. Wula saw the twin girls standing in the corner of the room. They were very excited when they saw Wula, and were about to rush over to ask for a hug. Wula suddenly smiled and said with his mouth, Mom will make you a midnight snack. The twin girls' faces suddenly changed, and they disappeared into the darkness in an instant. Wang Bei was crying under the bed. When she heard the mother's voice, the blood and corpse in front of her disappeared, and her sister disappeared. Wang Bei fumbled around in a hurry. Sister, sister, why are you gone? The bed bottom was so small, it was completely empty. Suddenly, a pair of beautiful gray-white feet without shoes stood by the bed, and then the person bent down to the extreme, with his face under the bed. Baby, how did you fall under the bed? Wula reached out to her. Come, Mommy will pull you out. Chapter 162. Wula reached under the bed to pull Wang Bei. Wang Bei hid in fear at first, but then she suddenly thought of something, and reached out with trembling hands, placing them in Wu Li's palm. It felt cold, like touching ice cubes. Wula dragged Wang Bei out from under the bed with a little force, then lifted her up and stood her up, tidying up her hair and clothes. What happened? Why did you get under the bed? Wula asked casually. When she called him baby just now, her face was full of maternal radiance and gentle tone, but now Wula became casual. Wang Bei asked tentatively, Who am I? Wula raised her eyes, with a little excitement in her eyes, as if she had found a suitable playmate. You are my daughter, Bebe. I am your third daughter, Bebe. What third daughter? How can you be the third? I only have two children, a brother and a sister, and you are the sister. Wula touched Wang Bei's hair. Are you dreaming and confused? Wang Bei's brain was spinning rapidly. This mother had a mental illness, but it was definitely not a paranoid mental illness, more like a delusion. So the paranoid mental illness was another person. I have a twin sister. What's her name? Wang Bei asked. Wula said strangely, You don't have a sister, baby. Don't scare your mother. What's wrong with you? Wula suddenly hugged Wang Bei, and Wang Bei was so scared that she pushed her reflexively. After being pushed away, Wula looked at her with a sad face. Wang Bei stiffened and said, I'm fine. Did you have a nightmare? No. She couldn't answer that she had a nightmare, because she didn't have a nightmare, and she couldn't lie to her mother, which would violate the invisible rule. I can follow her words, but I can't call her mom because she is not her daughter. The death of her sister made Wang Bei's mind become extremely clear. She must cherish her life and live. I'm fine. I'm so sleepy now. Wang Bei yawned and rubbed her red eyes. Wang Bei wanted to send her away, but Wu Lu saw it. The identity card told Wu Lu to leave, but Wu Lu deliberately didn't leave. You seem to be scared by something. Mom will sleep with you here. Don't be afraid, Wu Lu said and pushed her to the bed. Wang Bei was forced to lie on the bed, covered with a quilt, and there was an NPC lying beside her. Wang Bei didn't know what to do. At this time, footsteps came from the door, and Sun Qingyu quietly pushed the door in with a recorder. Sun Qingyu turned on the light with a snap. Wang Bei was stabbed in the eye by the light, and raised her hand to cover it. Wu Lu lay calmly on the bed, quietly waiting for Sun Qingyu's next step. She is a qualified horror NPC. Since humans have found the rules, she can't continue to embarrass them. After all, not only humans have to abide by the rules, NPCs also have to abide by the identity card information. Wang Bei was surprised to see Sun Qingyu. Why are you here? Sun Qingyu said nothing, picked up the recorder, pressed the button with her hand, and with a click, the recorder came out of the recorder with a song that only mothers in the world can sing. The song is beautiful, and the woman singing has a gentle voice. Listen carefully, this song is very similar to Wu Li's voice. The voice is similar, but the feeling is completely different. One is a gentle mother, and the other is sick and changeable. Wu Lu immediately covered his ears, and the next second he sat up and glared at her. You disturbed my sleep. Sun Qingyu turned off the recorder. Wu Lu looked confused. Sun Qingyu turned on the recorder again, and the song sounded. Wu Lu became very irritable again, and even rushed directly to Sun Qingyu. Sun Qingyu hid with the recorder, turned off the song, and turned it on again. This time when the song sounded, Wu Lu calmed down, just stood there quietly covering his head. The whole room was only the song of the recorder, and Sun Qingyu turned it off after the song was finished. The room was bright, and Wu Lu stood there covering his head without saying a word. Wang Bei got off the bed and ran to Sun Qingyu. What's going on? This song is the key, but every time the song sounds, it opens a blind box, which will stimulate her different reactions. The player has heard the recorder ring several times since entering this house. Every time it sounds, this mother will become different. At first, she ate breakfast normally, and then suddenly killed the player crazily. After killing the player, she suddenly forgot that she had a child, and then suddenly started looking for the child. It started to get brighter outside the window. Sun Qingyu was delighted. Time is moving, the day is about to dawn. Wang Bei didn't understand. Sun Qingyu explained, when mom goes crazy, the sky will be dark, and when mom becomes normal, the sky will be bright. This family has always revolved around mom. Sun Qingyu looked around. Only Wang Bei was there. Wang Bao was gone. She'd probably guessed what was going on. Sun Qingyu heard Wang Bei's crying downstairs. Sun Qingyu was not sure if the twin sisters could survive. When they died, she would be the next to die. Sun Qingyu pushed all the logic downstairs, and decided to bring the recorder upstairs to try it out. Fortunately, her guess was correct. The mother should have delusions, and there is someone else with paranoid psychosis. I also suspect that there are no twin daughters at all, but a daughter with schizophrenia. Wang Bei also told the clues she got. Then the only paranoid psychosis is the father, and the eldest son. Sun Qingyu thought, the eldest son seems to be very afraid of the father. When the father goes downstairs, he hides immediately. He only appears when the mother is around. Wang Bei, it would be great if we could talk to the eldest son. Sun Qingyu, then let's go find him. There are only 2 of them left, and the current situation is very passive. They can only take the initiative. Wu Lu sat quietly by the bed, in a daze. She just wanted to hear what these 2 idiots would do. Her eldest son is the best at hiding in the family, so it's a bit difficult to find him. Sun Qingyu walked carefully to Wu Lu and asked, how are you? Are you feeling unwell? Do you have any medicine you usually take? We get it for you. Wu Lu looked up. Thank you, I'm just a little dizzy. I'm not sick and don't usually take medicine. Don't usually take medicine? Why are you in my daughter's room so early? Wu Lu asked curiously. Is this the room of your twin daughters? I only have one daughter. What are you talking about? Wang Bei's eyes lit up. Guessed it right. There have never been sisters, only one girl with 2 personalities. So from the beginning, the game of asking about sisters and younger sisters was just a joke. Just a prank by that girl, a gimmick to kill people. Wang Bei pinched her palm tightly. We came here when we heard the sound. Sun Qingyu replied. Wula touched her head and stood up strangely, muttering, Did I sleepwalk last night? I go upstairs to ask my husband. 2 guests, you can do whatever you want. She walked away in a daze. As soon as Wula reached the dark staircase on the 3rd floor, a big hand grabbed her. Good morning, my dear. Xieja, you are really boring. Because my focus is only on you, I love you. Can you get rid of those 2 humans as soon as possible, so that we can live in a world of 2 people? A fight between the 2? Wula raised her eyelashes slightly, with a provocative smile in her eyes. Chapter 163. The little black cat squeezed in from the window, and rubbed against Wu Li's legs. Xieja looked down. When did you raise a cat? A wild cat. It's not hers. Then throw it out. Ahem, Lele, I'm allergic to cat hair. Xieja covered his nose, his eyelids drooped, looking a little uncomfortable. He didn't like cats. The little black cat rubbing against Wula suddenly stopped and stared at him. Wulu was puzzled. You are allergic to cat hair. Why don't I remember it? She squatted down, and the little black cat immediately jumped onto her arm, with its tail raised high and shaking slowly. Xieja looked depressed when he saw this. There are too many things you can't remember after you got sick. You even forgot that you love me. The plot of the copy is like this. Wula felt that as a mental patient, it was already amazing to be able to talk to Xieja quietly. According to the information on the ID card, she should fight with Xieja at any time. Wula glanced at Xieja's face. He was a pretty colleague. It felt good to hit him, or talk to him quietly. Wula couldn't feel her husband's love. She only knew that this was a dungeon plot. Xieja looked pitiful. With the cat around, he couldn't help coughing. His pretty hands half covered his mouth and nose, and he looked a little sick. It would be fine if he just kept his distance, but he insisted on standing here, close to her and Xiao He. Wula had no choice but to open the window next to her. Xiao He immediately hooked his claws on Wu Li's clothes. Meow. Be good, loosen your claws, don't tear my skirt. Meow. As soon as Xiao He loosened his claws, Wula threw it out, adding a sentence, You have nothing to do with it. You are just a bug. She was a psychopath, and couldn't remember too many things, but she knew that there couldn't be Xiao He in the dungeon plot, and allergies to cat hair were all lies. 1 second she lost the cat, and the next second she went crazy and killed Xieja. Whatever she did was in line with her identity card. Xieja led her directly to the 3rd floor. Lulu, couples should quarrel behind closed doors, and don't let children and outsiders see it. His movement speed was almost instantaneous. Wulu was too lazy to walk up the stairs, so he climbed up the stairs quickly like a gecko. But he still let Xieja go into the bedroom first. Wulu smashed the door with his fist and pounced on him. Xieja was thrown to the carpet, and he rolled over and pressed Wulu under him, then lowered his head and kissed her. Wulu was stunned, and a very bitter pill came into her mouth. Xieja touched her neck and swallowed it reflexively. After taking the medicine, Wuli's restlessness and murderous intentions calmed down. She was especially calm, and she was not moved by the man's beautiful face. Wulu lay quietly on the carpet, muttering, You took my medicine, and humanity is finished. No one can disturb our family's life. I have tolerated those guests for a long time. Xieja tidied Wuli's messy skirt and hair, carried her to the bed, and said, Wife, take a good rest after taking the medicine. I will go to entertain the guests. Wulu was too lazy to talk, so she just blinked. Sun Qingyu and Wang Bei searched the 1st floor, but did not see the eldest son and the girl. Only the sound of fighting came from the 3rd floor, and the 2 chose to ignore it, and did not dare to go upstairs. Wang Bei, according to our calculations, this family is mentally ill, and the eldest son may be a little more normal. Sun Qingyu, the noise upstairs is probably their internal fighting. We'd be sending ourselves to death if we go up there. It was already dawn when we couldn't find the eldest son. Sun Qingyu suddenly thought, Wait in the kitchen. What do you mean? Will he appear in the kitchen? Yes, the eldest son will make breakfast for the guests. This family is very regular. Today must be the same as yesterday. They just need to wait in the kitchen. The 2 of them were lying in ambush in the kitchen. The sky was getting brighter and brighter, and the light shone into the kitchen counter from the window. It was very bright outside, and Wang Bei couldn't help but look at it a few more times. If only we could go down the mountain directly. If it's an escape copy, we can go down the mountain now. I hate copies that need to be decrypted the most. Wang Bei muttered. Sun Qingyu turned his head to look at her. At first glance, he thought it was Wang Bao. They really looked exactly the same. What copy do you like? She said. You asked this question. I don't like any copy. I want to go home. Wang Bei pulled the corner of her mouth and smiled, but she still answered, survival copy, no need to decrypt, just try to survive, let others be scapegoats, my sister and I can survive to the end, we survived in this way before. Sun Qingyu was not surprised to hear this. In the horror game, there are many such players. The mirror was wiped clear. With a trace of reflection, Wang Bei saw half a blurry face, her face. Wang Bei's mouth moved slightly, sister. The shadow of the tree outside the window swayed. Wang Bei looked closely, and her lips turned pale in an instant. Look, is there a body hanging on the tree outside? Sun Qingyu looked closer to the window. Zhao Bao's body. Zhao Bao went down the mountain alone, but he didn't even go out of the villa gate. He died directly in the yard. His body was hung on a tree. There was a pool of blood under the tree. Some parts were still broken, as if they had been eaten by something. This further verified that they couldn't go down the mountain rashly. The chance to get out of the copy has always been in this family. Sun Qingyu opened the refrigerator and took a look. It was clean. There was even no smell of meat in the refrigerator. There were only bread, jam, and some fresh vegetables. Wang Bei, the weirdness disappeared. Yeah. The two hid and waited quietly. There was a noise from the second floor. Someone came downstairs. You were a little noisy last night, and Dad was angry. No, he was angry that you peeked at Mom. I heard the sound of your neck being twisted, The little girl made fun of her brother. The brother didn't have any expression, but his temperament was gloomy. Obviously, he was not a good person. Next time, don't hide under the bed. The sound of chopping meat in the middle of the night is really noisy. You? The little girl was so angry that her eyes widened. You must have told me. You wanted me dead for a long time. Snort. The eldest son turned and went downstairs. Their conversation was not loud, but the house was too quiet, and both of them in the kitchen heard it. Sun Qingyu and Wang Bei exchanged glances. The brother and sister were not getting along, and they both wanted the other to die. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and suddenly he stopped at the kitchen door. The two players inside were worried. Before they went in, they smelled the smell of humans, which was very smelly and disgusting. The eldest son looked disgusted, but then he looked well-behaved and sensible, and pushed open the kitchen door. As soon as he entered, two figures rushed out. In an instant, an iron chain tied him up. The eldest son struggled hard, but couldn't get free at all. This is a prop that Sun Qingyu bought at a high price. It can bind monsters for half an hour, and it will break after half an hour. This half an hour should be enough. What are you doing? The eldest son looked panicked. Chapter 164. Sun Qingyu was afraid that he would scream, so she covered his mouth with her hand. Wang Bei said, You are not living well in this family, right? Dad is hostile to you, your sister always excludes you, and your mother is sick, sometimes better, and sometimes worse. Your situation must be very difficult. We can help you leave this family, and find a better family to raise you. The name of the copy is a happy family, but this is obviously a family of mental patients. Sun Qingyu looks and speaks aggressively, while Wang Bei is younger, and is usually protected by Wang Bao. She is used to speaking softly, so it is most appropriate for Wang Bei to guide this NPC. The eldest son did not speak, but his expression was obviously a little wrong. Wang Bei continued, What happened that day? You were very scared at that time, tell us, we can help you. The eldest son's skin suddenly turned pale, and Sun Qingyu felt the cold and stiff skin under her hand, and she immediately moved her hand away. I'm already dead, what can you do for me? Sun Qingyu, the time here keeps repeating the day you died. Maybe if you change something, you will have a different ending. The eldest son was a little surprised. You actually guessed it. Sun Qingyu, the clothes in the dirty laundry basket haven't changed for 2 days. The clothes you are wearing now are the same as those you wore yesterday morning, and the time you entered the kitchen is the same as yesterday. So she boldly guessed that they have been repeating the day when the tragedy happened. The player needs to know the truth of that day to break the ending of their whole family's death. Don't expect to get the whole story from a scary NPC, but you can trick him and get the truth from his reaction. Sun Qingyu deliberately said, Mom always forgets that she is sick, so the family needs to secretly give her medicine. You are responsible for making breakfast, so you are responsible for the medicine? But you hate your sister and want to kill her, so you deliberately didn't let Mom take the medicine. You let Mom kill your sister, you are so bad. The eldest son's eyes widened, and he shouted anxiously, No, I didn't. It was my sister. She didn't give Mom the medicine. I didn't see it at the time. I was afraid of Dad. I hid in the laundry room and didn't know anything. Wang Bei was delighted and asked, "Is this Mom's medicine?" She had a few white tablets in her hand, one of which was covered with dust, obviously picked up from the ground. "This is the medicine that Su Li scattered on the ground when she died." Wang Bei picked up a few tablets. The eldest son took a look and said, "I can't tell them apart. They are all white medicine." "Oh, that means there is another sick person in this family besides Mom." "Who is it?" "It's Dad." It can be seen that the eldest son doesn't like his father. He answered very straightforwardly. Sun Qingyu always felt something was wrong. Fortunately, Wang Bei reacted, "My sister is also sick, with split personality, and her pills are also white." "Are you lying? Is this my sister's medicine?" The eldest son suddenly became quiet, and after a long silence, he whispered, "I'm not doing well at all. Help me, I want to leave this house." "Whose medicine is this?" "I can't tell without the bottle." "Where are the other medicines?" "I don't know, Dad hid them last night." "Sun Qingyu, loosen the chain, make breakfast, we be back soon." Sun Qingyu pulled Wang Bei out. "We now roughly know the truth. As long as we let them take the right medicine at breakfast, we can prevent everything from happening today. But now, we don't have medicine, what should we do?" "Look for it, there is still time before breakfast." Wang Bei silently said in her heart, "Sister, bless me, I must find other medicine." As soon as I went up to the second floor, I heard the sound of girls laughing in the room. There were two voices, and they were talking. "Sister, I'm so hungry." "Stupid brother is making breakfast, don't worry, we will go downstairs later." "Okay." If it was yesterday, they would definitely think that there was a pair of twin sisters in the room when they stood at the door. But now they know that there is only a little girl in the room, who is a patient with schizophrenia and has a very bad personality. Sick people will definitely keep medicine with them, and the medicine is in the room. Knock, knock, knock. Sun Qingyu knocked on the door, and it became quiet inside instantly. The door slowly opened a crack, and a lovely face appeared behind the door. She asked with a smile, "What does the guest need?" "Your brother is looking for you. He is in the kitchen." "What does he want from me?" She didn't understand, but still opened the door and walked out alone, holding the air beside her, and said to the air, "Sister, guess what he wants from us?" She went downstairs talking to herself. Wang Bei, who was hiding in another room, came out, and the two of them went into the girl's room together. When she walked into this room, Wang Bei found that she couldn't calm down at all. She couldn't help looking under the bed, and she seemed to always hear Wang Bao's voice in her ears. Suddenly a hand was placed on her shoulder. Wang Bei turned around and saw Sun Qingyu's comforting eyes. "You have to live. This is Wang Bao's wish." "I know. I look for the bedside, you go to the bathroom." "Okay." Sun Qingyu opened the drawer of the bedside table, searched carefully, and laid down to look under the bed. Wang Bei glanced at her and turned into the bathroom. As soon as she entered the bathroom, she was facing the wash mirror. When she saw the face in the mirror, Wang Bei was stunned. She knew it was herself, but she couldn't help wanting to see Wang Bao through the mirror. "If I die, you can look in the mirror and miss me, sister." When she said this, Wang Bei felt that she would die. From childhood to adulthood, Wang Bao was smarter and braver than her. From the beginning of the horror tour, Wang Bei felt that she would definitely die before Wang Bao, so she said that sentence. But unexpectedly, God played a huge joke on her. Wang Bei stroked the mirror's face. "The cold mirror, sister, now I am looking at myself and missing you." She wanted to see Wang Bao's smile, so she smiled herself. "Sister, your smile is so ugly, like crying, smile again." This time the person in the mirror smiled more beautifully, and wrinkled his nose. Wang Bei was stunned. She was sure that she did not wrinkle her nose. And wrinkling her nose when smiling was Wang Bao's habitual expression. "Sister?" Wang Bao in the mirror was smiling, wrinkling his nose and teasing her. But soon, a little girl's face appeared behind Wang Bao in the mirror. It was the monster. The little girl grabbed Wang Bao's neck and said, "If you are killed by me, you can reunite with your sister." Wang Bei's eyes were blank, and she murmured, "Reunion, reunion with sister." Sun Qingyu rushed in anxiously, and covered Wang Bei's eyes with her hands. "Don't look in the mirror, it's all fake." Chapter 165. The bathroom is so small that the search should be quick, but there was no movement after Wang Bei went in. Sun Qingyu had a hunch that something was wrong, and he rushed in and saw Wang Bei staring at the mirror. Wang Bei's face was reflected in the mirror, but her expression was completely different. It was not Wang Bao, it was the weird copy. Sun Qingyu immediately covered Wang Bei's eyes, dragged her out of the bathroom, and kept waking her up. Don't listen to the person in the mirror, they are all fake, that's not your sister, that's a monster, wake up. Wang Bei staggered, and Sun Qingyu couldn't hold her up, and the two fell directly to the ground. They also broke the table lamp next to them. The glass flower table lamp shattered, and there were fragments all over the floor, and a bottle of medicine rolled out from it. Sun Qingyu was stunned for a moment, then quickly picked up the medicine and said excitedly, "We are so lucky, your sister is really blessing us." Wang Bei came back to his senses and said slowly, "Sister is blessing me." Wang Bei, cheer up a little, don't look in the mirror, this whole room is weird, we will soon be out of the copy, hold on. Sun Qingyu tried his best to comfort Wang Bei. Sun Qingyu couldn't understand the pain of losing a loved one, so he could only try his best to comfort the other party. This must be the little girl's medicine. She hid the medicine in the lamp. She must not have taken the medicine. She doesn't want to take the medicine. The patient hides the medicine to avoid his illness. 3 spirits, we only have 2 medicines now. What should we do? Wang Bei cheered up. Sun Qingyu, I can only gamble. This is for the little girl, and the pills in your hand. For Mom. Wang Bei, what about Dad? Sun Qingyu, in the morning, the eldest son went downstairs to make breakfast for the whole family, and the younger sister prepared medicine for the mother for breakfast, but the younger sister was naughty and deliberately did not prepare medicine for the mother, causing the mother to fall ill and kill the father, and then kill the younger sister and the eldest son. She woke up and knew the truth and committed suicide. Wang Bei listened and nodded, but was still worried. These are just our inferences, not completely certain. Sun Qingyu, it's almost certain. This tape recorder should belong to the eldest son, and the song is sung by the mother. He wanted to play this song to wake up the mother, but the effect was not good, and the mother still killed him. When the two went out, Wang Bei suddenly asked, "How do you judge that the father was the first to be killed?" Sun Qingyu, he was too quiet, he didn't do anything to the guests, he only had his eyes on his wife. His wife didn't take the medicine and went crazy, he must be the first to rush to stop it, so he should be the first to be killed. Wang Bei, Wang Bei was still uneasy. But now they have no other way. Wang Bei, I have a lot of pills in my hand, give them to both Dad and Mom, it's safe. Sun Qingyu agreed. Even if one person takes the wrong medicine, at least one person must take the right one. One less madman means one less killer monster. Siege stood in the dark and listened to their conversation, his eyes were cold. Soon, these humans will disappear. He doesn't like to be disturbed, humans are too noisy. As long as he doesn't agree, then humans can't pass the level. These humans attracted Leilei's attention, and made her always go downstairs, which he didn't like. The eldest son was preparing breakfast in the kitchen, and footsteps came from upstairs. Sure enough, he hid in the laundry room again. The male owner came down, and Siege walked out coldly with long legs without looking sideways. Every time Siege appeared, Sun Qingyu and Wang Bei would be attracted by his appearance, and then couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts, he was so handsome. Why is a monster in a horror game copy designed with such a good-looking skin? Not only is the male owner good-looking, but the female owner is also good-looking, and the children are also good-looking. This family is too good-looking. The good-looking appearance seems to have nothing to do with the plot of the copy. The plot of the copy just needs a family of mental illness. Players don't quite understand this setting of horror games. Even Sun Qingyu has an abstract idea in his heart. Is it to let the players feast their eyes before they die? Ridiculous. Siege doesn't like human eyes, so he looked back. The monster's eyes are suffocating and terrifying. Even with human appearance, it still spreads the feeling that makes humans terrified. Sure enough, Sun Qingyu and Wang Bei turned pale in an instant, and dared not look at him again. At that glance, they felt that they were dead, no different from the corpse hanging outside the house. Sun Qingyu couldn't help rubbing his arms, and pinching his flesh. Only when he felt the temperature and pain would he feel alive. Siege went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast for himself and his mother. The little girl came out from nowhere, and poured 7 glasses of milk on the table. Coward brother, come out, Dad is in a good mood today. She walked to the door of the laundry room and said. The eldest son came out from inside, his eyes were a little timid, and he looked at the 2 players for help. The little girl followed his line of sight, and said with a smile, You still love to act. Is this how you usually attract Mom's attention? No wonder Dad hates you so much. I'm your brother, you have to respect me. Mom doesn't like you because you're impolite. The eldest son said calmly. You're talking nonsense. Mom obviously likes me the most. The little girl was anxious and yelled at him, but suddenly, she saw Siege coming out of the kitchen. She turned around in fear and said, Mom loves Dad the most, and I'm her favorite child, Siaja came out with food and said, Mom is not feeling well today, so she won't come down to have breakfast together. The plot has changed. Isn't it the same day? Wang Bei looked at Sun Qingyu with a pale face, and Sun Qingyu was at a loss. All the evidence clearly pointed to that day. What happened? The brother and sister were arguing just now, but they didn't argue before. The milk poured by the sister. Did the boss put medicine in the milk? It's unknown. Sun Qingyu said boldly, Madam, are you feeling unwell? Do you need to see a doctor? Breakfast is very important. Why don't you eat and then rest? Siaja frowned. He was about to take up breakfast upstairs. Unexpectedly, a red figure appeared at the stairs. Wula came down. Wula smiled grimly and said, the family should have breakfast together. Husband, have you forgotten? This is the copy rule. Not only humans should abide by it, but monsters should also try to abide by it. She didn't want to abide by it because she had self-awareness, but what about Siaja? Siaja was very strange. He seemed to have consciousness too. She seemed to have met her own kind, but Siaja didn't seem to be as clear-headed as her. Chapter 166. Siaja wanted to break the rules of the copy, so Wula wanted to go against him to see how he would react. She thought they would fight back, but Siaja didn't react at all and just went along with her. Lulu, aren't you still sleepy? Why did you come down? You didn't even put on a coat. It's cold in the morning. Siaja walked to her side, took off his knitted coat, and covered Wulu with it, and even hugged her shoulders and kissed her cheek. The couple looked very loving. At least the male owner loved the female owner very much. When the mother appeared, the two children's eyes were glued to her, and they even ran over. The eldest son and daughter both called her mom obediently. Were you naughty again last night? I heard your voices in the middle of the night. Wula asked with a smile, reaching out and pinching the son and daughter's cheeks. Siaja instantly became gloomy, and looked at the children with murderous eyes. Sun Qingyu and Wang Bei saw this scene clearly. The male protagonist also hates children. So, was the child really killed by the crazy mother? While they were talking, Sun Qingyu quietly put the medicine into the milk cup. Wang Bei blocked them in front. They counted the milk on the table, 7 cups. Is it too much? There are only 5 of them. Mom, my brother was running around at home last night, making me unable to sleep. The little girl complained. The eldest son immediately explained, I didn't, it was her who kept talking to herself in the middle of the night. She was too noisy, I went to remind her, and she was still angry with me. Wulu was about to reply, but Siaja interrupted. Okay, Mom is not feeling well, don't bother her, tell me if there is anything after breakfast. Hearing this, the two children fell silent instantly. Wulu, don't scare the children. Okay, don't keep the guests waiting for too long. Let's all sit down and eat. The family came to the dining table. Wang Bei and Sun Qingyu stared at the 3 cups of drugged milk. Seeing that their seats were still the same as yesterday, they were relieved instantly. It's just that there are 2 cups of milk in front of the little girl, and only 1 cup is drugged. What if she didn't drink that cup? Guests don't stand. Sit down. Sorry to keep you waiting for so long. Wula greeted. She really doesn't look like a mother at all. She still speaks like a girl and smiles beautifully, but she always gives people a chilling feeling. Is it because her eyes are too big? Dark, the corners of her mouth are neither up nor down, revealing a weirdness. After Wang Bei sat down, she found that there were 2 cups of milk in front of her. Why do I have 2 cups? Wang Bei blurted out. The little girl on the opposite side held her face and said with a smile, 1 cup for each person, and the other cup is for your sister. Wang Bei's face instantly became pale, and she clenched her fingers into fists, staring at the girl on the opposite side. Sun Qingyu quickly grabbed Wang Bei's hand, and she had to calm down. Wang Bei gritted her teeth and retorted, Then why do you have 2 cups? You are so stupid, of course I like to drink 2 cups. 1 for my sister, 1 for my younger sister, I am the older sister he. The little girl gathered the 2 cups of milk in front of her. The eldest son smiled and said, She often does this, don't mind it. Then the family ate quietly. The hostess seemed to like drinking milk very much, and she didn't touch the bread and bacon, and kept holding the milk and drinking it. The little girl was even more greedy. She drank 2 cups of milk, 1 sip from each cup, and the other cup, with a circle of milk foam hanging around her mouth. Only the male host didn't drink. Sun Qingyu and Wang Bei were very nervous. They were obviously very hungry, but they had no intention of eating breakfast. They kept looking at the male host. Wulu looked up. Don't you like today's breakfast? You didn't eat anything? The eldest son immediately said, What breakfast do the guests like? I prepare 2 more. No need, it's delicious. In fact, this milk feels very pure after a sip. Sun Qingyu immediately drank a big mouthful of milk. Wu Lu, it's good if you like it. I hate drinking milk. I like drinking coffee, but my husband won't let me drink it. Alas. One of the rules is not to drink coffee with your mother, and refuse your mother's coffee invitation. It's because the male host doesn't allow the hostess to drink coffee. Why? Sun Qingyu immediately thought that coffee and tea would affect the efficacy of the medicine, and mental patients should drink less coffee. Sun Qingyu gradually felt something was wrong. This family seems to revolve around the mother, but to be precise, the father is more like a behind-the-scenes manipulator, lurking in the dark. Just when the atmosphere was subtle, Xieja picked up the milk and drank a sip under the nervous gaze of the players. Success, all 3 NPCs took the medicine. Although some people might take the wrong medicine, today's tragedy should be avoided by more than half. Just when Sun Qingyu and Wang Bei were looking forward to it, Wu Lu suddenly made a painful sound. She covered her head. Husband, I feel dizzy. Chapter 167. Xieja looked at the player with eyes that were like looking at the animals at the bottom of the food chain, full of contempt and indifference. Sun Qingyu froze in place. She found that she couldn't move. The hostess was still cutting the meat in her hand. She seemed to have no idea what it was. Sun Qingyu understood everything at this moment. Dad was at the top of the food chain in this family. He hated children, wanted to kill the eldest son, who was also a male, and disliked the noisy little daughter. So, it was not that the eldest son changed the mother's medicine, nor that the little daughter did not give the mother medicine, but that the father gave the mother his own medicine. That morning, the father put his own pills in the mother's milk, hid the mother's medicine, and tore up the medical records. He was crazy. He wanted to kill everyone who prevented him and his wife from being alone, whether it was a child or a guest. Wu Lu handled the meat in her hand with a smile on her face. Maybe she heard the heavy breathing. She turned around and saw Sun Qingyu at a glance. Wu Lu even greeted him. Guest, why are you standing here so late? Are you hungry? I make you a midnight snack, fried lamb chops? Lamb. Sun Qingyu vomited instantly, and she turned and ran away. Wu Lu looked puzzled. What's wrong with her? Nothing, I go check on her later. Xieja took Wu Lu to wash her hands, washed her hands carefully, and then said, you go upstairs to rest first. I come to you after I clean the kitchen. Okay. She had nothing else to do next, and Wu Lu went upstairs humming a song. Xieja cleaned the kitchen carefully, leaving no blood stains. He stuffed all the remaining meat into the refrigerator, and when he closed the door he said, someone will come to deliver a new refrigerator tomorrow, and I have someone take the old refrigerator to the garbage station and burn it. An arm in the refrigerator was still moving, as if protesting. Xieja went to the laundry room again. In the dirty clothes basket was his eldest son, who was suffocated to death. He covered the body with clothes. Goodbye. Next, it was time to deal with the most annoying human. Xieja looked around and finally came to the entrance. In the corner of the big vase, Sun Qingyu was hiding there trembling. I don't want to break the vase. You'd better come out by yourself, Xieja said disdainfully. Sun Qingyu hid behind the vase and didn't dare to move. She knew she was going to die. Why did you do this? They are your children. Your wife likes children very much. If you induce her to kill them with her own hands, she will definitely hate you when she wakes up. She doesn't like children. She only likes me. She just dealt with 2 lambs. How could she hate me? Xieja reached out to tidy up the small ornaments on the shoe cabinet. When he took it in his hand, he found that it was a small ceramic black cat. His face suddenly became gloomy. Xieja threw the ceramic black cat out and smashed it hard on the vase in front of Sun Qingyu. There was a loud noise, the vase broke, and Sun Qingyu screamed in fear, and at the same time she mustered up the courage to rush out. Sun Qingyu immediately used the props, and a chain was thrown out in the dark, tying up Xieja. This prop can only tie up monsters for half an hour, and it has already tied up the eldest son before, and the time limit is only about 10 minutes. Even if Xieja was tied up, Sun Qingyu didn't dare to approach him. The entrance is a narrow corridor. Except for the door behind, you can only go past Xieja to enter the living room. Xieja's dark eyes drooped gloomily, and the atmosphere was dead. He was not angry, nor did he struggle. Instead, this made Sun Qingyu even more frightened. Where is your wife's medicine? Her illness is very serious. If she doesn't take the medicine, she will go completely crazy sooner or later. Can you bear to see her like that? I will kill her before she goes crazy, and then commit suicide. We can lie in the same bed and rot, our flesh and blood melt together, and we will stick together forever. Siege mouth corners slightly raised, and he became more and more excited as he spoke. You crazy monster! Sun Qingyu couldn't help but curse, then mustered up the courage and quickly passed by him. The moment her shoulders crossed, Sun Qingyu's neck tightened, the picture turned, and she was thrown to the ground fiercely. The next second, her neck hurt sharply. With a click, Sun Qingyu found herself lying on the ground, but her eyes were looking at the ceiling. Her neck was broken and turned directly upside down. Siege stood up from the ground and shook his long legs lightly. There were some wrinkles on the pants of his home clothes. His upper body and hands were tied, but his legs were still movable, so it was easy for him to strangle a player with his legs in midair. And Siege studied the chains on his body, and gently stroked them with his fingers, and the chains loosened instantly. Siege took off the props. Humans don't think that they can trap the weirdness like this, right? It may work for ordinary people, but it doesn't work for him. As long as he wants, humans will have no living space. He is not Lele, who is playful. Lele is willing to give humans time, and even play friendly dungeon games with humans. Siege went upstairs with the chains. In the bedroom on the third floor, Wulu didn't expect that this little girl was so bold that she dared to break in here. Wang Bei held a knife in her hand, and looked at the beautiful hostess tremblingly. Wang Bei wanted to hide in the guest room, and hide there forever. But she still wanted to pray for a little hope. The male host was very quiet, but he looked like a monster who killed people without blinking an eye. Instead, the hostess might have hope. Sometimes Wang Bei even suspected that the hostess was not crazy at all. She was just acting and playing tricks on the players. A terrifying monster that could kill the players at any time, but she was evil, and liked to watch the players struggle step by step, and finally reach a dead end. Mom took Dad's medicine, and went completely crazy. The ending of this family did not change, and the players failed to pass the level. The ending waiting for the players was only to be strangled one by one. Wang Bei was eager for a little hope of life, so she secretly came to the third floor to wait. Sister Bless, she waited for the hostess, not the male host. Wang Bei doubled the knife in her hand, but the whole person was still trembling. Wang Bei cried and said, "Please, let me leave here alive, please." What a ridiculous thing to say. Wulu hugged his arms, and couldn't help but bent over and laughed. His shoulders were shaking with a sharp laugh. You have no chance. You beg me. We are not the same kind. Why should I let you go? You humans won't let humans go. Do you still expect me to let you go? Wang Bei, you can ask me to do anything. I just want to leave alive. I know I can't get your medicine. I can't deal with you or your husband. Please. Wu Le has seen players begging for him. Many players will beg for mercy when they die. It's just that Wang Bei's begging is particularly serious. To show respect, Wu Li's expression became serious and said, "Baby, I allow you to choose the way you want to die. Tell me, how do you want to die?" Wang Bei's face was pale, tears kept flowing from her eyes, and her expression was frozen. "I don't want to die, my sister wants me to live." "No, you are not qualified to choose not to die. Please." Wu Li frowned. She didn't like talking to this human being. It was too long-winded. Then die the same way as your sister. Although it hurts a little, you can experience the same feelings as her. I will entangle your bodies together, just like you were in your mother's belly. Wu Li felt better and better as he spoke. Wang Bei closed her eyes in despair. She comforted herself for the last time. This was also good. You must tie me and my sister together. This was her last words. Yes. Wu Li always kept her word. She killed Wang Bei, dragged the body to the room on the second floor, then squatted down and pulled out Wang Bao's body from under the bed. Now you are reunited, sleep well, two little darlings. Wang Bao and Wang Bei's hands and feet were entangled together, hugging each other. Wu Lu also found a red rope and tied it around their waists, like an umbilical cord. After arranging them nicely, Wu Lu pushed them back under the bed. Your flesh and blood will melt together, and you will be together forever. Wu Lu blessed. In the eyes of the horror NPC, this is a very good thing. At least Wu Lu thinks he has done a good job. Wu Lu can't help humming songs when she is in a good mood. I don't know if it is because of this copy. She is affected by the identity card. She loves to hum the song Only Mom is Good in the World. She used to hum the tune randomly. As soon as Wu Lu went out, he met Xie Shi, who was going upstairs. The two of them looked dangerous in their eyes. Almost the first second, they looked at each other. The next moment, Wu Lu ran away. Lulu, what are you afraid of? If you want to kill me, I will definitely be willing to be killed by you. The plot has come to an end, and the ending is that you kill me. The ending of the copy story is that the father killed the mother with his own hands, And then he committed suicide. We are just acting, and we don't have to follow the copy plot. Lulu, you can also change the ending. Don't you like to do this the most? But my intuition tells me that you are in danger now. You want to knock me down. Fight, knock her down. Lulu expressed it very simply, but Siege felt excited. In the dim corridor, she clung to the wall, quickly climbed to the 3rd floor, and disappeared into the darkness. Siege was originally pressing step by step, but after hearing the word knock down, his expression suddenly became intriguing. He straightened his sleeves, pulled at his wrinkled clothes, and then put on a gentle smile and went upstairs. Ta-da-da. The footsteps were very subtle, but the NPC had good hearing. Wula sat on the windowsill, with curtains in front of her. This was the way the female player she killed hid. There were obviously better hiding places, but she had to imitate others. Wula really loved to imitate. Meow. A subtle cat cry suddenly came from behind, and Wu Li's eyes widened a little. She would also be scared. Xiao He appeared too silently. Through the glass of the window, Xiao He's dark paw pads pressed her, and it was laughing at her. Wula put her finger on her mouth, signaling the kitten not to make a sound. Xiao He said in the lowest meow, "Why don't you break the glass and escape from this room? I can take you down the mountain." That's too much against the plot of the dungeon. Don't you like to do things that violate the plot the most? Don't you hate the plot of the dungeon being tampered with? Xiao He's upright tail shook a little, as if to say, "How do you know?" Xiao He licked his paw and said, "If you don't want to be killed by him, break the glass and come out, we go down the mountain." Little cat liar, this dungeon only has mountains and villas, there is no mountain. Wula saw through it and said it. The horror dungeon is like game modeling. It does not create a complete world, but only builds a small part, like a microplastic model. For example, this dungeon now only models a mountain and a villa. Outside the mountain is pitch black, there is nothing. Wulu discovered it a long time ago, in the previous dungeon. The previous dungeon was the same. She once tried to leave the dungeon on her own before falling asleep, instead of being thrown into the next dungeon when she woke up. She kept walking forward, leaving the center of the dungeon plot, and walked forward until she reached the end, where she found it was dark. The terrifying world was a miniature model of different venues, and she and the others were NPCs placed inside. Being exposed, Xiao He was a little embarrassed. When he was embarrassed, he always seemed very busy. He licked his paws and combed his hair. Quietly, the white curtain in front of him swayed slightly. It was Wu Li's skirt that touched it. The footsteps of the male owner had long disappeared. Where did he stop? Wu Li thought, then lowered her head, and saw a pair of black shoes facing her toes. Wu Li blinked and stared at the curtain without moving. The next second, the curtain suddenly floated. A pair of huge hands hugged her directly. "Lulu, do you like playing hide and seek?" "Death hide and seek, you caught me, you can kill me." Wu Li's voice was a little hazy behind the curtain. "The copy will eventually come to an end, and both of them will die." Suddenly her arms tightened, and a cold iron chain drilled in from the bottom of the curtain, instantly binding Wu Li. Wu Li was surprised. Human things. "Very useful, I wanted to tie you up the first time I saw it." Siege pulled open the curtain, holding the other end of the iron chain in his hand, with excitement in his eyes. He was sick. The medicine in the glass of milk was not dissolved. He only drank a sip, and the effect was minimal. "Can you let me die quietly in bed? I don't like being tied up. It's tiring. You don't have the right to choose. Now I have the final say." Siege pulled the other end of the chain, and led Wu Li back to the bedroom. Once back in the bedroom, Wu Li immediately leaned against the bed, then lay down and took a very peaceful posture. "Don't struggle anymore? Just accept the ending?" Siege sat on the edge of the bed, and looked at her strangely. She was a little strange. Didn't she love to go against him? "I'm tired and too lazy to move. Come on, strangle me to death." Wu Li closed her eyes. Siege's dark eyes kept looking at Wu Li's face and body, as if thinking about something. "Lulu." "Yeah. Before this, we must have met. After this, will we meet again? I don't know. I seem to be missing a lot of things in my mind, but seeing you makes me feel satisfied again." Wu Li opened her eyes. She didn't know how to answer, but she knew Siege was awakening himself. Unfortunately, he was just awake a little bit. When the copy was over, he would forget it again. Like a clown. Where is the clown now? Wu Li focused her eyes on Siege's face, her eyes slightly deep. "Come here." Siege approached. "What's wrong?" Her eyes were so serious that Siege's heart suddenly tightened. "Come closer, face to face." "Okay." Siege leaned over, rubbed their noses together, and then moved closer. The iron chain suddenly turned to ash, and the 30-minute usage time ended. Wula raised her hand and pressed Sia's head with one hand. She rubbed his cheek and said, "Has anyone told you that you are very good looking? I like your skin very much." Wula touched her chest with one hand, then raised it again. She bit her finger and pinched Sia's face. This action was too intimate, but her eyes were pure. Sia was so seduced that he couldn't help but kiss her. Wula opened his mouth, and Sia became even more excited. An object was forced into his mouth, and Sia's eyes froze for a moment. "Swallow it," Wula ordered him. Sia swallowed it obediently. All the excitement turned into calmness, and he collapsed on her. Wula slowly put her hands on his neck. "This time, the ending is that I found out that you tricked me into killing the child. I was heartbroken, killed you with my own hands, and then I committed suicide." "Okay." Wula strangled Sia to death. She went downstairs and set fire to each floor. The fire became more and more fierce. She hugged Sia and lay quietly on the bed. The fire burned the entire villa, and the people who were close together were burned and melted together, and could no longer be separated. The fire spread, and the yard, the forest, and the entire copy were all fiery red. The little black cat walked through the flames and finally disappeared. The copy data is being cleared. Happy family copy. No player survived. Unlock the ending. Love of a madman is destruction. Chapter 168. It was rainy and drizzling. It was raining in the tropics. The air was hot and humid, making people feel sticky and extremely uncomfortable. There were usually not many people at the airport in the remote city. Today, a tour group suddenly visited. You are a group of tourists who travel on a budget. Due to limited funds, you can only choose such a small and remote country and city when traveling abroad. You don't speak the local language, so you signed up for a Chinese group tour. You came here with curiosity about foreign countries. I wish you a wonderful trip, good luck, and a safe return to China. The terrifying electronic sound rang in the player's mind, and the end of the word made the player frown. "Hiss, it hurts my head," a man complained. A group of players stood at the exit of the airport with suitcases. There were 20 people, a medium-sized tour group. "Is this a survival dungeon? It sounds like it means that we will succeed if we can hold on until the end of the trip and return home safely. I like this kind of dungeon that tells me clearly how to get out of it. What dangers will I encounter during the trip? Think about it." The players discussed with their companions, and those who didn't have companions looked around to see if there was anyone they could hug. This group of players included men, women, young and old, very complete. "Are we just standing here? Why hasn't the tour guide come to pick us up yet?" a player asked in confusion. The characters of this country were all around, and there was no Chinese, which they couldn't understand. Looking around at the NPCs, airport staff, and passers-by, they all had gloomy expressions and no smiles. In addition, several people had a Buddha amulet on their chests. Generally, Buddha amulets are engraved with images of green-faced and fawn-toothed people, but the Buddha amulets on the chests of these people are images of a girl meditating, with her head down and countless hands on her back, a bit like the thousand-armed Avalokitesvara, but her face is not clear, she is covered in blood, and there is a skeleton sitting at her feet. Some players noticed this. People in this country believe in evil gods very much. The man pointed at the Buddha amulet on the chest of the NPC in the distance and said. His companion immediately pressed down his hand. "Shh, don't talk about it first, keep your voice down. Don't talk about other people's beliefs easily. If you violate taboos, you're done." The rain has been falling, the weather is hot and humid, and the players' clothes are damp. After waiting for a long time, a bus suddenly appeared from nowhere and braked in front of them. The shabby bus, the paint has fallen off, the body has many scratches, and it is even uneven and dirty. When the car drove in front of them, the players were a little bit unbelieving. This is the car they took on the tour. The car window was lowered, and a beautiful man with white skin and black hair wearing a flowered shirt leaned out his upper body. He smiled with a neat smile. "Sorry, tourists, I've been waiting for a long time. I overslept and forgot to pick you up at the airport." He was so wrong at work, but he was smiling and didn't feel guilty at all. This is a horror game NPC. Even if the players have complaints, they dare not speak. They are not real tourists, just players. Let me introduce myself. My name is Demon. I am your driver, tour guide and guide. I will be responsible for your travel problems throughout the whole process. You can find me if you have anything, Demon said with a wave of his hand. He looks very enthusiastic. Could he be a kind NPC? There are kind NPCs in horror game. It depends on luck. Just when the players were thinking, Demon suddenly honked. Beep! They were standing next to the car, and the honking of the horn almost deafened their ears. Come on! Get in the car, we are going to the hotel in Larry Town tonight, otherwise you will have to spend the night in the car, in the wilderness, with the cold wind howling. It's scary and pitiful. Demon said with a smirk, and at the end, he flattened his mouth and looked pitiful. The door was wide open, and the players put their luggage under the bus one by one. Su Qinyang only had a backpack, and he chose to carry it on his back. But he didn't get on the bus immediately, but looked around the bus. This car is really broken. If it was placed in China, it would definitely not pass the vehicle inspection, and would be taken away for scrapping immediately. Su Qinyang silently went around to the back of the car, and found that there was no license plate. Are you sure this can go on the road? Is this a formal tour group? Suddenly, Su Qinyang went around to the front of the car to see if there was a license plate. 4444. A very unlucky license plate, the style of horror tours. Beep! Suddenly, the car horn sounded, and Su Qinyang's ears hurt. He looked up and saw Demon. A very handsome adult man, wearing a fancy shirt, with a long neck and extremely white skin. He didn't look like someone living in the tropics at all. The residents here should be very tanned. You are in the blind spot of my car, be careful not to be hit to death. Demon kindly reminded. Su Qinyang walked away silently with his backpack on his back, and got on the car. Only when he got on the car did he find that the back seats were all full. There was an aisle in the middle of the vehicle, and there were 2-seat chairs on both sides. Now, there are only a few empty seats in the front rows of the whole car. Those players in the back row obviously didn't want to be too close to the tour guide. Those who got on the bus late could only sit in the front row. The people in the back were squeezing up and rushing to grab a seat. Su Qinyang calmly chose to sit by the window in the second row. The driver's seat was right in front of him, and he could see Demon's shoulder. If there was an emergency, it would be safest to sit behind the driver. As soon as he sat down, a man immediately followed and sat next to him. Su Qinyang glanced sideways, and saw that it was a young man. The other players were still greeting and getting to know each other, but neither of them spoke. When everyone got on the bus, the door was still not closed. Demon put his legs on the steering wheel, his whole body was lazily bent, and he hummed an unknown song. Someone asked curiously, "Tour guide, why haven't you started yet?" Demon turned around. "Everyone hasn't arrived yet, there is still a tourist, A little girl. Chapter 169. Demon looked through the list of tourists, smiling, as if he was expecting something. The players behind him couldn't see the expressions of the NPCs, but when Su Qinyang heard that there was a little girl, his eyes lit up, and he looked unconsciously at the door of the bus. He knew what he was expecting. Su Qinyang would pay special attention to female players and female NPCs in every dungeon. He was always expecting them, but almost every time he was disappointed, but it didn't affect his expectations for the next time. Su Qinyang looked at the door of the bus quietly. It was drizzling, and the car was hot and humid. This bus had no air conditioning, and a group of players squeezed in the car, sweating, and soon they looked a little embarrassed. Didn't we say we would miss the hotel in the town tonight? Why haven't we set off yet? How dare the players be late? Aren't the players put into the dungeon at the same time? That female tourist is probably not a human. Definitely not a human. How dare a human be late? I don't know what role this tour guide plays. It seems that he won't kill anyone for the time being. It's always right to listen to the tour guide when you go out. He said to go to the toilet, then we go to the toilet. Don't leave the team without permission. When visiting the scenic spot, you must pay attention to the time and don't drag your feet. There were a few people sitting in the corner of the last row. They were obviously a small team, and they talked very planned. They discussed in a low voice. When traveling, especially in a group, the only thing to pay attention to is time. Generally, when you arrive at a scenic spot, after the tour guide finishes the explanation, he will give tourists free time to visit, and tourists must return to the gathering point immediately after visiting at this time. I guess this tour guide will kill someone if he doesn't return to the meeting point on time. I think so too. Anyway, you must listen to him carefully. He looks like an Asian. Why is his name English? Sorry, I'm late. A soft girl's voice sounded, breaking the dull atmosphere in the car. All the players looked at the door, and saw a girl wearing white suspenders and jeans with long black hair standing at the door of the big class, holding a red suitcase in her hand. She didn't look very old, probably about 18 years old, facing the players. Her face was very white and clean, and she looked cute. Demon turned around, and immediately took his legs off the steering wheel. He raised his eyebrows and said, "You have no sense of time at all, this shouldn't be. I took the wrong exit, I couldn't speak the language, and it took me a long time to get here," the girl explained. Demon, "Okay, put the luggage down and get on the bus." But she put the luggage under the bus, then got on the bus and took a look at the entire car. It was at this moment that the players saw her face clearly. Her other eye was white-gray. Was she blind in one eye? This must be an NPC. Fortunately, there were humans sitting next to them. There was no empty seat, so this female NPC would not come over. Su Qianyang looked at the face carefully, but he could not recognize it. Su Qianyang wanted to try to talk to her, and was about to ask her to come and sit near him. As a result, Demon said first, "Sit in the passenger seat. The view here is good, and there are many scenery along the way." "Okay." Wulu agreed immediately. After everyone was seated, Demon reminded, "Please fasten your seat belts, our trip starts now. You can call me if you have any questions during the trip." He started the car, and the players quickly fastened their seat belts. Wulu slowly fastened her seat belt, and looked up at the rearview mirror of the car. Through the small mirror, she saw a man. Su Qianyang became stronger. Su Qianyang lowered his head to fasten his seat belt. He keenly felt that there was a gaze looking at him. He looked up and observed, but he didn't find the source. The car started at a very fast speed, and the players were all shocked. This shabby bus that was about to fall apart at any time could actually drive at a speed of drag racing? After leaving the airport, it turned out to be a dirt road outside. The road construction was too poor. The bus sped past, splashing mud and water, and the wheels were slipping. It felt like an accident could happen at any time. Demon drove too wildly, without any brakes, and drove as fast as he could. Demon also played wild English songs, and he hummed while driving. After more than 10 minutes, some players were carsick due to the shaking. Wulu lazily leaned back in the passenger seat, looking sideways at Demon. Demon noticed her gaze, turned his head and looked back at her, and gave her a standard smile with big white teeth. His floral shirt was too bright, and it was out of tune with this humid, hot and gray world. Demon, what a nice name. He didn't even look at the road, just stared at Wulu and smiled, and he looked like a crazy tour guide. "Mr. Demon, how far are we from the hotel tonight?" Wulu asked. The music in the car was loud, but she could still hear her voice. The other players pricked up their ears to listen carefully to the key information. Demon, 300 kilometers, if you drive fast, you can get there in 3 or 4 hours. The players looked down at their watches. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon, which meant they would be able to get to their first night's hotel at 8 or 9 o'clock. "I'm traveling alone. Do I have to pay the difference in price?" Wulu tried to play a tourist. "Demon, it's written in the itinerary that single people have to pay the difference in price, but I'm sleeping alone. You can come and share a room with me, so you don't have to pay." This tour guide openly sexually harassed the female tourist. The players all widened their eyes, and pricked up their ears to listen. Humans are just gossip bodies, and they can't control it at all. They are also very curious about the gossip between NPCs, and the death gossip in horror games. "I don't have much money, and sharing a room with you is not good." Wulu blinked. "Don't worry, I'm a very professional tour guide, and I will never do anything to you." Demon focused on her talking, not looking at the road at all, and the car was speeding very fast. The players were gossiping and scared. "You guys can talk, but can you please look at the road carefully when driving? Then I think about it." Wulu looked hesitant. It was certain that this latecomer was a scary NPC, and no player would dare to do that. There was only one NPC tourist, so be careful of her. Su Qianyang kept staring at the half-face reflected in the rearview mirror, trying to find a familiar feeling on her face, but he couldn't recognize it no matter how hard he looked. Su Qianyang sighed, relaxed, and took a short break. He should focus on his own safety. Su Qianyang thought about the known information in his mind. From the moment the tour guide introduced his name, Su Qianyang knew that the tour guide was dangerous. Demon means devil. He is a devil, wearing human skin, and is an extremely dangerous existence. The car was speeding all the way, and the powerful English songs were annoying. The players couldn't rest along the way. After driving for about 2 hours, Demon braked and directly shook 2 players to vomit. Ugh! Cough cough. Vomit. The unpleasant smell spread, and the other players frowned, and covered their mouths and noses. Those who didn't vomit were nauseated. Demon turned back unhappily. "You made my car dirty." The 2 players who vomited turned pale, but fortunately one of them was smart and said quickly, "Sorry, I clean it up now." Demon pulled out the key and said, "We've arrived at the service area. I want to go to the toilet. Meet in 15 minutes. After that, he opened the door and went down, and slammed the door. Wula opened his eyes, looked disgusted, and got off the car. The smell in the car was too bad, and other players got off one after another. Only the 2 players who vomited hurriedly started to clean up, and even asked others, "Who has perfume?" Fortunately, a girl had perfume and gave it to them. After getting off the car, I found that the surroundings were more rural than the countryside. The road was bumpy. Except for this parking lot, other places were dirt roads. There was a dry toilet that looked very dirty not far away. Is this a cheap tour group? Ah, it's too hard. Go to the toilet, and remember to come back in time. Su Qinyang followed the female NPC silently, as soon as he got off the car. Mo Feng observed the surroundings, his eyes were fixed on the NPC, and he also found Su Qinyang, who was looking for death. That's right, in the eyes of player Mo Feng, Su Qinyang took the initiative to find the female NPC, and was looking for death. Wula pulled 2 dogtail grasses to play with, and wanted to hold them in her mouth, but suddenly heard footsteps behind her. She didn't need to look back. Just by listening to the footsteps and smelling the human scent, she knew who it was. Wu Li's eyes flashed with excitement and murderous thoughts, and at the same time she had a bad idea. She wanted to play Su Qinyang and see how this idiot would respond. Su Qinyang approached, looked at the back, and quietly held the knife in his hand for vigilance. "Hello, my name is Su Qinyang. Just now I heard you say in the car that you were traveling alone, and I am also alone. If you are bored, you can talk to me, and this journey will not be too boring." Su Qinyang put on the smile of a college student, looking kind and easy to get along with. Su Qinyang used to be fair and clean, and looked silly when he smiled, but now Su Qinyang is obviously darker and stronger, and his smile is not so silly, and he looks smarter. But maybe Wu Lu has a filter for Su Qinyang. Wu Lu only thinks that Su Qinyang is still a fool, and he has become ugly. Wu Lu turned around. A clean and cute face, not stunning, but attractive. One eye is black, and the other eye is gray and lifeless, which looks particularly scary in this horror copy. Ordinary players really don't dare to approach her. Su Qinyang expected her response, but she saw her scared expression, as if she was bullied, and said, "I don't share a room with boys." Su Qinyang was stunned for a second, and after reacting, he quickly explained, "No, I'm different from that tour guide. I just want to chat with you, and not be bored on the way. I don't want to share a room with you. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a bad person. Bad people like to say that I'm not a bad person." Su Qinyang choked. "Still a fool. Su Qinyang, sorry, I'm abrupt. I really just want to chat with you. I'm a good person. By the way, what's your name?" Su Qinyang is looking forward to the other party's name. From the current point of view, it doesn't seem like it, because if you don't look at her blind eye, the overall look is too cute. Just now, she looked like she was bullied, which really doesn't look like an expression that Wu Lei can make. Wu Lei always likes to look at people with her chin raised, her eyes are contemptuous, and she looks down on everyone. How could she make a pitiful expression? Su Qinyang has a natural filter for Wu Lu, thinking that she is always in control, powerful, and everyone is shit, his terrifying NPC boss. "My name is Xiaobai." Su Qinyang's eyes were instantly disappointed. Wu Lu laughed even more happily and said, "My name is Xiaobai. I'm traveling abroad alone. Actually, I'm a little scared. I heard that this country is not very safe. If you don't look at her blind eye, she looks like a little white flower." This NPC's aura doesn't match Wu Lei. Although disappointed, Su Qinyang has become accustomed to this kind of disappointment. You can get some information from the NPC, and Su Qinyang is still very happy to make friends with this NPC. Don't be afraid, there will be no trouble with so many people. You can find me if you have anything. Okay. Meow. Suddenly, a cat's cry came from the bushes. Su Qinyang quickly alerted and looked for it, but he didn't see the cat. It's normal to meet a cat in the wild. It's a coincidence. Su Qinyang also wanted to go to the toilet, so he didn't stay and went quickly. As soon as he left, a black cat ran out of the bushes. The black cat walked slowly to Wu Lu with an elegant cat-like step, looking up and meowing, "You imitated my name. Your name is Xiao Hei, and my name is Xiao Bai. These names are so suitable. Why are you not happy? Besides, your name was originally chosen by me. The copyright is in my hands. Can't I imitate it? I hate that human." Xiao Hei's eyes flickered slightly, and his eyes looked in the direction of the toilet in the distance. "Do you want to kill him?" Wu Lu asked. Meow. "Xiao Hei, don't ruin my game. When he sees you, he will think of me and expose my identity, so you better not show up, otherwise I don't mind peeling off your cat's skin." Wula smiled kindly and said, "Why not peel it now? When he sees a cat without skin, he won't recognize you as Xiaohei cat." Su Qinyang had seen the black cat before. He is not stupid, and he can definitely associate her with the black cat. So Su Qinyang must not see Xiaohei. Because a human was threatened, Xiaohei was very angry, scratched the ground with his claws and yowled. "You are so noisy." Xiaohei scratched the ground to vent his anger, and finally rubbed Wu Li's calf obediently, and disappeared into the bushes with his tail hanging down. Wu Li knew that Xiaohei was obedient, and she was very satisfied. "Are you really not considering sharing a room with the tour guide? I'm not a bad person." Demon suddenly appeared from behind, and he even imitated Su Qinyang's speech. Chapter 170. No room sharing, I'm not that kind of person. Wu Li rejected him, but her eyes never left him. Wu Li never concealed her interest in things that interested her. In this sultry weather, other people were sticky and messy, but Demon was refreshing. The colorful floral shirt matched his white skin very well. He smiled and looked aggressive. Not that kind of person. Not the kind of person who goes abroad alone and plays temporary couple with others? This kind of tour guide will definitely receive a lot of complaints, Wu Li thought subconsciously, but she denied it the next second. Demon will not receive complaints because he is good-looking enough. He is so proactive with such a beautiful face, and most people will be seduced by him. Demon noticed that she was staring at his face, and immediately his eyes were satisfied. He leaned over and said, "It's so inconvenient for you to travel as a girl. I can take care of you and protect you. I think I look good. You won't suffer any loss if you play with me. Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. When the tour group is over, our relationship will end." What a frivolous word, a scumbag and a frivolous feeling. Wu Li had a cute and obedient face, but made a bad woman's expression. It sounds fun. When the tour group is over, we will break up and don't contact each other in the future. Both of them are not good people. What's your name? Demon continued to chat. He knew that the other party was of the same kind, not the human he hated. And Demon wanted to get closer to her, even though he knew she was a very dangerous existence. Did you eavesdrop on me talking to that human? You imitated him. No, who imitates him? Demon had a disdainful expression when talking about humans. The drizzle stopped, and the hot and humid wind blew. My name is Xiaobai. Lie. Demon paused, then said, Don't lie to me. Don't lie to humans with words that you would use to lie to your own kind. For a relationship like ours, it's better not to know each other's real name. We never see each other again after the trip. Wu Li imitated his teasing tone, blinked, and turned away. Demon stood there for a while. His shoulders trembled with laughter when he lowered his head, which was quite funny. None of the players in this car were pure rookies, and at least they had passed one dungeon. This kind of player lineup often reveals a message, that is, this dungeon is very dangerous, and a large number of players also means a high mortality rate in the dungeon. A large number of people is most suitable for fishing in troubled waters, and you just need to try to ensure that you are not killed by the muddy waters, and survive to the end. There are 2 NPCs now, a tour guide and a tourist. During the trip, you must not do anything that the tour guide asks you to do. It's time to gather soon. Don't make him angry. The girl should pay attention, but the most important thing should be the tour guide. Several young people are obviously in a small team. After going to the toilet, they gathered together to talk. Old people and children are not welcome in horror games. Most players don't like to be alone, so they also gather together. Small groups gather together, making those lone rangers particularly conspicuous. Mo Feng stood by the car and observed the surroundings, but didn't get on the car. Su Qinyang came back from the toilet and passed by him. He was going to get on the car, but as soon as he stepped on it, he smelled the smell of inferior perfume inside. He frowned and silently retreated. Looking at the man next to the car again, Su Qinyang finally knew why he didn't get on the bus. Mo Feng was wearing a black shirt and had a crew cut. He was taller than Su Qinyang and looked very capable, like a soldier. Su Qinyang remembered him. He was the one sitting next to him. Many players like to get acquainted with the players around them, but this man didn't. Su Qinyang was too lazy to talk to people. Su Qinyang was a talkative and lively person, but he was also very talkative. After going through several dungeons, Su Qinyang was no longer like he used to be. He was very warm and talkative to everyone when he got on the bus. It's all cleaned up. There's no odor, right? It smells good to me. It doesn't smell at all. The tour guide shouldn't be angry. I was scared to death. I thought I would vomit in the car and directly anger him. The two players inside tried to clean up before everyone gathered and got on the bus. Su Chenyang listened to the conversation in the car with a complicated expression. Mo Feng took the initiative to talk. They won't survive tonight. Su Chenyang tilted his head. Why? Su Chenyang probably knew why, but still wanted to hear what the other party had to say. Mo Feng said, the tour guide must be very annoyed by the perfume in the car. Su Chenyang smiled. Fortunately, I don't get carsick. This smell would have been a disaster for someone. The gathering time came, and all the players came to the car, without missing a single person. It seems that everyone dared not be careless. After all, this was not an ordinary tour group, but a horror tour group. Demon did not point out anyone, just said, get in the car and set off. As soon as they got on the car, the perfume smell in the car made people frown frequently. Some people complained quietly, and some even swore quietly. It smells so bad, I'd get carsick if I wasn't. Fuck, who gave you the perfume? Even the 9.9 yuan free shipping one smells better than this. Keep your voice down, don't disturb the tour guide. No matter how quiet a group of people are, it's still a little noisy. Wu Lu was the last one to come back. She got on the bus on time, and was not late. Demon glanced at her, winked and smiled ambiguously. Wu Lu also winked at him. No one saw their little actions. Demon started racing again. There were date palm trees on both sides of the road, and the dirt road was uneven. The car was bumping up and down, and making a loud sound. It felt like the car was about to fall apart. Wu Lu fastened her seat belt, and went to sleep. No matter how noisy it was, it wouldn't affect her. There were no other vehicles along the way, and the sky darkened. Many players were uncomfortable with the smell and the speed of the car, but they all tried hard not to vomit. It was completely dark. Except for the two headlights in front of the bus, there were no street lights along the way, and the surroundings were pitch black. Even the grass on the roadside could not be seen. It was dark all around. They were like a ghost bus shuttling through the darkness. It was dark all the way. The players gradually got tired, and couldn't help but close their eyes to take a short rest. Beep beep. A shrill whistle woke the players up. The next second, a violent collision sounded. It was a rear-end collision. It was a dump truck that hit the right side of the bus's buttocks. The whole piece was crushed and sunk in. The two people sitting on the right seat were also crushed with the body of the bus. Their heads were squeezed on their thighs. Their upper bodies were completely folded, their spines were completely broken, and blood was left on the chairs. The brake pads made a shrill sound. Demon braked and looked back. Oh my god. They are so unlucky. The players sitting nearby were all scared, and quickly moved away from that corner. I almost died. An old man was so scared that he couldn't speak clearly. A player opened the window, and looked at the car that rear-ended the bus. He was shocked when he saw it. That car has no driver? There was no one in the driver's seat. Chapter 171. The dump truck behind him had no driver at all. It was strange enough to see such a big truck suddenly appear in the wilderness, and it turned out to be a ghost car. The tourists were all panicked. At this time, the tour guide finally stood up and took out his mobile phone. Don't be afraid. I call the police. Oh, there is no signal on this road. What should I do? Demon frowned and looked at everyone for help. They didn't know what to do. Demon put the phone back in his pocket. Then we can only drive the car to a place with signal and call the police. It's just that the butt was hit, but the car can still be driven. It's okay. As he said, he was about to start the car. The few players who stood up immediately returned to their seats, but the players near the corpse suffered and didn't dare to go back to sit down. Demon, everyone sit tight, fasten your seat belts. What if you encounter this kind of car again on the road? You will be thrown out. If you sit in the car and get killed, will you not be killed if you fasten your seat belt? Demon drove wildly. The other tourists hesitated for a moment, but still sat down with pale faces. In front of the two corpses was an old man and a little boy, both of whom were scared. Can anyone change seats with me? Please, my heart can't take it at my age. I won't wait for the monster to kill me. I will stay in this car first. Is there any young person willing to change seats for the elderly? The old man cried and looked at the people around him. Demon, who was about to start the car, turned his head and found that Wu Lu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was looking at the back through the rearview mirror, watching with relish. Demon immediately put down his hand, crossed his arms and waited. Wu Lu watched the show. Everyone else lowered their heads silently, pretending not to hear what the old man said. The little boy next to him was also scared, and he ran directly to the first row and sat down. There were still 2 empty seats in the first row, but because it was close to the scary NPC, no one wanted to sit there. Only Su Qinyang and Mo Feng sat in the first row, behind the driver. "Old man, you see that children know how to find empty seats, you should also sit in the front," someone suggested. The old man looked ugly. "It's too bumpy in the front, and I have osteoporosis when I'm old. I definitely can't sit there. Little sister, you and I can change seats." The old man pointed directly at a girl in the first 2 rows. The girl was thin and looked like she had just reached adulthood, and she had no companions. There was obviously a safer and more comfortable seat farther away from the corpse, where a small team sat, but the old man didn't dare to ask to change with them, so he bullied a young female player who was traveling alone. The female player who was named looked unhappy, and she said, "No. Just think of it as a good deed. Good deeds will be rewarded. You will definitely be able to get out of this dungeon alive. I will tell you any information I get, okay?" said the old man. Others did not speak. It was none of their business. There was no need to trouble themselves. The old man stood up and walked to the girl, forcibly changing seats. The smell of cheap perfume in the carriage had long been covered by the smell of blood, and the 2 bodies with folded upper bodies were embedded in the back seat. Who dared to sit there? "You can go to the front seat." Wang Shan was about to cry. She said anxiously, "The first row is farthest from the bodies, you go." Demon suddenly said, "Hurry up, I'm going to drive." Demon deliberately urged. The old man got anxious and went to pull Wang Shan up. "Get up, I sit here, you go to the front." Wang Shan was weak, and was pulled out and squeezed out. Su Qinyang had closed his eyes to rest, but now he opened his eyes with a frown and glanced at the rearview mirror in front of him. Mo Feng kept his eyes closed and ignored it. Most people were watching the excitement, and some people didn't help even though they couldn't stand it. The 2 dead players were the ones who vomited. Arguing in the car might also trigger death, and others didn't dare to speak. Su Qinyang looked at the rearview mirror and was about to suppress his irritability. When he retracted his eyes, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the person in the co-pilot. The NPC named Xiaobai was looking at the rearview mirror with relish. Su Qinyang could see half of her face reflected in the mirror from this angle. Her eyes were bright, and she was smiling. Obviously, she was watching the fun happily. Su Qinyang frowned more and more, and suddenly, the eyes in the mirror focused in one direction. Yes, she was looking at Su Qinyang in the mirror. In that narrow focus, the eyes met. Su Qinyang's eyes hurt for a moment, and he opened his eyes again. He saw blood in front of him, and couldn't see anything. The whole world was red. Was he blind? His eyes were dry and painful, and Su Qinyang covered his eyes. Mo Feng opened his eyes, and immediately turned his head to ask, "What's wrong with you?" Su Qinyang rubbed his eyes, and didn't open them, and said with a breath, "It's okay." Su Qinyang took a break, slowly opened his eyes, and saw clearly, and there was no red in front of him, as if everything just now was just an illusion. Mo Feng felt something was wrong. "What are you looking at?" "Look at her." Su Qinyang signaled the person in the co-pilot. Mo Feng looked at the back of the co-pilot thoughtfully. "She's in danger." Finally, Wang Shan was pulled up by the old man, and went to the first row crying, sitting with the little boy. The little boy Xiaoan was very sad, but when he saw someone coming to accompany him, he felt relieved. Seeing Wang Shan so sad, Xiaoan took out a candy, and handed it to her. "Sister, don't cry." Wang Shan took the candy, and held it in her palm without saying a word. Demon started the car, and continued to set off, with a foot on the accelerator. The outer shell of the bus in the last row kept making a harsh sound. The bus swayed back and forth, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. The pool of blood on the ground slowly spread to every corner of the car, forming an irregular bloodline map. Someone lifted his feet to prevent blood from sticking to them. Chapter 172. The bus carried 2 bodies to the town of Larry. The car was full of bloody smell, and the floor was full of blood marks. Demon got off the bus when they arrived at the hotel where they were staying tonight. "Everyone, come with me to the front desk to check in." Demon raised a hand to signal. There was a red flashing light at the entrance of the hotel, shining on them, and everyone was glowing red. The hotel staff came out to greet them. Demon said to the staff, "Please help call the police. My phone seems to have a problem, and I can't make a call." Hearing the call, the hotel staff were not surprised, but asked with a pale face, "Is there anyone dead?" "2 dead." "Then the death this time is considered a small number." The people in the hotel fumbled with the Buddha amulets on their chests in fear, muttering something. They didn't speak Chinese, and other players couldn't understand them. They could only see that they were afraid from their expressions and behaviors. "Shit, we're in a foreign dungeon, and we can't understand what they're saying. What should we do? It's so unlucky. We can only guess." The hotel staff checked the situation in the car, got out and vomited immediately, and then called the police. Demon took the players to check in. This hotel is a bit depressing. It seems that the floors are a little lower than ordinary floors. The entire interior is also very old. It is decorated with red wood, and the floor is covered with azure carpets with complex patterns. The room is full of red lights, which is a bit dim. The hotel reception is not big, and everyone is crowded there to check in. Demon held the sign with one hand and put one hand in his pocket, looking at them indifferently. Wula sat down on a chair beside him, too lazy to squeeze in. Su Qinyang was not in a hurry either. He stood behind the crowd and observed the surroundings. This hotel looks a bit old. It should be an old hotel. Although the road here is very desolate, you can feel the popularity as soon as you arrive in the town, which makes Su Qinyang feel a little relieved. It's good to have people, although these are all fake people, all NPCs. The more NPCs, the better. The fewer, it proves that danger is approaching. Su Qinyang already has experience. He would rather face a room full of NPCs than one NPC. Su Qinyang always felt that someone was looking at him, but when he looked back and looked around, he didn't find that look. Looking around, he heard the front desk arguing about who would share a room with whom. The rooms of the tour group are all double rooms. If you want to live alone, you have to make up the difference in room fees. Players don't want to live alone, so they are temporarily looking for partners. Wang Shan found a little boy named Xiaoan to live with. Finding a child is actually very insecure, and children are unreliable, so many people do not choose Xiaoan. Wang Shan couldn't bear to see him alone, and she didn't trust other players. If they played tricks, she was afraid that she would be fooled. Children would not scheme against people. Su Qinyang was thinking about whether to find someone to share a room. After thinking for a second, he decided to forget it. Mo Feng slowly approached and said, "Do you want to live together?" Su Qinyang refused. "No." "Will you agree?" "Why?" "Check your bank card." Mo Feng gestured. Su Qinyang touched the phone in his pocket. As soon as they entered the dungeon, they had their luggage, phones, and other personal items. Su Qinyang unlocked the copy with his fingerprint and opened the text message. Not only did he have no money, he also owed 50,000 yuan on his credit card. He was a real pauper. He had no money to live in a single room. "You too?" Su Qinyang asked. "I owe the bank more than 2 million yuan. Mo Feng was speechless. Su Qinyang laughed out loud. "Did you buy a house in China? Did you owe a mortgage?" "I don't know." Mo Feng was expressionless, but Su Qinyang felt that he was rolling his eyes. Fortunately, it was only in the dungeon now, not really owing money. Su Qinyang couldn't help but secretly mobilize his personal player account and check the points. Although it was not much, he was not very poor, so he quit with satisfaction. Everyone can only see their own player account, and Su Qinyang would be dazed when looking at the account. Wula found Su Qinyang in a daze, and silently deducted 1 point from him in his heart. He was distracted and not alert at all. Su Qinyang and Mo Feng shared a room. They introduced their names to each other, and got to know each other. Everyone had almost finished the procedures. Su Qinyang turned around, and saw that the female NPC was still sitting. Su Qinyang approached and said, "They are almost done. You can go over." "But I haven't found anyone to share a room with," Wula said pitifully. "Who dares to share a room with you?" Su Qinyang thought. "Do you have a partner? Can I live in the same room with you?" Wula asked deliberately. Su Qinyang was surprised. It was just a few words, and it was so easy to get in touch with her. This NPC is likely to be an important person. Su Qinyang planned to make friends with her from the beginning, and of course, he also suspected that she might be an acquaintance. It is not clear at the moment. After all, Wula looked different the 2 times he met her. Su Qinyang had a special feeling for the person in front of him, especially the look in the rearview mirror in the car. Her eyes stung, bloodshot, and she felt a little familiar with the shock. She said her name was Xiaobai. Su Qinyang wanted to try calling her Lele to see how she would react. Just as he was about to speak, the voice of the tour guide suddenly came from behind him. "Xiaobai, our room is ready. I upgraded to a deluxe room. I wish us a pleasant first night." Demon's voice was very nice and prominent, and there was some ambiguity on the tip of his tongue when he said the last 3 words. If any other man said this, it would be greasy, but he had a nice voice, and was very beautiful. Flirting? No, this is called a romantic encounter, an exotic romantic encounter. Chapter 173. Demon seemed to like teasing this female tourist named Xiaobai. When Demon came, Su Qinyang and Mo Feng both quietly stepped back. They didn't dare to offend the tour guide. The fate of offending the tour guide would be the same as the two people in the car today. The players returned to their rooms one after another with their room cards. In the hotel lobby, under the dim light, Demon held a room card between his two slender fingers. He asked, "Are you tired? Go upstairs to rest now." "Okay, rest early and get up early, after all, I still have to work." Wula muttered and followed him. Demon was satisfied. He lowered his head and asked, "Do you need me to help you with your work?" "Just do your own thing. We don't interfere with each other. We are about to sleep in the same bed." "It's a bit hurtful to say this," Demon said sadly, covering his chest. "Double bedroom? Not twin beds? Double bedrooms are the most comfortable, don't you like them?" "Okay." Wula looked indifferent. Demon teased her, and she responded with a few words. Demon himself laughed. It was obvious that the other party was spying on her beauty. Why didn't she tease him? But he took the initiative. Demon immediately figured it out, because he also had some glimpses of her. She was a powerful and mysterious existence, and everyone's belief. The entire tour group stayed on the 4th floor. This hotel was really old, with old-fashioned decoration and dim lighting. The corridor at the door of the room was deep and dark, with no lights. The players walked through the corridor with flashlights on their mobile phones, looking for their rooms one by one. There's not even a light in this corridor. It's really scary. The corridor is dark deep inside, like a monster quietly lying there with its mouth wide open. "For O3, this is our room," Wang Shan said to Xiaoan. A young girl and an underage boy, the combination of these two people is visibly weak. People passing by can't help but look at them a few times, and then show sympathy, as if they met these two people, and they would not survive tonight. Yes, all players assume that there will definitely be a fierce battle tonight. After all, the night in the horror game is not a joke. This hotel is full of horror, and it is definitely not simple. Mo Feng and Su Qinyang took the room card to find the room. For O4, what a lucky number. Su Qinyang laughed at himself. Mo Feng followed him. The two swiped the card to open the door and enter the room. As soon as they entered, Mo Feng said, "This hotel had a fire. I checked the hotel reviews on my phone, and it's said to be haunted." Su Qinyang's face fell instantly. Sure enough, this hotel is not simple. Tonight, we'd better not sleep too hard. Mo Feng, you guard the first half of the night, and I guard the second half. Su Qinyang nodded, okay. At this time, their phone suddenly vibrated. It turned out to be a small group of the tour group. The tour guide Demon sent a message in it. "Today, we have been catching flights and running around all day. All tourists have worked hard. We will gather at the gate at 5:30 tomorrow morning. We will start the first day of our wonderful tour in Country Tea. I hope everyone will not be late, otherwise it will affect the itinerary of the day. Everyone go to bed early tonight. Good night." A very gentle paragraph, not like what the tour guide would send at all, more like copy and paste. That's right, Demon copied and pasted this paragraph and posted it in the group, then threw his phone away, sat on the big bed, and listened quietly to the sound of water in the bathroom. The sound of water splashing, sometimes loud and sometimes muffled, through the frosted glass. You can vaguely see the movements of the people inside, white and tender facing the water. She took a shower very slowly and carefully. I don't know how long it took. The bathroom door opened, and a sweet and greasy fragrance drifted in with the hot air. It smelled like the blood sprayed out of the aorta, sweet and fishy. "What shower gel do you use?" "The shower gel in the hotel." Wula wiped his long black hair and said, "Go and take a shower. I will wash myself clean." Demon took his shorts and went in. Wula looked at him inexplicably. Demon took a shower very quickly, but no matter how fast he was, when he came out, Wulu was gone. The hotel was out of power an hour after checking in. Although the players were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to yell. The corridor was dark, and the room was also dark. Mo Feng hurried to sleep, but he still didn't trust Su Qinyang, so he put a protective item on himself. Su Qinyang sat on a chair to keep watch. It was dark and quiet all around, and this environment was perfect for sleeping. Su Qinyang yawned and pinched himself hard to wake himself up. He was very awake at first, but he couldn't stand the silence later, and his eyes slowly closed. I don't know how long it took. Su Qinyang suddenly heard Mo Feng say, "It's past 5 o'clock, go out and go downstairs." Su Qinyang quickly opened his eyes, stood up and quickly opened the door to go out. As soon as he walked out of the room, he found it was pitch black outside, and he suddenly woke up. He looked down at his phone. It was 12 o'clock at midnight. Su Qinyang looked back at the dark room. The quilt on the bed was bulging, and Mo Feng was still sleeping. He didn't wake up at all, and didn't speak. Who was talking just now? Chapter 174. Su Qianyang hurried into the room, sat down by the bed, and glanced at the sleeping Mo Feng. Su Qianyang almost suspected that the sound he had just heard was an auditory hallucination. Could it be that he had fallen asleep and the sound was a dream? No, you must never doubt that you are dreaming in a horror game. Suddenly Su Qianyang found something strange, and he immediately shook Missouri Feng. Hey, wake up. Su Qianyang shook Missouri Feng vigorously. Although he was the one who kept watch in the first half of the night, it was obvious that Mo Feng was not a new player, and it was impossible for him to sleep so soundly. He rushed out of the room, walked back, and sat down by the bed. It was impossible for Mo Feng not to react. This was not right. Su Qianyang shook hard, even pinched Mo Feng, and finally woke him up. Mo Feng suddenly opened his eyes and gasped, as if he had climbed out of the deep sea and urgently needed fresh air. What's wrong with you? You are sleeping so deeply. Su Qianyang asked. Mo Feng recovered. I don't know, I was clearly in a light sleep. I could still hear your breathing, but slowly I heard footsteps coming in. I wanted to open my eyes to see, but suddenly my whole body sank, as if someone was lying on me. I couldn't open my eyelids, and even couldn't breathe. Then what? Su Qianyang frowned tightly. Mo Feng whispered. Then I couldn't hear, couldn't breathe, only my body could feel you shook me. I felt when you pinched my thigh meat. Mo Feng silently pulled up his pants, and there were several bright red pinch marks on his thigh. Su Qianyang pinched it quite hard just now. Su Qianyang was embarrassed for a moment. Su Qianyang continued. Just now someone came in, I suddenly fell asleep, and then I heard you say to gather. I ran out of the room. Someone came in, and someone imitated Mo Feng's voice. Mo Feng couldn't even move or hear, and it was more like he was possessed. It was really frightening. Su Qianyang scratched his head. It's coming for us. We must not close our eyes to sleep tonight. Mo Feng pulled his pants up, sat cross-legged on the bed, holding a knife in his hand, and looked around vigilantly. Su Qianyang sat next to him, leaning slightly against the bedside table, and was also vigilant. There was a mirror directly opposite the bed in the room, and a figure flashed in the mirror at this moment. Wu Le traveled through the mirror and left the room. Just teasing the little brother, playing with him for fun. On the first night, this was her gift to Su Qianyang. The two didn't know that the monster had left, and they were just vigilant. Uncle, aren't you going to take a shower? Zhang Feng had polio. Half of his body was not very flexible, and he was a little lame when he walked. For this reason, other players were unwilling to share a room with him, fearing that they would be dragged down by him. Zhang Feng had no choice but to team up with the oldest player and sleep in the same room. This old man was the one who drove Wang Shan away in the car. The old man had a bad temper. He saw that others despised him, and then he had to share a room with a disabled person, which made him feel very depressed. The old man turned his face away when he entered the room, and also assigned Zhang Feng to open a bottle of mineral water for him. Zhang Feng saw the old man drink water, take off his shoes, and go to bed, and couldn't help asking, Uncle, don't you want to take a shower? I sweated so much today, and I feel that the bloody smell in the car has stained my body. You should take a shower before going to bed. The old man covered himself with a quilt. No, there's a mirror in the bathroom, and I might see a ghost. I won't take a shower. Zhang Feng thought what he said made sense. Then we can wet the towel and wipe it in the room. Don't bother me. Do you know that the elderly need sleep? Okay, you go to sleep, I keep watch. No matter which room they are in, they dare not sleep together, one of them must keep watch. Zhang Feng was afraid that he would fall asleep, so he stood in the room and walked around when he was tired. Suddenly, the lights in the room dimmed with a click. Power outage? Zhang Feng was surprised. He walked to the switch and pressed it, but the lights in the room never came on. There was really a power outage. The moonlight shone in from the window, and a white shadow flashed across the large mirror facing the bed. Zhang Feng was studying the lamp, and didn't pay attention to the mirror. But the old man was miserable. He didn't fall asleep in the first place. When the light dimmed, he looked up and looked around, and saw the face in the mirror at a glance. A woman covered in blood, with broken hands all over her back, like a bloody version of the thousand-handed Guanyin. The old man was so scared that he was sweating coldly and trembling in the quilt. He wanted to call for help, but found that he couldn't move. The mirror shattered silently, and the lens fell on the carpet without making a sound. A blue-gray bloody hand stretched out from it, stretched longer and longer, and slowly touched the quilt. The old man opened his mouth in horror. Just when he was about to make a sound, the bloody hand suddenly jumped in, inserted directly into his mouth, and pierced his head. The noise was too loud. Zhang Feng turned around and saw the headshot scene. The white quilt was full of blood. The back of the old man's head was embedded in the bedside table. His mouth was wide open and his mouth was scarlet. Zhang Feng was going crazy. Ah! Help! Help! Someone's dead! He shouted. The cry for help was so loud that the whole floor heard it. Some players didn't dare to come out when they heard the sound. And some players rushed over immediately for clues. The first to rush over were Su Qinyang and Mo Feng. As soon as they entered the house, they saw the old man's tragic death scene. It's so bloody. This monster has a bad temper. Mo Feng commented. Chapter 175. Zhang Feng was so scared that he kept shouting for help. Su Qinyang stepped forward and patted his shoulder to comfort him, asking, "What did you see just now? What does the murderous monster look like?" Zhang Feng kept muttering, "He's dead, his mouth, chin and head are all cracked, he's dead." Su Qinyang had no choice but to go to the table and pour a glass of cold water to Zhang Feng. "Drink a sip and calm down. There are 3 of us here now, don't be afraid." Zhang Feng was stunned and didn't take the water to drink. Su Qinyang could only dip a little water with his fingers and flick it directly on his face. The cold tea can make people wake up and calm down. The tea went into his eyes. Zhang Feng suddenly closed his eyes, and the whole person was quiet. Mo Feng checked the body, and found that something was stuffed into the old man's mouth. The lower half of his face was comminuted and fractured, penetrating the back of his head. The old man's eyes were not closed, his eyeballs bulging as he looked forward, in that position. Mo Feng followed his line of sight, and saw a large mirror facing the bed, with a crack in the middle of the mirror. Mo Feng pulled out the quilt cover without hesitation, and covered the large mirror to cover it. Seeing this, Su Qinyang asked, "The monster came out of the mirror?" "Yes, the mirror is very dangerous." "What did you see?" Su Qinyang pushed Zhang Feng and patted his shoulder to comfort him silently. Zhang Feng was originally disabled and half of his body was not flexible, but he could speak flexibly. Now that he was so scared, his tongue was a little straight and his speech was vague. "I turned around and saw that he was dead. I didn't see the monster." Su Qinyang looked at the blood all over the bed. "You didn't hear any sound?" "I didn't hear any sound at first, but I only heard the sound of bones cracking and flesh tearing at the end." Zhang Feng squatted down with his face covered, and then grabbed Su Qinyang's trouser legs beggingly. "Can I live in your room? Or don't leave, please." Although Su Qinyang likes to be a lone ranger, he can't bear to see others waiting to die. Moreover, a murder happened in this room, so there must be some clues. Su Qinyang looked at Mo Feng, and Mo Feng nodded. The 3 stayed in this room. The old man's body was on the bed, and they rested on the sofa. Zhang Feng sat in the middle, and Mo Feng and Su Qinyang were on both sides. One of you is called Mo Feng, and the other is called Zhang Feng. It's really a coincidence, Su Qinyang said casually to ease the atmosphere. Mo Feng actually doesn't talk much and looks quite cold. Zhang Feng was scared. He kept looking around suspiciously, staring at the mirror covered by the white bed sheet, fearing that something would come out from under the white bed sheet. Knock knock. Suddenly someone knocked on the door. The 3 of them looked at the door instantly. Zhang Feng was scared. What should I do? Who would knock on the door at night? Mo Feng, don't open the door. Su Qinyang agreed. Who knows what is knocking on the door at this time? The door must not be opened. Knock, knock, knock. There was a rhythmic knock on the door outside, and it even got louder and louder, but no sound was heard. No one is talking, it must not be a human. Zhang Feng tried to shrink back on the sofa. Outside the door, Wu Le was knocking on the door for fun, with a smile on her face. At her feet, there was a little black cat with its tail erected high. The kitten was licking its paws, and washing its face slowly. Miao Xiaohei looked up and meowed. Wu Le raised her eyebrows. It was okay if she didn't open the door. She was just playing around. She could go in any time if she wanted to. I was just trying to scare Su Qinyang. It was rare for me to meet my little brother again. I was so lucky. Meow. Xiaohei said, what if they open the door? Wu Li's eyes turned and he said silently, if they open the door, then let's go in and have fun together. Su Qinyang, don't think about sleeping tonight. Instead of waiting for the door to open, he waited for the tour guide. As soon as Demon appeared, the little black cat put down his paws, shook his tail irritably, and walked into the darkness. Demon's eyes flickered slightly, and he walked up to him and pretended to be serious. Why are you not sleeping at night? What are you doing here? I heard someone inside shouting for help, so I came to check, but no one responded. Did they have an accident? Wula acted like a good person. Demon knew she was playing a prank. Demon took 2 more steps forward, almost sticking to Wula, and said with his head down, "They should be asleep. Let's go back to the room and sleep." "I think they might be in trouble, Demon. You have the room card. Open the door." Their conversation was transmitted into the room, and the people inside were nervous. Since they heard the 2 people's voices, Su Qianyang and Mo Feng were on guard and attack. And now that they heard that they were going to open the door, the 2 of them clenched their knives even more tightly. Maybe the props were ready to go. But it was suddenly quiet outside. Outside the door, Demon lowered his head even more, and shouted ambiguously in Wu Li's ear, "Come back to the room with me, on the first night. Do you want me to sleep alone? Little Lele." The last 2 words were spoken very softly, only the other party could hear them, and the players in the alliance could not hear their voices at all. Wula narrowed his eyes slightly. "What did you call me?" "It's the name you wrote on the tourist list." "Why can't I call you that?" Demon looked innocent. "Lulu, your name is so cute." "Oh, I'm glad you like it." Wulu would flirt back. It was past midnight. Demon knew that she had finished her work tonight, and he didn't want her to stay outside for long. After teasing her, he put away his loose posture, and his pretty face was serious. He grabbed her wrist and said, "Let's go." Wulu followed her blankly for 2 steps, then stopped, and she reacted. He was controlling her? Why? The little game between the tour guide and the tourists made him go crazy, and he really thought he could control her. Wulu quickly pulled his hand out, turned back to the door of the room, and touched the door lock, and it was unlocked immediately. There was no need for a room card at all. She was a god, and this little thing was easy. When Wulu pushed the door into the room, he smiled provocatively at Demon. Pushing the door open, Wulu faced 2 men with knives. Mo Feng was in front, Su Qianyang was behind. Both of them looked at her fiercely. "What's your expression?" Wulu said softly, looking frightened by them. "I heard you shouting for help. Come and see. Why are you looking at me like that?" The traces of acting were really heavy. But she was willing to act, which also meant that she was safe at the moment. Su Qianyang put down the knife first, walked over Mo Feng and said, "Xiao Bai, have you been in your room all the time?" Before Wulu could answer, Demon came in, of course. "Xiao Bai and I just took a shower." Demon's hair was still a little wet. Obviously he had just finished a shower, but he insisted that Wulu and he had just finished a shower. It sounded like they had showered together. Everyone had been back to the room for a while. Why did they just finish a shower now? What did they do before taking a shower? Why did they take a shower together? Demon's words contained too much gossip information. Su Qianyang didn't want to gossip, but he felt that Xiao Bai looked like Wu Lele, so he couldn't help gossiping. "Are you a couple?" Su Qianyang asked cheek to cheek. "No." "Yes." The voices of a man and a woman overlapped. Wulu denied, Demon admitted. Su Qianyang, "Huh?" Demon looked like he was having fun. "Temporary couples are also couples. I will cherish these 7 days, Xiao Bai. I know your character. You don't have to feel burdened. You can enjoy my body to your heart's content, and you don't have to be responsible for me." "What a scumbag." Su Qianyang looked at Wulu. Wulu had a blank expression, and reacted for 2 seconds, then stared at Su Qianyang. Don't think she didn't know what Su Qianyang was thinking. Su Qianyang's heart trembled when he was stared at. What a familiar expression. That's the feeling. Su Qianyang looked at Wulu with burning eyes, and his mouth opened and closed, as if he was hesitating whether to call her. Wulu knew that this idiot recognized her. She was not disguised just now. If the idiot didn't recognize her, he would be a real idiot. Wulu glanced at Su Qianyang with a warning. Don't call her name. Don't want to recognize her for the time being. She looked at him, and Su Qianyang was happy again, because he was more certain. Su Qianyang couldn't help but take 2 steps forward excitedly. His eyes were burning, as if he was looking at a lover for thousands of years. And Demon on the side was gloomy. Dead air leaked out, and the whole room was full of blood. Why did this human keep looking at her? I really want to kill him, dig out his eyes, and chop off his legs. Wulu discovered Demon's murderous intention, but Su Qianyang was still immersed in the joy of finding someone, and approached her step by step. What an idiot! Chapter 176. Seeing Su Qianyang approaching, Demon's killing intent was obvious. Although Wulu didn't understand why Demon suddenly wanted to kill Su Qianyang, Su Qianyang had obviously not offended the tour guide and violated the tour guide's rules. But if she didn't take action, Su Qianyang would probably be killed by his own actions. What a fool! He was distracted in a horror tour and couldn't tell the situation. He would die sooner or later. Let him rest in peace as soon as possible, so that he wouldn't have to suffer in the dungeon? At the critical moment, Su Qinyang suddenly stopped and even turned back to find Mo Feng. He was still muttering, "Since the tour guide is here to deal with it, there is nothing for us here. It's too scary. A murder happened. This is not something we can control. Mo Feng, let's go back to the room and don't get involved in this kind of trouble." Mo Feng had already noticed that the atmosphere was wrong just now. With two monsters here, he didn't want to stay for long. "Let's go!" Mo Feng and Su Qinyang left together. When they passed by Wu Le, Su Qinyang suppressed his gaze and didn't look at Wu Le. After leaving the room, Su Qinyang found himself in a cold sweat. He had already determined that this female NPC named Xiaobai was Wu Lele. Wu Le should have recognized him at first sight. After all, his appearance had never changed. But Wu Le deliberately acted like him, pretending not to know him, and playing tricks on him. Su Qinyang wanted to laugh when he thought about the previous conversation and things. It was worthy of Wu Lele. No matter how much she concealed her appearance and speaking style, she couldn't change her playful nature. He was indeed very excited to recognize Wu Lele, but he was not so excited that he would go forward to recognize her regardless of life and death. Just now, he was just testing Wu Lele and Demon. Demon's hostility was too obvious. He was like a guardian, protecting Wu Lele. And Wu Lele. Su Qinyang never dared to be sure that Wu Lele would not kill him. She was always a member of the horror game NPC camp, and would not stand with humans. She would kill humans, and might also kill him. Su Qinyang knew this very well. But so what? Su Qinyang still liked to be friends with Wu Lele. He found someone, and was lucky to meet her again. Su Qinyang was still sweating, but he went back with a smile on his face. His happiness was too obvious, and Mo Feng was very confused. When he returned to the room and closed the door, Mo Feng asked, "You are laughing. Why did you walk towards that woman just now? She is having an affair with Demon." Su Qinyang changed the subject and restrained his emotions at the same time. In the nunnery dungeon, Pei Lin of the Black and Red Guild saw through his heart at a glance, and even let the other party know the order for Wu Le to appear in several dungeons in succession. Su Qinyang was very upset at that time. He was too young and didn't know how to hide. He swore that such accidents would never happen again, and he would not let others know the secret of Wu Lele. Before that, he had always paid attention to the information trend of Paradise Town, fearing that Pei Lin would make the secret of Wu Lele, the NPC, public, and make Wu Lele the primary public enemy of the players. Fortunately, the players in Paradise Town did not spread any news. But the quieter it was, the more Su Qinyang worried that Pei Lin was planning something, and Pei Lin was always a hidden danger. The people of the Black and Red Guild were too mysterious, and Su Qinyang had little contact with them. And he is too insignificant now. The only thing he can do is to go to the dungeon as much as possible and improve himself as soon as possible. Demon and Xiaobai have an affair. Mo Feng thought about it and commented coldly, "Isn't it obvious? Su Qinyang, we may be able to use this to get survival information from them." Mo Feng, "I disagree. They are too dangerous and cannot be approached. Su Qinyang lifted the quilt and lay on the bed. Then just survive, and we will fight back when the enemy comes. At least we know one piece of information tonight, that is, this is a 7-day tour group. Players need to survive within these 7 days. Now it is past midnight, and the first day is past. On the first day, tourists flew from China to Country Tea, and the tour guide met them at the airport, and went to Larry Town Hotel to check in. Su Qinyang laid down to sleep, and Mo Feng began to guard the second half of the night. Knowing that Xiaobai is Wu Lele, Su Qinyang knew that the previous things were all pranks by her. 3 players have died on the first day, and the death toll has almost reached the upper limit. The safety index in the second half of the night is very high. But even so, Su Qinyang didn't dare to fall asleep. After so many copies, Su Qinyang has developed a habit of resting in a half-asleep and half-awake state. In the bloody room, the old man's body sat on the bed, and the sheets were blood-red. Zhang Feng trembled and shrank in the corner, not daring to look at the 2 terrifying NPCs. But if he took a look, he would find that the 2 terrifying NPCs didn't pay attention to him at all. "Demon, do you know that human?" This terrible intuition, Demon is very smart. "Wu Le looked lazy, Mr. Demon, we just met. Why do you always show that you want to fall in love with me? You are hard to understand." "Because you are beautiful, you are my god, the first time you appear makes me feel very familiar. I just want to get close to you." Demon has a pair of fox eyes, double eyelids, and long eyelashes, and a look of indifference and promiscuity. He is very suitable for saying such love words. Wu Le turned around and left. She did not doubt the truth of Demon's words, because she knew her identity. Her identity in this instance was very special, and she was loved by every NPC. It was normal for Demon to be attracted to her at first sight. Chapter 177. Night. Hotel room with a big bed. Wula slept in the middle of the big bed in a white nightgown. Seeing this, Demon could only lift 1 foot of the quilt and lie on it. A 1.8-meter tall man, lying on the edge of the bed, felt that he would fall down if he turned over, and looked a little pitiful. Wula was bullying people without knowing it, and he just closed his eyes, and went to sleep without paying attention to others. Demon enjoyed being in the same bed with her. He stared at her, and slept sideways to her. The night was quiet, and time passed in the blink of an eye. Demon woke up at dawn, and the big clock on the wall showed 5:10. Demon glanced at the person, who was still sleeping on the big bed, and he went to wash up quietly. He changed into a colorful short-sleeved shirt printed with green leaves and lemons, and his pants were also colorful. He wore a pair of slippers, and dressed in a tropical seaside resort style. His face was clean and handsome, his hair was waxed, and his bangs were well-groomed. After getting ready, Demon came out, and found Wula still sleeping. He looked at the time. It was already 25 minutes. In 5 minutes, the tourists would gather in the lobby downstairs. If they were late, they would not have to get on the bus. "Lulu, it's time to get up. You can sleep on the bus," Demon called her. Wula opened her eyes in confusion, and it was obvious that she had a good sleep last night. Demon took out a skirt from her backpack. "Go change your clothes, I go downstairs first, try not to be late." He sounded like a serious tour guide. Demon left. Wula sat on the bed in a daze for a minute, then quickly changed her clothes and washed up, and went downstairs on time. There was no human being at the elevator door in the corridor. Obviously, no human dared to block the time like her. Hotel lobby. All human players have gathered, carrying luggage. Many players have dark circles under their eyes. Especially Zhang Feng, his lips are pale, and there are obvious bruises under his eyes. It seems that he has not slept all night. Demon is counting the number of people, and his eyes are casually sweeping over the humans. Su Qinyang stood in the corner yawning, his mouth half open, and suddenly saw the elevator open and people came out. He yawned back. Su Qinyang stared at Wula with fanatical eyes, and when Wula looked over, he blinked and smiled. Silly smile. Idiot. Wula rolled his eyes at him. Su Qinyang's eyes dimmed again. So stupid and ugly. What dungeon mission did you go on before? Wula remembered that Su Qinyang used to be white, tender and clean. Very good, no one is late. I like guests like you. Being on time will not delay the day's schedule. Demon commented, and then said, "You can get on the bus. The first attraction we will visit this morning is the temple. There are many temples in the local area, and each temple prays for different things. Don't make random wishes. Tea Country is full of temples, and the styles of the temples are also different. The gods worshipped in each place are different." It was dawn, and there were not many people in the small town. The bus that was crashed yesterday has been repaired. Although the rear of the car is still a little dented, a few new seats have been installed in the back, and the blood on the ground has been wiped clean. The players all sat in the front, and no one dared to sit in that corner. Su Qinyang was originally sitting in the first row behind Demon, but now he changed his position, and sat in the first row behind the co-pilot. Wula felt that someone was staring at him from the moment he appeared, and he knew who it was without thinking. The bus drove for half an hour, and arrived at a morning market. Demon, the tour group does not include breakfast. You can have breakfast here by yourself. You have half an hour, and then you can get on the bus and set off again. Tourists got off the bus one after another. There were quite a lot of local people in the morning market. Those NPCs had pale skin, expressionless faces, and were very strict in their actions and words. It was obviously a lively morning market, but it looked weird and gloomy because there were monsters here. Many players were reluctant to go in to buy breakfast. They just got off the bus to get some fresh air. Mo Feng walked straight in, found a fish ball stall, and ordered a bowl of fish balls to eat. When Wula got off the car, Su Qinyang came up to him. "Boss, what are you eating?" Wula was speechless. "Are you paying?" She responded to him. No denial. No tricking. Su Qinyang smiled with his head down. "I pay, but I'm poor in this dungeon, so I may not be able to treat you to expensive food. I want to eat seafood buns," Wulu said. Su Qinyang looked around and saw that seafood buns were 10 yuan each. Not expensive. Buy it. The bun shop was right next to the fish ball stall. Wulu and Su Qinyang sat at the same table, and next to them was Mo Feng, who was eating fish balls. Mo Feng's eyes stayed on them for a second, Then he lowered his head and ate silently. The hot buns were served, and Su Qianyang immediately put one in Wu Li's bowl. Wu Li took a bite of the bun in his hand. It was steaming hot, and the buns were very fragrant. Su Qianyang didn't eat, just stared at her. Wu Li, why do you always look at me? Su Qianyang, I'm happy to see you. I'm so stupid that I didn't recognize you at the first time. Now I see you so closely, you look exactly like me. I'm so lucky to see you again. Su Qianyang said the last sentence in a very low voice, but he knew that Wu Lei could hear it. Is it a lucky thing to meet me? I hope you will think so in the next few days. Wu Li smiled evilly. When she showed this expression, Su Qianyang's heart was only a little shocked. It was over. Boss, don't. Su Qianyang looked begging for mercy. Wu Li stuffed the bun into his mouth, his cheeks were bulging, and he said vaguely, You are here, I have a lot of fun, not bad. Su Qianyang knew that it was useless to beg for mercy. Wu Lei would definitely trip him up and play with him. Su Qianyang could only pray that Wu Lei would be gentle, and that he would try his best to survive. Demon bought a coconut not far away and drank it. The cool breeze in the morning blew his floral shirt and swayed. He kept looking at this side secretly, but he didn't come to sit down. Wu Li clapped his hands after eating the buns and stood up. He just took a step out and came back and said, Buy a few bottles of sunscreen and wear more every day. Ah? Su Qianyang didn't react to what she meant. Wu Li looked at his face with a little disgust. It's getting darker and darker. You're so ugly. Ah? Su Qianyang was hurt by her words. Chapter 178. Wu Li clapped his hands, stood up and walked to Demon's table and sat down. He looked at him with his chin in his hands and said, Mr. Tour Guide, will you treat me to breakfast? I still have to deal with Xiao Pieliang and not be upset. After all, they are colleagues. Demon's expression was indifferent, and he said, Didn't you eat at that table? I only had one bun and was not full. Is the bun delicious? Not delicious. It was actually quite delicious. Wu Li licked her lips and savored it. She had a big appetite, and one bun really couldn't fill her up. Demon knew what she was thinking when he saw her like that. He communicated with the boss in a fluent foreign language and asked for 10 seafood buns. Wu Li, how did you learn this language? It was obvious from Demon's skin color that he was not a local. He was born white and gave people a very clean feeling. You will learn it after living here for a while. Wu Li was curious. Where did you live before? I don't know, I can't remember. Wu Li nodded thoughtfully, and the steaming seafood buns were served. The boss said to them with a smile and a happy meal. Demon replied to the boss that Wu Li could understand foreign languages. To be precise, she was not a foreigner, she was a local. Demon, why did you show up? Don't you never show up? She never showed up before, and would not let these humans see her. Now she showed up as a tourist, and Demon was a little surprised. Wu Li wanted to say that it was because it was fun, and it was too boring to be alone. But when she looked at Demon's good-looking face, she couldn't help but smile and said, Because of you. Demon raised his eyebrows. Me? I have such great charm that I can attract you to appear. Wu Li took a big bite of the bun, shook his head and laughed while chewing and ignored people. Su Qianyang walked to Mo Feng's table with a few buns and sat down, eating breakfast absent-mindedly. Mo Feng was curious. What's wrong with you? Why did he look so shocked? Su Qianyang chewed quickly, swallowed the bun in his mouth, then leaned forward and asked, Is my skin color ugly? Am I ugly? Su Qianyang used to be very confident in himself. He was also famous when he was studying in school. Some people in the forum said that he was the grass of the department. Although Su Qianyang didn't care much about his appearance, he had never been told that he was ugly in person. The first time he experienced it, it really broke his defense. Mo Feng is an honest man. He looked at Su Qianyang seriously and commented, You will be more handsome if your skin color is a little darker. Men should have bronze skin and good facial features. Bronze, if it was in the past, Su Qianyang would still approve. But today? Su Qianyang glanced in the distance. Wu Lei was eating buns with satisfaction, and opposite her sat a handsome demon with fair skin and a floral shirt. It's better to be white. White can cover up 3 ugly things, Su Qianyang said. Mo Feng, white is ugly. NPCs are all gray and dead. After going through so many dungeons, players will find that many NPCs have gray and white skin. Su Qianyang didn't say anything and ate the buns with big mouthfuls. Mo Feng wore a black shirt and a neat crew cut. His facial features were very good. This calm temperament showed that he was an old player at first glance. After the topic ended, Mo Feng stopped talking. He was a man who didn't talk much. Mo Feng stopped eating after eating a bowl of fish balls. There were 7 or 8 fish balls in a bowl. Su Qinyang felt that he was not full. You only eat this? It's rare that the food in this copy is edible and tastes good. You should eat more. Su Qinyang said. Some copies of the food are not edible at all, and players can only choose to starve. Mo Feng looked a little depressed and said calmly, I have no money. Su Qinyang suddenly remembered that this brother was unlucky and owed more than 2 million. He owed so much debt and traveled abroad, and he was so poor that he couldn't eat enough. Mo Feng's money could only buy 2 meals a day, and he couldn't afford expensive food. Su Qinyang pushed his seafood bun in front of him. Eat it, help each other. Written. Mo Feng was not polite. Su Qinyang was curious. How many 2 million do you owe? Mo Feng paused in biting the bun, and Su Qinyang urged him with his eyes. Mo Feng bowed his head and said, 250. An insulting number. You may really owe a mortgage. The two of them quickly finished their breakfast and got on the car early. Other players standing by the car also got on the car one after another. Demon said loudly, We will enter the temple in a while. Please pay attention to your dress, and don't offend the gods. Chapter 179. When Demon got on the bus, he reminded everyone that they should pay attention to their attire when visiting the temple. You cannot wear shorts or short skirts when visiting the temple. Some players wore short clothes and became restless after getting on the bus. Don't be afraid. Generally, there are clothes for sale at the entrance of the temple, said a male player. I hope it's not too expensive. I'm running out of money, said someone in a low voice. This sentence attracted Su Qinyang's attention. Su Qinyang turned around and said, Are you all in debt? People who were close to him heard Su Qinyang and immediately responded, I am in debt. I owe hundreds of thousands of loans. What about you? Su Qinyang nodded. I am also in debt. I don't understand why you come out to play when you owe so much money. Not only am I in debt, but my company has also closed down. Since last night, various creditors have been asking for debts. I am not in debt, but I am not in good health. I found a lot of medicine in my luggage backpack. I think I have cancer. Zhang Feng raised his hand. They discussed it in a small circle, but they didn't discuss it in detail. Because the entire car did not respond to them, they did not know the situation of the entire car. Su Qinyang turned his head back and thought silently. Mo Feng had been listening to them all the time. He whispered, after getting off the car, asked these players about their identity characteristics one by one. Su Qinyang had already thought of it. Well, but there is no need to ask. Probably everyone is like this. Mo Feng also understood. This tour group is not just here to travel, they all have a purpose. All the tourists in the tour group are not doing well. Some are in debt, some have bankrupt companies, some have cancer, and some may have divorce and relationship problems. Ordinary tour groups cannot gather such tourists. There is only one possibility. This is not an ordinary tour group at all, but a group of unfortunate people who come together to do something in this country. Su Qinyang looked up at Wu Le, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Wu Le was sleeping on the chair, as if everything had nothing to do with her. It was dawn, but the sun was not out, and the whole world was gray. The bus was driving on the city road, and there were many NPCs on the roadside. I even saw monks wearing robes walking barefoot, and the NPCs took the initiative to bend down and put their hands together when they saw them. The weather was still cool in the morning, and the car brought up dust. At first, they took the main road, and then the car got into the intricate alleys, went out of the city, and drove a section of the country road. From a distance, they saw a temple with a golden tile wall and roof. There were some small markets where clothes, beads, and Buddha amulets were sold when they were about to reach the temple. Demon braked, and the player leaned forward violently. Demon turned around and whistled, saying, Give everyone 10 minutes to dress up, and enter the temple in 10 minutes. Fortunately, they would give them time to dress up. If they were taken directly into the temple, those players wearing short-sleeved shirts and shorts would probably die here. In the dungeon, you must abide by certain rules. Demon got out of the car and went to the other side to open the passenger door, stretched out his hand and said, Xiaobai, you can't wear a skirt in. Let's go buy clothes. How about couple outfits? Wu Le helped him get out of the car with his hand. She looked up and down at Demon's clothes. He was wearing a colorful tropical beach style. She said, I don't like fancy things, not so many patterns. Small florals, not too fancy, okay? Okay. Demon took Wu Le to buy clothes. Demon bought a white shirt and casual pants, while Wu Le bought a small floral hoodie and trousers. The players saw the behavior of the two NPCs and thought it was normal. just like an ordinary couple. Su Qianyang and Mo Feng both wore long pants and short sleeves, but they bought a coat for safety. Su Qianyang wanted to get closer to Wu Le, but he didn't dare to go over because Demon was next to him. Su Qianyang carefully observed Demon and found that he was really good-looking, fair-skinned, handsome, and even better looking when he smiled. Demon held Wu Li's hand and took her to the store to change clothes. It was obviously Demon holding Wu Lele, but in Su Qianyang's eyes, it was Wu Lele holding Demon. Su Qianyang's mind was full of the words Wu Lele had said. Can't I hold hands with a beautiful man? I can only hold hands with one beautiful man. Can't I hold hands with every beautiful man I meet? Brother, don't you think Tata is very good looking? Here, he looks the best. Here, Demon looks the best. Huh? Su Qianyang looked up at the sky. It was gray, just like his life. 10 minutes later. All the players were dressed appropriately, waiting for the tour guide to come back. The tour guide was late, and came several minutes late. The female tourist was also late with him. They came back hand in hand. The relationship between Demon and Xiaobai was too obvious. Demon was late, but he didn't apologize at all. He came over with his hands in his pockets and said, "Come in with me, don't step on the threshold. This is the most famous temple in the town. It only receives tourists on this day of the week. The rest of the time is for locals. You are not allowed to take photos inside." Demon's tone was very light and casual when he explained. They walked forward for a minute, and Demon stopped. "This temple is the focus of today, so there is plenty of time to visit. You just need to return to the bus at 11 o'clock. Hearing this, Su Qianyang suddenly felt bad. No, this tour guide is too perfunctory. Doesn't he explain anything? Sure enough, Demon was irresponsible. After he said the gathering time, he held his head with both hands and staggered away. Su Qianyang immediately asked, "Guide, won't you explain this temple to us?" Demon turned around. "Do you know how much money you gave me?" Su Qianyang, "How much?" 1,000 yuan for a 7-day trip. This price does not include an explanation. If you want to listen to the explanation, then Demon stretched out his first 3 fingers and rubbed them, a typical gesture of asking for money. It was obviously a vulgar action, but it matched Demon's figure and handsome face, and his playful temperament made him look very pleasing to the eye. Su Qianyang didn't expect him to ask for money, and was stunned for a second. He wanted to pay, but if he did, he really couldn't afford to eat in the next few days. This tour group included accommodation but not food. While Su Qianyang was hesitating, Demon had already left, leaving behind a group of confused tourists. Mo Feng, give him money, he probably won't explain. Su Qianyang, maybe if you give him more, he will really explain. But they are all a group of poor and unlucky people, and they don't have money to bribe the tour guide. Let's go in and take a look. Su Qianyang carried a backpack that looked a bit heavy. He led the way, and Mo Feng followed. The other tourists stood there hesitating. Can we not visit, and go directly to the bus to wait? There are so many buses outside. Who still remembers the license plate number? 4444, do you still need to remember such an unlucky number? This temple is gloomy, and I don't want to visit it. I always feel that this copy is related to gods and Buddhas. Along the way, I found that many people are carrying Buddha amulets, all kinds of them. It's better for us not to touch such things. You all don't want to go in, right? Are you sure? Then I follow you. If we don't go in to visit, will it be considered as a violation of the rules? Will it violate something? A group of people were struggling there, and some people had already gone in. The golden main hall looked not far away, but when we walked into the temple, we found that there was a large bamboo forest in the middle. There was no main road directly opposite, but 2 small roads on the left and right. Su Qianyang stood in front of the road and hesitated. Mo Feng took a look and chose to go left. Su Qianyang immediately asked, "Did you see any clues?" "No, I just chose blindly." "How is your luck?" Mo Feng was silent. He usually had bad luck. Mo Feng changed his choice on the spot, and took the right road. Su Qianyang immediately understood, and he smiled secretly. "You usually have bad luck, right? If you choose the right now, will you?" Mo Feng turned around, and the cool guy had a cold expression, but he was obviously a little annoyed with Su Qianyang. Su Qianyang stopped teasing. He took the right road with big strides, walked past Mo Feng and walked in front. The two entered the bamboo forest. Then, a man in floral clothes followed. Entering the temple, you can feel a gust of cold wind, very cold. Before entering the main hall, I was frightened by the sculptures on the bamboo forest road. There are many sculptures on both sides of the road. The first scene that caught my eye was two green-faced evil ghosts pulling a man's sculpture to behead. The knife was cut halfway, and the back of the sculpture was covered with blood. Going further in, a green-faced evil ghost was holding a woman down and cutting open her abdomen. A man was lying on the ground. His face was hideous, his stomach was rotten, and a vulture stood on his chest, gnawing at his internal organs. These sculptures were very bloody and vivid. Mofong, we seem to have chosen the wrong road. This is a hell road, full of evil ghosts eating people. Su Qianyang comforted himself. It's just that the statues are scary, maybe it's okay. There were footsteps behind them. Someone was coming, and they all looked back. When they saw who was coming, Su Qianyang couldn't comfort himself. Wu Lei is here, it's over. With Mofong here, Su Qianyang couldn't call her boss, so he didn't go to greet her immediately. But unexpectedly, Wu Lei took the initiative to come over and called her, "Little brother, you really know how to choose the road." Since she took the initiative, Su Qianyang didn't care. Su Qianyang smiled bitterly. "Did you choose the wrong one? How can you say you chose the wrong one? You can only say that you chose a very interesting road." Wu Lei blinked. The more she said this, the more panicked Su Qianyang became. Su Qianyang pointed at the statues and said, "Don't tell me, this will be our end?" Mofong listened to them talking and always felt that they were very familiar. Especially this morning, Su Qianyang had breakfast with this NPC. Mofong said, "The road of life and the road of death, we chose the road of death that leads to hell." Wu Lei said to Su Qianyang, "He understands. The game is about to begin." Su Qianyang reflexively stepped back and stared at his boss vigilantly. No matter how much he liked Wu Lei, he would not forget that she was a terrifying NPC. "Ha ha ha, I thought you had grown up. Why are you still so cowardly?" Wu Lei was amused by his actions and laughed out loud. She bent over and hugged her stomach, lowered her head and laughed. Her hair covered her face, and her whole body was shaking with laughter. This laughter made Su Qianyang's scalp numb. "Don't tease me. Is it really a dead end?" Chapter 180. If Wu Lei just appeared casually, Su Qianyang would not be so scared, but Wu Lei's weird laughter made him feel uneasy, which meant that something terrible was about to happen. Su Qianyang looked at Wu Lei seriously and observed her expression. He saw excitement and playfulness on her face. Su Qianyang didn't even bother to say goodbye, and ran straight back to the road. Mofong caught up with Su Qianyang the moment he moved. He was obviously more agile, and he surpassed Su Qianyang in 3 or 2 steps and ran in front. Wu Lei was not in a hurry to chase them, but just admired their fleeing appearance with a smile on his lips. "Run, waste your energy. Once you set foot on this road, it is impossible to go back. There is only one way to go to the end, either die in hell or crawl out of hell." Obviously, they didn't walk far on this road. Now they turned back and ran back. They should see the intersection in half a minute, but they couldn't see it no matter how they ran. "Fuck." Su Qianyang cursed, and the classic ghost wall appeared again. Mofong stopped first with his body. Su Qianyang continued to run without giving up, and found that no matter how he ran, Mofong was always 10 meters behind him, and did not move at all. Wu Lei was gone. A gust of wind blew, and the whole wheel was pressed down in an instant. Su Qianyang's eyes were blown into sand, and he closed his eyes in pain. Suddenly, his eyes turned red, and he opened his eyes again. Su Qianyang and Mofong were in a small room. The walls and surroundings were wooden structures. It was dark, and there was a fishy smell around. Mofong and Su Qianyang looked at each other. "What dungeon plot did this trigger?" Su Qianyang said with a smile. "Fortunately, it's not like the sculptures we met on the road, with heads cut off and stomachs ripped open." Mofong wrinkled his nose. "It's the stench of a corpse." Su Qianyang pursed his lips and frowned. They observed the dim wooden house, and found that there were dark glass bottles on a table, large and small, each of which was filled with something like gutter oil. As they approached, the fishy smell became stronger, and the stench came from the things in these bottles. Mofong bent down to check. Holding his fingers with a piece of black cloth, he picked up a bottle and shook it gently. The stench came. Su Qianyang retched. "Mofong, it's corpse oil." Su Qianyang thought about the previous things and said, "I heard that if you use corpse oil to nourish the Buddha amulet, the Buddha amulet will be very bright, endowed with divinity, and more powerful." Mofong turned around. "Do you also think it has something to do with the Buddha amulets those people wear?" Su Qianyang, "Things that appear repeatedly in the copy must be of great value. The Buddha amulets they wear don't look like serious things." Mofong nodded. "It's a Ein amulet. Regular Buddha amulets are made of temple incense ash, mud and flower petals, and made into Buddha statues. They are blessed by the righteous dharma of eminent monks. For many Buddhist believers, wearing Buddha amulets is a very normal thing. But amulets are completely evil. The materials used to make them are human, and the body, hair, and oil used to care for the Buddha amulets are all from the dead. Wearing this kind of Buddha amulet is said to have stronger magic power and enhance people's luck. Many celebrities and businessmen believe this statement. But this kind of Buddha amulet either enhances luck or cannot suppress strange things. It is easy to buy a Buddha amulet, but it is difficult to give it away. This room is full of stench and is filled with these small bottles. Mophone, I'm thinking, why are we here? What does the copy need to do to make them appear in this room? They can go out of the room to take a look, but it's too rash to do so. Wait quietly. They didn't wait too long. With a click, a barefoot, black monk came in. Although he was wearing monk's clothes, his temperament was dark, and even one eye was white, and one eye was blind. The monk put his hands together in front of him. Sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time. The other party's fingertips were all black, and the nails and fingerprints were full of black dirt. The stench could be smelled from a distance of 1 or 2 meters. Su Qianyang nodded lightly. What the two guests want is too hard to find. I originally wanted to refuse you, but just now, I was lucky. A pregnant woman came to the temple alone. The monk smiled strangely. He pushed open the secret compartment of the wooden house. Inside was a woman in a gray skirt with a slightly bulging belly. She's 5 months pregnant, the baby is already formed, she's the most suitable material. Material for making amulets? Are they the two buyers? Are they going to save this pregnant woman? Su Qianyang always felt that something was wrong with this pregnant woman, but unfortunately her hair covered her face, and he couldn't see clearly. Su Qianyang walked forward, and suddenly the pregnant woman shuddered, and the hair on her face fell down, revealing Wu Lei's face. Su Qianyang's eyes widened.